These viewers didn't expect it either. Someone can really beat this game. Originally, this is a classical game that is known for its extreme difficulty. Defend the Empire. Today, 10 years after the game's release, finally, the first passer appeared. Let me tell you, no matter how difficult the game is, it exists to be told. Boy is a streamer who only broadcasts difficult classical games. After successfully clearing the game, he also received a lot of gifts from fans. But compared to these, it makes him even happier. It's the joy of beating the game as a pro. But it's not all perfect. In those days of strategy games, the audience may be with the in-game characters. Feelings arise. They hope that in the final showdown, all characters survive. But the ending is an addition to the protagonist Lucas. The rest of the people were killed. But the boy's purpose was not to keep everyone alive after all. It's about ending the game. The final boss. Take the Princess of the Lake, who can't sleep, as a robbery. It's game over. Lucas is still standing in that place. Stand in front of the enemy you have defeated. Friendly troops standing in a daze like a mountain. And on the corpses of enemy soldiers. The boy didn't know why. It's just a game character. But Lucas's back looks a little lonely. With the end of the production staff appeared. The persistence of these 2.5 years can be regarded as an ending. But there was an inexplicable surge in the boy's heart. That's when it happened. He saw a barrage on the screen. Shouldn't the developer give a prize? This game, it was controversial because it was too difficult. In the end, it even attracted abuse from countless players. Give whatever the prize is. There's no need anymore. During this period, just have so much fun with everyone. After all, the official website of this game has been gone for so long, and there has been no next work in 10 years. So, it's impossible to get in touch with the developer. Now the most important thing, or maintain these fans of yourself. But at this moment, director of the game Guardian Empire reached out to the boy. For a moment, the boy's eyes couldn't help but widen. Because of the appearance of this news, the barrage was detonated in an instant. This man who calls himself the director of the game, as soon as he came up, he expressed his gratitude to the boy. But what he said next, it just made the boy a little baffled. There is hope for us. It's a blessing. You have proven your qualifications and abilities. Come here and help us. After a short period of thought, boy judges. It could be a prank done by some boring person. Just as he was preparing, when kicking this director out of the live broadcast room, a strong feeling of vertigo came over him. He guessed that he might have been playing the game for too long. So shocked. However, he believed that his audience would call the police to save him. The moment he fell, the curtain of the on-screen Guardian Empire has finally ended. When he opened his eyes again, there was a lot of magic around. He jerked up from the ground. But it wasn't the room he was familiar with. Also cleared the hardest tower defense game in history. Instead, he was transported to a completely unfamiliar environment. He wondered what exactly the voice he had just heard. The next second he saw a huge stone flew towards himself. He had just woken up and was horrified by the sight in front of him. In addition to holding his head and lying on the ground, nothing can be done. After calming down, he began to analyze the current situation. There is an air of war here. The smell of gunpowder fills the air. That's when it happened. The soldiers next to him fired artillery. The boy who finally calmed down stayed where he was again. Can be a second. There was another loud bang beside him. Damn, you guys are pretty much it. But he was soon startled by the sight of his eyes. Countless well-dressed soldiers stood in front of him. They seemed to be defending themselves against something outside the walls. He realized that it might not be someone's malice, but he was still curious about what was going on. Look at the busy figures of the soldiers on the city walls. He realized that he might be at war. That's when it happened. The soldiers on the side noticed him, while running towards the boy. On the other hand, he also called His Royal Highness the Prince. His Royal Highness. You're all right. The boy subconsciously thought that the enemy had attacked the city wall. He was frightened by the sword-wielding soldier in front of him. But this time, the soldier knelt down on his own initiative. Please spare the villain's life. His Royal Highness the Prince. The boy was curious. Why is the uncle in front of him suddenly like this? This gentleman. Why don't you calm down first? But he wasn't done yet. A powerful magic flew straight over. Luckily, he wasn't directly hit by the attack. He was curious. Is that one a new type of bomb? He soon found out. The area that was hit. A green flame is burning. This side is this side. The raiders came up. The boy hurriedly looked to the place where the voice had come from. Block it must be blocked. Can't let them come up. Can be a second. The soldiers standing by the walls of the city were frozen through. The boy was still at such a close distance for the first time, seeing such horrible words. But it doesn't end there. More and more soldiers fell in front of him. He couldn't help but wonder, what the hell is behind that wall? But soon, his curiosity was filled, because of a huge spider, already climbed the city walls, stood in front of him. The next second, the spider roared at the boy. The boy didn't expect it either. The soldiers are actually fighting against this monster. The raiders came up. Stop him. Can't let him hide. But in front of this spider, the soldiers had no power to fight back. The boy was also unable to move at all because of fear. I can only watch this monster watch. Step by step to climb to yourself. The moment when the spider's claws were about to hit the boy, a blonde knight appeared in front of him. With just one sword, he easily slashed the spider in front of him. His Royal Highness. You want to deny the facts. Your reaction is too old-fashioned, isn't it? But the boy clearly hadn't come to the point of fear just now. His Royal Highness. How did you get to be like this? Are you hurt somewhere? The boy always felt the man in front of him a little familiar. He suddenly recalled a game character who has been with him for 2.5 years. Are you Lucas? The moment I heard this, the man's eyes were wet. Sure enough, His Royal Highness. You've hurt your head, but I'm still happy, because you're finally calling my name. Be your guardian knight for the rest of your life. You don't remember me either. But if the man in front of him was really Lucas, the world that the boy is in now, it's the world in the Guardian Empire game. Travel back in time to a game that has already been cleared by yourself. But he couldn't be happy at all. Because of this game, it's a monster that wants to flood in madness. Desperately resisted. The most difficult tower defense game ever. He didn't understand. Why did you get into the game world? His Royal Highness. Please calm down. Now rushing towards us is the Black Spider Legion. Although the position is at the forefront. Now it's imminent. But after sunset, the enemy will not be infested. It's about 30 minutes before the sun goes down. Anyway, please make sure that His Royal Highness the Prince survives until that time. The boy doesn't know why Lucas wants to protect himself, and why everyone calls him His Royal Highness. He wondered who he really was. After a long wait, the sun is finally setting. After the monster retreated, the soldiers began to clear the battlefield. The sunset began. The Black Spider Legion is also retreating. His Royal Highness. Would you like to take a break first? But the boy looked under the walls and said nothing. There was already a pile of black spider corpses. But tomorrow, those monsters will still step on the corpses of their companions. Rushing towards here. What time is it for Lucas? Here's where it is. Today is the last day of February 649 in the Imperial calendar. This is a fortress city. Crossroads forward positions. Then tomorrow is March 1st, 649. And this day, that's the boy for the last 2.5 years. The time and place where the tutorial has been played countless times. This also means the boy is the third prince of this empire. Espen, Hut, Eberborough. That's right, Your Highness. Why do you keep saying such strange things? It turned out that the third prince of the empire was a notoriously madman. Most of the troops of the fortified city. It's all because of him. And most importantly, love will have its worst ending in the tutorial. This game, the reason why it is called the hardest tower defense game. That's why. It also has the highest difficulty level of hell. An Iron Man mode where the archive cannot be read. The only hint that passed the Iron Man mode of hell. Have the confidence to pass all the levels. But in addition to the time and place of this tutorial, because this scene is absolutely impossible to clear, the tutorial set in the game is doomed to fail. Because of the story, it was Lucas who escaped from the monster's attack alone. It will be carried out for a total of 3 years. In this game, the Black Spider Legion is mid to late 2 years. Monsters that can be hunted. But if you face such a monster at the beginning, even if you have the experience of beating this game, know all the hidden tricks, they still can't think of a way to do it through the tutorial. And the level of this group of spiders is not only ridiculously high. The number has also reached more than 1,000. And the only thing Ash can use is an SR artifact. Ancient horses are running. But the more this time, the more Ash had to force himself to calm down. As a pro gamer, Ash knew it. In any case, there will be a way out. What he's looking for is a little bit more probability. In a little better way. Finally, Ash found the only hope of survival. The strongest player who has turned off Iron Man mode in hell. But in the game world, I encountered absolutely impossible to clear the level. Tutorial for beginners. The enemy is not only level up to level 55. And the number is 1, more than 000 of them. But in the way, the only thing that could be used was a Salma cannon. But after some thought, he found his only chance to beat the level. AI sure immediately came to the door to look for Lucas. You go and help me gather my immediate team right away. Do you mean the immediate escort of His Highness? You've never convened before. How suddenly? Less nonsense. Hurry up and call me, because I thought of a way to turn this around. Soon these people gathered in the operational command room. Outside of Lucas, there are also 3 members of Ash's immediate convoy. These were all faces that Ash was all too familiar with. A fire-type mage with super high firepower. A fierce Knight Cain. And this where, sacrificial Damien with glasses. Ash is already in the beginner's tutorial. I've seen countless scenes where they die. Then again, how did he curl up there? Unlike the other 3 people, Damien had been curled up in the corner crying. Damien is because he lost his teammates today. That's going to happen. Thank you for your understanding. Actually, in the game tutorial, Damien has also been in an abnormal state, so he often dies before he can play a role. From now on, I will state in tomorrow's battle the task to be carried out. The first is the power that is the main firepower output of the team. He is to serve as a shield, as the main tank to fend off spider attacks. His Royal Highness the Prince. I'm a magician. Next up is Cain, the Shield Knight. He is attracting the enemy's attention through wide-area provocations. A tank that fends off an attack with its body. But his mission is to infiltrate the enemy camp. Disrupt the enemy. Finally, there is the therapist Damien. From now on, he will serve as a sniper for the team, and Lucas needed to command the rest of the soldiers. Maintain the front line. After listening to AI's assignment, everyone was silent. Damn, can you call it a battle plan? Because of your wrong command. We are in a desperate situation. Do you say that kind of thing again now? Now you are facing the Emperors. He is also the commander-in-chief of this front. I'll ask you again. Cain, are you going to disobey my orders? After all, Ash has always been seen as a madman. And I want to beat the tutorial. You must not fight in a normal way. In the eyes of everyone, Ash's battle plan was unusual and reckless. So Ash must now let them follow him silently. I saw Ash stabbing Lily with a knife. I believe that we all have the ability to get things done. Isn't it? For a while, everyone stayed where they were. In the eyes of the crowd, the mage is a very important fighting object. So the hint of hurting the mage before the battle, not convincing at all, can be a second. Suddenly a flame ignited on Lily's body. For a while, everyone didn't know what was going on. It turns out that all the tutorial characters all have unique hidden properties, and it's the opposite of what they do. Lily, you were cut with a knife when you were a child. It's the goblin that attacked the village. After that event, you get the spark skin perk. As long as you still have the magic to give, you can dodge all physical attacks. I'm right. Lily, my third prince. The worst commander ever. He doesn't just make magicians with great firepower go to serve as a tank. Also make the bulky shield knights sneak into enemy rear. Even the sacrifice with glasses are forced to take on the role of sniper. It turns out that Lily has the trait of spark skin. As long as the amount of blue is sufficient, is immune to physical attacks. Although in the game, this is incomparably chicken existence. But here is the reality. As long as you can make use of these characteristics, maybe there is hope for customs clearance. I'm sorry, Lily. I just proved it in a very brutal way. Then it's your turn. Cain, you were a little thief when you were a kid, born into a poor family. There are many family members to support. Rise to the position of knight. It's not easy for you, isn't it? Cain didn't know why. AI knows his past so well. It's not that I know. It's what you can do in battle. It turns out that Cain's trait is the survival method of a little thief. As long as he has enough health, can be out of the sight of others in an instant. As long as you want. Not stealth. That is, you can avoid the eyes of others. You are choosing to go back. I still want me to prove it again. No. This kind of thing doesn't need to be proven. I can do it. In the end, only Damien remained. And Damien is in this combat scheme. The most important step, your eyesight is exceptionally good. So, you'll be able to see every detail of your friend's death. Ben is a friend from my hometown. He and I are from the same orphanage. But he tried to save me in battle. Why did you bring us here? His Royal Highness. Why is that? Do you have any lofty goals? I still feel like a pariah like us. It's to cheer up people in positions of authority. Please give me back my friend. Maybe in your eyes, Van was just an insignificant soldier. But he grew up with me. It's my best friend. Love is not refuted. Just put your hand on Damien's shoulder. Blame me, Damien, if necessary. And they hated me. Your friend lost his life to save you. Do you want to do nothing like this? Waiting for your life? Because of this garbage-like commander in front of you. So you have to give up. Friends have given their lives for you in exchange for hope. You should struggle. Revenge should be taken against me. The spiders here should be exterminated. Get out alive. Let me suffer a little more. Damien, you tell me, do you want to destroy that group of spiders? Trying to destroy me. This commander who made you lose a friend. Damien was silent for a moment. An affirmative answer was given. In the eyes of the crowd, this is a great rebellion. But AI sure didn't care. I promise you, as long as you can get out alive, it doesn't matter what time it is. I will die at your hand. Hear this. Lucas still wanted to step forward to block. Was stopped by Ace. If the battle fails, all of us will mourn. But when it comes to that, I'll leave this life to you. This is a promise made in the honor of the royal family. So even if it's just tomorrow, act on my orders. Ace is well aware. When a person loses hope of living, abomination can also be an animal. Even if the object of Darian's hatred is himself. In order to grasp the hope of living, AI did not hesitate to make a promise in the name of the royal family. Leave his life at the mercy of Damien. I'm not going to defend it, because of my fatal error of judgment. So our army is in danger of total annihilation. But if you act according to my plan, to expel the spiders, even if the hope is very slim, we still have a slight chance of winning. So just this once, will you trust me and follow me? This moment, even the commander in front of them. It is the notorious three princes. But everyone's expressions were still extremely determined. The next day was fast approaching. Warcraft is active again. The Spider Legion is coming. The monsters poured in. Is this really okay? Don't worry. Just do what I tell you to do. This time the battle plan is very simple. It's when team members buy time. Look for the Spider Queen who gave them orders. Then blow up the Queen's head with this main cannon. After removing the healing saw, Ash also forcibly added his mana. Even if the other party is the queen, it will also be successfully subdued. The only problem is, the position of the queen is generally in a place where it is not visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Ash has a skill that draws maps. This skill can scan a certain area within a certain range. It appears in front of the user in the form of a mini-map. Although the first time I saw this ability value, Ash himself was taken aback. But luckily, the remaining skill is very useful. But Ash soon found the ground. There is no logo of the boss monster on the map. This means the Spider Queen is still very far away. Meanwhile, Kane was ready to go out of town alone. Although it was time to leave, Ash has taken all the physical strength of the fortress. The potions are all given to him. But Kane didn't know it in his heart. Will I be able to come back alive? And Lily's mission. It's when the spider attacks the fort. Block the intersection with spark skin. Although Lily trembled with fear. But she's still cheering herself on. I can definitely do it. Meanwhile, Lucas was already standing on the walls of the fortress. Under her command, all the soldiers were ready. You have to hold on. We're going to stall for time, until Her Highness repels the queen. Saw that Ash had appeared on top of the fort. He thought it was ready. Lucas immediately ordered to open fire on the monster in front of him. Moment, cannonballs and crossbows rained down on the spider swarm. Lucas sent it to Ash, a signal that everything is going well. But he didn't know. Ash's face was very ugly at the moment. But as a commander, he must calm down and stabilize the morale of the army. And the purpose of the tutorial is not to wipe out the net. So it's not surprising that no markers appear. Even if this time, it's the general attack of Warcraft. There will also be reserves in the rear. Prepare for the unexpected. And the location of the Spider Queen will definitely appear there. The Damien boss is over there. Can you see it? Know that love is the place of the fingers. It's a place where there's not even a shadow of an enemy. I see it. It seems to be a swarm of spiders standing still. There must be a Spider Queen among them. Can you find it? The queen you are talking about is the upper body looks. Is the lower body a monster of a spider? Battles that vary greatly in level and number. One is worn. Glasses are a healer who is responsible for long-range sniping. It all sounds so ridiculous, but it is already the only hope for these people. The direction of the rotating cannon is south-southwest. The precise angle is left to me and Damien. Mana is refilled. You can run at any time. Damien grabbed him. It's up to you to aim for the Queen's head. His Royal Highness. I don't have faith. I've never done anything like this. You suddenly let me serve. Damien, even if you hit the wrong one, it doesn't matter. All the responsibility is on me. Even if you fail, it's okay if everything is ruined. I'm in charge of it all. All you have to do is pull the trigger. Just do that, so that you can avenge half of your friend's revenge. Hear that you can avenge your friend. Damien did not hesitate to pull the trigger. I saw a powerful force pouring out of the muzzle. Flew straight into the plains in the distance. As a mushroom cloud slowly rises. A loud bang also reached everyone's ears. How about this shell hit? Hit. We attacked the monsters right in the middle. For a time, countless veterans surrounded Damien. Even in such a crisis situation, they also did not spare their shells. It turns out that the trait of Damien is clairvoyance. As long as he can see, it's sure to hit. Originally, he was in the game, characters who can't even equip weapons. But now it's on the battlefield. Time. Ash is proud of his plans. But he soon found out. The spider attack did not stop. It stands to reason. If the queen is killed, the spiders should retreat. Come to think of it, Ash immediately grabbed the binoculars and began to check the situation. The cannonball just now did hit the queen accurately. A spider that can stand in front of the queen helped him share too much. After the damage is attacked, the queen let out a roar. Moment, all the spider swarms surged in the direction of the battery. The screen turns. In the woods outside the fortress, there was only one bottle left of the potion that Cain had with him. He could only hide behind a tree, pray that the spider will not find itself. After the queen's order, the spiders all reverse course. Now was Cain's only chance to escape. He was hesitant to take the chance. Meanwhile, Damien has already fired the second shell. Although this time, they also hit the spider queen with precision. But the spiders didn't stop. This means that the queen is still alive. If it's the spider queen in the game scene, it should only take 1 or 2 shots of the artifact. You can hunt it down. Available in the beginner's tutorial Spider Queen. AI is ignorant of his information. And because of the removal of a sniper, the impact on the sound of artillery is also very large. It can also be used less often than expected. As it stands, the Manga cannon can also be used up to 3 times. This means they must eliminate the queen with 3 shells. Otherwise, all that awaits them is death. But nowadays, side effects of Damien's eyes also began to appear. I don't know. Will Damien be able to hold out until that time? The Spider Queen who can be solved with 1 shot in the play. Now he is still unharmed after carrying 2 shots. Today, the Manga cannon can be used up to 3 times. Side effects of Damien's eyes also began to appear. The only good news now is the Central City Wall also supports the Lord, but that's where the Spider Legion's engineers came. And there are scenes that have never been seen in the game before. All the spiders began to crash their bodies into the walls. Be sure to stop them. Focus all your firepower on the besieging spiders. Even all the shells hit the siege soldiers. In the end, he made it to the front of the city wall. And so the walls fell. Siege spiders opened a path for companions with their bodies. Spider ships poured in like a tidal wave. As a veteran gamer, Ace had never seen such an engineering approach. I'll take up arms. Let's go to a layer of support. With the help of Lucas, Ace quickly calmed down. Our mission is to continue to fire at the queen. We have to get to the battery before those guys get to the battery. Destroy the queen. Just like that, after Monet was loaded, Damien fired the 3rd gun. Due to the side effects of clairvoyance, his eyes were already bloodshot. Although this hit the queen equally. But the queen is still alive. Don't hesitate. Immediately reload the next shell. Meanwhile, Lucas has come to the front lines of the war. With his strength, he can easily deal with these spiders. Listen up, everyone. Defend the fort to the death. Protect His Royal Highness. Although with the help of Lucas, spiders don't go straight to the turret. But the obstruction is clear. This won't last long. Although this happens many times in the game, but now the numbers are beating every time. I mean, a living life. Disappear in front of him. The screams of his companions and the smell of blood in the air. It is also constantly undermining their morale. And the Marfa cannon also struck. The soldiers were cooling him down with their bodies. There weren't a few soldiers left with Lucas now. Now, AI sure can't think of it at all. Ways to turn this around. You damn monsters. I am here. Look at me. Elsie quickly notices Cain in the monster pack. By this time, he had already drunk the last vial of blood medicine. Listen to me. I am the Empire. The Night Cain. Almost instantly, all the monsters are pouring towards Cain. The horrific sight made his scalp tingle. That's right, you damn bunch. Come and chase me. Cain saw a stone in front of him. As long as he gets there, he can use his own characteristics. Find out where I am. The voice did not fall. Cain activated the survival rules of the little thief. Wait a minute, Cain. Your remaining stamina. But Cain, who has not been able to activate the trait now, already surrounded by spiders. Damn, I knew I shouldn't have believed him. That's it. Cain was brutally torn to shreds by the monster. Even if Ace is far away from the fort, you can hear the terrible biting sound very clearly. Because of Ace's command error, this is the end of a person's precious life. Cain pulled away our defenses. No one is allowed to take a step back. Be a knight of the Empire. But he is the least daring. Even if it's his unique trait, it is also designed for escape. But he voluntarily gave up the opportunity to escape. At the moment when the monsters poured into the fortress. He's back. Listen to me. I am a knight of the Empire. Pain. He used his life to pull the line of defense for the soldiers. All the soldiers here are because of Ace's words. Lost life. When I was playing this game before, he often depends on the situation. Discard allies as bait. Because that's how this damn game is set up. If you want to save someone, get an item, complete a secondary mission, achieve some kind of achievement, some lives will have to be paid. Ace at that time, there was never any doubt about these things. But nowadays, he understood the meaning of what he had done before. It is also understood that all death is painful. Damn monsters. I tell you to stop. But these monsters didn't stop. Screaming alone can't stop monsters. That's when it happened. A sharp sword struck the monster's body straight into it. What is presumptuous dares to covet it? Your Highness, are you okay? The monster didn't hurt you. Look at the crumbling monsters. AI understood one thing. There's only one way to stop the monster. That's before everyone falls. Wipe it out completely. Your Highness's fourth shell has already been loaded. But the sound of artillery is no longer there. Damien, can you still fire? I'm okay. Your Highness at this time. Blood was already running down the corners of Damien's eyes. But he did not hesitate to fire the shell. Due to the peculiarities of the Damien clairvoyance, the cannonballs flew straight for the queen. See this. Countless spiders pounced on the cannonballs. Attempt to help the queen block this attack with her life. Fortunately, in the end, the cannonball landed on the queen's head with precision. But the damn spider queen is still alive. As the queen's roar reached the fort, the soldiers seemed to be drained of their strength. Slumped on the ground, their efforts turned out to be of no avail to the queen. The sound of artillery has also reached its limit. One more shot of the cannon will explode on its own. Anyway, now we're at the end of our rope. It's better to give up, although Ace didn't want to admit it. But the facts are in front of us. The sound of the cannons was militant and destroyed. The line of defense has also completely fallen. Even the gunners had no way to open their eyes. It's time for it all to end. There is no hope at all. It's not over yet. The attack we just made was absolutely effective. The queen's outer skin has all fallen off. Ace didn't expect it. Scout in this case is still sticking to his post. Just one more shell? Unfortunately, the scout didn't finish the rest of the story. The battery was destroyed by enemy attacks. Ruined to see this scene. Lucas is radical and crazy. With the collapse of the battery, Ace knew it was all over. Can be confused. A figure appeared in front of him. At the time of the collapse of the casemate, Lucas helps Ace block the falling boulder. The sound of artillery was militant and destroyed. The line of defense has also completely fallen. Even the gunners had no way to open their eyes. But in this case, the scout found hope. The Spider Queen's outer skin has fallen off. However, the ensuing attack completely destroyed the fort, just as everything is going to fall into the abyss with Ace. When Lucas helps Ace block the boulder behind him. Your Highness, you are not injured. I should have asked you this sentence. Your Highness, do you remember? That was almost 20 years ago. But Ace doesn't remember. Because he's just a game of possession of this body. Player, when you first made me a guard. Those words to me. Although I can't be an emperor. But I will definitely become in this world the most handsome person. So as my bodyguard. And become the most handsome knight in the world. Even though I was just a kid at the time. But your words especially touch my heart. I remember it until now. So your Highness, I believe in you. That's how things have become. Do you still have to believe me? Whenever. Wherever it is. But that's not the end of the story. Lucas was crushed in the rubble. After a lot of hard work, Ash rescued Lucas. He knows it well. Lucas is the hero of this world. He will bring salvation to this world. So it must not fall here. But now it's more important to take control of the battle first. After some searching, he found the soldiers in Manhwa. The men fainted. But fortunately, it didn't happen. Fatal wounds. But AI was curious as to why he was still alive. Where did those spiders go? Your Highness, I've finally waited for you. I've got you covered. We haven't lost yet. Right, Ace just thought about it. Was stopped by Lily. I can't hold out for much longer. But I can also block the entrance temporarily. The siege spiders will soon break through the walls and flood in. We don't have much time left. Please speed up. At least don't let us die in vain. Ace could only grit his teeth at the moment. Don't let the tears flow. The artillerymen were still stunned for what they were doing. Load the last shell. But Your Highness, I've told you before, the durability of the gun body has exceeded the critical point. The cannon explodes the moment it is fired. Anyway, it goes on like this. We will also be pierced by the spider's stance. Rather than sit back and wait, it's better to fight to the death. How you intend to aim? We can't see it at all. And there is nothing to target the queen. The artillery carriage of the cannon has also been shattered. The cannon can be carried by hand. We don't need to aim, as long as Damien shoots a shell. Go and reload the last shell. That's an order. Although Love does not understand the principle of clairvoyance. But now there is no choice but to believe in him. Damien, this is the last chance. Just launch it again. Please try again. His Royal Highness the Prince. What the hell is the point of us doing this? Anyway, no matter what I do, nothing will change as a result. As long as you hit it again, you can destroy that monster. I'm not talking about that. Even if I pull the trigger again, destroy that Spider Queen. But what can that change? Lily, as a magician, blocked all the spiders for the survivors. She uses her body. It has built a wall to protect Hope. But AI didn't expect to be there. This is the last minute. Damien's faith collapsed completely. She didn't know what the meaning of what she was doing. My friend's class is no longer there. No matter how I get my revenge, she won't come back. No matter how hard I try. Desperate effort. The world will only take everything from me. I don't want to continue. I don't want to live so tired anymore. I also want to move around. Damien, do you think the world is unreasonable? Even if you desperately survive the current crisis, you still feel it too. It's a painful thing to be alive. Don't be stupid. It's a matter of course. If there is difficulty in this world, then he must be at the regional level. It's full of unreasonable and unreasonable things. None of them. It is developed according to our wishes. But this is the world. Do you think everyone doesn't know? We live in such a bleak environment. Is that why we have to give up the attack? You choose to want to give up, and then leave beautifully. Take a good look around you. We must attack until the end of our lives. I will continue to fight. I will keep thinking, and struggle to the last moment of his life. If you want to let it go, then settle yourself with this sword now. But if you are a coward who doesn't have the courage to end himself, that became my trigger. Stop looking for friends who are no longer there. Someone who can get you moving. As long as you have your master, it is enough. Stop giving yourself superfluous meaning to your life. It's my cannon in chess. It's the gun in my hand. My trigger. That's enough. That's when it happened. Axe awakened. Passive skills. Indomitable commander. This is the trigger that commanded me. Go hold the damn cannon. Blow up that damn monster. His Royal Highness. Obey your orders. The last shells have already been loaded. But now there is no way to cool down the barrel. If you can't cool down, don't cool it. It's very hot for me to lift the gun. If you are in direct contact, it's definitely not an ordinary burn. And go into hell after dying. It's better to be burned alive. Damien, are you ready? His Royal Highness. I can't see the front of me. It's okay. My hand is no longer sensible. It's okay. I'll raise the cannon for you. All you have to do is pull the trigger. Hurry up and help your highness. That's it. Those who survived raised this hot hope. But at this moment, siege spiders break down the walls. Damien pulled the damn trigger for me. With the efforts of all, the last hope was launched. The shells flew straight into the distance. Now, the spiders have surrounded the survivors. But there's only 7 they can do now. After all, it's just impossible. Under a collapsed casemate, fire shells at an unseen enemy. But the cannonball was fired at Spider-Woman with precision. Ignore the highs and lows. Ignoring distance. Ignore the myriad of monsters that obscure your vision. It's as if the result that has been predetermined is reproduced. The cannonball struck the Spider Queen's head with precision, knocked off his head very neatly. All the best in it. The last shell successfully hit Spider Queen's head. On the verge of death, Ash recalls his first fan. "Brother, you're amazing. How did you beat it?" His brain was a blur now. I can't remember how I answered him at the time. The next second, a tingling pain brought Ash's consciousness back to reality. His Royal Highness. It's a good idea to take a break for a while. Though, Damien has healed you with magic. But your burns are severe. Heavy. So it will take a long time to fully recover. You've been sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights. I thought you would never wake up. I didn't think we survived. It's all Tony's blessing. After the Queen was eliminated, the Spider Legion stopped where it was. His Royal Highness. We did it. We won. The reinforcements who arrived recovered the bodies of our troops. Also dealt with the spiders that stopped. It's almost done now. Your injuries are severe. Wait until we get back to Crossroad. You need to visit the temple once. But even if it's completely recovered, it should also leave a lot of scars. Scars are nothing compared to lives. Lily, how are you? Your injuries. At the time when my mana was exhausted, a spider scratched my back. It may have hurt the nerves in the lower back, so my lower body can't move. But Your Highness, you don't have to worry about me. I'm already happy to survive. The survivors included 5 artillerymen, and Lucas Damien, and me and you. That's all. To know before the last battle. They have hundreds left. So love is very thick. If at that time, I didn't think of this as a tutorial in the game. If only you could think about it more carefully, a better way. Is it possible to make these people? There's more hope of surviving. His Royal Highness. You don't have to blame yourself too much. You are not God. In that case, there's no way to save everyone. You've done your best. But in the first place, I brought troops here. No one thought of it. Monsters will be decades away. Something that moves on a large scale again. In this case, you still led us to win the battle. So I hope you stop beating yourself off. It was at this time, Lucas slammed the door open and entered. Your Highness, you can wake up. It's so nice to come over. Do you feel uncomfortable in any way? I'm going to call Damien here. You must have been seriously injured, too. Is it really okay to walk around like this? Didn't you know? I was meant to be a strong guy. During this time, a list of those who died was also made. Although the bodies of some people have not yet been found. But all the bodies that were able to be recovered have been sorted out. Then take me to see it. Hearing this, the 2 hurriedly stopped. Ace. They died because of my command. I have to go. Lucas, come and help me. That's it. Lucas carried Ace on his back to the city wall. Here they meet an unexpected person. The 2 didn't expect it either. Damien would stand here alone in a daze. His Royal Highness. You're finally awake. How about your eyes? I'm fine. I've been able to see things clearly since yesterday. Now almost normal vision is restored. To know, all the wounded here were treated by Damien. This means he was out of sight. Regeneration magic used. A teenager who once gave up when he encountered a little setback. After experiencing this life and death battle, on his immature face, there is a maturity that does not belong to this age. During the 3 days that Ash was in a coma, he was out of sight. All the soldiers were treated for their injuries. Ash is clear. He suffered a lot in this battle. Damien, This battle is only possible thanks to you. If you will, I can give you more money to spend, and it won't let you appear on the battlefield in the future. Initially, you were a mercenary, but then you'll be free. His Royal Highness. Didn't you say that? I am the gun in your hand, and I want to know what those monsters are with you. And why did they build those monsters? I don't want anyone like Ban anymore. Die in front of me. So please let me stay with you. So from now on, you'll have to follow me. Because a priest is needed in a place of mourning for the dead. Now go back and think about it. There may not have been a better battle plan than at the time, and things that have already passed. There's no need to dwell on other possibilities. Now that the choice has been made, you have to accept the results. What Ash can do. It's about putting that pressure on your shoulders. Keep moving. After the end of a simple funeral, all bodies are to be recovered and removed. In Crossroad, tens of thousands of people die every year. Their lives are not even as good as they were before the funeral. There is an empty roof to the west of Crossroad. I am ready to bury all of them there and mourn them, and put it on the last day of February every year. It is a day to mourn their sacrifice. Love is how to do it, and not just for these people, also for those. During his repeated game hundreds of times, he was not guilty at all. End all characters in life. This is a form of atonement for players who are fans of the classics. Lucas, I won't fail a second time. I will never fail a second time. It's not early. It's time for us to go back to our base camp. Crossroads. Just like that, under the escort of the support soldiers, the group embarked on a journey back to the city. After 3 days in the carriage, Ehrlich finally couldn't hold it anymore. Lucas, how far is it from Crossroad? In these 3 days, Lucas's answer never changed. Your Highness, we're almost there. You wait a little longer, because it's just too boring. Ehrlich began to look at his system panel. Although this character's ability value is extremely poor, but fortunately after level 5, you can choose your own career. And all the professions within this game can be selected, but AI sure. But I found a profession that I had never seen before. He was curious about what the characteristics of this profession were. In the last battle, he gets a passive ability, Indomitable Commander. This skill can help allies within a 10-meter radius. Immune to psychiatric disorders. Although the effect is very good, but it didn't work in the early days. Because of the abnormal magic of the spirit. It's something that will only come out later. Just as he hesitated, when you want to choose the commander class. We can already see it, Your Highness. Crossroads. Ash looked out the window. A huge fortress appeared before his eyes. Tens of thousands of people die in the city every year. Their lives are worse than even a funeral. Before, this is the fortress that was built at the southern end of the world. Crossroads. Build this fortress. It's to stop the monsters that come out of the Black Lake water. Although it was once the largest fortress of the Empire. But because the number of monsters is gradually decreasing, the army of the Empire was sent elsewhere. And those vacant positions was replaced by mercenaries of varying good and bravery. Due to the rapid development here in recent years, people no longer call it a fortress. Instead, call him Monster Front. And for those mercenaries who value money as their life, this is the path of realization. A city built on graves. This is the last room of humanity, Crossroads. Here is the fortress that Ace sees in the game. It's a lot bigger. At the same time, there is a boom that does not match its size. Anyway, though, Ace's current identity is the Lord here. But as a Lord, he returned to his own territory. But it was not well received by the residents. There were even people constantly pointing at the wagon. It turned out to be in their eyes. Ash was a soldier who abandoned everything. The Lord who fled back in embarrassment. But Ash is also very clear. Words alone can't change their minds. So, he was actually prepared before he came back. Now the carriage is loaded with black spider magic stones. Due to the high level of the black spider, So even for people who don't know the goods, you can see these values. Not because of the magic stone. This time, Ace doesn't bother with financial problems. And in order to make the game go smoothly, relationships with citizens are also very important. Ace happened to know again a way to increase the goodwill of citizens. That is, with gold coins. Fill the empty hearts of the citizens. Soon, the carriage arrived at the Lord's mansion in Crossroad. It's been a hard journey. Lucas with Lucas's support. Ash got out of the carriage, but he was quick. I was intimidated by the luxurious manor in front of me. This is the same as where he lived before. It's a world of difference. That's when it happened. A figure pushed open the door and ran out. It's great that you're back safe and sound. Your lordship. Ash was curious. Who is this person who came out to greet him? It turned out that he was in love. Is an NPC that manages the city in the game. All administrative operations of Crossroad. It all has to be solved through him. I, a lowly servant, have been worried about you. What to do in case of a scar on your bath. I've got a hot bath water ready for you. Dinner was also prepared. You can rest well today. See this gorgeous decor. Ash didn't slow down for a moment. Lucas, go and let the soldiers rest too. And don't think too much about it. Go back and get some rest. But I still want to protect you. Not for today. Waiting for you to rest. Protect me tomorrow. Under the leadership of Ide. Ash came to the bathroom. Since the crossing, Ash barely had a good rest. So, he was ready to take this opportunity to relax. Then again, you're really amazing. Your lordship. I'm not right to call you a lover of classics. Ide, an NPC with a traitorous face. Actually, in the first place, recognize the identity of the Ace Traverser. You're amazing. Classical enthusiast player. For a moment, Ace stopped what he was doing. I really didn't expect you to go through the tutorial that way. It was completely unexpected by me. How would you know these things? Don't you damn guy be. That's right. I'm the director of the game Guardian Empire. Ide's voice didn't fall. Ace's fist had already landed in his face. Because Ace was after receiving his message. Traveled into the game world. Classical enthusiast player. You calm down first. Sorry to invite you here suddenly. The world needs you to save it. But he wasn't done yet. Ace had already pounced on him. Not for a while. Ide fell to his knees with a bruised nose and swollen face. Now let me sort it out. You said, you're the director who messaged me at that time. It's really this game. Not to the director of this world. Then why did you bring me here? Because there is a real end to this world. It's the only ending that no one can achieve. And I'm trying to get there. Reset this world countless times. But I didn't succeed once. So I started asking for help. As he spoke, the scene in front of the two began to change. I transformed the world into a game. It is then shown to players in other worlds. Those players passed a lot of squares that I didn't expect. Law opens up new possibilities. It's a pity that no one has reached the real ending. Me too. I didn't even know anything like that existed. Although you didn't reach the real ending. But you have accomplished great things that no one can accomplish. Hell, Iron Man mode so far. You're the only one who can complete the game. By my judgment, you are the player with the highest probability of success. That's why I invited you here. You're kidnapping. And let me possess this guy. That's actually a bug. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. In short, if you can achieve the real ending, I'll reward you. Classical enthusiast player. I will fulfill one of your wishes. If you hold me accountable. Actually, my existence is similar to the things of this world. So when you return to your original world, a great gift for you. It wasn't hard for me. Is it okay to do anything? Can 10 billion in cash also be given to me? It's just 10 billion. 100 billion is no problem. Although what Ide is saying now is very similar to what he is saying. But ACE does have a lot of things it wants to achieve. It should be said that it is a wish that must be realized. Don't you have a wish you want to achieve? And it is also a desire that is more important than money. One you once thought was unattainable. So I gave up on the dream, right until this point. Ace only knew. I'd is after a thorough understanding. I called myself over. He knew that Elsie was regretting something. He also knows. AI sure has always lived with that regret. I can help you make that dream come true. That dream is long over, since he's still in his heart. It shows that the dream has not failed. He's still waiting for you there. If love is the true end of this world, he can get everything he wants from I'd. But AI was curious. If I'd had that ability, why not figure it out yourself? It turns out that I'd now has a lot of restrictions. In this world, he is just an ordinary human being. So, he will seek out players from other worlds to help him. But if Ace fails halfway, he will die in this world. It's a real world here, so you have to remember that you only live once. After all, I've cleared the Hell Iron Man mode. Ace still knows this kind of thing. If you want to go back to Earth now, I can send you back too. Actually, when you were first invited to come here, I just wanted to ask you that question. But because of those things that happened later, I never had a chance. Make your choice. You want to challenge the real ending of the level. Get the opportunity to make your wishes come true. Or do you want to go back to not be life-threatening? Stable and calm daily life. Classical enthusiast player. I follow your choice. Although AI really wants to go back. But nowadays, the opportunity to realize his dream was right in front of him. And he also cleared the Hell Iron Man mode. It is equivalent to his omniscience in the world. So he felt like he had to clear it again. It shouldn't be very difficult. It's just a little thing. Just let me try it. I'm going to take it seriously and try hard. So you have to help me too. And you don't forget either. If you see the real ending, it's about to make my wish come true. Of course I'm fine. You can call me like a dog now. That's before tomorrow morning. You go and sell all the black spider patterns. But it's almost night. The market should also be closed. If you want to do it, you will do it quickly. It doesn't matter what method you use. Deal with it tomorrow. I want to see the corresponding amount before I do it. However, there are 388 black spider modes, even according to the market price. That's also a lot of money. What do you want so much money for? Isn't there no one on my team yet? Of course, it's used to draw cards. Early the next morning, Ash took Lucas to the mercenary guild. Yesterday, I'd finished processing the pattern. Ash now has ample funds. So, he decided to simply do a 100-game draw today. When the two of them arrived at the door of the mercenary union, there was already a noise coming from inside. Lucas, looks like we're having a bit of luck this morning. As he spoke, Ash kicked the door open, with a glare of sunlight shining into the room. All the mercenaries looked in unison towards the door. Where did this stinky boy come from? Don't you want to live? Damn bastards. How dare you stare at me? I am your future employer. I don't think you want to live. The crowd quickly recognized it. The man in front of him is the famous Three Princes. Ash ignored the men's gazes. He's scouting for the right talent. In this game, the strength of the character ranges from N to SSR, with a total of 4 rarities. The higher the rarity, the stronger the character. That's when it happened. Ace saw a man. His body shone with a purple glow. His Royal Highness, welcome, came to the Crossroads branch of the Continental Mercenary Union. Rin raised 10 carts of gold bars overnight, just to go to the Mercenary Union for a 100 draw. I didn't expect to just come in. I'm at the role of an SR. Can the mercenary tell me your name? My name is Jupiter. It's my pleasure to meet you. I haven't seen you in this uniform. Where is this? It was the military uniform of the Eberberian Empire. This is a style from a few decades ago, so you haven't seen it very much. Normally, you turned out to be a soldier of the Empire. I have been in the army for 30 years. He used to serve as the Imperial Magic Legion, captain of Team 2. After retiring, he has been relying on mercenaries until now. After retiring from the army, he still appears in the Empire. What a good example for a military man, and not just for the Empire, because it depends only on the annual salary of retired soldiers. Life will be tight. It's far away. Your Highness, have you come here for something? Come to the Mercenary Guild. Is there any other reason? Of course, it's to hire powerful mercenaries. Your Highness, didn't they come to buy a shield that died for you? Hear this. Lucas was about to draw his sword. However, he was stopped by Ash. The results of the war of His Highness at the forward base. Now it's been rumored. For your first battle, it seems that it has paid a small price. We are indeed people who take money to do things. But we are not fools who dig our own graves. We don't want to follow a childish commander. Give up your life. It makes a lot of sense. But aren't you here to sell your life? Because you have no choice but to die. And now you are telling me that you are afraid of losing your life. He also said that he was not a fool who dug his own grave. Pig Pete Green, those words are a little strange, right? Although your resume is gorgeous. But the reason why you retreated, isn't it because it's hiding from the army? Did you get caught in a small move? What you do? What is the difference between digging a self-digging grave? From military corruption to smuggling with enemy countries. You've been found with the handle. Only then was he driven out of the army. Do this. He actually wore a military uniform on his body. You're so thick-skinned. Pig Pit is light. The embodiment of corruption. Fallen soldiers. A retired man who was erased of the shame of all his exploits. As combatants, though, his strength is unquestionable. A lightning warlock, known as the heroine of the women's house. Pigpit, though the results were not perfect. But I'm proud. I was a soldier of the Empire. Please be careful when you speak. I want to ask you a question. How much is that pride of yours worth? How much money do you have to give you to be my hound? Although it looks SOSO. But I'm very expensive. I now have 100,000 a year. Adele, 200,000. I'll give you double. 200,000. Perhaps this is a large amount for the annual salary of a mercenary. But for the three princes of the Empire, it's not worth mentioning at all. If you could buy SR with money. So, how much money to spend is in the way? I will buy it. Your fear of death. I will pay you double your base annual salary in a lump sum. Cowards who don't want to die hurry away. However, if you want to make a big profit, you really own coins. Then tonight to the west side of Crossroad. Of Holdings. As soon as he arrived at the mercenary union, he was subjected to cynicism. But not only did he not get angry. Instead, the mercenary will be paid double the salary. If there are real mercenaries who want to make a fortune, then tonight to the west side of Crossroad. After all this is done in the open space. In the way, they came to the temple. Here he was treated by the Holy Maiden. The treatment is over, but it will still leave a shallow scar. The saint who treated him was none other than an R-class hero. The ultimate healer, Malhalata. When certain conditions are met in the future, you can invite him to join the team. But Ace didn't come this time with that purpose. Then follow what we said before. I have no mission at the moment for the priests. They have called Damien since they came back. It has also been arranged here by Ace. Then let's go. There's still a lot to do today. It's going to be busy. It was this evening, from the forward base. The coffin procession reached the west side of Crossroad. The bodies of some will sleep here forever. Others remain on the battlefield forever. Methodically increased military personnel, as well as the ground erections that cover each coffin. There is also the massive St. Gogo team. In this city, it is rare to see such a formal funeral. The most striking is the soil given to the bereaved family of the deceased. People who were intimidated by the amount of money kept talking about it. Eventually, the news spread among the townspeople. AI is not the idea of packaging this thing. It's a show, a very reasonable performance. Started wanting them to know. Fight on the front lines here. Should be considered one. A noble task dedicated to humanity. Grass and flowers are ahead. You may also die on the front lines in the future. Not only does this cemetery have new graves every week, and there will also be the singing of the challenge. But I'm going to tell you, Your sacrifice is more expensive than survival. All funeral expenses and compensation for the deceased is a huge number. Only this time, AI sure will sell half of the funds of the model. Throw yourself in. Therefore, death must not be degrading and common. I will do my best to keep you alive. No matter what method is used, I'll save you, so that you can charge on the front line. So please don't fall down easily. You must live to come to me for a paycheck, and not let me put the money. It is used at your funeral. And so AI's sure speech ended. He didn't care. How will the citizens perceive this speech? Maybe they will consider this an excuse from an incompetent commander, or the profligacy of a mad lord. But none of that matters, because in this place, no one is more capable than him. Ace knew it was time to clear Scene 1. He took Lucas with him that night, came to the backyard of Lord Crossrod's mansion. Ace didn't hesitate. The portal was immediately activated. I saw a pile of messy stones floating into the air one by one. The next second, a portal full of magical power appeared in front of the two of them. Your Highness, what the hell is this? This is the door that leads to the dungeon below the lake. That is a place where you can freely access the enemy's base camp. In the last second, the funeral of the fallen soldiers was still being held. The next second, it's time to take Lucas to the monster's base camp. But Ace wasn't an object sent by the monster to the human side. It's because Defend the Empire. It is a game that combines two ways to play. The scene where monsters flock to Crossrod. It's a defense tower. And when the enemy did not attack, explore dungeons to find out the roots of the monsters. It's attacking the dungeon. AI is looking back on all the experiences since I got here. Although everything did not go so smoothly. But it's actually a good start. There is not only Damien, who can be called a cheating character. Jupiter was also awarded as an F2 wide area attacker. Plus, there is still enough money in hand. Arguably, I've never had such a great start. Eris explained the rules to Lucas. And tell him, now it's time to scout for the next enemy. Your Highness, I understand everything you say. But look at Lucas like this. Ehrlich was actually a little suspicious of him. The prince, who had served all his life, suddenly changed his temperament. It is also constituted to the city, which I came to for the first time, and whether there are dungeons or not. Obviously, these things are very suspicious. But Lucas has always followed Ehrlich silently. Lucas, don't you have anything to ask me? Hear this. Lucas's eyes suddenly became serious. Eris was also worried that he would not be able to answer him. I will only do what you tell me. There is no doubt about it. I am your sword. It's also your shield. So I will only attack on your orders and resist danger. Ash is clear. Lucas couldn't have no doubts. But what he meant by what he just said, it's telling Ash. Even if you have doubts in your heart, you will also believe it. Ash is good. Lucas, are you ready to go into hell with me? Just with you. Even if you have to go to the bottom of hell. I don't want to give up. In this way, Aishi chose the only destination. Lake Waterpier. With a flash of dazzling light, the two disappeared in place. The stone that was still exuding magic just now also restored to its original state. The two of them at the time of their appearance. It's already before a lake. The black lake in front of you is the root of the monsters. It's held to unleash nightmares. It is also an underground city located in the south of the world. That's when it happened. There is a change in the water of the lake. A passage suddenly appeared on the surface of the lake, which had just been calm. Then one hand came out of the ground. The next enemy will be these ghost riders. See this scene in front of you. Love is completely panicked. He had thought about it. A variety of monsters that will appear in the first scene. Even if the enemy is a wyvern, he can also take it. But in all enemies, the last thing he wanted to face was Ghost Rider. Originally, those guys are the monsters we're trying to stop this time. That's when it happened. A prompt comes from the system. They will face 1,000 Ghost Riders. There is also an enemy with unknown information. Lucas also noticed the change in Ace on the side. Your Highness, are you all right? Your face is very bad. Is it uncomfortable somewhere? As everyone knows, Ace has expected it. What will happen next? Crossroads. It's really going to be over this time. The enemy is the mighty wyvern. The division will not have the slightest fear. But the enemy is a huge number of ghost knights. Apprenticeship in the previous game. Just meet Ghost Rider in Scene 1. Will not hesitate to reset the game. Ghost Riders are monsters made of armor. The main body is an undead in armor. They are very resistant to physical attacks. Although from the middle of the game, in the case of having a variety of equipment, they can be easily resisted. But now the situation is, there are almost no of them. Equipment that can block Ghost Riders. Ace seemed to feel some kind of malice. A feeling that someone was deliberately getting in his way. And it's only 3 days since the scene starts. Let's go back first. Lucas them. Now only all the methods that can be guarded against will be possible. Try them all. After returning to the mansion, Ace immediately inquired about the strength of the troops in Eid City. A total of 526 troops can be sent to the front. Most of the troops were lost in the tutorial, and there are no more troops in the city that can be replenished. Then send a hairpin to other cities to borrow troops. Zhou Xing gave them twice the standard. You're also going to send a hairpin to the royal family in your country. Tell them, the monsters are starting to move. The maximum number of reinforcements must be requested. Your lordship, are you sure you want to do this? If I apply for support from the Empire now, later on some kind of deadly scenario will arise. That will be for a later date. We have to survive now and go to the city. All the craftsmen and alchemists called. But in that case, the work in the machining mode is paused. The city is going to be finished. Is the processing mode more important than that? Suspend processing. Arrest them all. Love is to be aware of the difficulty of this world. Probably harder than the games I've played before. Although he has not yet decided. It's set, but now there is no time for him to think about it. The harder the game, the more variables have to be created. So Ehrlich decided to compete. Choose to become a commander. Almost immediately, the system congratulated Ehrlich. Can be a second. Ehrlich felt like something was wrong with his body. It turns out that the growth rate of Eichel's ability value has decreased by 50%. And that's not all. Equipment proficiency has also decreased by 50%. Time. Ehrlich couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand. Why does this profession appear by negative effects? But the next second, a series of pop-ups calmed him down. It turned out that after being transferred to a commander, he could provide positive effects to all allies. Even if AI sure is just standing on the battlefield, can increase the offensive and defensive capabilities of allies at the same time. So, AI sure can understand why the negative effects occur. And that's not all. Commander-specific class system. It will also be based on the professional composition of the team members. Provides additional stats. For the lover who used to be a gamer, this is arguably the best career. But things didn't always go smoothly. Would you like to explain to me what this is all about? Because no one has responded to your call for orders. So I can only urgently dismiss the people in charge. Here it is, please. Rewards for the hardest mode of the game. It's just a profession with negative effects. But AI Sure, who got this job, was extremely excited. It turns out that this class can be matched according to the team. Provides different kick-ups for team members. Even if AI Sure didn't give anything. As long as he stands on the battlefield. To provide buffs to all allies. But he didn't expect it. Al-Eid gave him unity again. It turned out that Ace issued a solicitation order and did not get the call of the craftsman. So I'd had to do it in his own way. Invite them over. You stinky boy. Do you only kidnap people every time you call someone? Why did you bring me here all of a sudden? That's how you tied us here. If something goes wrong with the machining work, will you be responsible? Even if you're royal. You can't do that. That's it. Ace could only apologize to them in his own way. Are you guys looking for a fight? He was screaming in front of me. Don't you know who I am? I am the prince of this country, also the lord of the city. If I call you over, even if it's to crawl over, it's as it should be. How dare you break my heart? Are you all tired of living? I'm sorry, Your Highness. This is the first time we have served a royal lord. But after listening to AI Sure's words, several people couldn't believe there too. I will collect the magic stone from the army, sell it to you for 20% at the original price. If there is a direct way to get the magic stone, it should be beneficial to you too. But I'll just give instructions from now on. You must give priority to the production of military supplies. Of course, I will also pay exactly what is paid for production. Well, this should be a good deal. Ash's purpose. It is to use money and benefits as bargaining chips to persuade him, because all he has left is money. Of course, we're going to have to make a deal with the Lord. When to start? What to do? Ash was glad. Money, always the most valuable thing in this world. After this, Ash called the city's heroes. You should have listened to Lucas. There is a legion of 1,000 ghost knights. An attack is underway towards Crossroad. They'll be there in about 2 days. Except for Lucas. Everyone present was amazed. Your Highness, what should we do next? Of course you have to do what you can. Now let me tell you what you should do. Lucas, you are responsible for the position of Commander-in-Chief of the forces. Now all the soldiers are very scattered. You're going to be in charge of getting it in order within 2 days. His Royal Highness. I'm sorry now, Lily, but I can't do without your help right now. But you don't have to go to the front line. So don't worry. You are responsible for guarding the city, the cultivation of artifacts, supervising the will. After this time of getting along, Ash has decided. Let Lily work in the city for the rest of her life. I have just one question for you, Your Highness. If you want to see me as an old man, be positive. Is that going to have to raise my annual salary? It turns out that Jupiter's trait is goldenrod. So he's an out-and-out money junkie. And he's going to be in this fight. Served as a commando captain. You got this thing for Damien. This is something I have for you. Due to the peculiarities of the Damien clairvoyance. So he was going to take the post of long-range sniper. Prepare for the battle that follows. AI has assigned their tasks to everyone. But he was most worried. Or Damien, who served as a sniper. Because this position is not his job after all. Then again, Damien, where are your glasses? Actually, I wore glasses because I deliberately wanted to make my vision worse. But now my glasses are useful, so I don't wear it anymore. Seeing that the crowd did not have news because of the enemy. Lose one's head. AI also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After the end of the operational meeting, I came to the wall south of Crossroad. Saw it coming. The craftsman also put down the work at hand. What is the condition of the city walls? The condition is not very good. After all, it has fallen into disrepair. Since the name is a fortress city, isn't repairing the city wall the basics? Why just throw it here? It doesn't matter. That's because of a lack of budget. Monster appearances are reduced. Causes the number of magic stones to be collected to decrease. As a result, the previous lord reduced his budget. Fortress. Didn't you see it to stop the monsters? It is okay to use as many materials as you want and how much budget you have. Be sure to reinforce and repair to an exaggerated degree. Hurry up and get started. The monsters are still heading towards the city. After leaving the city walls. In the way, we came to the lumber factory. I should have heard the news. What you're going to do these 2 days is the wall. It's about that high. It is enough to be in the way. I'm sorry. Your Highness, the monsters can easily smash the curtain wall. I don't need to be able to stop the monsters. Solid walls. All you have to do is what I tell you to do. It's good to make a wall out of trees. Don't worry. These facades will be of great use when the time comes. So stop complaining. Hurry up and get to work. In the following time, everything is going on in an orderly manner. Time flies. At this point, there are only 30 minutes left before the scene starts. The scout was keeping an eye on the woods outside the city. That's when it happened. He noticed something unusual in the woods. Monsters appeared. There was a split second. The entire fortress began to get nervous. Don't be afraid, everybody. I will fight with you on the front lines. Those guys are shrimp soldiers and crab generals. It's just a lot of it, and we are the most powerful army in the south of the empire. The defense of the city was perfectly prepared. The equipment is also in very good condition. We can completely repel the enemy. Don't worry, everyone. Go and fight as I command. Because of that case, we can raise a glass tonight to celebrate. But that being said, the mourner knew it very well in his heart. Legion of Ghost Knights. It is the most difficult monster to deal with in the initial stage. And the defenders of the city did not. It's been a wandering, low-level mercenary. Due to the time constraints, they weren't prepared at all. But these circumstances could not be told to the soldiers defending the city. Ace could only keep all this silently in his heart. He could only pray. Pigpit can be in this fight. Use your skills to the fullest extent. Little ones, it's time for us to play. All monsters have the same principle of action. Destroy the enemies in front of you. If there are no other obstacles, they basically wiped out humanity at the shortest possible distance. And move like this. The trajectory of their movements is easy to predict, so it's easy to fall into the trap. It's a pity that due to lack of time, the trap didn't dig too deep. Meet the most difficult monsters in Scenario 1. Love is a trap that is laid out in advance around you, although the trap is not deep enough. But now it's enough. Pigpit is you goddamn monsters right now. Just let me and old man make a lot of money. With that, Pigp used the purification zone. It's a pity. There are simply too many Ghost Riders. The shared damage isn't enough to take him out. Dare to provoke me a group of things that don't know how to respect the elderly. I saw the monster that had just hit the purification area. A flash of thunder came out of his body. The lightning around Jupiter also gradually turned blue. Old boys, today's dinner is fried crops. Smash them all for me. As he spoke, Pigpit slammed his hand to the next one. Countless lightning bolts in the air, as if in response to Pete's gaze. See a scene like this. The morale of the soldiers on the city walls was also boosted. Originally, Pigpit first used a skill to mark the monster, then apply it to the identification object with 2 skills. There is no way to dodge. Jupiter. The performance in this battle is undoubtedly very impressive. Unfortunately, there are plenty of Ghost Riders. There are more than 1,000 of them, even if it was hit hard, but they still continue to move towards the city for eternity. Pigpit, don't fall in love. Retreat immediately. Pigpit heard this, immediately led the assault team to retreat. Behind the 5 of them, it's a dense network of Ghost Riders. These monsters have no fear of death, even if the companions around him fell. They don't stop either. Old boys, run fast for me. Don't look back. Just run forward. They brought in the monsters. Ready to get started with my plan? Pigpit, just do what I instruct you to do. Soon, the members of the assault team are about to be overtaken by the Ghost Knights. But Ace prayed for them in his heart. There is no way. Good thing for the members of the commando. Eventually, it retreated behind the curtain wall. Up to now, everything is going smoothly according to Ace's plan. Next, it's time for these facades to play their part. These Ghost Knights. There is no ability to think for themselves at all. They will only instinctively pursue the humans in front of them, so they don't destroy the curtain wall in front of them. When huge troops poured into the crowded gaps, the width of their columns narrowed. I know you've been waiting a long time. Soldiers of the Empire, don't say from now on. Shoot all the shells. Moment. The artillery on the walls began to fire one after another. Ghost Riders huddled together. There was simply no time to react. They can only watch. The shells are getting closer and closer to themselves. In the end, it was completely submerged in the explosion. That's the basics of tower defense game strategy. By way of forcing enemy lines. Achieve the purpose of slashing. Shoot all the shells for me. Be sure to keep shooting hard. At this time, the light of the fire in front of them gave people a sense of great rest. And so it goes. We should be able to win. Those monsters can't get through there now. No, it is not too early to tell. I saw a ghost rider in it. Suddenly a monster with a shield in his hand appeared. They stand in the way, withstood the fierce artillery. Such an attack really couldn't defeat him. What a tough bunch. Artillery fire raged among the monsters. Just when everyone thought it would be easy to win, the sudden appearance of shield soldiers shattered their illusions. Fortunately, Ace had long expected this to happen. Lily is now. Quick launch is. His Highness launched. Gravitational field artifacts. The alchemist heard. Get started today. A terrifying gravitational force. Inflicted on top of the shield man. Those guys are getting slower. Lucas is His Highness. Bed crossbow troops. I prepare it all. The soldiers on the city walls heard this. Get started today. Almost instantly, all the bed crossbows were aimed at the center of the battlefield. Aim for the galaxy in the chests of those guys. Bed crossbow shooting. As soon as the words fell, one by one, the powerful crossbows shot out. Easily pierced through the shield. Destroyed their core. This is the second of the battle plan. Stack damage by crisscrossing shelling. Then finish with artifacts and bed crossbows. So far, it seems that everything is going well. Some of His Highness's guys have come around the wall. It turns out that the number of enemies is too much. Crowds of people. Squeeze them out of the planned route. Jupiter, you're in charge of stopping it. Ghost Knight coming from the right side of the curtain wall. Use sprinting to match tactics. Be sure to stop them. Follow your instructions. His Highness said. Jupiter led the assault team to the curtain wall. Take the right of those monsters that have been squeezed out, and rush straight at them. Damn monsters. Didn't I say that you should respect the elderly? Now, there is Jupiter on the right side. It's already reassuring. Finish. Now you still have to worry about the enemies on the left. It's Demian's turn for you to play. Shoot the guys rushing in on the left. They must not be allowed to approach the walls. Damian was scared, though, but the moment of aiming at the enemy, his eyes changed. Without any hesitation, Damian pulled the trigger in his hand. The swordsman flew towards the Ghost Knight at an eerie angle, directly pierced the monster's spirit river. Although Ace knows, the characteristics of Damian are no different from cheats. But seeing that he can hit the galaxy with a single catapult, I still can't help but be a little surprised. Nowadays, there are artillery beds, crossbows, and artifacts on the front. On the right is Pete the Lightning Warlock. On the left, there is a Damian comparable to a plug-in. Unconsciously, the number of enemy losses has reached 500. And so it goes. It should be easy to win. But at this time, Ace spotted the changes in the battlefield. It was something he had never seen in a game before. The apprentice suddenly remembered. When the enemy's losses reach 500, the boss monster of the Ghost Knight Legion will appear. So this monster in the air is the Undead Knight. This is where the weird strengths of these monsters lie. Although the strength of the Legion itself is also very strong. But after knocking it off, boss monsters will appear just like in the second phase. But now Ghost Knight is not repulsed. The Undead Knight will also have no action. He's just floating in the air stupidly. But Ehrlich forgot one thing. This is not a game. It's reality. It's just a huge virtual that suddenly appeared. It was enough to send the soldiers into a panic. The Ice Knight Legion has not been completely repulsed. But as a boss, the Undead Knight appeared. Even if he just floated in the air and didn't move, the human soldiers were still terrified by him. And this, it was the only thing that was overlooked in the Elchlik battle plan. Large. The great alien gives humanity the most primitive horror. His appearance led to a sharp reduction in frontline firepower. And it's not just humans. Animals are also affected by undead knights. This is something that no one expected. Pigpit, who was the captain of the commando team. The frightened horse fell to the ground. Not far away is the Ghost Rider. If Pig Pete once fell, the entire line of defense will be destroyed. But those guys have already rushed over in order to destroy the living humans in front of them. Moment of truth. Members of the commando team stepped forward. The implication is clear, though. Their strength is not worth mentioning at all in front of monsters. His Highness now needs to use artillery and fire net support. The Jupiter team, you can't kill it. Disappear the words. There will be more guys escaping from there. The appearance of the undead knight. Let Ash's battle plan be full of holes. The firing of cannons and bed crossbows stopped. There was once a web of fire without a single crevice. Also relaxed instantly. Find a way to fix the fire net first. The soldiers have all lost their souls. Now, Ace could only pray that Pig Pit could hold on a little more. Meanwhile, Pete finally wakes up from her coma. The sharp pain in his body told him. He's alive. Pig Pike-chin, you're finally awake. Pig Pike-chin, time is running out now. What the situation? Such a chaotic scene. It seems that now is not the time to lie down and rest. Rescue teams are coming soon. We'll have to stick with it until that time. But he wasn't done yet. A Ghost Rider rushed towards Pig Pit. The man immediately brandished the meteor hammer in his hand. Fought off the monsters. But even the monster's helmet has been deformed. But he still didn't fall. He actually took a hammer from me. No dead hairy kid yet. Watch behind you. It's a pity. The man was still pierced by a long hair. He clearly remembered what was behind him. The monster has been dealt with. But it's too late to say anything. It's over. You damn monsters. Just as Pig Pit prepares to cast her magic. But I felt a strange feeling. Probably because of an injury just now. His magic is uncontrollable. When a mage can't use mana, he can only watch. One by one, the players fell. In this case, the mercenary's faith collapsed. Without a hint of hesitation, the man dropped his shield and fled. But he forgot. The last thing you can do on the battlefield, it is to leave the back to one's enemies. The small line of defense, maintained by the commandos, was completely dismantled. Jupiter smelled the Ghost Rider in front of him. The smell that comes out, the smell of rust and the smell of water spoilage are mixed together. It's the smell of drowning. You should stay under the lake. Is that so unwilling to let me, an old woman? Did you get your annual salary? In the case of extreme anger, Jupiter used his magic again. Kill the monster in front of you with just one blow. But he was well aware. This time, it didn't even have 1/4 of the usual power. He knew he was really done this time. One by one, the members of the echelon fell. Magicians can no longer use magic as before. In front of him is a monster. Jupiter knows. His life is finally coming to an end. You can go too. Then the total annihilation. It is one that can save one. I'll use my magic to buy you time. The old boy took advantage of this time to run. How can I go? That's the best way to do it. Grandma, you're a magician. Mercenary, survival rule 2. Be sure to keep up with our magicians. And to run away without a war horse. Destroy the support around you. You have a higher chance of surviving. Although this statement sounds very childish. But the tactics of this little mercenary really worked. He didn't think about destroying the Ghost Rider in front of him. Instead, keep your distance by knocking them back with a spear. I'm going to stop them anyway. Get ready for your next spell. Though, Damien also aided them on the city walls. But it's not enough to stop those guys. It was only when he finally gathered together. When you have enough magic to summon lightning. The whole body of the little mercenary is attacked by the monsters with guns. You damn bunches. Jupiter constantly vents his anger through lightning. But it was already too late. If only he could gather mana a few seconds faster. Will you be able to save this young child? Jupiter is too old. There is no way to sacrifice these people anymore. Keep them in mind one by one. Feed the hairy boys. Do you remember the first rule of mercenary survival? Jupiter's voice was heard. The boy turned his head with difficulty. Don't accept the task of giving a lot of revenge inexplicably. I'm sorry, mother. I'm sorry I shouldn't. Old boy, your rules of survival are all wrong. Becoming a mercenary in that way will not succeed. If you want to make a name for yourself as a mercenary, just don't pick it up. Very dangerous. Instead, they should be given tasks with a generous honorarium. And as much as possible, stay away from those damn magicians. Because of these damn magicians will rob you of your merits. But most importantly, if you want to live, don't be a mercenary in the first place. I can't believe I don't even have the magic to light a fire. I thought I could get a high annual salary. Blessed. It's over. It seems that I am also an unqualified mercenary. The time goes back to 3 minutes ago. Ace directs Lucas to abandon the rescue. Because in this way, the situation is only to stabilize the morale of the army. Only then can there be hope to keep. You idiots. It all cheered me up. Don't scream at that monster's size. As soon as the words fell, the soldier is like being beaten with chicken blood. Ace realized this may be because of their own skills that produce smiles. Come to think of it, he immediately called Lucas. I'm in charge of sedating the soldiers and repairing the kills. And you shall go out through the gates. Bring Jupiter's team back. Ace is well aware. Let Lucas go out of town alone. This is a very reckless order. But Lucas did not hesitate. Alone in danger. Cheer me up, everybody. All sober me up. Cass went out of town alone. Rush into the crowd of monsters. Just to be able to leave the commando members outside. Brought it back, but he didn't know it. Now the commando team is left with only Pete Pig. And he's ready to sacrifice. Jupiter Light, please stand still and do not move. The voice did not fall. Lucas was clean. Kill the surrounding monsters. His timely appearance gave Jupiter hope to live. But Lucas, if only it could have been earlier. Maybe it's all there. Lucas didn't say anything. Directly pulled Jupiter onto the horse. Then his legs slammed into his hands. Accelerated and fled from here. The monster behind him saw this. They threw their weapons one after another. Attempts were made to use these spears to stop the two men from escaping. But Lucas understated. The crisis in front of us was solved. The young knight. You're really powerful. Would you like to see my granddaughter in the future? He was a very delicate girl. If you still have the strength to make a joke, please use magic to restore your body first. In order to use magic, there are still a lot of monsters left. Even so, I still want to thank you for saving me. You don't have to thank me. I'm just doing what your highness commands. But Lucas was also annoyed. If only your horse could run faster. Regretted things. Let's wait until those monsters are destroyed. It's been a long time since I'm an old man. It's also been a long time since I've been provoked like this. Due to the indomitable commander this skill. The slashing array directly ahead has been fixed. Jupiter also returned safe and sound. It seems that everything is going in a good direction, but the obscuration was in the way for a moment. Lost 4 valuable hero characters. Ash realized, I believed too much in my previous gaming experience. It's a real world, so he had to think about more things. For example, the curtain wall will burn due to the spread of artillery fire. The monsters had broken through the curtain wall and rushed towards them. In the end, it will be necessary to fight through the walls. Ash originally planned. It is through firepower that you can clear this scene. The good news is, the number of Ghost Riders is only 1/4. At least so far. This battlefield is still under Ash's grasp. Your Highness, I have rescued Pigpit. Although Lucas didn't like the old man in front of him, but he was well aware. It's wise to have a good relationship with a magician. It's great that you came back alive. Your Highness, I don't have the face to see you. I, an old man, made a mistake. I made innocent young people die in vain. I'm really heartbroken. It's not your fault. No one expected a monster to suddenly appear in the sky. I didn't expect the horses to be frightened and run away. No, that's my fault. At my age, still standing on the battlefield, then you need to know how to deal with it. So it's up to me to make up for the mistakes I made. I'm going to kill that guy with my own hands. Then you now have to focus on recovering yourself. Because I need your strength right away. At this time, the monsters continued to pour towards the city walls. The artillery fire was still tilting towards the monsters. Pause shooting. Now there is no point in killing. The creatures kept charging towards the walls. But the commander ordered to stop running. But it's not that Ash has given up resistance. It's because they are to leave their strength to the strongest enemy. Damien, you also rest for a while. But the monsters are still advancing. You'll need to hunt more powerful monsters. Take advantage of the rest. It is necessary to hurry up and recover. By this time the monsters had reached the city walls. Although the walls were not pierced, but the monsters climbed up the walls, all ready for a white-knuckle battle. After hearing the command, the soldiers took their weapons. Stand by the walls. From now on, it's a game that doesn't use magic. Rather, it is through the body to block the enemy's battle. But that's the real war. As the monsters approached step by step, the soldier's heart was in his throat. But they can't do it yet. They have to wait until the most opportune moment. The time to completely destroy the enemy is now. The fallen soldier heard this. Immediately bring the prepared bucket to the wall. That was during the fortification of the city walls. All kinds of miscellaneous items left, just in case. Ace left these things on the city wall in advance. Although there are quite a few monsters, because of the impact that fell to the ground, it was torn apart. But the remaining monsters stood up intact once again. Even with such a heavy blow, they will still climb up the walls. Use your spear to stop those guys as much as you can. Ehrlich, Jupiter must now be adjusted to the main member. Since there are now 2 mages in the team's magic attack is increased by 20%. It's just a pity that the monsters have now climbed the city wall. Now the soldiers have to use themselves. Body and monsters in hand-to-hand combat. Look at the monster in front of you that keeps roaring. Eth didn't know if his soldiers would be able to do it. After all, there is a fight against monsters. You have to overcome your deepest fears. That's when it happened. A golden light shone above the city walls. I'm here to destroy them. You just have to do your best to stay in your position. With Lucas's encouragement, the soldiers immediately perked up. See a scene like this. Aishi breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if you can't overcome your fears, all that awaits them is death. Lily launched. Next artifacts. It was His Highness who initiated. Hister artifacts. So, action speed of all allies. Speeds up by 5% over 5 minutes. Plus the buff list borne by the AI sure profession. Human soldiers. Finally, I have the capital to fight monsters in a white-knuckle battle. But AI is well aware of the gap between the two. After all, only ordinary soldiers. It's simply no match for monsters. Someone who can really make the difference in this battle. It's the heroes with traits and skills. One of Lucas's skills is called Strike of the Will. Just destroy more enemies. The damage of this skill will become higher. With this skill alone, and he took down half of the wall. But for him, it is impossible to want to defend the entire city wall. As the minutes passed, the wounded among the soldiers are constantly increasing. But these ghost knights are even injured. It will not affect their combat effectiveness either. Demian also wants to join the fight, was stopped by Ace, because he still has to leave his stamina to deal with the undead knight. That's the only way. In order to minimize the casualties of soldiers. Just when Aishi was at a loss, a flash of fire illuminated the city walls. The department has climbed the walls. The soldiers were forced to engage them in hand-to-hand combat. As an SSR hero, Lucas alone had half of the city wall under his hands. Available over time, the number of wounded soldiers is constantly increasing. But at the moment, Ace didn't have anything to do. That's when it happened. A flash of fire illuminated the city walls. At this moment, The figure in the wheelchair seemed extremely reliable. Lily, you can still use magic, right? Are you going too far? I'm a magician. However, the magic power unique to flame mages is insufficient. It is also vividly reflected in Lily. Lily, I'm sure you're okay. You're still going to let me give it a push. And I've almost run out of magic. Just do it again. I'm sure you can. With various buff stacks, Lily's magic damage has been increased quite a bit. Therefore, she was implied to push around and around the city walls. That's it. The soldiers blocked with their bodies, and Lucas destroying the enemy with a knife. Plus the result of Lily using flames to burn repeatedly. The Ghost Riders have all fallen at last. The soldiers did not expect that they would actually win. After reacting, they immediately cheered. But the obstacles are clear. It's not that simple. Although he also wanted everyone to rest for a while. But now they're about to face the undead knight. I saw the wreckage of the Ghost Rider. All flew into the air. One by one, they turned into the bodies of undead knights. Soon a gigantic monster. It appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He can cause a violent shock just by jumping to the ground. For a moment, all the soldiers panicked. The apprentice didn't expect it. The undead knight is so scary in reality. It's a normal one that appears countless times in the game. But when he actually stood in front of Ace felt the fear that came from within. Even my whole body trembled because I was afraid. But he quickly forced this fear into his heart. Because he understands, here it is simply impossible to escape. Don't save. Shoot all the shells. In an instant, heavy artillery fire overwhelmed the undead knight. But this powerful firepower, it only made him take half a step back. The undead knight is approaching the fortress step by step. Lily quickly activated the third artifact. Lily heard. The mana amplifier was immediately activated. He could be a user. Provides double the mana amplification. And the person who receives the mana boost is naturally Pigpit. Very good. Now there is finally a bit of guts in the heyday. Pete, please. Do everything in one's power. Concentrate fire on the enemy cuirass. Your Highness, you must take precautions against thunder and lightning. In case you get an electric shock, I'm not responsible. Under one blow, it directly pierced the armor of the undead knight. The spirit core of the monster at this moment. It was extremely clearly exposed to everyone. Damien quickly aimed at the monster's spirit core. Damien heard this. Immediately activate clairvoyance. Use a powerful crossbow to shoot straight at the undead knight's spirit river. There are no surprises. The crossbow bolt hit the spirit river with precision. The spirit river shattered in front of everyone. Just when the hint thought it was all over, the undead knight raised his sword towards the fortress. The crossbow arrows have pierced through the monster's spirit river. But the undead knight raised his sword anyway. Once this sword falls, the entire wall will be shattered directly. Pigpit does it again, in thunder and lightning weather. Dare to raise the weapon above his head. Is the fool's wish to be electrocuted? I saw a burst of thunder suddenly appear on the undead knight's body. The next second, the blue lightning fell straight down on the monster's body. Although the undead knight has been completely consumed by thunder and lightning. But the sword in his hand had already been slashed towards the wall. Get out of the way, everybody. Get out of the black one. His Highness the Shadows. You need to hide too. But at this time, the sword in the hands of the undead knight has fallen on the city walls. The aftermath of this sword. They even overturned the soldiers around them. Thanks to the help of Lucas. Ace wasn't hurt by the attack just now. The heroes of the team also dodged in time. But the sword of the undead knight remained on the city walls. Right now, they no longer have the ability to fight again. The good news is, the undead knight was also on the attack. Consumed the last one health. They finally won the battle. Now, the remains of the undead knight reappeared. Lucas hurriedly prepares to protect Ash. But Ash stopped him. It turned out that this was the last struggle of the undead knight. Although this attack does not cause damage to people, but if you accidentally get caught up in it, it can cause a mental breakdown. This is the territory of humanity. Get out of here. That's it. The undead knight's final attack dissipated with golden light. What about that giant monster? What about the ghosts? It was His Royal Highness the Prince who wiped them all out. Is it all over? With the dissipation of the undead knights, the dawn finally broke through the thick clouds. The flag of the Empire still flies. Crossroads. We've defeated those monsters. We won. We survived. We will continue to win in the future. Keep alive. The horror faded from the eyes of the soldiers. In its place was everyone's joy at victory. At this moment, Ace is in everyone's eyes. It's no longer the notorious third prince. Rather, a qualified commander. A true lord. But they don't know. What they experienced was only the first scene. The night the war ended. Crossroad returned to its former tranquility. But the central square of the city is lit up at the moment. We fought off those armored monsters to celebrate our victory. Cheers, everybody. Have a good drink tonight. After the end of my remarks, the banquet began. After a day of fighting, people are immersed in music, ushered in a short break. Soldiers and residents drank cup after drink. Drink constantly. The food in the pot exudes an enticing scent. The steak on the grill is sizzling too. It all looks so good in life. But Elsie stayed away from the crowd. Sit alone. Look at the happy expressions on people's faces. His heart was also satisfied. Your Highness, are you all right? You haven't eaten for a day. Come and eat a bit. The massive undead knight fell in front of the walls to celebrate a hard-won victory. People held a banquet in the central square. But Aishi, as a lord, stayed away from the crowd. Sit aside. Your expression right now. It's not like a commander who has won a battle. You are in the absence of huge losses. Fought off over 1,000 Ghost Riders. I think you can be a little happier. This time we really didn't have much to lose. But there are still people who have lost precious lives. Aishi is clear. At the time of someone's death, there is no point in talking about the size of the loss, because there is no such thing as a matter of weight. All human lives are precious. Cute poems because of their arrogance, and didn't save everyone. If only he could have thought a little more thoughtfully. Maybe they won't lose their lives. And it's different from the time of the tutorial. There's definitely room for improvement this time. After realizing these, Ash's heart grew in pain. Your Highness, I think you've done enough. There is no need to blame yourself. I know even if I say something like that, your regrets won't go away either. But Your Highness, here is to celebrate the victory. Banquets held. If you are not happy, the morale of the soldiers will not be high either. Please smile, at least for this moment. Let's have fun with everyone. That's what a commander does. He was absolutely right. I'd suddenly appeared from behind Axe. Although it is important to mourn the people who died, but also have time to celebrate the victory. Just have fun. Eating meat is not good for the body. So I specially prepared some vegetables for you. Congratulations on making it through Scenario 1. It was a very difficult scenario. You've done a great job. Please keep doing this for the rest of the day. Lead everyone to victory. After listening to Ide's words, Eris picked up the tomato and prepared to eat it. His Royal Highness is eating vegetables. Your Highness, there's no meat here, so I can only eat vegetables. I'm sorry, Your Highness. It was us who was wrong. The three princes who became famous for eating only meat. I can only eat vegetables here. Stinky boys, go and fetch meat for Your Highness. There is also the ninth master. Bring it to Your Highness. Let's munch on meat. Gulp down. AI sure didn't understand how things could suddenly turn out like this. He obviously planned to review today's battle on the sidelines. At this time, one hand grabbed AI Sure's clothes. It turned out that Lily had quietly come behind AI Sure, and it is not known when he was already drunk. Please, Let me retire. Let me retire. His Royal Highness. But in the case of such a shortage of people lately, how could Ash have let Lily retreat into the background? Fortunately, the alchemist soon discovered the situation, so he dragged Lily away to rest. But Ash hasn't come to his senses yet. Damien started again. His Royal Highness. The water here is a bit bitter. It turned out to be Jupiter has been secretly pouring wine into Damien's cup. He's a decent mercenary now. Don't just learn to drink some. You also have to learn to draw points. He's like my grandson, so I'm going to educate him personally. Target. The old man kept pouring wine into the underage cup. And Jupiter also wanted to teach Damien all sorts of ways to waste money, just because he thinks Damien is just like his grandson. But this time, Damien took the initiative to lean on Ash, dared to put his head on the royal body of the royal family. Damien is also becoming more and more courageous. When I was on my own, I often think of my deceased friend. The scene of that day lingers in my mind. This guilt often weighs on my heart. Oddly enough, as long as it's on your side, I can calm down. But love is clear. It's not because of how amazing a person you are. It's all there. It's just because of that passive skill of his. But he couldn't tell Damien about that. I don't know why. During the period with your conductor, there is a feeling that the magic has become powerful. Is it because of your excellent command? The mourner understands. It's actually because of their own characteristics and the team's mutual help. But he can't tell everyone the truth about it all. Your Highness, when I am with you, it will also become distracted. Feel your body both light and agile. It's all thanks to your good character and an innate talent as a mentor. So you're because of that. Just follow me closely. It's hard to say. For the sake of the sacrificed comrades. For the sake of us who survived. For His Royal Highness. I don't know when. The mourner was suddenly surrounded by people. It's all because we didn't liven up the atmosphere. His Royal Highness the Prince, who was able to drink wine for a week, didn't even eat a glass of wine. Since you dare to let me, the Lord and Prison Commander, drink. That also illustrates. You can bear it. Everybody poured me all the wine. So everyone during the moon across the night sky, while munching on meat, while singing and drinking, enjoy a hard-earned victory. After the banquet, Ash is ready to open all the rewards first. Unexpectedly, the Golden Legend appeared in the first box. And this is still an SSR-class finished equipment. For a moment, Ash couldn't help but tremble all over. Can be a second. He threw the glove straight out. Originally, the lucky hand is a joke item in the game. The damage of this glove is determined by the dial. It's usually done when you're doing a show to liven up the atmosphere. But no matter what, this is also an SSR-level item. It's useless, though. But Ace still picked it up and put it in his hand. He could only pray. The jackpot will be drawn at a critical juncture. Time flashed, and it was the next afternoon. Ace woke up and felt his head still buzzing. And Lucas at the door. It also looks half dead. You okay? You should go back and rest in the morning. As His Highness's bodyguard. How can I rest? It was at this time. I popped up. Good morning, both of you. It's hot honey water. Let's have a drink for each of you. After sobering up, Arish came to the top of the city wall. I'm afraid that the current situation of the city wall can't even stop the beasts. How long does it take to fix it? It will take about 2 weeks, because lifting that sword is a huge undertaking. But at this moment, it is less than 10 days since Longneck 2. There are less than 10 days left until the start of Scene 2. But the Undead Knight's great sword remained on the walls. It will take at least 2 weeks to repair the walls. Mobilize all the soldiers who were not wounded. All from tomorrow. The ministry was put into repairing the city walls. How's that going about its expansion? Neighboring cities will soon send soldiers. The demolition sent to the center will also be back tomorrow. Although AI sure can interfere in other things. But the only thing is to replenish the troops. He had absolutely no choice, since things will only progress until tomorrow. This time, let's do what we can. We're going to the dungeon. Destroy the root of those monsters gushing out. We're going to do the same as last time. Do you go to Blackwater Lake through a portal? That's right. But this time we're going straight under the lake. AI sure didn't explain much to them. Just tell them to go on an expedition tomorrow morning. And since it takes 5 people to go to the dungeon, so Ash can only be forced to take Lade with him. Go and prepare some useful supplies for the expedition. Do you need anything? Food that can be preserved, camping tools, and various potions. The most important thing is lighting. Torches are carried in hand. Anything that can shine will be brought to me. Early the next morning, everyone gathered in the backyard of the Lord's mansion, actually engaged in such a big battle. Where the hell are we going? You'll know right away. The voice did not fall, and the stones of the ground floated. Soon a portal appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Could it be teleportation magic? This magic, it was gone hundreds of years ago. Why are we going to take this portal now? Go to the monster's stronghold, the Black Lake water. And the kingdom of those guys is under the water of the lake. We need to probe there. Find out why the monsters keep pouring out. This is something we can avoid forever from monster invasions. The only way. Talking about getting in the way. I chose the lake pier directly. After a while, several people arrived at their destination. It turned out to be that Lake Upit. Have you been here before? That was 20 years ago. Imperial troops were also stationed in the Cross-Rod period. We were ordered to come down, fill the lake with mud, let you fill such a large lake with earth. It seems that the commander from 20 years ago has been hired. All the magic legions were used. They wanted to fill it up by throwing dirt into the lake. But the reality is that it is not filled at all. No matter how much dirt and stones are thrown, the lake just swallows them endlessly. It's as if you're really connected to hell. Then, rumors of this matter spread among the Imperial troops. The 7th day of the start of the operation, monsters began to pour out in large numbers. Eventually, the whole army retreated, defeat in battle. Since it's the first time I've been so close to the lake, it's good to be nervous, because we're going to go deeper. Talking about getting in the way. The system opened the way into the Lake Kingdom. I saw a huge whirlpool suddenly appear on the surface of the lake. And that's the entrance to the dungeon. Without a hint of hesitation, Ash was the first to jump into the lake. The waters of the Black Lake, which once made the Empire's armies return in vain. Now, Ash is only leading 5 people. After jumping into the lake, immediately there was darkness all around. Everyone calm down. Don't be in a hurry. Turn on the lighting first. Soon Ash and the others saw their companions around them. That's when it happened. Lily was startled by what appeared in front of her. The crowd heard the movement. Hurriedly looked ahead. What the hell is here, Your Highness? This is the kingdom of lakes and waters. A dungeon beneath the water's surface. It's also what we need to clear one by one in the future. The lair of monsters. Ace found that here, he could not only breathe, and there are no restrictions on movement. Probably because of that ancient magic. The reason that envelopes the city. How can there be a city under the lake? And how do we manage to move normally? Don't speak. Now someone is coming. Got a reminder from Lucas. Everyone immediately went into combat mode. I saw the white-haired and black-robed man in front of him carrying a sword. Walk towards them. Don't be nervous, everyone. The other side is not an enemy. Because this is the first time to enter the dungeon. Hinting at the NPC that guessed he might be the one leading the way. You have come to the kingdom of the lake. Tomb robbers looking for treasures. There's nothing you're looking for. While you can still breathe. Hurry back. See the woman in front of you. Ash couldn't help but be a little surprised. Because it was an NPC she had never seen before. There are more than 100 NPCs living in the Lake Kingdom. And they'll appear randomly. One person to lead the way for the player. But this time the woman appeared. But it is the love of poetry in the 742 repeated games. characters I've never seen before. We are from the Earth, in order to find the root of the monster. Because of the monsters that keep pouring out from here, the ground is tormented. We're here to put an end to this. The nightmare of the Lake Kingdom will not stop. No one will ever wake up from a nightmare. Although great warriors and countless heroes wants to lift the curse here and carry out the challenge. But they all failed, without exception. Don't step into the darkness here before things become irreparable. Get back to the ground. I'm the fortress city to stop the monsters. Lord of Crossrod, I have in me to protect the people. The responsibility not to be attacked by monsters. I am not afraid of the dark. We had to go into the interior of the city. Destroy the roots of the monsters. That's why we're here. But because the door is locked, we couldn't get in. If there are other roads that can be passed, can you please show us the way? No problem. Just like I want to see what you have to say. It's courage from the heart. Or is it just the bravery of a horseman? Please follow me. The way into the city. What should I call you here? What is your name? I've forgotten the name. If you have to call me anything, then call me Nameless. And so the crowd followed behind the Nameless. Walked along the perimeter of the city walls for dozens of minutes. We can't follow this kind of unidentified weirdos. This must be a trap. I've said it all. Didn't follow him beforehand. It was at this time, Nameless finally stopped. Love is the first time to enter the Lake Kingdom. I met an NPC Nameless I've never seen before. They followed Nameless for more than 10 minutes. Finally arrived at the destination. If you go in from here, it leads to the interior of the city. Here is the water distribution facility. So the ground is slippery. Please be careful. And so the crowd was again in the narrow water port. Walked for more than 5 minutes. Finally arrived at the first area of the Lake Kingdom. Dry water distribution area. It has the entire city's water distribution facilities. Although there is not even a drop of water here now. AI sure did not hesitate. A portal was immediately set up here. So, it's a safe zone that monsters can't enter. And next time, you can teleport directly here. It started, but this time, Lily didn't dare to go any further. But how could AI sure just go back? That's the end of the way. The road ahead depends on your will. I warn you, the Lake Kingdom here has been completely swallowed up by nightmares. The further down you go, the darker it becomes. The monsters will also become more powerful. Even so, you still have to go to the abyss. Then I give you a piece of advice. Absolutely not. Let the torches in your hands be extinguished. Seeing Nameless with such a serious expression, the crowd was silent. Good luck for the future. Hopefully we'll see each other again. And so he walked into the darkness alone and without a name. What the hell is that woman? How to live in a city beneath the lake. His Royal Highness the Prince, the darkness here is strange. Even my eyes can't see that way clearly. But the woman didn't have a torch in her hand. How she navigated this darkness. But AI didn't know any of these things. We'll see her again for sure. We'll ask her again. After a break, AI and the others are ready to attack the first level. At the current level of our team, you won't have any major difficulties to clear the level. That's it. The crowd took torches and walked into the depths of darkness. It turned out to be a corridor that connected the sewer pipes. Where is the end of here? Don't be in a hurry. We arrived soon. Originally, the dungeon is basically made up of rooms and passages. Fight enemies in the room, or discover props. It can also be through encounters with NPCs, etc. Expand a random event. And the first level of the room activity. It's just to kill the monster in front of you, hinting that they need to be eliminated. A total of 14 large gutter rats. Although there are more of them, not to be taken lightly. But they're definitely not a tough enemy. Lucas, you're in charge of the avant-garde, hold there. Just need to eliminate the guy who comes close. The skulls of these fellows are very hard. Aim for their eyes or neck. Magicians save firepower. You are only responsible for the attack. The guy who broke through Lucas's defense. and the only one that does not have combat effectiveness. Just imply that you are responsible and wait and see. That's it. Lucas easily slayed the monster that came close. Damien also made the most of himself on the sidelines. Every arrow he shoots, they all hit the monster's throat and eyes with precision. Soon, the large gutter rats in the room were all exterminated. Everyone's worked hard. It's simple, right? Compared to those enemies before it. It's really relaxing. Your Highness, there are 13 of them in total. Do we collect the mode now? Ace suddenly thought of the hint that the system had given him just now. It's 14 large ditch rats. The handsome pair easily solved the monster. But Lucas found out. There are only 13 corpses in total. You must know that the system prompted Ace. There are a total of 14 large waterhook rats. After reacting, Ace jerked his head back. I saw that the last monster had already pounced on him. Ace subconsciously stretched out his hand and punched the monster. With a lucky hand, this punch triggers the lottery system. It did 121 damage. Punched the large gutter rat directly into the wall. For a while, everyone looked stupid. To know, the Wheel of Fortune doesn't have the number of hundreds. Your Highness, are you all right? You just had no injuries. I'm fine, but what the hell is going on? How could you take that monster with one punch? Because my fist is the fist of the prince. When the royal family is in a state of emergency, occasionally it can emit superpowers. Except for Lucas, of course. It's all an unconvinced expression. But this matter was still confused by Ace. There was nothing in the second room. There's definitely something hidden here. Let's search carefully. His Royal Highness. There seems to be something here. It's a treasure chest. Be careful. This could be a trap disguised as a treasure chest. However, due to the characteristics of Jupiter's goldenrod, he had already rushed out as soon as possible. Thankfully, it's just an ordinary treasure chest. I'm sorry. Just smell the money. I can't control it. Say it yourself. Jupiter handed the treasure chest to Ace, but he'd already secretly filled his pocket with gold coins. The third room is the same as the first. They passed with ease. Soon the group was in the last room. Just clear here. We'll be able to go back. Come on, everyone. But see the scene inside. Ace couldn't help but be startled. This room is full of the carcasses of large gutter rats. In the innermost part of the room, there was a huge monster mouse. Rats have to hunt rats. Rats must be exterminated. The rats must be removed from here. I'm sure I'll make the Lake Kingdom clean. Damien didn't expect the monster to be able to speak human words. However, his voice was also heard by the monster. There's still live rats. No matter how many you kill, there will still be an endless stream of mice. A prompt comes from the system. The monster is a giant Nezumi. Sewer Manager Barik. AI doesn't understand. Why give the Nezumi a human name? But he didn't have time to think about it, because the monster had already pounced on them. I'm going to wipe you all out. Since Lily is afraid of mice, he subconsciously used the flame demon on the Nezumi. It just happened to block the rhythm of the rat's attack. This scene in front of me, it gave a big shock to the three people on the side. But it is also time to think about countermeasures. This damn rat is about to go to rest. I'm tired of being an old man. As soon as the words fell, a bolt of lightning pierced the monster's head. Powerful thunder flashed from the Nezumi's body. Even Ace didn't expect WoW. It was solved so quickly. The final level of the dungeon. It turned out to be a monster with a human name. Ace thought there was going to be a tough fight. Unexpectedly, the Nezumi was directly killed by the two magicians in seconds. Your Highness, we can go home now. Of course, but we're going to open the treasure chest first. With that, a few people came to the reward box. Lucas, you go and get Jupit first. Lucas, you let go of me. You have to respect the elderly. Take advantage of this gap. Ehrlich opened the treasure chest. Inside was a second-level longsword. Can deal extra damage to rat-based monsters. Lucas was the only one on the team who wielded a sword. Erish gave him the weapon. although he can't replace the AI sword you've been using. But there will definitely be times when you bring it to you. But Elsie remembered that there should be another reward. So he began rummaging through the box again. It didn't take long to find what I was looking for. Then, an auto-defense turret that is sure to drop here. After getting the reward, the group continued to walk deeper into the Lake Kingdom. Soon we came to the hidden alley in the second area. AI sure didn't expect it. Just the alleys of a Lake Kingdom can do that. Pull out. A city once built by a super-high magical civilization. There is no living life in sight at all. There can only be a never-ending silence in the darkness. Step by step towards death. After a bit of sadness, Ace built a portal here. The area behind is even more dangerous than here. And Ace has also gotten what he wants. Everyone's worked hard. That's all for today. We're going back. Ace didn't know that after he was gone, a man has appeared in the kingdom of the lake. Is it the last player? Finally came here. As he spoke, the man blew the flute in his hand. In an instant, countless ditches appeared throughout the alley. Pathetic players, please forgive us for our sins. I'm just like you. It's all for the sake of the Lake Kingdom with. At the same time, AI sure had returned to the mansion through the portal. Everybody's worked hard. Have a good rest today. I don't know if I'll be able to rest. There's a city like that under the lake. I really can't guess what happened there. And that darkness is definitely something out of the ordinary. His Royal Highness. Don't you have anything else you'd like to tell me? Although it is implied that the whole game has been played. But the game doesn't show it. Why did the Lake Kingdom become like that? Not yet. Let's get to know each other in the future. Looks like I won't be able to sleep tonight. I need to go get a drink. Then I'll be with you. If you don't get drunk. I can't seem to sleep at all. In this way, Jupiter took the lead in pushing Lily away. I'll go back to the temple first. When I think of that darkness, I'm also a little scared. If you go back and pray, you should feel better. Damien, you have to rest well when you go back. Now let's go back and relieve our fatigue. Your Highness, don't you have to go down and investigate again? We've already done the scouting this time. The monster that will attack this time is the Ditch Legion. Originally, the monsters will first gather in the free exploration area. When the critical point is exceeded, it floods out of the lake. So the monsters they encountered while exploring. It's what you need to face in the next defensive battle. The army has gone through this dungeon exploration. Ace already knows. The next enemy is the Ditch Legion. As it stands, this is not a difficult enemy. But he had just returned to the mansion. I brought bad news. Whether it's the center or the nearby city, all said they couldn't send reinforcements from outside. Ace didn't understand why this was the case. But this time, Lucas's stomach was untimely. After all, everything is a foregone conclusion. Even if you know it now, it won't change anything. Ace simply asked I to prepare the meal. I'll leave that for tomorrow. Early the next morning, EYD was summoned to the war conference room by Ash. It turns out that the Empire is now at war with enemy nations in the West. Almost all the forces were sent to the Western Front. Ash is well aware of such a game background, though, but he couldn't figure it out. Why, when I applied for reinforcements, even the troops in the remote areas of the South were relocated. Plus, it's only been a few days since the last war ended. The Mercenary Guild doesn't have many mercenaries anymore either. Just when Ace was in distress, I'd laughed. Why are you still laughing? Is there still a place where we can provide troops? There is indeed one. You're going to have a hard time, though. Is that a question that bothers me now? We have to solve the next scenario. Tell me where there are troops, since that's what you want to know. Why don't you just come with me? Not much the three of them had their horses ready. Adjutant of eyed. Where are we going now? We now go to the previous lord. Cross-frontier uncle's mansion. The frontier earls are the counts who guard the borders of the empire. They need to resist enemy countries and wipe out the crown of the invading empire, because to carry out the task of guarding the border. Therefore, the border earl has greater authority than the average earl. From the very beginning, someone gathered at the time of the crossroad. The family of the Counts of Cross has always ruled here. Therefore, the name of the entire fortress is also taken from the surname of the Count's family. Since the birth of the fortress, the Cross family has been guarding this place ever since. It is a very prestigious family. Over there, why should Yasukuni give up the lordship here? If, as Eid said, the border lord has even greater authority here than the emperor. If he didn't take the initiative to give up the will of the lord, Ash will not be appointed lord here. So Ash didn't understand. Bien Jinghua. Why give up a territory that has been ruled for generations? It's complicated to say. You might as well listen to him explain it yourself. Unconsciously, several people had already arrived at the mansion of the borderman. This is the villa of the Count of Cross's family. After he gave up the position of lord, just moved here. See what lies ahead. Aishi wondered if anyone really lived here. Of course, I've been delivering supplies here on a regular basis. That's when it happened. An old man appeared. Who are you? Any idea what this place is? Dare to enter casually. Get out of here. Get out of my house. Border Lord. How are you doing? It's me, Ide. Ace didn't expect it. The old drunkard in front of him is actually a border country. Gain a force that can resist monsters. Ace traveled thousands of miles to the mansion of the previous lord. But he didn't expect it. Guarded the border state of Crossrod for many years. It's just an ordinary old drunkard. Border lord. I brought guests. Didn't I say, don't let anyone come to see me? This is the new lord. The three princes of the empire. Love is your highness. Nice to meet you. Cross-border state. I am the youngest son of His Majesty, the Great Emperor. I'm here to talk to you about something. Love is not expected. Before I could finish speaking, I was interrupted. I'll let you out. Didn't you hear me? Even if the border is Bo, you are the one who once ruled the place. Nor should you bet on a prince who meets for the first time. Aren't you too presumptuous? I need to tell you. Is there a subordinate relationship between us? But by this moment, the frontier, Bo had already taken up arms. Love is being aware. In front of the border, Bo. Probably a complete insaneness. And the best way to deal with a madman is to run away. Before I could do it, get out of here, don't show up again. Just as if I didn't exist. The name of the border brother is Char Cross. Is a character that has never appeared in a game. But his daughter, Ibanarine Cross. But it's the most powerful tank in this game. So, AI is going to take down this drunkard old man no matter what. Save that old man. Why can it help us solve the problem of troops? Because the Cross-Border Bow family has private soldiers. It was an elite force loyal only to the frontier boss. As long as you can convince the border uncle, the problem of insufficient troops would be greatly improved. It seems that he will be incited by any means. But let's not talk about dialogue now. Even meeting him was a problem. His Royal Highness. It's not like we're not completely out of the question. Drunkards and drunkards have a special way of arguing and getting close. After listening to Ide's words, Ash immediately understood what he meant. In the evening of the same day, he came to the mansion of the borderman again. It seems that you don't know how to cherish life anymore. I already told you about it last time, but when he saw something behind Ash, his attitude changed a bit. That's what it is. What else could it be? As he spoke, he lifted the cloth from the cart. Damn the things you like, of course. After all, the three princes are notoriously romantic. So he will not come to the countryside empty-handed. Let's have a drink together. Frontier Bow. This is a high-end wine from the Empire. But if you don't want to drink it, forget it. Who said they didn't want to drink anymore? His Royal Highness. Please come in and bring those wines with you. In this way, the borderman took AI into the mansion. All that catches your eye is the wine all over the floor. The air was also filled with the pungent smell of alcohol. It's been a long time since I've had a drink with anyone else. Is this cup clean? Even if the house is a mess. At the very least, the wine glass should be clean. This is the basic courtesy of wine. I'll see what good wine you've brought. It is actually the royal whiskey of the first year of the Peacemaker. This wine is very valuable. This wine, It is to commemorate the year of the current emperor's accession to the throne, and the brewing of the wine. It was difficult for even the average nobleman to enjoy it. So love is to believe. Next, the attitude of the border countries towards themselves must not be too bad. An old drunkard who is in a mess. A merry prince who never leaves his hands. A drinking party between the two of them. But it decided the fate of Crossrod next. For this, Esther brought wine that only the royal family could enjoy. He believed in the wine. Border Uncle's attitude towards him must not be too bad. It deserves to be a famous wine. It's very different from the time you swallow your throat. You're drinking so fast. Can you feel his true charm? A bargain that you want to drink with a large gulp at a time. Comparatively, shouldn't this wine also be drunk in large gulps? Only in this way can we make a fair evaluation. In short, Frontier Bow. What we need to talk about today is not to change the subject. I'm just letting you in for a drink. If you talk about something else, you'll go out. Then you should at least order some snacks. Hear this. Border Bow rarely didn't get angry. Holding it and talking. Frontier Bow threw out a bag of black things. It's dried fruit made from fruit from my orchard. You still have an orchard. Can you see it from the window? It's right behind this mansion. Place is very small. Usually taking care of those fruit trees is my pastime. But Aishi just put the dried fruit in his mouth. And he spit it out. What the hell is this? Bitter and fishy. How do you eat this kind of thing? The fruit that I have harvested after such careful cultivation just makes you vomit. It's rude. But that being said, Border Bow himself vomited. Although I cultivated out of the fruit. But this one is really unpalatable. No way. I can only give it to you as a gift. Why give me something you can't swallow? If I can eat it, I'll keep it for myself. Why should I give it to you? Time. Love is completely incapable of finding a reason to refute. Crossrod is located at the southernmost tip of the mainland. There's a lot of sunshine here. The land is fertile. There's no better place to do it than here. It's more suitable for planting fruit trees. It's not just fruit. There are also a variety of other farming practices. Just reclaim the land, and they will bear abundant fruit. If those monsters hadn't always broken into here, while the monsters are destroying the land, the loss of farmers' lives is also a problem. But those guys, when they were killed, muddy magic was cast on the land. Do you know what happened next? This generation is all polluted. Even if you plant crops, you can't escape the fate of death. Other words, the land has been cursed. So around Crossrod, there is no farmland at all. Frontier Bow looked at the wine glass with complicated eyes. Inside, it is the use of grains and fruits that cannot be harvested in this generation. It is a golden sake that represents the royal family. Since it's already like this, why do you still take care of the expo park? Man lives in the world. There will always be a trace of nostalgia in my heart. That orchard is my nostalgia. Now I don't get drunk easily either. Bien Yasukuni. Would you like to guess why I'm coming to you today? I didn't say it. If you want to talk about something else, then get out. If you want to drive me away, just do it. But I'm going to finish what I want to say before I go out. The monsters are back on the move. And this time the scale should not be underestimated. Last time there were 1,000 ghost knights invading, although we managed to stop it, but the walls were badly damaged. And now also in a situation of insufficient soldiers. We are in dire need of troops now. I need those soldiers under your command. After 3 rounds of drinking, Ash finally made his purpose clear. We are in dire need of troops now. I need those soldiers under your command. I don't have a soldier in my hands. I've learned the fact that your clan owns soldiers too. There are some of them that I personally select and train, and accompany me to the battlefield as a lifelong friend. But at the time I gave up my lordship, when I put down that gun and shield, those friends also laid down their arms. Now they're all gone. Please reconvene them. It's useless. The land here has no value to be guarded. Don't let them defend a worthless front. And in vain, let them escape. I didn't expect it to come from the distant modern times to the present. It has always been a business to protect this land. The man of the family actually said such a thing. I said to Prince, "Why did you come to this land? Everything in this land is going to die. There is no future. There is also no hope. It's as a waste of a lifetime." Advice from the people who have come before to protect this place. Get out of here. The sooner the better, before you are consumed by the curse here. Your Highness, have you succeeded in convincing him? No, I still received a gift. There is nothing that can be solved in a day. Take your time. Then again, has anything ever happened to Frontier Bow? He seems to have experienced something big. Lucas, you know what? Ed, that kid actually asked me to listen to Border Bow for myself. Damn the director. It seems that I will educate him well when I go back. In short, convincing him is a big deal. But until then, we also have to do what we can do well. Because whatever happens next, the monster's attacks will come as expected. And Ace is going to do it. It's to destroy monsters as efficiently as possible. We still have a lot to do back to Crossrod. This time, they will face 3 elite monsters. There are also 3,251 large gutter rats. The time quickly came to the next day. The huge ships on the city walls have been cleared. All the wreckage will be cleaned up today. Officially entered the work of repairing the city walls. The wreckage of the giant ship does not need to be cleaned up. Drop it directly in front of the city walls. They will be good roadblocks. Just enough to be a mousetrap. How soon is it expected that the walls will be repaired? Because the state of the city walls is worse than expected. Get straight to the point. How many days it takes? It will take another 10 days. But now the next defensive battle is away. There are only 7 days left. The walls of Crossrod. It is the result of Imperial building techniques. ASS understands. It's not something that can be filled with a stone. I'll fly in manpower and supplies. Come what may. Be sure to repair the walls within a week. AIS is well aware that this is an unreasonable request. But now he can only force them to finish. Because the kind of giant rats they encountered in the dungeon. This time, there were more than 3,000 of them. So, they must not be able to defend without walls in this battle. We'll do our best. I will keep your hard work and dedication in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the job of protecting the world. Let's do it together. Successfully hold Crossrod. AI lived a life of 2 points in 1 line. During the day, supervised the repair of the defensive line on the city walls. In the evening, he came to the border uncle's house to drink with him. There was no more conversation between him and the frontier uncle. It's just drinking. The defensive line is also being repaired in a timely manner. Wine these days. It also made AI's body a little overdrawn. Finally, after 3 days, for the first time, Frontier Bow took the initiative to speak. His Royal Highness, do you have someone you love? Hear this question? Ehrlich was a little confused. I don't know how to answer. I ask you if you have someone you love deeply. Look at you like this. Probably not. Not really. Think about it again. Is there really not? You must know that AI sure is not from this world. And in the world he lives in. AI sure has always been on her own. Never got someone's love. Nor has I ever loved anyone. It's just a lonely life on their own. Later, after the live broadcast began, slowly gained popularity. Got love from a large audience. But those are just the unilateral love of the audience for him. Young man, it seems that your life is boring. It's staying home alone. I only know what you are worthy of saying when you drink. Bien Jingbo. Do you have someone you love deeply? I used to have my wife. The only person I've loved all my life is him. However, he passed away 3 years ago. It was here that the orchard was torn apart by the monsters. So I had to hold his funeral in an empty coffin. Frontier Bow looked at his glass. Out of the gods of the Lord of this land, there is a demon seed that has been passed down from generation to generation. It can also be said to be a curse. It's between the city and the beloved. There will come a time when you have to choose between the two. Without exception, start with the distant modern lords, and then to my grandfather and my father. No one escaped that curse. When these words are spoken, border uncle's hand, I have begun to tremble involuntarily. Me too. Eventually, that choice was faced. At that time, the monsters haven't moved for more than a decade. The city is peaceful, but the benefits are diminishing because the financial situation has deteriorated. So we're going to start a new industry anyway. That's when my wife said, let's plow the land south of the battle line. At that time, the land north of the front was saturated. The open space to the south is really very attractive. Monsters appear less often. The magical pollution of the land is also gone. It is indeed a land where farming can be made. So I expanded my field southward. Subsequently, refugees from other places also rushed to hear the news, because the number of monsters is less, so it's easy to knock it off. A month of Sundays, things are really well resolved. And here the orchards. It's located at the southernmost end of that reclamation. My wife, as the Lord's wife, take the lead in clearing land where it is most dangerous. I remember my wife's hands covered with mud. Feed me the grapes. Although this place has just been cultivated in the first year, the quality of the fruit grown is not good, but it's sweeter than anything in the world. So I had that desire for a short time. Maybe we'll never have to destroy monsters again. Rather, it can be through land reclamation. Harvest fruits to live. I asked myself if I would continue to live like this in the future. When I ate grapes grown by my wife, a wish arose in his heart. Maybe we'll never have to destroy monsters again. I asked myself if I would continue to live like this in the future, although I knew it was impossible. In the second year of reclamation, I received about 100 monsters. An alarm is approaching the city. I hurried back to the city, and the wife who stayed at home to take care of the orchard. He waved at me, while telling me to be careful. But I didn't know until I got to the city. The guys split into two groups. More than a dozen monsters broke away from the large army. The attack reached the reclaimed land, and a large army of monsters. The attack on the city has already begun. I had to make a choice. In the end, it is the wife who rescued the land, or protect the tens of thousands of people in the city. His Royal Highness. What do you think I chose in the end? Aishi was silent for a few seconds. You have chosen to defend the city. The city is right, just like our family has done for generations, in accordance with the principles and principles. In the end, the city was chosen. I locked the gates, kept the monster out. After several hours of fighting, in the end, all the guys were repulsed. Later, when I hurried back to the reclamation land, I hurried back on horseback. It was found that the farmland had been destroyed. The people who had reclaimed the land also died. Hundreds of civilians. There is nothing left that has been bitten by a dozen monsters. The orchard here is the same as with my wife. I stayed true to my obligations. But he lost what was most important to him. Where exactly does the problem arise? Could it be because the defenses used to deal with giant monsters are not strong enough? Or is it because I forcibly concealed the expansion from the front? Yes, it's all my fault, but it's actually the most painful thing for me. At the moment of choice, abandon your wife and choose the city yourself. My daughter said I was crazy. He never understood. Why didn't I choose his mother? Instead, the city was chosen. A few days after this happened, and he left. In the end, this is the result of guarding this place for a lifetime. His wife died. My daughter left me. Leave me here alone and grow old. My lord, this is just one example. You should know what people call the front here. Why? The city above the grave, piled up with death. The city will also ask you to make a choice. To protect the city, sacrifice must be made. The moment of the most beloved thing will surely come. Love is not so much to feel like a curse. Rather, it is a prophecy. It's like heralding an inevitable ending. Our family. I've always endured that kind of sacrifice. But I can't let that happen anymore. I wouldn't take this cursed job, delivered to my daughter. Sure enough, you're there to keep your daughter from it. Inherit the liege's position. That's why the position was returned. That's right. I hope my daughter. It is possible to leave this cursed land. Live a happy and peaceful life. His Royal Highness. Did you tell me to help you protect the city? I used to do my best, guarding this place. Even lost what was most important to me. I don't want to go any further. I don't want to be on the walls right now. Rather, I want to grow old in the orchard here. In the eyes of the border man imprinted on the wine glass, there is no longer a lifelong pride in guarding the front. In his eyes, there was only one man at the last moment. Remorse for not being able to guard his wife's side. Guarding the border state of Crossrod for generations. Nowadays, you can only use alcohol to numb yourself. Can live in this world in a muddy way. This answer, it should be explainable. Why don't I want to help you? I'm thankful for your time with me. Just tell the truth. Let's go. I'll give you one last piece of advice before I go. If you've encountered that kind of moment too, be sure to decide. Don't regret it like I do. At this point, there are only 2 days left until the start of Scene 2. Everybody's worked hard. Eat some food and take a break. See the food that Erlich brought. Immediately, the crowd gathered around. Stinky boys. Hurry up and finish your meal and get to work. Then, AI asked the person in charge about the progress of the repair. Thanks to His Highness, he has replenished sufficient manpower. It should be completed on time. The walls will be repaired in 2 more days. Now it's time to build that. His Royal Highness. Can I finally use this? Originally, this is the magic scroll that Ash got in the dungeon. Today happened to be studied by the alchemist. Ash didn't hesitate. The scroll was used immediately. A burst of light. After that, the scroll in Ash's hand disappeared. Ash then began to look for materials to build the fort. The second-level magic box obtained from the previous treasure chest also comes in handy. After the materials are prepared, Ash chose the location where the fort would be built. In an instant, all the rubble on the ground was floating into the air, under the gaze of everyone, assembled into a gigantic one. Only a few seconds passed. A brand new cannon stands right above the city walls. See magic that disappeared hundreds of years ago. Building technology. The alchemist also showed a look of yearning. Thanks to you. To be able to forge such a strong line of defense. I would like to thank you from now on. That's it. Ace left the city wall amid the cheers of the crowd. He was keen to keep it that way. After leaving the city walls, so he came to the blacksmith shop. He used the materials he had collected earlier. Helped Lucas customize a suit of armor. This armor set is very average in resin though, but his characteristics play a big role. Undead grants the user immunity to all damage for 5 seconds. However, the user is not allowed to attack others during this time. I will definitely use it well. Of course, I personally tailor it for you. Lucas came to measure it at the time. It's also a crying expression. AI sure decided that he would have to give him some gifts often in the future. Thank you for making a good armor. I owe it to thank you. It's been a long time since I've come across such a good material. I am very happy. If you give it to me, I will definitely do my best to make something good. Your Highness also asks you to come and customize it often. No until the end of the game. Equipment made in a blacksmith shop are very important in the strategy, so AI sure will definitely visit here for a long time. After the matter of the blacksmith shop is dealt with, AI sure has one last thing for me. Let's go to the western region. There are the most important activities there. On the plain to the west of the fortress city, the sound of cannons paying tribute to the dead resounded in the sky. Troops to fill the vacancy in Crossrod. AI is desperate to get help from Border Uncle. But on the body of the Border Uncle, there is no longer the vigor of the past. He is now just a twilight old man waiting for death. However, ACE will not be frustrated by this. Because no matter what happens, monsters are coming, running on the building of the city walls. and the construction of the defense line is relatively smooth. Now, there is only one last thing left. Let's go to the western region. There are the most important activities there. On the plain to the west of the fortress city, the sound of cannons paying tribute to the dead resounded in the sky. The funeral began. This is for the sake of being in the previous scene. Funerals held by soldiers who lost their lives. Under neatly arranged tombstones, some of the new coffins were buried in the earth. There weren't many deaths in the previous scene. I didn't know if it was a blessing or a misfortune. The singing of the Shunga team constantly echoed around. That's it. All the processes were completed in a split second. When night falls, AI still looked at the tombstones in front of him, refuses to leave. A large portion of the city's budget is spent on funerals. Moreover, a king's subsidy has been formulated. It's really like the style of the royal family. But this is the monster front. This is a place where virtue is good. There will always be moments when this kind of kindness cannot be beard. Frontier bow, that's what you're here for? Or are you running out of wine? For people like me, there is always not enough wine. I'll buy myself too. But there are other reasons to come today. I asked my old comrades in arms for their opinions. They were my soldiers. I asked them if they would like to help you defend the city. So they are. How to answer? They all said yes. Willing to defend the city again. Great, Frontier Bow. That's what I heard this week. The best news yet. Although I don't know if those veterans can help. But they are rearming. I'll give you the command. Be careful when sending them. They're all old men like me. Thank you so much. You don't have to thank me. It's about thanking them. To know. AI sure is suffering because of the stubbornness of Border Bow. Unexpectedly, Frontier Bow actually took the initiative to help him. And that's thanks to you too. Go and talk to them. Thank you very much. That's all I can do for you, a bad old man. This city is up to you. Good luck to you, Lord of Hearts. Thank you for your assistance. I'll behave well at Frontier Bow. I will always borrow your wisdom in the future. What kind of wisdom is this? Remember to bring wine. I'm very worried about your body. We will send you plenty of herbs. Sticky boy, if you send those. It's better to give nothing at all. Just like that, the border man waved his hand. Left Crossroad, who had been guarding all his life. Ash watched as Frontier Bow faded away. In his heart, he really wanted to keep the border uncle. Because even though the border man is old, but he was a commander who guarded the front line all his life. It will definitely help a lot in defensive battles. But Ash can't prove it. Because the border bow has lost too much in this city. The only thing Ash can do. It was silently watching the old man's back in the distance. Ash still thought, the next time I have a chance, I can have a long talk with him. Listen to the advice of your previous lord. But at this time, he never dreamed of it. There will never be a next time. This is Cross. The last conversation between the two Lords of Rhodes. The border bow that has guarded this place for generations has finally been unloaded. Got off the burden on his shoulders. From now on, it will be up to Aishi to guard the thousands of lights in the city. Frontier Bow waved his hand. It's like saying goodbye to your old self. 2 days pass quickly. The walls have also been completely repaired, although many places are in a hurry to get to work. But to do the role of the city wall, it's still no problem. Now everything is in place. Not only are supplies plentiful, and the forces that vacant in the will have been replenished. Although the Twilight Corps originally numbered more than 1,000 people, now there are only 300 people left. But to be able to have so many people coming, that's pretty good news. Automatic defense artillery. It can largely compensate for the lack of firepower. A slash zone for monsters. It has also been furnished. Love is now with faith. You can easily repel enemies this time. But at this moment, a masked man appeared. In that empty land, he was the only one who looked at Crossroads silently. That's when it happened. A soldier arrived from a distance on horseback. His Royal Highness. The reconnaissance base came to report. The monsters were already pouring towards Crossroad. It didn't take long. Ace saw that the empty land was covered with smoke and dust. They're coming. Don't let your guard down. Since playing this game, Ace has never had such a great start. But at this moment, he noticed what appeared to be a figure in the smoke. He didn't understand. Why this time? Someone will appear on the wall path of the monster. What's wrong with you, Your Highness? Lucas, I just saw a guy over there. You can look in the direction of Ash's finger. There's nothing but smoke over there. Nothing. Damien, don't you see someone over there? Damien immediately activated the clairvoyant. I didn't see anyone. His Royal Highness. Ash looked ahead with a solemn face. He could only pray just now. I really saw it wrong. That's when it happened. The walls began to shake. This means that the besieging monsters are already very close. But the more this time, the more Ash had to calm down. It doesn't matter if I'm dazzled just now. It also doesn't matter how many enemies there are. There's only one thing Ash can do. That's to stop them. Artillery units are ready for launch. The moment you hear the command, the cannon on the city wall rang out one after another. Countless cannonballs flew towards the rats. In a narrow passage, caused great damage to the rat colony. Just the first shelling. Hundreds of rats were crushed to pieces. The implication is clear. The rat colony is characterized by its large number. Everything else is nothing, and they are because there are too many of them. So it's all moving in groups. Just perform a range attack. You can kill a large group at once. Before you know it, the battle has begun for more than 30 minutes. Go on at this pace. You will definitely be able to pass this scene without injury. But at this time, the rat actually climbed over the curtain wall that blocked the road. Aishi hurriedly picked up the binoculars to observe the situation on the battlefield. It turned out that the corpses of rats were piled up under the tomb wall. The monsters trampled on the corpses of their companions. Climbed over the tomb wall. I thought it was the easiest scene to clear the level. The cute corpse is before the scene begins. A mysterious figure was seen, but don't wait for him to think too much. But the rat climbed over the tomb wall. As the corpses of the monsters continued to pile up, the tomb wall was overwhelmed and collapsed. The kill zone is now useless. It was something that the mourner did not expect. He hurriedly got artillery units and bed crossbow troops. Changed the aiming point. Fortunately, there is still some distance between the killing area and the city wall. And there are also obstacles in the middle. But there's one thing that gets in the way and overlooks. After losing the limit, the speed at which the rat moves. It's too fast. Large artillery and bed crossbows could not be aimed at all. He couldn't think of how to solve the problem for a while. As a commander, he should have noticed the characteristics of the mouse. Maybe it's the good news that has been coming in lately. Let him ignore the most important thing. If it goes on like this, there will be more rat colonies than expected. Arrive at the city walls. That's when it happened. An auto-defense turret hole on the side. In just a split second, dozens of shells were fired. And all of them hit accurately, without exception. Monsters under the walls. The apprentices couldn't help but be shocked by his effect. Only one auto-defense turret is available. Still can't change the situation on the battlefield. And after running out of shells, the automatic defense turret entered the sequence in Shota. Now, there is no more. Something that can stop these rats in their tracks. Although the fragments of the giant ship also played a role. But it was only a matter of time before they reached the city walls. Once they reach the city walls, then it is inevitable to use your body to stop the rat swarm. There will certainly be a lot of casualties in this way. That's when it happened. A cannonball landed precisely in the midst of the rats. And that's just the beginning. Every shell that follows, all of them effectively blocked the pace of the monster's attacks. Aishi couldn't help but be curious. What the hell is going on? That's right, that's it. You're doing a great job, little one. Originally, the Twilight Corps are a group of veterans who have been through a lot of battles. They provide invaluable experience for young soldiers. Cheer up, all at once. Don't fight hard from now on. It's too early to finish. It's okay to shoot. Continue to launch. It also has an effect when it is made into a fire net. Your Highness, you don't have to worry. Here we veterans will command well. These veterans stayed with the soldiers every inch of the way. Act as a mentor for them. Reconquer the already defeated battlefield. Pull back on track. Thanks to the activity of the Twilight Corps, in order to effectively attack those ditch rats. And at the same time, Ace and his teammates, they are also in charge of their respective tasks. Lucas served as a conductor at the front, responsible for giving precise orders according to Ash's instructions. Even if AI sure doesn't know how to use soldiers, an ambiguous command was given. Lucas can also be remarkable. Then give precise orders. Damien was in charge of sniping. It's a bit slow, though. The ejection is very accurate. So the ditch rats near the city walls. He killed them one by one. Maybe in such a large-scale battle. His role was not stellar, but it also relieved a lot of pressure for Ash. Lily was still there, responsible for the management of the artifacts that defended the city. She was a little deliberate in raising her voice. It seems that he is busy. It's like showing Ash that I'm working hard. But even so, Ash couldn't let her retreat into the background now. The only difference is that Jupiter is alone, at a time when everyone is busy fending off monsters. She lay alone on the ramparts, drinking a little wine, when everyone is trying to fend off the monsters. Jupiter, however, lay alone on the walls and drank, although Ash did let him rest first. But he didn't expect it. Jupiter will drink here in the open. Crucially, Jupiter is also a precious magician. Ash didn't have a good idea of what he had to say. If you really want to talk about it, Ash didn't really like this grandmother. So far, though, the battle lines are still very good. And the auto-defense turret is also fully loaded. Every time he fired a shell, can be an effective blow to the rat colony. And so on. You will definitely be able to pass this scene smoothly. But at this time, Eth saw an inconspicuous black dot again. The black dot is impressive. It's the figure that Ehrlich just saw. After realizing that he was not mistaken, Ehrlich immediately drew up the map. The moment you see the map, he froze. He didn't expect a hostile NPC to appear in Scene 2. Although this game, there will be different activities in each scene. Among them are NPCs from rival kingdoms or lake dungeons. They will do it their way, to hinder the progress of the scene. But now it's just a scene. This is not the time when hostile NPCs will appear at all. And Ide isn't here right now, nor could he ask about the current situation. Damien, you see the man? His Royal Highness. Are you talking about the troubadour? Don't hesitate. Shoot him in the head immediately. But he doesn't look like a monster. He's just like us. It's human. Until Damien was heard to say troubadour. Ace remembered who that person was. Be sure before that guy plays the flute. Shot him in the head, but Damien hesitated. His hands were shaking. He didn't want to aim his weapon at a human. Didn't you say you were going to be a gun in my hand? If you don't want to see more people die, immediately aim at his head. But it was too late. A melodious flute sounded over the city walls. Elsie slowly looked back in the direction of the troubadour. I saw that the flute was put to the mouth of the troubadour. The sound of a flute that should be pleasant. But it made AI sure a little frightened. For a moment, all the ditch rats stopped moving. The soldiers on the city wall were all stunned. They don't understand. Why did these rats stop suddenly? The next second, all the rats let out a shrill cry, as if in response to the sound of a troubadour's flute. They poured towards the same spot. Is where they are targeting. It is the center of the city wall. There is today some of the cannons and bed crossbows that have just been repaired. Do not change the aiming point at all. Concentrate all your firepower. Almost at the moment of hinting at the order, artillery and bed crossbows were fired. But it was still too late. The situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. The monster's movements changed too suddenly. Acceleration of the ditch rat, so that the soldiers simply did not have time to react. But the next scene stunned everyone. Ditch rats at the front. He crashed headfirst into the city wall and died. And it doesn't end there. Then arrived the monster. It was also hit headlong with a hard blow. It hit the wall that had just been repaired this morning. The people of the camp bring the Grim Reaper complex. The melodious sound of the flute sounded the horn of attack. Monsters flocked to the fortress one after another. Without a hint of hesitation, slammed his head on the wall. It hit the wall that had just been repaired this morning. On to know. The walls had just been repaired a few hours earlier, although everyone gave it their all in the lack of time. But it is inevitable that the state of the city walls will be incomplete, because it refers to the concentrated repair of the cracked part. So there are some gaps that can't be helped right now. The monsters were attacking the gap with their bodies. They hit their heads against the wall. Lift the iron plate with your toenails. Crush stones with your teeth. Break down the walls step by step. You can't do it with any other monster. Methods that only rats can do. Even if he lost his life because of this, he did not hesitate to do so. But Ash didn't have any way to deal with all this. That moment, I don't know if it's Ash's delusion. He seemed to see the troubadour laughing. The troubadour is an NPC from the Lake Kingdom. You can use the flute to give orders to the monsters. The man who is known to the players as the flute. Damien hurried to aim at his head. He must not be allowed to escape. But Damien's hands kept shaking. The Ewing world seems to be provocative. Under the aim of Damien, adjusted the hat a bit. Damien, when exactly are you going to wait? But until the Ewing world disappeared. Damien failed to shoot the bolt in his hand. Rather, after he fled, with a sigh of relief, he lowered the catapult. I'm sorry, His Royal Highness. Although he is an enemy. But for me, aiming at a human is not. Ace can understand, too. After all, Damien's original profession was a therapist. But there are also many humans among their enemies. It is inevitable that we will fight against humanity in the future. If this problem cannot be overcome, Damien's combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. This question, let's leave that conversation until the war is over. Right now, Ace has more important issues to solve. Concentrate all your firepower. Those monsters must not be allowed near the walls. Pete, you've got something to do. Hurry up and show up for me. I knew you would need me. It's been prepared for a long time. Beat all those rats to slag for me. In an instant, powerful lightning fell from the sky, straight down in front of the city wall in the flock of rats. Lily prepares for a flamethrow. Artifacts are all used. Maximum power. It was His Highness who unleashed a flamethrower artifact. The next second, powerful flames erupted from the artifact. Time. The front of the city wall has become a forbidden area for rats to tread. Right now, the area has been transformed into a natural killing zone. Do you think the fortress of the Imperial ship is an ornament? A bunch of brainless idiots. That's when it happened. Suddenly, a new prompt came from the system. The boss that was just represented by a question mark. Suddenly, there was a name. This means, now it's time for the boss to appear. And they also brought with them a second wave of the Ditch Rat Legion. Their intentions are clear. It is to break through the weakest point of the city wall. Stop them. Be sure to stop it. They are taking advantage of the characteristics of monsters. Turn the walls into a new slashing zone. Just when everything is going in a good direction. The boss of the Ditch Rat Legion, the Nezumi fighter, appears. Accompany them. It's the second wave of the Trench Rat Legion. Almost at the moment of appearance, the Nezumi fighter rushed straight towards the wall. Don't stand still and watch. Be sure to stop them. Time. All artillery fire envisions the Nezumi fighters who have just appeared. But the Nezumi fighter didn't care about the shells at all. Running straight towards the city walls. To know their blocks. The rat man that be saw in the dungeon. At least twice as large. Once let him crash into the city walls. All previous efforts will be ruined. It was at this time. The shell reloading of the auto defense turret is complete. Moment. Dozens of shells fired straight at the Nezumi fighter. Powerful firepower overwhelmed it in an instant. Just like that, the first boss fell in front of everyone. But the situation is not getting any better. Here they are again. Get ready to take out Nezumi fighters. Don't let go of the guns. Full fire. Unleash a mana amplification. Artifact. The object is Pig Pete, His Royal Highness. I seem to have an inexhaustible strength now. You rat cubs, let me teach you how to respect the elderly. Saw. Dozens of thunderbolts rain down on the rats. Just for a moment, there are countless rats that melt. But precisely because of this, the Nezumi fighter did not fall. Pete's attack is spread too much. The remaining damage is not enough to kill the Nezumi fighter. Lily used the flamethrower, but His Royal Highness, the artifacts are still cooling. So Lily, you'll have to do it yourself. The powerful firepower instantly engulfed the Nezumi fighter. In the firelight of the sky, the Nezumi fighter finally stopped, but the flames dispersed. The second Nezumi fighter fell. But at this moment, the third Nezumi fighter pulled away his companion who was in the way. There is one last one left. Be sure to stop him. Lucas was seen carrying the sword on his shoulder. His eyes were resolute. The next second, Lucas's sword was from the city wall, straight out of the air. But this sword hurts. Still not enough to kill Nezumi fighters. His Royal Highness. One shot away. Damien put an end to it all. Without the slightest hesitation, Damien fired the solid wood in his hand. If we succeed, we'll kill him. Can be a second. The Nezumi fighter staggered towards the wall. Ace didn't expect it. After he was hurt so much, I can still understand it. With a loud bang, the Nezumi fighter fell, but he eventually fell under the walls. The walls were breached. Time goes back a few minutes ago. Frontier Bo watched the battle here from afar. As a battle-hardened commander, he could see the difference between the monsters at a glance. It's not just on a grand scale, and the monsters aren't a mess. Instead, a unified core appeared. He couldn't imagine. Ace had already experienced 3 such battles. Frontier Bo finally understood. Why did Ace ask for his help? The boy who only eats, drinks, and has fun in the capital. Incredibly well done. But it's still too dangerous. Border Bo was hesitant to help, but he remembered the scene when he returned to the orchard. The memories that Crossrod left him were too painful. And Frontier Bo has already stepped down. As an old man, he didn't have to go out himself. When you see these besieging monsters in front of you, Frontier Bo finally understood. Why did Ace ask for his help? But he has stepped down. There's no need to go out in person now. All he had to do was stay with his wife in the orchard. It's good to enjoy your old age in peace. But at this moment, Frontier heard a loud bang. The Nezumi fight is on the verge of death. Broke through the gates of Crossrod. But Frontier Bo has vowed not to go to war again. He just wants to go back to the orchard now. My wife is waiting for me. I'll definitely protect you this time. Meanwhile, give the city a shelter order. Immediately, the gates of the city were breached. Now the inhabitants of the city are no longer safe. The second wave of the Gutter Corps is already close at hand. A few artillerymen and sappers were left. The members who can fight white-knuckle battles all go under the city walls. The rest of the personnel continued to fire. Be sure to build a fire net in front of the collapsed walls. Pig Pete, you can rely on your own judgment to fight. It's best to tackle as many enemies as possible at once, though. Once you've saved up your mana, and all the lightning is released. What other artifacts can be used now? Is there only one flame artifact in Hester? There are 10 minutes left until the charge is full. Immediately use Hester on the White Blade soldiers. But the flamethrower is used as soon as it is charged. And at the moment, Damien has fallen into deep self-reproach. He felt that the current state of affairs was all self-inflicted. Love is a brain meltdown. Bounced on Damien's head. You've done well so far. I don't make 1 or 2 small mistakes. I will rebuke you. So don't be discouraged. As a sniper who can hit the enemy 100%, Damien is the cheating character in this world. I just have a good subordinate like you, and gained great power. So I hope you can be as much as I believe in you. Have faith in yourself. Damien, listen up. You will serve as the final line of defense to protect the fortress. You're going to snipe through the gaps between the white blades, ditches that invade the city. Love is what can be done now. All that is left to do is pray that they can accomplish their tasks. Let them in. The white-knuckle group is ready. For a moment, the expressions of all the soldiers were extremely condensed. They are waiting. Wait for the moment when the ditch rats enter the fortress. The moment the first ditch rat enters, was killed with a knife. As the commander of the White Blade Group, Lucas has to lead by example. The passage through which they came out was narrow. Don't panic. Solve one by one. With Lucas's encouragement, the soldiers were all in high spirits. But Ace noticed that something was wrong. The number of gutter rats passing through the city walls is increasing. Ace suddenly thought, these monsters must be secretly widening the passage. Flamethrow. The artifact is ready. Can be a second. A scream catches Ace's attention. I saw that some of the ditch rats had already climbed the city wall. Bites the alchemist to death. The alchemist fell in front of Lily. Ace hurriedly rushed over. A punch slammed into the ditch rat. But this time the damage was not high. The monster was just knocked away. There is still a steady stream of ditch rats climbing the walls. Let them all come. You damn bunches. The gaps in the walls are constantly being widened by monsters. There are also quite a few monsters that have already climbed the city walls. And because of the casualties of the alchemists, the artifact will not be able to start. A member of the White Blade Group that blocks on the first floor. The wounded also appeared. The remote interception group was supposed to help them reduce the burden. But there were more and more wounded on both sides. Even the love teacher. They all had to rely on the lucky glove to join the battle. And so it goes. There will really be irreparable losses. Moment of truth. A turning point came. That's Lord Frontier. Hear the voice of a soldier. AI sure hurriedly looked out of the city. I saw it not far away. There was a dazzling light from the plane. Eth remembered the spear. At the beginning, the border man pointed this gun at himself. That stubborn old drunkard. At the moment, he is charging towards a monster alone. You damn monsters. Come at me. See the familiar light up. Ashley knew that Frontier had used a wide area provocation. So, all the gutter rats will target him. He didn't understand. This old man who is no longer willing to guard the fortress. What exactly do you want to do? What are you doing? Border Bow will die like that. But in response to his, there was only the extremely resolute eyes of the Border Bow. Sharkrose was born in a fortress that held back monsters. Both inherited the border after the death of his father. When the Guardian became a lord at a young age, he hunts monsters every day. For him, the world is so simple and straightforward. That was the case until the woman came to the city. What are you going to sell in the city? Lord Flower Seller. The businesswoman was given permission to open her shop indoors. Charkrose was speechless at the woman. This is the monster front. What is needed here is guns and ammunition. What is the use of flowers? And it will soon wither. Precisely because it is useless. Talent needs flowers. Flowers are beautiful. It's because it will wither quickly. Sharkrose couldn't understand. So, he suspected that the woman was a spy sent by an enemy country. In order to find evidence that the woman was a spy, he goes to the flower shop every day. Later, he began to be able to distinguish between the color and fragrance of flowers, and memorized the full variety of flowers. But he still couldn't understand why flowers were beautiful. 1 year later, Charkrose proposed to him. Time comes back to the present. Border Bow's skills attract the attention of all monsters. For a moment, the Ditch Legion rushed towards him. Border Bow and two. The former rushed into the horde of monsters. Doing what I've been best at. He still remembers that day. It was also the day of the monster invasion. That night, he had just fought off the monster. I hurried home. Husband, you see, this is your daughter, Charcross. I haven't had time to wash the blood and dust off my body. He carefully picked up the little girl. Benjerine, our daughter lives up to her name. It's beautiful, isn't it? But Charcros doesn't know so well. So there was no answer. He didn't understand such weakness. The little one who could disappear if he wasn't careful. Why does it fill people's hearts with joy? Just when the monster was hunted. He also knows everything. But now I can't understand anything. When the monster is about to break through the last line of defense, Frontier Bow appeared. He uses the wide area provocation skill. Attracts the attention of all monsters. I've sworn not to guard here. But he still appeared without hesitation. Prepare your forces quickly. Do not use large weapons, so as not to injure you by mistake. Frontier Bow used only catapults and bows and arrows. Shoot the gutter rats on the periphery first. Cass, take all the soldiers who can fight white-knuckle combat outside the city. Be sure to rescue the Frontier Bow. No, Your Highness. We don't just rescue Frontier Bow. The strategy this time is, we went around the back of the group of ditch rats and attacked. This would annihilate them in one fell swoop. We're going to annihilate that bunch. Come back alive with Border Uncle. Everybody take out that bunch with me. Bring the frontier back alive. Love is at this moment and can only be prayed in the heart. I hope that the border man will not be in danger. The old drunkard who swore he wouldn't protect the city. At the moment, they are fighting for the city. Charcros himself did not understand. I don't understand why I'm doing it now. Obviously, he has decided to spend time next to his wife. Live your last days. Why did you choose the city again? He didn't know. Myself. It's something in this hateful city. Attracted to fight again. Although he has worked hard all his life to understand. But he still didn't understand. But one thing was clear to him. Flowers and daughters. He wants to let those who are weak and short-lived. Protected from this group of monsters. Behind the walls live my daughter. And the world my daughter lives in. I don't want to think about it all the time. It has never been possible. Over time, Charcros is suffering more and more injuries. But he still didn't fall. Still holding back these monsters. He knows. No matter how serious you are about cultivating the orchard, how many monsters to hunt here, those times can't be returned. But this man who has only known fighting all his life will wave the spear again, even if it's just to take down one more, even if it can only be delayed for 1 second more. Charcros, in order to take away his companions on the Yellow Springs Road. I gritted my teeth and persisted. Gradually, the surroundings quieted down. He was curious. Why don't those monsters attack themselves? Maybe it's because I'm out of breath. That's when it happened. A voice from the side caught his attention. Cross-border burr. You defeated all the monsters. The battle is over. Until this time, Charcros finally came to his senses. The monsters have been destroyed. You can now rest. That's a cross. Rhodes Frontier Bob. Charcros fell. After fighting off monsters, Ehrlich rushed here on horseback as soon as possible. His Royal Highness. I'm sorry. I seem to be late. Eris did not scold Lucas. He was under the watchful eye of all the soldiers. Step by step. Now, Damien was healing his wounds in the crowd. Seeing Ash watching himself, Damien shook his head. Ash immediately took it out. A high-grade potion obtained in a reward chest. If you use this, maybe take it back. I shouldn't be able to heal my injuries with that. It just hurts a lot. Jingbo alone defended the ditch of the siege city. The troop waited for Lucas to arrive. He was almost unconscious. AI sure also wants to use high-grade potions to help Borderbow heal. I shouldn't be able to heal my injuries with that. It only adds to my pain. Help me up. I can't see anything anymore. Is the battle over? Ended up with Borderbow. You've done a great job. Didn't they break through the walls? Although there was a breakthrough, but we didn't let a monster in. And all the people of the city were safe. That's good. Don't look dead like that. This is the monster front. Someone lives, rightfully so. It's just my turn Don't feel sorry for a person who dies. Be happy to overcome and survive. It is a city above the grave. Although it is because of the number of casualties, it is a comparison. But there are even above the grave. People will also live the meaning. Sadness and mourning shut down the city. It's good to hold a funeral. But it is also necessary for everyone to feel the joy that goes with it. I'll be sure to take it to heart. Overlord. Hope is the best motivator to keep people alive. So if someone is going to die, that's supposed to be my hopelessness. Talent can be lost, right? Please promise me. One last thing. His Royal Highness. You name it, Frontier Bow. As long as I can do it, will definitely do their best. If one day my daughter comes here, please help me tell her dad. I'm sorry for you. I hope you can be free. Live your life as you please. I'm sorry. Wife as a knight. I ended up with nothing to protect. Failed to protect the orchard in you. In our daughter. Not the Frontier Bow. You've saved the world more than once. You've spent your whole life saving the world. Save everyone on the front line. The world owes you a lot. But Bien Bo didn't answer anymore. He was just apologizing. Ace knew that Frontier Bo could no longer hear his own words. That's when it happened. Ace thought of the dried fruit that Frontier Bo had given him. Before the belt. He didn't understand. Why did Border Bo keep holding these? Dried fruits that even I don't think are delicious. Maybe it's for this moment. These grapes are really sweet. Just like that, Frontier Bow stopped breathing with a smile. A heavy bell rang from afar. Yes, it means that the monster invasion has ended. The bell for the evacuation order to be lifted. Love is incomprehensible. This man who lost everything to protect the city. Because I hate the city too much. And the man who voluntarily gave up his family business. Why did you come back at the last minute? And for what sacrifice? What the hell is on this front line? We'll devour someone's life. It's heavy. Frontier Bow. The position of lord of this city is really heavy. The chimes kept echoing in the air. This difficult day is finally over. Charcross became the only hero to die in this scene. By the time Ash returned to the mansion, it was already night. Your lordship, you're finally back. You are not injured. I've been worried about you. Ash ignored Aid's compliment. Instead, he grabbed him directly by the collar. Al had not yet reacted. He was pressed against the wall by Ash. The first thing a man does after winning a battle. It's not a celebration. Instead, he grabbed his assistant and pushed it against the wall. Give me an honest account. You goddamn director. The current situation is clearly strange. Teach how hard this pervert is. Chungjing was originally that kind of place. So I didn't care. Although Ghost Rider appears in Scene 1. But I also think I'm unlucky. Didn't take it to heart. But in Scene 2, an NPC appears that gives orders to monsters. Even hell difficulty doesn't cause anything like this. What the hell did you do? The next scenario. Isn't it going to happen again? You said you wanted to help me. But why would you want to hide such a thing? You make it clear to me. Your lordship, you probably won't believe what I say. But I'm helping you in my own way. Don't talk nonsense. Will this happen to me? And he didn't tell me anything. The necklace you got in the tutorial scene. As long as you pass Scenario 3, will open up his skills. As long as that skill is open, you'll be able to understand all the points that are now wondering. As long as you're going through a scene, you can see why this is happening. I hope you can bear it, my lord. I sincerely pray to you. After knowing the truth of this crazy world, I was able to fight as firmly as I am now. Because by that time, there will really be no way to escape. What to run away from? Why should I run away? Escape from the world itself. But I didn't tell Aish. On this day, a little girl sets out on her way home. Soon 3 days have passed since the end of Scene 2. In the city, everywhere there are accompanying flags fluttering in the wind. Although the air is very heavy. But Crossrod was still the same as usual. Busy preparing for the next defensive battle. At the end of the day, Ace got into the carriage back to the mansion. Now there are 12 days left until the next scene. The repair of the city walls also went smoothly. But Ace was at the door of the mansion. I saw an unfamiliar figure. He just wanted to remind Lucas. But the man had already reached the window of the carriage. Ace is a lord. He was attacked at the door of his mansion. Luckily, Ace was not hit by the girl's attack. But the girl really just wanted to pop the wheels of the carriage. After encountering an attack, Lucas got out of the car as soon as possible to check on Ace's condition. After confirming that Ace is safe, he immediately looked at the attacker with his sword. But neither of them expected. It was a child who attacked them. What's that? That's just a little ghost. You can't take him lightly, because he's just a little ghost. He was supposed to be a trained combatant. Look at that little ghost's clothes. It was the uniform of the Imperial Academy. What are the students of the Academy doing here? I haven't reported my name yet. That's the question I should ask. Uncles, this is the house I used to live in. But it's rare to come back, only to find that it was occupied by a group of strange soldiers. I do not know. That group of people started from the past. It's a thief who loves to make trouble. Or the invading enemy country Surgong. There is too little intelligence. Just as I hesitated, I happened to see the uncles coming in a carriage. That's why I stopped you. Lord of the city. Met with an attack on his own doorstep. And the person who attacked him turned out to be just a little kid. Because this mansion is the house he once lived in. And now it's occupied by a group of strangers. Just as Ace was passing by. That's why he intervened to stop it. Ace, you could have asked, why do you have to wreck the carriage? That's how schools teach. As long as you suspect that it is an enemy, you must suppress it first. But I didn't want to wreck the carriage to such an extent. I'm sorry about that. Then again, who are you? Why occupy someone else's house at will? I will decide whether or not I want to teach you a lesson based on the answers. This little kid, what the hell is nonsense? 8 ways what? This is the residence of Lord Crossrod. Of course it belongs to the Lord. So what does that mean? Obviously my dad is the Lord here. The moment I heard this, both Ehrlich and Lucas were silent. On the 3rd day of his death, his daughter is back. I see. You're a class of Terran Cross. Uncle, do you know me? I often hear your father propose marriage. In the moment of eye contact with him, AI felt it deeply. The girl is the daughter of the border birth. Those green eyes resembled his father's. But Ash remembered. A class of Jalen in the game. It's a tall beauty. So he didn't understand why Jalen was so short. How can you judge someone's appearance to their face? It's rude to say that. Ash noticed. A class of Jalen was already trembling with anger. You actually laugh at other people's physical defects to their faces. Looks like you have a lot of lives. No, I only have one. Then you should cherish life even more. I changed my mind. I just wanted to ask about the situation. But now I'm going to get real. As soon as the words fell, the general spirit rushed towards Ash. See this familiar pose. Ash was sure that he must be the daughter of the border uncle. The next second Evangeline's attack, blocked by Lucas with his sword. Put down the gun. The one in front of you is the 3rd prince of the empire. You don't just take other people's houses. Now he still lied that he was the emperor's ancestor. While Lucas wasn't paying attention, Evangeline kicked the sword away from his hand. The 3rd prince is a famous prodigal son. How could it be possible to come to such a poor country? Look at Lucas's eyes. I knew that he was already serious. Ash didn't expect things to turn out like this. This uncle's skills are pretty good. Of course, Miss Gialine in general. I'm also the senior of your academy. I am the 2nd seat of the 369th class of the Imperial Royal Academy. Lucas McGregor. And His Royal Highness Prince AI Sure behind me. He is also the senior of your academy. He was among the students of the 369th class. But the legend of the legend. AI sure was curious. Why the owner of this body? And such stories. It turned out that AI sure was a prince. But swears to become the penultimate of the Imperial Academy. Now he is still lying to be the senior of my school. You think, am I a who can't tell the difference between school seniors? But if you want to play, then I'll be with you to the end. The 375th class of chief graduates who graduated early. Ibanarine Cross. Say hello to the 2 seniors of the class of 369. The 3rd day after the death of the border uncle. His daughter is back. A class of Jalen didn't know. Frontier Beau is no longer the lord here. He forcibly seized his home because of itches. So they attacked the carriage. That's it. A class of Jalen and Lucas New played together. And look at what they look like. Both of them moved for real. Probably because they are all SSRs. So the battle between the two was very fierce. So this kind of battle is an eye-opener for AI. But if it continues, someone will definitely get hurt. Almost. It seems that there should be a mistake. Let's talk about it. Let's clear up the misunderstanding. But 2 knights. Already completely immersed in the battle. No one paid any attention to the words of the mourner. As a last resort, the mourner can only rely on the lucky glove. To stop this pointless battle, don't do too much damage. As long as it can calm down 2 people. With such thoughts, Ace punched Evandrin's shield. But the unexpected happened. The lucky glove dealt 777 damage. Ace didn't expect to be here. The unexpected number was drawn. Evandrin found himself on his shield. Colored light appeared. The next second, this light enveloped the entire Lord's mansion. An AI sure who made this punch was also afraid for a while. He didn't understand. Why at such a time? I will be so lucky to win the jackpot. Your Highness, your fist strength just now is quite remarkable. How? Exactly. Anyway, normally Jalen is just a child. How can you be so cruel to a child? Lucas, you say, he shouldn't have lost his breath yet. Generally, Jalen remembers. When I was a kid, every time a monster invaded the city, his mother would always go to his room to stay with him. Mom is worried that you're afraid of monsters. To comfort you. Although Mom says so every time. But Evangeline knew. It's actually my mother who is afraid of monsters. Mom, you're really. Daddy will fight off all the monsters. What is there to be afraid of? But Evangeline found out later. Mom is not afraid of monsters. It's the fear of losing my dad, as well as someday. The daughter is also going to fight the fate of that treacherous front. That's it. Mom's figure disappeared in front of Evangeline. When she woke up from a dream, she was surrounded by familiar smells. Originally, Evangeline had returned to her room. With a knock on the door to Evangeline's room was opened. After hearing someone coming in, he immediately covered himself with a quilt. Ace walked straight over, sitting in the chair next to Evangeline's bed. We haven't seen each other for 3 years. How are you doing during this time? Even if you don't ask. It's also obvious. Lynn loves to hunt monsters so much. I must have had a great time every day. Actually, a class of Jalen didn't want to say these things. But when I think of my father, these words came out of his mouth unconsciously. I'm sorry for the class of Jalen. I'm not your dad. A class of Jalen found out. He was bandaged. And weapons, too, was taken away. Sure enough, I started too hard yesterday. It turned out to be you. That uncle from yesterday. Looks weak and can't help the wind. The uncle who turned out to be the one who used the fist of madness. Anyway, I'll introduce myself one last time. I am the 3rd prince of the Empire. Also the current Lord of Crossrod. Ashbun Hut. Eberborough. It was a bandit who seized the Lord's mansion. But he said that he was the Lord here. Also disguised as the 3 princes of the Empire. I'm not a 3-year-old. Why are you still talking nonsense there? If you were the prince, uncle, then what country am I Her Majesty? Ehrlich didn't say anything, just lightly took out his token. It is the royal number plate of the Eberblay Empire. It's true. I'm a fan of His Royal Highness. Sign it for me. AI is a little helpless, but still do what Jalen says, because I am the most famous prodigal son of the Empire. That's why you're a fan of mine. Don't you know? You are the most unruly prodigal son in the entire Empire. I've always wanted to rebel against my father. It's not just about getting into trouble, and do nonsense. It even discredited the family. So I ran away from home, was also admitted to the Royal Academy, which my father hated the most. But don't say resist. I was even forced to become a model student there. Love is very clear. In general, Jalen is not just a model student. He completed the 6-year course in 3 years and graduated early as a chief graduate. He is a genius in the annals of the Academy of Celebrities. My only resistance, I just haven't been in touch with my dad for 3 years. It's a lovely rebellion. But at that time I heard your legend. Dad is His Majesty the Emperor, who is the supreme emperor of the empire. But you still dare to make him angry every day. And the content of the trouble every week. It's not the same at all. And not only fountains made of gold. He even made a carpet with gemstones. Crazy events. I've heard. At that time, His Majesty the Emperor was so angry with you. You're amazing. Too handsome, His Royal Highness. You are my role model. Love is not expected to be a garbage life. He can still be a role model for others. But then again, His Royal Highness. Where the hell is our old man? I'm going to do the same for this time. Use. Looking at the prodigal son's filial piety method researched by His Royal Highness the Prince. To deal with him, he wouldn't have known in advance. So, I hid in general. It turns out that you didn't come back after hearing the news. What news? I just went home after graduation. Hear the words of a class of Jalen. I couldn't help but clench my fists. His Royal Highness. Is there something going on here? I'm so sorry. Tell a class of Miss Jalen in this form. Your dad, Charles Crossfrontier, has died. He was in the battle with the monster the other day. Laid down his life. Saved all the people in the city. His sacrifice was honorable. I'll record your father's great deeds. It was reported to the royal family word for word, because he has a lot of credit over the years. So you should be able to get the Royal Martial Arts Medal. The funeral will be held 3 days later. I intend to do it with the highest level of courtesy. So I was going to start now. Officially be an unfilial girl. I didn't expect him to have run away. He always said that he would die fighting monsters. I didn't expect to really go like that. I'm obviously not done complaining yet. But he was gone. Also, in order to become an unfilial daughter who ruined the reputation of the family. There are countless ways to do it in advance. Come and rebel against your own father. But he was greeted by the death of his father on the battlefield. I'm not done complaining yet. If you want like that, I'm sorry because I'm the current lord. The command of the front is also in my hands. Your father's sacrifice is my responsibility. So blame me. Uncle, are you really His Royal Highness the Prince of Love? The Royal Highness I heard before is only looking out for himself. A bohemian prodigal son who doesn't care about the feelings of those around him. Don't always say I'm a prodigal son in front of you. There will be attendants on standby at the door. Command your attendants if you need anything. Just when Aishi was about to leave, a class of Jalen stopped him again. I'm really sorry about what happened yesterday. The carriage and all the things are known. You should have a good rest first. That's it. There was only one group left in the room, and Jalen was alone. Apprentice to His Highness. You should first know the age of Miss Jalen. She is still a student. He is 2 years younger than Damien. And the time she appeared in the game. The earliest will also be in the second half of the following year. But due to various circumstances that happened in this game, as a result, she appeared a little earlier than usual. I see. No wonder there is only one class of Jalen. It's different from what it looks like in the game. As a tank profession, the agility of the first class of Jalen is ridiculously high. These are the numbers alone. Can make him worthy of the title of the strongest tank. But this time, Ace discovered a strange property. It turned out that the first class of Jalen was still young. So on the battlefield, there can be mistakes big and small. So it seems it's not entirely good to be on the scene too early. But a class of Jalen is still a kid after all. When he was his age, this kind of battlefield should not come at all. Rather, it should be like an ordinary person. Frolic with friends. Suddenly, A tingling pain struck Ash's brain. He remembered a familiar figure. Your lordship, you want to invite one? Is Benjerine on the team? Ide's words bring Ash back to reality. But Ash didn't answer him. Aren't you going to invite her? In general, Miss Jillian should be a big fighter. To say I don't want her, that must be a lie. Great love poems once promised the border country. Those were the last words left by the deceased border state. It's her daughter who doesn't want to be her own. Caught in the family curse. A final word of advice. I'm going to keep my promises. I'm going to let that little imp do whatever he wants. Do what you want to do. But my lord, your expression is not like that. It's better to force him to stay. In case you missed him, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I'm going to regret it for sure. But I don't want to go against human morality in order to clear the level. But the reason why you can pass the infernal Iron Man mode, isn't it because I don't have a sense of morality in mind? But if you use the same method to clear the level this time, doesn't that mean I'm not growing at all? I want to be stronger than I was yesterday. Moral constraints. One day, it will take the Lord by the throat. Doesn't matter. I'm not pretending to be a decent gentleman, though. But I don't want to be a monster either. Even in a world where human life is clear. I also want to be a person. That's all. Benjerine is the most powerful tank in this world. But Ash was reluctant to invite him. Join your own team, because Benjerine is the only daughter of the border country, the old man who guarded the city. Her only wish, it is to let the daughter escape the curse of the Cross family. Anyway, help me take care of her. She is in the midst of puberty. It should be complicated inside. But Lord, what to do with Miss Benjerine's guns and shields? It was found after identification. Her weapons are all SSR items. Due to the damage that was too severe. Not even at all. Method used as a material. How should we compensate for it? To know in this world. SSR items represent both expensive and rare. By the way, we can rebuild his outfit. After all, the high-level magic box you got from the last team fight. There is 1 point left. The magic box has been used to make the magic gun. Why exactly do you want to use it? On that useless prop. My lucky hand is also an SSR item. Is it okay to compensate him with this? It's impossible. Your lordship, who wants such useless props? Case. Then there's only one way. Have the team members come and assemble. Let's go collect the magic box. Now it's also time to survey the dungeon. And so it was after a few hours. The crowd gathered in the backyard of the Lord's mansion. I always feel like I haven't felt like I've been in a long time. Have you rested well these days? Just look at the way everyone looks. They were ready to survey the dungeon. Except, of course, Lily. Why me again? Didn't you say that there were a few new people joining this time? Take them with you. Although it is true that there are new mercenaries. But they are all in level. At least for now. Not enough to join the main team. If you can find a good character, enough to replace Lily. Ash didn't want to force it every time. That's when it happened. An unexpected person appeared. Where are you going? Seeing a stranger appear out of nowhere. Lily also stopped what she was doing. Some people should be seeing her for the first time. Say hello. She is the only daughter of Frontier Beau, Evangeline Cross. The moment you hear the name, everyone immediately walked towards the girl in front of them. Even Pete, who has always been out of tune, became serious. Your father's business. Please also mourn. A class of Lord Jalen. Thank you for worrying about me. But it doesn't matter. So, where are you going now? We're going to the dungeon. There's something like that around the city. Are you talking about the dungeon below the lake? It's just an old story of the absurdity. Although occasionally, there are some stupid adventurers. Flock to the treasures under the lake. But so far, none of them will be alive. This is not an absurd story. We've already been there. So what you mean by that? A place that has been managed by the Cross family for generations. There are dungeons I don't know about. And His Royal Highness the Prince has been there. Maybe your family already knew. It's just that you don't know. Generally, Jalen didn't learn. Lessons to be taken as an heir. So even this secret, it has been passed down from generation to generation in the Cross family. He couldn't possibly know. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it anyway. We're going to go now. Repay a class of Jalen's SSR class weapons. Elsie decides to lead the team to explore the dungeon ahead of time. But at this time, a class of Jalen appeared, and he also asked to go with Elsie. Don't look at me as small. I'm a leading graduate of the Royal Academy. I have the confidence to be stronger than anyone else in battle. And I'm the sole heir to the Cross family. My parents, they all died because of the group of monsters that came out of the lake. So I have the right to go with it. But because of this, I didn't want to take him with me. Because of the last wishes of his parents. It is to free him from the shackles of the Cross family. Are you okay physically? It's so good that you're in a good mood. Calm down a little now. Doing nothing will be more chaotic. You might as well move your body. Take me with you. Speaking of which, for the sake of it, there was no reason for him to continue to reject him. And there is a look of expectation behind AI's eyes. Looking at him, that being the case, Lily, you're going to stay in Crossrod. After a class of Jalen joined the team, a new team add-on has emerged. Twin Knights added 20% physical defense to all party members. Because it was a temporary uprising of Jalen. I took the gear he had when he was a child. I took it first. We're about to go. Are you all ready? See the crowd as they look. Ace knew they were all ready. On the way, I will give you a detailed introduction to the team members. Now we're going to go. A class of Jalen. The senior sister made me a senior. Let's take you to the holy place hidden in your hometown. Not much. A few people came to the water distribution area where the first district dried up. Your Highness, haven't we already surveyed the area? Why are you here again? Because it's not just new players joining. And I think it's easier to match. It will be a little more efficient. You mean to say, are the monsters back here? That's right, that's what it means. After the end of the defensive battle, the monsters in the dungeon will come back to life. That's why players can constantly level up and farm items, especially the monsters in the primary area. The danger is low. It's a great place for the bench team to brush up all the way here. The main team is responsible for raiding and surveying the dungeon. There are still no deeper areas to open the way, and defeat the boss to clear the scene. Although ACE leads the main team. But in order to give Evangeline time to adapt to the dungeon, Axe took them with him. Came to the easiest first district. Can use teleported Evangeline for the first time. I still felt uncomfortable on the spot. It turns out that teleportation can also make people feel dizzy. It's the first time I've seen someone faint. What do you two uncles look at? I don't have anything to do. How so? Miss, you don't look like a good person right now. Chong Struggle Ace thought that both of them were tanks. So we can get along well. But so far, it doesn't seem to be like that. After Jalen recovered, they went deeper into the dungeon. There really is such a place. How exactly did the seniors know? I don't know as a member of the Cross family. AI sure had expected him to ask such a question. So think about how to defend yourself from the beginning. His Majesty the Emperor is not going to send me here for no reason. Look at what they look like. I know that this explanation is very reasonable. In this empire, the Emperor's name is a good reason. No matter where it is, just mention his name. It will become a very reasonable basis. After people crossed into this world, they were questioned a lot. Now he has finally found the best solution. Just move out of the Emperor's name. Everything will make perfect sense. I can't say more than that. Let's go inside first. The first time I came to Evangeline in the Lake Kingdom, very uncomfortable. He didn't expect it to be so dark here. You have to get used to it as soon as possible, because the whole dungeon is shrouded in this darkness. If you're afraid of the dark, let's go back now. Are you kidding? I'm not afraid of the dark. After fighting with Ace, Evangeline was visibly more relaxed. Nothing was said in the rest of the process. After a while, Ace stopped. What is the monster to be hunted today? There was a rumbling sound all around. A huge golem stood in front of Ace. The first room of the event. It is to destroy the 4 golems in the room. To know, golems are not very easy monsters to deal with in the early stages. The thought of such a big guy. There will be crowds coming over. Ace couldn't help but have a big head. Probably the first time I went down to the dungeon. Jalen looked a little nervous. This is when the commander needs to step up. Now the enemy has appeared before us. So guys, let me take a good look at your strength. It's like he's in a hurry to prove himself. A class of Jalen rushed forward first. You heard the loud bung. A band Jalen took a shield to block the golem's attack. But the Sioux hemp rod from the arm, foreshadowing the strength of the monster. A class of Jalen uses one skill. Stored absorb damage. It's a monster though, but your strength is too bad. No matter what, let's see my trick first. As he spoke, Jalen raised his spear and rushed over. A class of Jalen's 2 skills can store the damage. All are returned to the target. This is also in addition to the numerical value. Another reason why he can be the strongest tank, although there is a limit to the amount of storage. But that doesn't prevent him from being able to play as a tank. Hit extremely high output. After solving a golem, he immediately rushed to the other monsters. But at this time, the unexpected happened. A class of Jalen fell because of his cunning. It's all because of the nature he has now. Porous. Everybody, hurry up and get there. I must not let Jalen get hurt. Almost instantly, Jupiter's lightning and Lucas's slash, and destroyed the remaining golems. In this way, the dungeon raiders went well. I don't know if it's because of the fall. The battle that followed. The first class of Jalen looked extraordinarily serious. Less than 1 hour. They've all cleared the customs. The first area is too simple. It does not achieve the purpose of training at all. You should all be warmed up. After resting for a while, immediately go to the second area. After a while, a few people came to the hidden alley. This is where we're going to survey today. The second area is more difficult than just now. You must not let your guard down. Before going to survey the second area, AI sure decided to take a short rest here first. After all, the first area couldn't be simpler. It can also be exhausting. In the next battle, there is no room for error. Men are the protagonists of the whole world. But he has been competitive with a child. Even eating has to be distinguished from him. Ace didn't know what to say about the 2 of them. Damien, are you in good shape? Of course, I didn't do anything hard. Then this thing is for you. This will be your weapon in the future. Last time Ace was unboxing. Got an S grinding gun. The purpose of grinding the gun is to allow a person to operate the horse alone. A durable and miniaturized shield weapon. Although the power of grinding the gun is great, but it's hard to aim, and the stability is low. The reload is also small, because there are too many shortcomings. So it belongs to the non-mainstream weapon. But if you let Damien use a grinding gun, those shortcomings are not a problem. His Royal Highness. This gun is a lot heavier than Snoo. Then you have to build up a little bit of physical strength in the future. Axton tell Damien. In the future, he will carry 5 or 6 guns of this weight, because of the insufficient reload. Therefore, it is necessary to use the number of grinding guns to fill this shortcoming. If nothing else, the blacksmith should be in earnest by now. Although in the game, a character can only use one weapon. But here is the reality. Even holding several guns doesn't make a difference. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. I'll be extra careful when using it. So is everyone rested? Let's move on. It didn't take long for a few people to pack up their supplies. The torches were raised again. Let's go to this dungeon. The second district of the city. There is no glimmer of light in the Kingdom of Lakes. The alleys are pitch black. AI sure led the regiment. The team is cautiously advancing. Although when playing the game, I didn't really feel it, but personally walked this path. I found out that the atmosphere here is quite eerie. Just thinking about the alley, a golem the size of a house will suddenly appear. I just feel creepy. That's when AI was thinking. A golem suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The task of this room, it is to destroy 2 level 15 elite steam golems. Due to the pitch-black baby elephants everywhere, they simply don't know. The first dungeon has been entered. A steam golem suddenly appears in the room. For a while, the team fell into a panic. Everyone retreated one after another. His Royal Highness, I'm here to stop him. As soon as the words fell, Lucas drew his sword and slashed at the steam golem. Lucas, careful. There should be another one. It was at this time, a second steam golem appears from Lucas's side. Uncle, you're too much of a fuss. Looks like you still need me to help you. Almost instantly, first ban Jalen blocked the attack of the second steam golem. They're a lot better than the guys just now. Love is the time when 2 knights must resist. Think about tactics. That's what he's going to be on this team. The role to be played. Jupiter Damien. Let's attack the golem that Lucas stopped first. After all, Lucas is actually more inclined to fighter. And the first class of Jedin is a veritable tank. In terms of resistance alone, the first class of Jalen is even better. The first class of Jalen completely converted to defensive form. Stop that guy. Although the number of large monsters such as golems is small, but it also means each of them is very strong. And these guys also have the title of elite. And rightfully so, Lucas will not be able to face it head-on. Lucas and Ivan. When Jalen each blocks a monster, Ace commanded the rest. People help Lucas first, because in terms of resistance alone, it's just a child's general. Jalen is stronger than Lucas, and Lucas's advantage is not in defense. Now is the time. Lucas chops off his leg. As soon as the words fell, Lucas neatly displayed a sword. After losing a leg, the movement of the steam golem has been affected. Jupiter knocks the armor of the cuirass into the air. Reveal his magic box. His Royal Highness the Prince is here to help. In an instant, thunder and lightning filled the monster's body. But unexpectedly, Jupiter's attack. Only a small gap was left in the golem. Isn't that kind of attack enough? Not enough. Damien doesn't need a big flaw. Only very small microscopic cracks are sufficient. Go on, Damien. Aim for zero-sum. Shoot at the moment when the bullet is fired. Damien also flew out with a strong recoil. But Ace was already standing behind him one step ahead. Damien, are you all right? I'm fine, Golem. See for yourself. As he spoke, Ace reached out and pointed ahead. I saw that the golem was frozen through the chest by the attack just now. I didn't expect this enemy to be so difficult to deal with. He is an elite monster that is much stronger than normal monsters. Because compared to the first area, the difficulty suddenly increases. So panic. At the moment, it seems, hunting patterns in Area 2. It should be to hunt a few elite monsters. You're all starting to rest. It's as if it's all over. I'm not done here, because it's too quiet over there. The interception went too smoothly. Where is it quiet? My shields are going to break. The Axe Federation commanded them to take out the second golem. After that, the strategy is much simpler. Just feel the alley widen slightly. Sure enough, there will be a steam golem. On the way, they also encountered disguised as a treasure mimic in a treasure chest. For this reason, AI sure also suffered a lot. It can also be regarded as relieving the tense atmosphere in the previous strategy. After that, they tried to explore more points. Lucas even put his hand into the darkness. It felt like the darkness kept pushing my hand. I don't like it at all. This sticky and moist feeling. It seems that you can only go out by following the prescribed path. It seems that we're going to follow this path honestly. The surrounding houses don't seem to be able to get in. The doors and windows of those houses were boarded up. And it's magical. It can't be opened by brute force alone. It is to protect the house from something outside. Before the injury. Wrong. Damien. These are sealed from the outside of the house. It's to keep the things in the house from going outside to buy. So, what's in these plank houses? I don't know about that. It may be that we don't need to know now. That's it. The crowd could only continue to explore along the path. The fourth room is a large square. Everyone was nervous. After all, we don't know where the golem will come from. There's a fountain over there, and you can see something like a statue. The person on the statue carries a crown. He is supposed to be the king of the Lake Kingdom. But AI was curious. Why are only the statues on the left and right being destroyed? His Royal Highness the Prince. Look over there. Look in the direction of Damien's finger. A blue flame appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The fourth room in the dungeon. There wasn't a single monster. But Ace and his party became even more nervous. The flames not far away were a sign that there were others here. And in a city full of monsters, the only thing scarier than a monster is people. Because of the people you meet in such places. It can't be normal. Ace also doesn't know that they are encountering hostile NPCs. Or friendly NPCs. Maybe it'll end the game all at once. So it should never be taken lightly. Along the way, they saw the remains of golems all over the ground. This means the monsters here were all dealt with by that man. I didn't expect you guys to be here. Seemingly, you've done a very serious job of surveying this place. It turned out that this man was when Ash first came. Nameless encountered. Although Ash once had a one-sided relationship with Nameless. But he didn't take it lightly. After all, Ash was in the previous game. I've never met a Nameless. So there's no way to tell if he's a good NPC or not. I'm resting here. After all, in this Lake Kingdom, life is a tiring thing. Since you've come here after successfully clearing the level, then I can only approve that you have taken this out. See the Nameless action. In an instant, everyone was in combat mode. Unexpectedly, Nameless actually pulled out a package from his clothes. Inside that package, it's just some rare items and equipment. It's coming. How about buying something by the way? I can sell you high-quality goods at low prices. That's how love is known. This mysterious Nameless man is actually a businessman. NPCs currently have a buy one get one free event. You can also get a 30% repeat discount on your first purchase. Aren't you going to buy it? You're going to look at this from afar. Super bargain opportunity. It's not uncommon for such a big discount service to happen. Hearing these words gets in the way. Finally couldn't help it. So, what are you selling here? These things. I spent a few years wandering in this Lake Kingdom. Collected. They are precious items that cannot be purchased in the human world. Have a look. Although in general, the merchant NPCs are of high quality. But these qualities of Nameless are extremely high. How are we going to pay the outside money? There doesn't make any sense here. Pay with a magic stone or a magic box. The magic stone is a settlement item. Can be exchanged for imperial currency or for dungeon trading. But the lover has already put all the magic stones obtained, all exchanged for imperial currency. After all, it is difficult to come across in the initial stage. The merchant NPC Ashley can now be taken out. That's all there is to it. He took out the magic boxes in one fell swoop. How many magic stones can these be worth? Honestly, it's not much. But after all, this is your first time spending with me. And I know it too. You're paying more attention to the strategy here than I expected. So let me pick a prop. I think it's cheering you on. You can't go back. You said let me pick one of these props. For a while, Ehrlich began to struggle. What is better to choose? He was the first person he met in the Lake Kingdom. It turned out to be a merchant he had never seen in the game. And the quality of his props far exceeds that of other merchants. For a while, Ash didn't know which one to choose. I don't want much for this old woman. Just eat a 200-year-old ginseng. I should be 10 years younger. Pig Pit is light. Please save your own money to buy it. How about these feather boots, Lord? Does he still have a bonus that increases movement speed? I think the Lord is wearing these shoes. You'll be able to quickly escape when you're in danger. After listening to Lucas, AI sure was moved, but reason told him, you can't waste your chances on yourself. This one looks like a potion generator. I heard that potions are automatically generated every once in a while. If you put this in the temple, it should be able to heal the wounded soldiers. Big help, but potions are such a thing. It is an item that the outside world can provide. So love is to feel that this thing is changed. It's a bit of a pity. Ace suddenly discovered. A class of Jalen just watched from the sidelines. Why don't you choose? I'm currently on a temporary basis with this team, and I don't have much interest in gear. At graduation, the principal also gave me a gun and a shield of the highest order. As a gift, all I need is that. The moment I heard this, Ace remembered. Their main purpose this time is just to compensate for a class of Jalen. Weapons. Do you have cavalry guns or shields here? It's a coincidence. There happened to be one group. As he spoke, Nameless took out a set of S2 equipment. Not only does this outfit look very cool, and its performance is particularly good too, but the only downside is, these two weapons are set equipment. If you only have one of them, it is not possible to get the best effect out of the equipment. I said it at the beginning. There is now a buy one get one free campaign. I can give you one. Let you take both away. This was originally a prop set, and it's not useful to me at all. But you will also carefully survey this place in the future. And when you see me occasionally, just come and buy something. Thank you so much. Nameless adult. I will definitely use it well. A class of Jalen. You come over and get this. Now that there is equipment for reparations. AI told the truth to Jalen. Yesterday was my first move. The seniors are just fighting back. In other words, the responsibility for the damage lies with me. You don't have to take it too seriously. Then you don't take this as compensation. Think of it as a gift. Ace couldn't wait. Helped a class of Jalen get new gear. This is the prince as the senior of the academy. Personally sent to a class of Jaren Cross. Graduation gifts. You're not going to refuse a gift from the royal family. But more often than not, it's about dedicating oneself to the city. Cross-border state. Ash not only did not reward him for his merits. Instead, he broke his daughter's equipment. If Ash ignores it, he will not be able to forgive himself. Thank you, senior. I'll use it well. Merchant, since he won't buy it for me, then I'll have to do it myself. Give me a ginseng. Aishi couldn't help but be curious. Where did Jupiter's model come from? Words nameless. If you can, I want to ask you a question. Do you know the man who plays the flute? The NPC in Scene 2 that is causing Ace a lot of trouble. In the previous game, but there is almost no presence. But he was in the mouth of a nameless. But he became a particularly famous man in the Lake Kingdom. Keep going. Between the 3rd and 4th regions, there is a safe area. There's this dungeon. It's a place frequented by people who keep their sanity. The people here call that place the base camp. Of course, Ace knows this place. That's when he was in the previous game. I often go to a safe base. This is where the NPCs get together and prepare. So there's a lot of equipment in that place. There are also many merchants gathered here. There's a good chance that the man you're looking for will go there. Even if not, you can also get information from other people. Of course, if you want to get there, you have to break through a little bit. But if it's you, I believe that it should be possible to get to that place without any problems. Then we'll see you next time. I hope you'll be alive by then. I didn't expect that there would be merchants in such a place. He's still really funny. Sure enough, I couldn't believe that woman. His strength is just too strong. After disposing of these things alone, it can still be so calm. It shows that he is not generally strong. But AI is very clear. If Lucas is in the late game, he can do these things easily. So AI is deep in the heart. Nameless has been assigned to friendly NPCs. Don't think about anything else. Let's go attack the monster boss now. That's it. The group made their way to the last room in the second section. It seems that something broke through the seal and ran out. Although I don't know what was in it before. But it seems that the seal is of little use. Anyway, I think it's going this way. Do we have to go in? Otherwise, let's go back like this. It's all here. At the very least, see what the monster boss looks like. After going back into the room, the apprentice found that the space inside was very large. It looks like it was a warehouse or something like that. Traces of water platforms can be seen everywhere here. It seems that it should have been soaked in water for a long time before. It's under the lake, after all. It's not a surprise to get soaked in water. His Royal Highness. Look at that. Damien looks like this. Visibly frightened. Look in the direction of Damien's finger. There's a gigantic robot lying there. Damn, this isn't a piece of scrap metal. It turns out that this is the boss of the second area. Huge steam magic chest. Warehouse. The cleaner Bayenbrook AI was also found. This time, the boss also has the fate of humanity. Used to be the boss of the first area. Also possesses human names. Ehrlich. I don't know if there is any connection between the two. Don't wait for him to think about it. The giant steam golem moved. Damn, accidentally fell asleep again. I saw him slowly stand up. Slowly turn to the place where AI and the others are. Today's warehouses are also messy for so long. The violators began to clean, although due to the suddenness of the incident. Ehrlich and the others were not prepared. But Lucas and Evangeline, or stood in front of the line for the first time. Ming is a boss monster in a dungeon, but they have human names and occupations. And this is already the second time this has happened. But don't wait for Ash to think about it. A laser in the hands of a giant steam golem. I've already ejaculated. Almost instantly, 2 lasers came in front of everyone. Moment of truth. Lucas and Evangeline blocked the attack. It's actually a magic of light that has been rare lately. Your Highness, how are we going to deal with it? Can you give instructions? Although this monster in front of him is terrifyingly big, but Ash had already mastered it. A way to raid all the monsters in this world. Don't be intimidated by this guy's size. The approach to the strategy is the same as the previous ones. All you have to do is destroy his magic box. But his magic boxes are scattered throughout his body. It adds up to 10 in total. What do you mean? Before the mana box is all destroyed. Will he keep storming like this? This is the only way to kill him completely. But after destroying the magic box, he couldn't move the corresponding parts. First of all, attack his hands. You say that, and I get it. Then I, the old woman, will go first. His right hand will be given to me. Almost instantly, a magic box in the hands of a giant steam golem. It was destroyed by Jupiter and Damien. So, monsters can no longer shoot lasers. Don't let your guard down. The next thing we're going to do is attack his feet. Incapacitated him. Lucas Evangeline. I've been hurting a lot lately. Is it because I have swept the land all my life? I didn't expect the giant steam golem to writhe. Body to attack. Fortunately, both Lucas and Evangeline reacted quickly. The two were not hit by the monster's attack, although the attack power of the giant steam golem is very strong. But because of the size, his movements were too slow. You piece of scrap metal. I've been muttering something since the beginning, saying that Evangeline was shot, destroyed one of the monster's mana boxes. Sister, you're doing very well. As a senior, I naturally can't lose. The voice did not fall. Lucas cut off the monster's other leg. After losing the magic box on the foot, the giant steam golem fell to its knees on the ground. I also want to enter the court to study magic in the future. I'm tired of this machine-like look. Cleaning life here. Evangeline, come back and defend. Jupiter Damien. Attack his right arm. The next second, 2 attacks directly break the monster's right arm. Someday, I'm going to develop cleaning magic. Make life easy for fellow cleaners. But he wasn't done yet. The only remaining left arm was also broken. A giant steam golem that has lost its limbs. He fell straight to the ground. Lucas took the opportunity to come to the monster's back. He raised his sword, without a hint of hesitation. Lucas destroys the magic box on the monster's chest. The magic box on the chest has also been destroyed. Now all that's left is the head. But at this time, the giant steam golem moved again. It's weird, I remember cleaning it. The monster whose limbs had been severed suddenly moved. Originally, he wanted to attack Ash and the others with his head, although Ash can easily dodge. But the two behind him are hard to say. As a last resort, Ash can only rely on the lucky glove to gamble. Good this time, Ash's luck was good. Lucky glove punched out. 125 damage. After the head was knocked out, the monster lay on the ground, completely motionless. In fact, Ace's heart was also very scared. Luckily, Lady Luck was on his side. But the giant steam golem still seemed to be muttering something. It's raining. Is it raining now? Lord, let's wrap it up. Know that you can get a lot of experience by killing bosses. And the current lowest level is Ace. So he won't let go of such a good opportunity. It turned out to be raining. It's raining so hard. What have you been talking about, you goddamn monster? That's it. Ace, they pass through the package room in the second area. After the package drops are resolved, the crowd began to search the room for the treasure chest. Ace was looking at the experience he had gained. And great, His Royal Highness has a treasure chest and a road here. Ace immediately called Lucas to stop Jupiter. Then he opened the box alone. Inside the chest is an SR item screaming orb. It's a coincidence. This is an item that can only be used by mages. Since there is only one mage in the team, then this can only be given to you. However, the screaming orb has a damage increase effect on kills. In fact, it is very suitable for a wide area mage like Jupiter. And if you get the scream set, every time you kill an enemy, it can also apply a wide area terror effect. I just don't know when I'll be able to brush it. There are 2 pieces of equipment left. Besides, there are also 2 superlative SR magic boxes in the chest. After the harvest is counted, Aishi led them to the next base. It didn't take long to go. Ash stopped, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's a flight of stairs with no end in sight. According to Ash recently gathered intelligence, this is the staircase that leads to the walls of the Lake Kingdom. After making sure that there is no mistake, and they set out with Ash. I walked up the stairs for a short time. Jupiter and Damien were almost unable to hold on. A moment later, Ash was also exhausted. It was at this time they finally reached the end of the stairs. Almost everyone else in the group was lying on the ground tired. Lucas and Evangeline, on the other hand, it's like a nobody. Everybody's worked hard. Anyway, we're finally here. Just go there again. We'll be able to go home. When you hear it, you can go home right away. Jupiter rushed out first. I'm going to take a hot shower as soon as I get back. Also hold endangered reagents in one hand. A cigar in one hand. But when he got out of that door, it stopped suddenly. Jupiter, you're gone. Didn't you just shout that you wanted to go home right away? But when they walked out of that door, they were as stunned as Jupiter. It turns out that this is the Lake Kingdom. It's incredible. I have never seen a city so grand. Even in the center of the empire, none can be compared. The Water Kingdom is the darkest place in the world. People who come in here, if you are not careful, you will be swallowed up by darkness. The cuteness was discovered only when they stood on the city walls. Light can be seen everywhere here. Someone has set up a permanent philosopher's stone in the city, and the unquenchable fire. Therefore, only the few survivors can enter and exit with peace of mind. Here, what is that? Is it a lighthouse? It was the royal city of the Lake Kingdom. There is Ace someday, the last survey area to be reached. It is also the place to get rid of the final boss showdown. It's still a long time before you get there, though. Ace has only just entered the kingdom at the moment, coming in through the sewers. Wander behind the alleys. They are now close to the main entrance to the north of the city. Anyway, we'll think about what we're going to do next time. Experienced 1. The day of the battle must have been tired. Let's hurry home. It was supposed to be set off in the afternoon to investigate. But when I came back, it was almost noon. Not only did they stay up all night, it also took a whole day to investigate. Wait for AI sure to wake up. It was already early in the morning of the next day. He also said that he would sleep until night. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Next, AI sure sorted out the props he got this time. Reward for the second area. It is a torch that will never be extinguished. This is a very useful item in dungeon surveys. Besides, he also received a monster boss summoning scroll, although it is a one-time item. But you can make a giant steam golem. Become Ash's henchman. Ash didn't hesitate. The scroll was used immediately. So, you can save it for the critical moment to act as a killer feature. After sorting out the props, Ash's stomach was also hungry. He was ready to go to the kitchen to see what else he had to eat. Unexpectedly, he met Lucas and Ivan in the kitchen. Jalen sees Ace appear out of nowhere. The two were also taken aback. "What are you two doing here in the middle of the night without sleeping?" "I'm hungry. Come to the kitchen and take a look." It turned out that this uncle was stealing food. "I also came because I was hungry. Is there anything else to eat?" "There's still a lot of ingredients left, but we've already eaten all the prepared food. Are you hungry? Look at the two of them." Ace knew that his words were a bit redundant. "Let's go to the table and wait. I'm here to show you my hand." "Your lord, do you still cook?" As a royal family, the senior will actually cook himself. Is it true that the law says that royalty cannot cook? And even if the law does, what can it be? I'm royalty. Although love is very much to eat a bowl of hot instant noodles. But there shouldn't be such a thing in this world. Fortunately, this is the Lord's mansion. The ingredients are quite abundant. Without saying a word, AI sure began to drum in the pot. "When you're done, go to bed after you've eaten. This is the Prince of the Prince's Royal Highness card sandwich I made." AI sure took a bite himself. Found the taste not bad, because there are no sauces in this world. So it's great to be able to do this. It's so delicious. His Royal Highness. You can become the head chef of the court. I was so lucky to be able to eat the food made by the Lord. It was so delicious. It's exactly the same as the street food sold at the festival. Generally speaking, he became depressed. The scene now reminds me of the old days. Good food is supposed to be a blissful thing. But a class of Jalen became depressed. The scene now reminds me of the old days. When I was a kid, I used to be in the wee hours of the morning, woken up by the rustle in the kitchen. Let's take a look. You can always find Dad in a hurry to make food to eat, because the monsters attack at no time. So, he didn't return until early in the morning after fighting off the monsters. After that, some simple foods will be made to fill the stomach. He was covered in blood and dust. Take all the ingredients left in the kitchen. Put them all in the pot. Eat it if you look at me. You'll look at me blankly. Then ask me if you want to eat it too. So you eat with him every time. It's because every time he asks me for food, I'll eat them all. So my cheeks are still bulging. Then the two of us were eating. Later, my mother, who was woken up, would run over. Pointing to his father, he said, "What to feed your child in the middle of the night?" Speaking of which, a class of Jalen couldn't help but laugh. "Senior, you should really look at his panicked look at the time." Laughing and laughing. The general knot was silent. That's it. Eating supper made me suddenly remembered from countless early mornings ago. Borderbow's funeral will be held tomorrow. Because of Crossrod, it is a city that does not pay attention to funeral culture. So I'm in charge of everything. But if you want, it can also serve as a mourner. No, Senior, you can deal with it. I have a lot of respect for my dad. I feel like he's going to dedicate his life here. A great man who protects everyone. But no matter how much he's done for the people here, I still can't forgive him. Senior, have you heard about how my mother died? Dad guarded the city, but he didn't care about his mother. In fact, I can understand why Dad made that choice, but I still can't accept it in my heart, because the first task of the Lord is to protect the city, and Dad is at least doing his duty. But the day I buried my mother's coffin in the orchard, Dad didn't come. Rather, it was to repair the forward positions in the south, because he's going to be ready for the next attack. That's what the Lords of Crossrod should do. After all, that's all that matters. Unconsciously, Jalen clenched his fists. I'm putting my mom's empty coffin, when buried in the ground. Realize something? Originally, the lordship of the Cross family is mainly made up of such people. And I'm the kind of person who can't do it. That's why you're leaving here. Yes, because I'm not destined to be this kind of person. Thank you for preparing my father's funeral for me. But even I think, Charcrows is a man to be respected. I can't forgive him for being my dad. Thank you for making a late-night snack. You can eat food made by His Royal Highness the Prince. It is my supreme glory. It turns out that it's so hard to be a family. It's not too early. Let's go back to sleep. Then again, your lord, are you all right? Isn't your family history complicated? That's why you're helping a class. Miss Ling, you're from a class of Miss Jilling. I saw myself in the past. Although I am stupid, but these can still be seen. But Ehrlich as a traverser, he had no idea everything that happened to the three princes in the past. He didn't know if Lucas was asking out of concern. I'm still testing whether I'm the real AC. So at that moment, he froze like wood. As one who has been serving Ash, the issue of discrimination against Lucas, Ash was completely silent. He didn't know if Lucas was asking out of concern. I'm still testing whether I'm the real Ash. At the moment when Lucas asked that question, Ash froze like wood. Not sure why. Ash sensed that Lucas had become a little stranger. Why did he ask? How should I answer? After all, it is the son of the Emperor. Naturally, the family background will not be simple. But how could he possibly know about Ash's family history? Ash, who had always been calm, fell silent. He didn't know how to answer that question. I'm sorry. I should not mention the sorrow of the Lord. I believe the family background of the Sovereign and the family background of Miss J. Elling in general will be solved smoothly. Lucas is back to what he used to be. Ash didn't know if he was thinking too much. But after going through this, Ash knows. In the future, you should inquire about your own information. Until this time, he really felt it. This body is not my own. The time quickly came to the next day. Crossroads immediately began to prepare for the next scene. This time it's the Elephant Legion that is going to run over. Large monsters plus a handful of elite monsters. In order to deal with them, it is necessary to strengthen the defenses. There is still a little more than a week to go. ACE believes that this time it can be fully prepared. Whatever next? What kind of variables will emerge in the future? We have to deal with this scene perfectly. There must be no more surprises. Therefore, AI is constantly ordering products from the production department. Urge them to get to work. Then another day passed. The wilderness cemetery west of Crossrod. Preparations for the funeral are being made here. Although there are a lot of injured people in scene 2. But only one person died. That's Charles Cross, the last Lord of Crossrod. The main Taiwanese team has already set off. Let's prepare for that. The Taiwanese team set off from the temple. Speed along the main roads in the city. There were long queues. Follow the Taiwanese team forward. The deceased was the former lord who had protected the place for decades. Even if it's a city that is numb to death. But there are still many people who express their condolences. The coffin-carrying team then stopped in front of the cemetery. It was decided that only the funeral would be held here. The coffin was buried in the ancient garden where the border man lived before his death. After all, the grave of the Lady of the Border is also there. I said it last time, your life is expensive. That's not a metaphor. It's really more expensive than money. But Charles Cross, the sacrifice of the frontier man goes beyond the loss of money. I deeply regret it. Uncle Frontier once told me to bring happiness to people. Mourning because of sadness will make the city flat. This is a fortress city. Sacrifice is inevitable. He allows me to bring hope and joy to people. and not sad. But I am going to defy the last words of the border country today. I'm going to be sad today. This front line was bought with countless precious lives. It's not just border states. It is heart-wrenching for everyone who has lost their lives here. It is because of this pain. I hope you will remember it. How precious their sacrifice was. Their sacrifice and dedication guarded the emperor, nations, and the whole world of humanity. I hope you will always keep it in mind. You may also die on this front line in the future, and that must be something that makes sense. Now for the people who saved the world. Take a moment of silence. In fact, Aishi doesn't want to see such a scene again. He hopes for one day there will be no more funerals in the city. Rather, there is a celebration every day, just as one would expect from the frontier uncle. The cannon of the frontier resounded in the sky. Frontier Beau's funeral is over. The coffin of Charles Cross. It was transported to the orchard where he was alive. Over there, they saw a familiar and strange person. It was a class of Jaelins who grew up. The only woman in the border has come all the way from the capital. Thank you so much. I'm sorry about the border Beau. We should protect him. Can I open the coffin now and take a look? After the coffin is opened, Frontier Beau lay quietly inside. It turned out to be true. He had always rushed to the front to fight. It's as if you're never going to die. But in the end, thank you for closing the coffin. That's it. Border Beau's coffin was buried next to his wife. Miss, I have something to ask you. This is what Frontier Beausing used. A dance drama that has been passed down from generation to generation by the Cross family. It was originally intended to be buried in the grave of Lord Frontier. Just in case. Ask you. Although somewhat shabby. But once you fix it, you cannot use it again. Bury it. Please bury this next to Daddy. After the priests have recited the blessings, Frontier Beau's life is finally over. A world surrounded by ice and snow. Ah, the bleak and miserable path of life. This is a poem that loves poetry very much. Because I think it's a good fit, I wanted to recite it to the border uncle. But because it does not comply with the process of the funeral, so it was canceled. He remembered that the border boy had sued. Speak to yourself. To protect the city. The moment when you have to sacrifice your most precious things. It will definitely come. But I came to this world alone. What precious thing did he have to lose? If that really comes to that moment, can he still be himself? I didn't expect you to have such an elegant interest as memorizing poems. It's because it doesn't suit me very well. That's why I secretly memorized it. It turned out to be discovered by you. Your voice is good. Recite it aloud later. How's it going? Are you feeling better now? Of course I'm fine. Because that's what will happen sooner or later. After all, after I became a knight on other fronts, there will be no return to the city. If Dad dies someday, I can't send him to the end. It's fate. For me, it was a blessing to be able to attend his funeral. So. Jaelin was determined to get out of here from the start. That's why this time I will pass down the family from generation to generation with 5 sentences. Buried together. Then I'll help you sort out your belongings. After all, it's a bit difficult to let a little ghost handle it all. Let the adults help you. Don't you persuade me? I'm going to abandon my family business and run away now. In order to live freely for yourself, and made a selfish choice. The Russian family has done enough. Although I don't know if it can be like your family. Done a great job. But then it's up to me to do my best to protect this place. So you can leave with peace of mind. In order not to let your family's sacrifices over the years be in vain. I will also do my best. You're really not at all like what you rumored. I thought you were demoted here. I'll definitely find a way to go back. I didn't expect you to be a leader here. It's really amazing. Because someone said it. As long as I keep this place, I will be satisfied. I have a wish. That's why I'm so serious about apprenticeship. It's not that there's anything sublime about it. We'll take the initiative to stay here. It's about satisfying your own personal desires. We'll find a way. Raiders the real ending. This is the end of the funeral. Let's all go back to dinner. Bury the dead in the ground. And the living have to move on. Bo's funeral is over. Those who have passed away will sleep forever in the ground, and the living have to move on. From that day on, Esther began to deal with two things at once. One is to prepare for the next strategy scenario. The other is to organize the Cross family's property. Evangeline wanted to get out of here and go somewhere else. And this is also the last wish of the border uncle. Seemingly, you have decided that you want Miss Evangeline to leave. I know. I'll cash out all the Cross family's possessions. Everything in the inheritance process. Leave it to me. But I still have to tell you. These things should be difficult to deal with within a week. Most of the Cross family's property is immovable property. I'm not sure within a week. Will there be a buyer? Then set a suitable price first. Buy it in my name. I want to monetize it all within a week. Send Evangeline out of here. As much as possible before the next scene starts. All the people of the Cross family. All died on this front line. And Evangeline. He's the last heir of the Cross family. In other words, the only survivor. At least, Evangeline can't be allowed to get caught up in the war here. Let him get out safely. I know. Please trust me and leave it to me. I'll be sure to take care of these things. Time passes inexorably. The next defensive battle is on schedule. Love wants to show-eyed, even if humanity is not sacrificed. Don't take human life as a gun. Bullets can also raid. This game. Time is fleeting. Before I knew it, I was at the blacksmith shop a week later. I'm sorry, because this is the first time we have made a magic gun. There were a lot of difficulties along the way, so it took a lot of time. I couldn't finish all 5 magic guns. Never mind. After all, this equipment itself is difficult to craft. The magic gun is said to be a 100-year-old equipment, but he needed an alchemist and a blacksmith to work together. So it's a lot of trouble to build. We've only built 2. Show me. I don't blame you. But when AI took the magic gun in his hand, he was taken aback, because this turned out to be an SSR-class weapon. This is a special magic box given by His Highness. Manufactured. Magic gun tutorial scene. Originally, it was impossible to clear the customs. Eth got the magic box after getting rid of the queen there. Originally, the Spider Legion was in the second half of the second year. We'll encounter monsters. So the gear made with this magic box. It will definitely surpass the current level. But AI didn't expect it. This could be a weapon that would disrupt the balance of the game. At least for the first year, you can count on this killing. And the Demites who use this weapon. Or a cheating character with clairvoyance. As a result of the appearance of this weapon, the difficulty of the next game can finally be reduced by 1 point. His Highness looked satisfied. We are in the whole production process. It's as if you're attracted to something. We are also very happy to make this kind of masterpiece. The other gun looks ordinary, although there are drawbacks. But it wasn't a problem at all for Damien. You two are doing a great job. The rest of the offense and defense are also hard. I'll give you a great reward. That's it. Ace left the blacksmith with Lucas. His impossible tutorial scenes. I only got an SSR-level magic box. But the craftsman of the city used him. Created one. A weapon that is enough to upset the balance of the game. Is this magic spear really so powerful in the main army? Of course, he will change the situation of the war. It's still 20 hours until the start of Scene 3. Enough to get Damien used to the magic gun. In order to cope with tomorrow's battle, Ash got into the carriage home early. Your lord, you'd better come and see for yourself. I don't know when it started. A class of Jalen. He was already standing at the door of the Lord's mansion. Isn't it all done? A class of Jalen. Have you forgotten something? Lords today. Uncle Aiden gave me the property certificate. As long as you have the money on the certificate, generally Jeline, no matter where she goes, can live a worry-free life. Thank you so much for helping me get things sorted out so quickly. But the assistant uncle is after giving it to me. And a word was said. The Lord said, now that you've got the money, then the city has nothing to do with you. I hope you hurry up and pack your bags and get out of here. So I packed all my luggage, kicked me out of the mansion, Did the senior really ask him to do this? That's right. All he did was do what I commanded. Are you in too much of a hurry to kick me out? I haven't said goodbye to you yet. If you want to go, hurry up. What else do you want to do to cultivate feelings with everyone? This will be a battlefield tomorrow. Do you want to be swept up in the mud? Roll with us. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and go. You don't have anything to do with the city now. Then I can stay. Help you in the next defensive battle. After all, my seniors also helped me. Since it's time to go, just leave cleanly. Don't get discouraged. Dirty, even if I don't use the power of a little ghost like you, can also defend the city. Haven't you seen me fight? I can also contribute. A class of Jalen. How long are you going to mess around? Ixel suddenly yelled, apparently startled a class of Jalen. Haven't you already made up your mind to leave your homeland? Gone to live a new life. So not only did he give up his knighthood, the family's property was also disposed of. Completely let go of the last sense of belonging and nostalgia. That being said, but now that the decision has been made, don't waver. Let's leave without hesitation. Like you said, this is the monster front. There is only death and dust here. And once you set foot on that path, I can't get rid of it for the rest of my life. Don't get involved in any monster-related wars in the future. Leave forever. Go find what you really want to do. I hope you can live freely and freely. That's your father's grandfather. The moment I heard this, the average Jalen couldn't believe it. That's what Dad would say. You once said that you want to be an unfilial girl. I want to go against my dad everywhere. But this time, just fulfill your father's last wish. From now on, you're a foreigner. This mansion no longer belongs to your family. We need to convene a meeting to prepare for tomorrow's defensive war. Hope you can leave soon. After selling the property of the Cross family, this is the strongest tank in the game. Was implied to be kicked out. Crossroads. We need to convene a meeting to prepare for tomorrow's defensive war. Hope you can leave soon. I took one last look at my parents' graves. Then you will leave immediately. Crossroads. Thank you to His Royal Highness the Prince for taking care of me these days. I hope that His Royal Highness will be invincible in the future. Ehrlich didn't answer. General Age. He's in his heart. Bless him, and hope he too. The rest of your life can be full of luck. After closing the door, immediately he collapsed to the ground. You don't have to say anything that heavy, do you? If you don't talk about it more seriously, that guy will be nostalgic for you. Didn't you hear him say, what helps me fight the defensive war and contribute? Besides, parting doesn't have to be tearful. A stack of property certificates is sufficient. Let him take one last look at his parents' graves. Hopefully, he can have smooth sailing in the future. Let him go, let him go. We got to do a good job. Obey the Lord's commands. Let's have a combat meeting first. It's been a long time you've seen you. Is everyone resting? After a class of Jalen left, the team has become the same person again. Why am I again? You haven't found someone who can replace me? Is it the sweetness of ephemeral freedom? Now it's time to listen to me again. Please, let me go back to the workshop. I will definitely work hard there. There is less than a day left until the defensive battle. Finally, let's finalize our team strategy. And Damien, I'll bring you another gift. Damien's magic gun is cute. It's not over yet. It was interrupted by a soldier who suddenly broke in. His Highness's reconnaissance troops came to report. The monsters have appeared. The type is the Golem Legion. There are probably more than 200 of them. It is currently moving towards the city at a super fast speed. What nonsense are you talking about? It's still a while before the scene begins. But the system window that suddenly appeared told Ace. The soldier did not lie. Because of the intervention of something, the start of the scene has been brought forward. And that's not all. His Royal Highness said that the monsters were also divided into two groups. More than 200 monsters, which account for 80% of the entire large army. It's about to arrive in the city. And the remaining 20%, that is, more than 50 monsters are heading to the border. The troops of the Hidden Pearls. Say what you just said. Is that true? To know. A class of Jalen should be in that valley by now. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the walls of the city have already moved. Hurry up, everybody. The Golem Legion is approaching. The monsters are coming. Where are the scout enemies at the moment? Visible to the naked eye. There they are, although I met them in the dungeon. But the oppressive feeling of hundreds attacking together. Completely different. The Elephant Legion is like a huge wall. I'm rushing over. When will it be within the range of the cannon? At the current rate, expect to arrive within 15 minutes. Finish lining up before then. And be ready for launch. Lord, you are not going to save Tamar. I didn't understand why the scene started suddenly. Why did the monsters split into two ways? All of these things happen at the same time. No accident. 1 point to prepare. The Golem Legion suddenly appeared in front of the city walls. And they also divided apart. Head to the location of a Jalen. AI sure felt some kind of great malice. Then change the situation to your liking. He didn't know whose malice it was. And why do you want to mess up this game? Your Highness, we have heard about it. Let's go and save Miss. The current defense of the front line is very strong. Even if not, we old men can stop monsters too. I'm running out of time. Your Highness's monsters are approaching. It won't be long before rescue forces can't be dispatched. Calm down for me. There are two errors in what you said. The first mistake is that the current line of defense is strong. You guys really think? Does the current front line look solid? Because the monsters suddenly appeared. Not to mention an artifact. Even the cannons have not yet been lined up. Even if you can line up before the monsters arrive. But if you leave, at the front, there are only new recruits left. You think it's just these recruits. Will you be able to withstand the attacks of the Golem Legion? The second mistake is, I thought you alone would be able to save a class of Jalen. There are no defenses in the orchards of the border beauties. There are only gentle slopes and plains. But there are 50 golems that belong to large elite monsters. Went there, even if there are walls there, you're 100% going to be wiped out. Not to mention the fact that there are no defenses there. Think about it again. How could you alone save the average jailing? The reason why this game is a defensive type. It is because in the end, the overwhelming superiority of the city walls was retained. But if on a plane without walls, if you go head-to-head with monsters, that's killing yourself. Your Highness, even if we are all wiped out, you must also go to save Miss. But have you ever thought about it? That's not called war at all. That's called death. Is it as long as you go and die? Are those monsters going to let go of a group of souls? I need a workable battle plan, instead of sending you to your death in vain. So what exactly are you going to do? If no one goes to save Miss, then he will definitely die. We cannot sit idly by. It's like the veterans say, if you don't go to support Daiban, Jalen is going to die. But if you want to save him, it is necessary to select the best members to form a rescue force. At the very least, send all the members of the main team. Also, during some of the main teams dealing with monsters, a soldier who can be promoted to block monsters. But that's the case. The defensive battle here will be lost, although it can save the average Jalen. But as soon as the line of defense collapses, then the game will end early. Until this time, Ace understood the situation of the border country at that time. All staff, obey orders. I'm not going to let any of you get there. Anyone to come to the rescue. Because the answer was actually set from the beginning. We can't afford to waste our combat power in vain. To put all the combat power concentrated on the defensive line here. The lives of one and the lives of tens of thousands. There is no need for any hesitation from the start. If the walls of this place fall, then tens of thousands of people in Crosso would have perished. Eventually, it will even lead to the danger of the human world. Hold the front line no matter what. No matter what happens, we all have to continue the strategy. If the game is over, so what's the point of rescuing the SSR characters or not? Again, I'll be clear. I'm not going to let any of you come to the rescue. Southeast of Crossroad, there is a dilapidated villa. That's where Frontier Beau lived before his death. Orchards and villas are different. There are traces of recent care everywhere. But the same thing is that they are all in a state of unowned shelf. Whenever the sun rises, when the temperature warms up, even the land contaminated by the blood of monsters. There will also be many trees that will blossom and bear fruit. Evangeline suddenly realized, I'll never be able to see these things again. He will leave this place forever. After my mother passed away, Evangeline also left home. I heard after that. It's Dad who takes care of the place alone. Just a few days ago, he should still be tending to the trees here. Maybe they're still praying. This year's fruit harvest can be abundant, even if he knew it was impossible. He's stupid. A class of Jaylene scolded in her heart. Evangeline's parents have died, and he's going to get out of here soon. It used to be a ruin. It will be the same in the future. Guarding this place. The end of the centuries-old Cross family. That's it, it's not worth mentioning. Except for death and dust. In the end, nothing was left. Even the name of the family and the only sense of honor that remains. Also sold, replaced with a thin piece of paper. As the last remnant of the Cross family, I'm going to run away before I even go to the battlefield. I won't be able to come to see you anymore, because I'm going to leave here forever. Although he knew he wouldn't get any answer. But I still unconsciously look forward to it. Will Dad reprimand himself harshly? I had a lot more to say to you, but I can't even remember it now. Jalen suddenly felt a little dizzy. Some have splitting headaches. Even the ground shakes the ground to the ground. Could it be that it is only now that it has fallen into sorrow? He still remembers when he was a child. Ask your mom when you're going to go there. I've heard my dad say that. He said the heir to the Cross family. It is necessary to go to the front line to fight. Doesn't my mother want me to protect everyone? It's not a question of whether I want to or not, because that's the fate of the people of House Cross. I'm just a little sad. Mom didn't know it would turn out like this. You don't know when the monsters come in. We'll be worried. Father, I didn't know that I was going to fight in that kind of place when I grew up. Mom picked up the general cleaner, touched his head. I know all of what you're talking about. I know after marrying your dad. It will be in the night when every monster comes in. Tears. I also know that after giving birth to you, sooner or later, you will have to fight on the front line as well. Even knowing that I will feel sorry for your fate. Then why are you still marrying your dad? Why laugh at me? What the hell is this? Maybe it's for the sake of inheritance. Jayline's mother has been dead for 3 years, but he still hasn't figured it out. Why? Mom knew how scared and sad she would be in the future. But you have to choose to face alone. He stood there for a long time. The sun is about to set. He felt like he might never understand. Before leaving, a class of Jalen squeezed out a smile. He remembers. Mom and Dad haven't seen themselves laugh in a long time. After adjusting your mood, a class of Jalen. I'm about to start a new life. It was at this time, a huge steam golem appeared in front of him. An Evangeline prepares to leave Cross. Road's time, a steam golem suddenly appeared in front of him. There is not a hint of a chance of reaction. Evangeline flew upside down. He crashed into the wall and fainted. Soon, pain from all over his body woke him up. The weapon fell not far in front of him. The good news is, he wasn't in a coma for long. Evangeline didn't know either. Why is the golem here? Before he could figure it out for himself. The body is already moving. That's just at this time. The steam golem slammed into the fist. Evangeline was punched into the villa. But due to the instinct of the body, he used his shield to block the attack he had just made. You damn thing. Trespassing into someone else's home. Hurry up, you scalper. Watch me beat you into a pile of scrap metal. Can be a second. 2 more steam golems appeared in front of Evangeline. He could only fend off the attack while fending off. Attack another monster while attacking. But it's a pity. There are a total of 3 steam golems that enter the house. Normally, Jalen is hit by a punch from the monster again. Damn it, guys. It's time for you to stop in moderation. Normally, Jalen ignored the injuries on his body, rushed towards the steam golem again. He's already absorbed too much damage. So every attack is powerful, and he just fell out of love twice. It was because of the sudden sneak attack by the steam golem, and by 3 monsters, the result of a pinching blow together. As an SSR-level hero, General Jalen, it won't be easily defeated by these monsters at all. It occurred to him suddenly. The attack time of these monsters, a day earlier than expected. So in general, Jalen decided to go back and tell them. The enemy forces are already coming. But the moment he walked out of the house, he froze. There are also countless steam golems in front of them. We're heading here. Only then did Evangeline understand. The 3 were just scouts leading the way. And what he sees now, it's the real big army of monsters. Evangeline knows. It's impossible to defeat so many monsters on your own. His first instinct was to run away, but the horse had already broken free from the reins due to fright. Now the only place he can go, it's Crossrod. Evangeline's leg has been injured. He didn't know if he would be able to run back. But this is the case now, whether it can be done or not. Do your best for the rest of your life. There is still some distance between us and the enemy. This is his only chance. But at this moment, the golem in the sky moved. Evangeline subconsciously wanted to pick up a shield to defend. It's a pity that fate makes people. Evangeline tripped over himself. His traits are riddled with holes. Set off at the most critical moment, powerful magic rained down on the ground. It's good that Evangeline was in this attack. Saved a life. His thinking was very clear. So a quick judgment was made on the current situation. It's over. The only survivor of the Cross family will stay here forever as well. Death came in this way. Evangeline gave up struggling, but she was very unwilling. She still has a lot to do. Never been in love. Didn't take any risks. Didn't try anything new either. Not even grown up yet. I didn't even think about what I wanted to do. It's coming to an end. She is not angry. It's not sad either. Just feels sorry. This is the last moment of this young girl's life. Emotions felt. The sole survivor of the Ross family will also remain on this land. Although he hasn't had time to grow up yet, there's still a lot to try. But it's coming to an end, just like the ancestors of the Cross family. Since there is still so much to do, how can you just give up? One by one, try everything you haven't done before. Life is short. You have to be serious about waste. Don't let yourself be left with regrets. I'm here to save you. Cute schoolgirl. Time back to half an hour ago. On the ramparts south of Crossrod. Let me be clear. I'm not going to let any of you come to the rescue. The rescue force was made up of me alone. I went alone to save a class of Jalen. What nonsense are you talking about? Sovereign, didn't you say that this rescue plan was not feasible? But he said he wanted to go by himself. Are you going to kill yourself? I hope you all calm down. I'm not trying to kill myself. It's because it's certain that there is a chance of winning. That's why I went. Because the implication is in this game. The only EX-class character. If you bring someone else, it will only increase the number of casualties in vain. An ace. There are also a couple of secret weapons that have been prepared in advance. Although a large part of it is because of stubbornness. But now I can only give it a go. Everyone has been fighting under my command all along. So it should be clear as well. Not only do I know those monsters very well, and in the unlikely event of winning, you can also succeed in the strategy. Plus, I have a secret plan this time, so there's a good chance of winning. People just believe me. Let me go on my own. No time. Lucas, you're in charge of commanding the front. Let me save a class of Jalen. Please stay here and command the front line. Everyone has a better role. This front line needs you. But we also need the kings coming. Then you have to believe more. The judgment I made as the sovereign. I promise you, it will definitely be in perfect condition. Back if love is here. Gave up a class of Jetling. It's tantamount to giving up this time. The most important thing in strategy. Be sure to save those who can. This is the only skill. A way to save a class of Jieling can also hold the front line. I'll leave it to you. Lily Pig, Peak, you are magicians. Even if I don't say it, you should also know how important you are. Be sure to give it your all. You need to come back safely. Your Highness, I still expect you to give me a bonus. You can rest assured. Your Highness, I will definitely work hard. Demian, I have one thing I want to ask you. Will we come back alive? It's up to you to complete the task. That's it. Love is to go out of town alone after everything has been told. Give me a good look at home. Lucas, I will definitely be back. Lucas didn't answer. Discrimination is his reasoning. Implicitly, and not because of how important an SSR hero is. Just like Border Bow and his family. It's the same as sacrificing your life to hold on here. He also wanted to defend the daughter of the Border uncle, the last survivor of the Cross family. I'm here to save you. Cute schoolgirl. You drink this first to recover your strength. What are you doing here? You should run away immediately. Don't you see the Golem Legion there? The two of us can't handle it alone. Generally, when Jalen has given up hope, Ace appeared. His figure is not very large, but it just blocked all the monsters in front of him. But in general, Jalen is well aware. The two of them alone could not defeat these monsters. Hurry up and get back to Crossrod. I'll drag it for you. Live them. But now it's too late to escape. The magic stone golem in the sky. Magic should be used right away. But here's the good news. 5 golems. Only 2 came here as commandos. They are high-ranking monsters with elite titles. Suffice it to say that these guys are. What is this giraffe in a daze? Didn't you hear what I said? You'll die if you stay here. I'm an orphan now, anyway. It doesn't matter anymore. But seniors are different from me. His Royal Highness is now the spiritual master of Crossrod. But in general, Jailing. The words are not finished yet. Aishi shoved the potion into his mouth. Finally, it quieted down. Drink it quickly and regain your strength. A child should look like a child. Occasionally, you need to rely on adults. In fact, AI sure has been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Come out, giant steam golem. I saw a huge demon suddenly appear above AI Sure's head. With the sizzling sound of an electric current, a large head appeared in the magic circle. Immediately after that in the second area, the defeated boss jumps out of the magic circle. He just fell to the ground. He smashed a big hole in the ground. See the look on Abanjarin's face. AI Sure was very satisfied. It's not in vain that he risked his life to save him. A burst of blue light flashed. AI Sure gains control of the giant steam golem. Maybe it's because it's a boss. The giant steam golem has a variety of skills. It was at this time, the magic in the hands of the golem has been charged. Almost instantaneously, he was attacked by magic. Flew towards AI Sure and the others. I saw a huge steam golem following AI Sure's movements. Raise your hand to a blue barrier. Wrapped around him and the 2 people behind him. The golem's attacks were all blocked by this barrier. What the hell is this? Isn't this the monster we defeated before? What else could it be? Of course, it was the lottery ticket I scratched this time. After a short fight, the stone golem is back on the ground, because long-range shelling was found useless. So the intention is to win by quantity. If you have the ability, come on, let me see if your tactics are useful. As soon as the words fell, giant steam golem. He ran straight for the monsters. Not to be outdone, the Golem Legion is not to be outdone. They prepare to go head-to-head with the giant steam golem. When it looks like they're about to bump into each other, the giant steam golem leaps into the air. Take it, you guys. It's a nirvana. The giant steam golem smashed into the horde of monsters. Countless golems were smashed to pieces. There are many types of monsters, but they can be roughly divided into 3 levels. Therein, boss monsters are completely different from the other 2 types of monsters. They exist as the leader of a legion, possess great power. There's really no way to think of it as a single individual. That's why The giant steam golem, when facing the golem legion, it is still able to show an overwhelming advantage. So, even control the monsters. Boss summoning magic can only be used once. It can still be seen as cheating in the game. The island is a lions that are powerless. Go out of the city alone to rescue a group of jailings. One of his dependencies. This is the boss that you defeated in the second dungeon. Even in the face of hordes of monsters, the giant steam golem still has an overwhelming advantage. But even if the lion roars, the hounds will not back down either. For the monsters, the elimination of human beings is the first principle of action. But they are the only ones who are particularly sensitive to traitors. Even if it's a strong boss character, it is also impossible to face 50 giant monsters. Giant steam golem. It looks like a praying mantis being eaten by a colony of ants. But Ace didn't start with it. Expect him to repel all enemies. As long as you can buy enough time, it's enough. Let's run away now. That guy can only use it once anyway. Run away while he buys us time. How's your leg? Although you can still walk, but can't run. For your life. Now he must be allowed to run. As he spoke, he took the potion in his hand, all drenched on the lap of a class of Jalen. Is it better now? Can you run? Of course. No problem now. Let's go. Run north. I tethered my horse there. But at this time, the golem moved again. They began to build up magic in their hands again. Senior, take a look there. They were back in the air again. What do we do now? The golems have also chased after them. Looks like they don't want to give up. Don't wait for Ace to think about the countermeasure mode. The golem's attack has been fired. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Evangeline shielded Ace with her shield. Well done, Evangeline, but you have to cooperate. Are you so low? Who made you so tall? Otherwise, straighten your back. Defend yourself against those attacks with your body. Although it was fun to quarrel with a class of Jalen, but those magic cannons are really threatening. So, Erish prioritized the attack on the golem. Almost at the moment of entering the command, the giant steam golem moved. He was blocking the attack at the same time, inflicted heavy damage on another golem. For a short period of time, they shouldn't be attacked by magic anymore. Now it needs to be solved. It's the golems that came after them. It's disgusting. As he spoke, Jalen leaped to the top of the golem. A single shot pierced the body of a golem. You're kind of cool just now. He even turned his head. Don't praise me so suddenly. Where the hell are the horses? Right there. We'll be there right away. But the horse saw a strange thing behind them. Immediately began to struggle frantically. It was at this time, two magical attacks swept past Ace. Hit the tree where Ace was tethered to the horse. Originally, it was the last attack of the demon golem before it died, although he paid with his life. But it also succeeded in ruining Ace's plan. Right now, Ace lost his only way to escape. Looks like we're going to have to change something. Plan B should be implemented. We're going to get rid of them all now. Solve it all. It's just the two of us. Are you crazy? This is the only way. Would you like to give it a try? That's it. A class of Jalen could only rush forward. Very good, class Jalen. You concentrate on defense. The gun can only be used when the stored damage is full. So who will be responsible for the attack? Leave the attack to my prince's fist. The average Jalen is only used for defense. An AI sure, who has no power to restrain the chicken, is responsible for the output. But AI sure only punched him. Directly exploded an ordinary golem. In general, Jalen couldn't help but be curious. What exactly is the principle of the prince's fist? The principle is actually quite simple. It is to rely on the blessing of the god of the caster. Although Ace knows, people who target a strategy can't rely on luck. But even so, in order to be able to use the props in your hand to the extreme, he still keeps using the hand of luck. But if you blindly rely on luck, raiders will only fail in the end. After dealing with the guy on the right with the return damage, block attacks from the left, as the strongest tank in the game, A class of Jalen completed Ace's instructions perfectly. Well done. A class of Jalen. I'm going to go too. Esteban knew that one day this would happen. It's just that he didn't expect this day to come so soon. Lucky gloves hit for the first time. Got 0 damage. The price of mistakes. It's Ace who was the attacker. On the contrary, it was greatly hurt. Jalen was frightened by Ace's appearance. Sir, don't make a fuss about your left hand. I was mentally prepared for it. After drizzling the potion, the torn skin heals again. The broken bones were also connected, although it has been treated as an emergency. But Ash's left hand was no longer available. Fight me 10 seconds. Can you just rest for 10 seconds? Now is not the time to rest. They're coming. A group of Jalen desperately blocked the golem's attack. Damn you bunches of stones. Give me enough to stop. Ash is clear. Relying on luck will eventually make the strategy fail. But even so, the reason why he still has to use the lucky glove, it's because he is dealing with bad luck. Leaving one last way back for myself. Ash fired a shot. The 3 golems in front of him were all shattered by the magic spear. This is Ash's second hole card. An SSR-class magic gun forged from the Spider Queen's magic box. Although he is Damien's. But love is the fairy world to solve the urgent need. He brought all the props that were currently at the open hanging level. In order to be able to hurt the left hand, you can still get rid of these magic guns. Although the magic gun is difficult to control. But if it's an ultra-close range shot like the one now, even the mediocre data of Ehrlich, it can also be easily hit. But the price of great power is that this gun has a terrifying recoil. Ehrlich couldn't have imagined. What are the consequences of long-term use of such equipment? He couldn't help but think of Damien. But in addition to apologizing to him in my heart, Echo couldn't do much different. Meanwhile, the battle on Ebangeron's side, it's also coming to an end. He uses to return damage. Defeat the last model that followed. Until this moment, Ash was finally able to sit down and catch his breath. Although I still have a lot to ask. But let's just ask one thing first. What do we do next? I said I'd get rid of them all. Let's go back to the villa first. There are several other insurances out there. They chased after them. We're definitely dead. I want to go back alive. Get rid of them all here. Now, the giant steam golem is already at a disadvantage in battle. As it stands, he didn't last long, but it started with Aishi summoning him out. There is a record that AI Sure is particularly concerned about. After AI Sure enters the command, the giant steam golem has completed its final mission. It's a pity his self-detonation didn't kill all the golems. Ace and the others also had to face the attack of 14 golems, and he sent out all the soldiers in the city. This is still a life-or-death rescue operation, so the weakest people in this city took on this most dangerous operation. In order to succeed in saving the next class of J-Line, Ace has prepared a total of 6 insurances. The first, it's a lucky glove that can deal infinite damage. But it's a pity. Ace's left hand was broken due to the lucky glove. The second, it's the SSR machine magic gun that can kill everything in seconds at this stage. But now, there are only the last 2 bullets left of the magic gun. The third one is a boss-level monster at the time, can be under siege by monsters. The giant steam golem can only explode to the end. Now in front of Ace, there are still 14 golems to deal with. We must run to the villa before they sober up. But at this moment, the attack of the golem flew over again. That thing in the senior sky is still attacking us. After all, it's the strongest tank in the game. Normally, Jalen easily blocked the attack. The hardest guy to deal with is still alive. No way bad guy always. Yes, the good news is that you can live to the end. There was only one magic stone golem left in the air. Another, killed in the self-detonation of the giant steam golem. Now, it's already a stone's throw away from the villa in Border Bow. But without the limitations of the giant steam golem, the attack of the golem continued to harass the 2 of them. Eventually, Ebangeron's shield durability was depleted. But the stone golem's attacks don't stop there. If you can't stop the offensive, then this is the end of this rescue operation. Moment of truth. Ebangeron relies on returning damage. Neutralizes the attack of the golem. But the cavalry gun was not a weapon used for defense. Ebangeron's gun broke. At this moment, the attack of the magic stone golem was already close at hand. Ebangeron risked her injuries, holding Ace to dodge this wave of attack. I'm okay, and run to the villa before the next wave of attacks from the golem arrives. The two finally entered the villa as they wished. Now, as you say, we have arrived at the villa. But the golems followed. Senior, do you have any good ways to change the status quo? Trust my junior. I'm not a prince on a white horse, but it's a good liar. Saying that, AI sure put the magic power of the F2 level in his hand and throw it out the door. The villa has collapsed a step, though. But because of that, there are a lot of building materials around, plus the S2 level magic box that Ash just threw out. Just enough to use Ash's fourth insurance. Almost instantly, the automatic defense battery blocked the villa and was broken. When the demons were about to enter the villa, the preparation of the automatic defense battery was completed. His barrel began to turn rapidly, golems rushing towards them. It was soon torn apart. According to the current firepower situation, AI is that they are safe for the time being. You goddamn monsters. Thought I'd fall right here. But the remaining golems suddenly began to retreat. They seemed to be aware. If you continue to fight, you will be wiped out. AI is very incomprehensible. Why are you facing these monsters? The IQ seems to be very high, both in the game and in previous siege battles. Apparently, this has never happened, but the two of them can finally take a breath. Looks like we're safe for now. Senior, you have a lot of weird tricks. The potion I used today, it's almost enough for a lifetime, said. Ebangeron poured the potion over her shoulder. Senior, do you have any other plans? What we're going to do next? The monsters don't seem to be coming over for a while. Let's wait until the sun goes down, because I can use other insurance plans then. That's when it happened. Ebangeron hugged her shoulders and twitched. Ash remembers. That's where he was injured when he was holding himself just now. But Ash didn't expect it. Not even potions could suppress his pain. You wait here. I'll look for bandages or anything like that. Although the frontier bow has long been out of the battlefield, but there are still a lot of bandages at home. This should be better than the previous one. Thank you, Senior. You seem to know this place very well, because I used to come here to see your dad not long ago. Then again, why is there so much alcohol here? It smells of alcohol. That's because Cross Frontier is a super drunkard. Every time I come over, he's going to take me and drink with him. Don't you know? Your dad is a serious drinker. Almost to the extent of drinking heavily all day. How could it be? The dad I remember. But people who have never touched alcohol in their lives. The impression of the girl. My father was a man who had never touched alcohol in his life. Because Frontier doesn't know when the monster will break in. So as a lord, he had to fight in his entirety. But when Ebangeron came back again, only to find that the room was full of wine bottles. It seems that a lot has changed in the 3 years since you left. He had a very hard time. It has reached the point where it is difficult to live without alcohol. The moment I heard this, Ebangeron was stunned. Even so, do you still hate your dad? I still can't forgive him. If 3 years ago, Border Uncle abandoned the city to save your mother, then you won't blame him. At least not to hate him as much as he does now. But you were in the city at the time. If your dad had gone to save your mom, then the one who will be in danger will be you. Daddy didn't abandon your mom. It's about guarding you. Don't you know that very well? That's right. Dad has done everything he can. He always did. I know all about it. But other than that, who else can I resent? Mom died tragically at the hands of monsters. I was so angry and sad that I was going crazy. But they told me, hating monsters doesn't help either. Because it was just an accident. It's a disaster. So who do I have to resent it? I've always known that. I know it's despicable. Don't blame the culprit. Instead, he used his dad as a punching bag. This is indeed despicable behavior. But I don't blame anyone's words. I felt so uncomfortable that I was about to die. It's not that hating is no different from natural disasters. A helpless monster. It's about resenting the surviving people who can be responsible in front of you. Because it's better to forget the pain. It's easier to hold a grudge against someone. Do you know? Dad happily accepted my resentment. He said he blamed himself for not saving his mother. It's all his responsibility. So I'm even more. Plus hates him without any scruples. But that's the end of the day. But you asked me to forgive Daddy. So what do I do next? If it's not Daddy's fault either. So who is to blame for all this? No one has done anything wrong. All of us just want to try to survive. No one has any ill will. Everyone is just trying to survive. But the monster's intrusion hurts humanity. Whether it's family, friends, or companions. All of them died at the head of the monsters. Human beings are inherently fragile. So there's no way around it. If you want to live, a specific object of resentment is needed. So from now on, hate me. I take this resentment on your father's behalf. Because I am now the Lord of Crossroad. Is the person in charge of the place. The people of this place need objects of resentment. Someone needs to be responsible for all this hell. If this resentment is also during this period, the mission of the Cross family, then Ash, as the new Lord, naturally has to accept it. I'm here to be the object of your resentment. So you understand your dad a little bit now. He didn't want much. He just wants you to be happy. I'm also, because of his expectations, will be so desperate to save you. Don't mess around. My bangs are messed up by you. Jalen blushed a little as he looked at Ash. No one knows what he's thinking. He was just about to speak. The earth shook again. The mother was brutally murdered by monsters. But he doesn't resent the monster who killed his mother. Instead, choose to blame. Do your best to protect your father. It turns out that there is a common sense in this world. That is, a monster invasion is no different from a natural disaster. So Evangeline took her resentment, pinned on his father. And now, as a hint of the Lord, naturally, I accepted Evangeline's resentment. Just when the two were about to continue talking, a violent jolt interrupted the two. It turned out that the monsters outside surrounded the villa. If the golems attack the auto-defense turret at the same time, the turret will not be able to stop an attack from a dead end. If they attack together, we will surely die. So let's get out first. But seniors, I don't have a weapon. I can't fight now. Don't you still have spare gear? You buried them with your own hands a few days ago. That's when Jalen thought. In his father's grave. There are also weapons that have been passed down from generation to generation by the Cross family. Meanwhile, the golems were already rushing towards the villa at the same time. Though, the attacks of the auto-defense turrets have crushed many golems. But there are still golems from the dead end of the attack. Came to the turret. The attack on the turret before stopped. The golems were all gathered around the turret. However, the self-detonation of the auto-defense turret is also a hindrance. They solved quite a few golems. Now is the time. Let's go. Hurry to your parents' graves. But almost at the moment when the two appeared, the remaining golems followed. Ace immediately pulled out his magic gun and began shooting. Evangeline, you run and run for a while. There's the last insurance I left there. Unconsciously, Evangeline came to the orchard behind the villa. There stood the tombstones of his parents. But he simply didn't have time. Sad Evangeline began to dig quickly with her hands. It didn't take long. A wooden chest appeared under the mound. Inside was a worn-out cavalry gun and shield. That's the Cross family for generations. The equipment used by the head of the house. Also on the day of my father's funeral. At the request of Evangeline. A weapon that was buried with the frontier uncle. Evangeline remembers the day she left. Father held them in his hands. Hand it to yourself. I don't need this. I don't want to pass on this kind of thing. So. Jalen didn't actually want to throw them to the ground. He had expected his father to reprimand him as before. But he didn't. It's cold to the north, especially winter in the Imperial City. It's extraordinarily chilling. Keep warm. Don't catch a cold. As long as you want. You can come back anytime. Frontier Beau's voice trembled. But a group of Jalens closed the carriage. And there was no response. And the border boy stood there stupidly. Until the daughter disappeared at the end of the road. Gone. At this point in the sight of them. A class of Jalen's hearts are full of mixed feelings. Both the gun and the shield were already badly worn. It's like losing a wife. One night, white-headed border bow-like. A class of Jalen remembers. Obviously, when they were young, they all looked so powerful. But why is it like this now? A class of Jalen. What are you waiting for? The golem has already chased after it. Too late to think. A class of Jalen with dirt-stained hands. Tightly grasped the worn-out cavalry gun. Survive. Evangeline dug up her father's grave with her own hands. Picked up the thing I used to hate the most. A dance set that symbolizes the heritage of the Cross family. Evangeline. Hurry up, the golems are here. Didn't you say there was also an insurance, senior? That's right, my last insurance. Take your dad's weapon. Just follow the methods he taught you to fight. Although a class of Jalen would like to reason something with Ace. But the situation does not allow it. The golem is already close at hand. A group of Jalen were in the hands of a shield and a gun. A force is applied. It's as if you found a long-time owner. The equipment fits perfectly with his hands. Not sure why. A class of Jalen suddenly remembered the past with his father. Remembering when he was very young. Learn how to use guns and shield for the first time. That moment, Frontier Beau's voice came to his mind. I hold you in a feeling that I tightened the gun slightly. It's been a great job. The insecurity in Jalen's heart is gone. He felt like his dad was standing right behind him. Follow the method taught to him by the border uncle. A class of Jalen easily shattered the core of the golem. But it's not at risk right now. The remaining golems rushed over as well. After finding a familiar feeling, generally, Jalen rushed into the golem crowd without saying a word. I don't know if it's his delusion. The golem's speed has slowed down. A once formidable enemy. It's as if it's a moving target. He instinctively knew how to move and how to adjust the pace of the battle. This feeling, it's as if a path has been carved out in front of you. In this feeling, normally, Jalen is like no one in the golem group. But in general, Jalen was also surprised. What was that feeling just now? Amazing, I knew you could do it. Senior, it was me just now. I just had the feeling of seeing a certain road. What's going on? That's because 5G is now your exclusive gear, even if you don't upgrade. So that effect was produced. But these strange words came out of EI's mouth. Normally, Jalen doesn't understand it at all. But what can be confirmed? Ehrlich must know what that feeling is. Then this. Now there are more urgent things. A magic stone golem in the sky. He's the last monster. It was at this time the golem began to continue its training. So what to do? The monster is in a position that is too high. Our attacks don't seem to be able to hit him. The magic gun has run out of bullets. Even if Jalen throws the gun out, if the direction is off, then it will all be over. Of course I have a way. I'm the Emperor. His Royal Highness has a lot of tricks. The sun is setting now. It's going to be dark soon. A class of Jalen is the last instruction for the day. The guy who immediately ran into the air. I'll take care of shooting him down. I set off. The rest is left to the seniors. The last battle. Do your best. Come on. Ben Jalen decided not to ask Ace how he was going to shoot it down. He just obeyed Ace's orders. Because he found that this is the role with the highest survival rate. When the attack is about to fall, strange sensations reappeared. Follow the path that leads you. A class of Jalen dodged all of the golem's attacks. Very well done. A class of Jalen will use this trick to end it now. I saw Ace throw out the torch he got from the dungeon. But that's surprising. The torch didn't hit the golem. See this scene in front of you. A class of Jalen's mouth couldn't help but open wide. It was at this time. There was a glimmer of light on the walls of Crossrod. The next second, an attack hit the magic stone magic ring. Evangeline could not have imagined. It turned out to be a bullet fired from Crossrod. There was a man who was seeing the signal from Ace. Sniping was carried out at such a distance. It stands to reason. This cannot be something that humans can do. Evangeline was curious. Who the hell is that person? Don't care about what happens this or that. Evangeline, this is our only chance. Come on, kill this guy. End this fight. This moment, Evangeline threw away all doubts in her mind. Forget about those mixed emotions. With the attacks he does best. Completely destroyed the golem. After killing all the monsters, Evangeline collapsed from exhaustion. Hard work, Ace schoolgirl. I didn't expect you to actually do it. Is it really all over now? At least we have the battle here over. Love is them. By the power of only 2 people. Killed 50 large monsters. Senior, you're really amazing. It was possible to accomplish such an unbelievable task. This is indeed something that no one would believe. But it's fine. Let him be a record that belongs only to the 2 of us. His Royal Highness the Senior. Then I can faint now. If I say no, will you be able to hold on? If that's the order, I will persevere. Sleep in peace. The moment the little guy heard this. Mental and physical fatigue. Like a tidal wave. Crystallization and Evangeline. Just 2 of them managed to repel 50 large monsters. After Evangeline fell asleep, Ace waved the torch in his hand. The light flashed 3 times. This is a sign that the defensive battle has been successfully completed. Ace was very happy. Nothing went wrong with Crossroads' defensive battles. This time the battle plan. Ace has really exhausted all his strength. In fact, those 2 insurances were prepared by Ace for the last minute. One is the ultra-long-range shooting of the Damien. This kind of long distance that is difficult for even a bullet to reach. It's a battle that only clairvoyance can accomplish. Maybe it's just this shot. It has also put a very big burden on Damien. And another insurance. It's a group of Jalen's who are already asleep now. To be exact, a class of Jalen special equipment is Ace's insurance. All SSR-level characters. All have their own special equipment. This is usually done on equipment that is related to the character's story. Dedicated traits or effects are attached. Although there are many excellent heroes in the SR rank. But there is no special equipment. Is the key to widening the gap between them. All the people of the modern Cross family. Accumulated experience. It's a special feature of a class of Jalen. Crossrod said he saw what was in front of him. The path is actually a buff skill. If you turn on this mode, the combat efficiency will be about twice as high. However, his mana is too low, so it can't last long. In the game, this is as long as loyalty becomes high. A suit that will fall from the sky. Equip at the beginning. Ash saw the equipment being buried. He was also taken aback. But because it is necessary to keep a class of Jalen away from the front line forever. So Ash chose to sit idly by. However, there is no other way around the situation. It can only be dug out for use. I'm doing this to save your daughter. You shouldn't be angry. After a brief review, Ash finally sat down. It shouldn't be a big deal on the city side. Presumably, they're dealing with the rest of the magic. Ash was finally able to take his guard off. Get a good rest. But he just closed his eyes. Just back. The room was filled with the smell of disinfectant water. A scrawny kid was leaning on this machine, sustaining his fragile life. Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded throughout the ward. The child's heart stopped. Estion woke up. The familiar ward was gone. Elsie was already sweating profusely. The shawl that covered his body also slipped down. Are you okay with your body when you wake up? I slept for a while. It's much better, but it's not so bad that I'll get sick of it. Senior, It's pretty easy for you to shovel out 50 generals. You don't have to pretend to be powerful. Is this what you should say? Do we have to spend the night here tonight? We'll have to wait until the battle ends on the other side of the city. To go back. Will they be okay? Don't worry, they're definitely better than us. That's when it happened. There was a loud rumbling noise. AI sure also thought that the scene had been maliciously changed again. It turned out to be just Evangeline's hungry stomach. I don't know if it was influenced by Evangeline. Ash's stomach growled too. It didn't take long. Elsie is from the villa of the border country. Took some food. That's all there is to it. It's nice to have this one left in this situation. After waking up, Evangeline was also hungry. Esther was from the villa of the border berth. Took some preserved fruit and wine. What kind of food is this, Black? As she spoke, Evangeline put it in her mouth. It's also too unpalatable. What the hell is this? This is the fruit of your father's harvest. Frontier Beau eats him every day. Our old gentleman is really stupid. That being said, Evangeline still threw the preserved fruit into her mouth. Swallow it desperately. Pour me a glass, too. It's too bitter in the mouth. Gotta drink something. Depressed. It's not something a kid like you can drink. It's okay. I'm going to the ghost gate. Didn't the senior just say, let me try everything I haven't done. From now on, I won't be patient any longer. I'm going to do everything I've never done. I understand now. It's idiotic to endure what you want to do and not do it. Hurry up and give it to me. It's so difficult at such a young age. Then you can only take a small sip. I don't understand what gets in the way. Where did you learn it? It actually gives people the feeling of an old drunkard. It's really unpleasant. The fruit and drinks tasted so bad. Indeed it is. You just said Dad. Does he eat and drink this kind of thing every day? You've been guarding the city for another 3 years. Even if you eat dirt and drink dust, you won't want to run back. He still does his own thing every day without flinching. That's what adults are. I don't want to be an adult. What a lovely statement. Well, actually, I know all about it. What do you know? I know. Dad would sneak out of the house every night, spending the night in front of my mother's grave. Also knows that Dad is, even if he doesn't cry on the surface, the kind of person who is whimpering inside. But I still hate Dad. So I hope he stays with me alive. I hate him as much as I want. If I had a chance to be a bad daughter, then he can lose his temper with me like that. Just reprimand me. I'm bored with everything right now, whether it's a lone resentment or a lone nostalgia. I just miss them. Mom and Dad, I miss you. A group of gelling muttered to themselves for a while. Childlike crying began. Then she began to sob. And love is to choose to let himself cry out loud. Leave him alone, because he will face this cold and dangerous world in the future. Even if you eat dirt and drink dust like an adult, you have to stick to it. His parents are gone. No one will treat him like a child anymore. He will grow up alone. Live alone. It's all up to a class of Jalen himself. Maybe it's tired of crying. Or maybe drunk. Jalen soon fell asleep. I don't know what he dreamed about. A class of Jalen has been calling for his father. Ace came alone to the grave of the border uncle and his wife. This is the case today. It can be regarded as an explanation to Bien Jingbo. He drank the last glass of wine with the border uncle. Maybe it's too tired. Or maybe it's because of the orders of the Cross family. Ace sighed deeply. In the distance, the eastern sky turned gray. It's going to be early in the morning. Under the early morning sky that gradually brightens, AI saw soldiers running along the road in the distance. He hid all his tiredness, waved to them as a winner. Lucas saw Ehrlich not far away at a glance. See AI's appearance. Lucas was also relieved. Just like that, another scene slowly came to an end. Scene 3 finally ends. This time around, too, it was no surprise that Ehrlich won. Lee returns to Crossrod. Erish was treated at the temple. I don't know how you got hurt like this, though, but you can no longer use the arm like you used to. You'll experience weakened grip strength. or various problems such as stiff wrists. Ehrlich didn't expect it. There is such a big price to pay for your own mistakes. But he's glad he was too. The profession of one's choice is not a warrior. In short, you need to rest for 2 days now. Come to the temple for healing. Thank you, Holy Maiden. In general, the words are SOSO. Jalen. Is he okay? The injury to his shoulder was somewhat severe, but as long as you don't get tired, heals quickly. After all, he was physically strong. I don't know if it's because of the role positioning. It's still an age gap, but that's at least a good thing. After the end of treatment, Ash listened to Lucas's report. The situation regarding the defensive war. The battle began 15 minutes. Damien destroyed all 3 golems. For the next 6 hours, it is to slowly destroy the remaining individuals in the vicinity. After the aftermath of the remaining golems, they came to the rescue at the villa. Maybe because Lucas is the protagonist of this world, he commanded the defensive battle quite well. Because of the follow-up thorough purge, so the rescue was much later than scheduled. I'm sorry, Sovereign. There is no need to apologize. You're really doing a great job this time. What is the condition of the wounded? 14 people were seriously injured. 128 people were slightly injured. What about the death toll? There is no Lucas. What did you just say? No one died. This is the first time for the Lord. Clear the level for the first time without anyone dying. The senior are really amazing. Lucas turned out that no one died. You're better than me. Don't say that. This time, during His Highness's absence, everyone was very upset, because none of the people who stayed here knew what to do. Fortunately, AI was a little skeptical. Is it because of the indomitable commander? Played a counterproductive role. Ehrlich thought, this skill is only immune to ailments during battle. And then this is not the case. The people around Ash, not only will it not fall into panic and chaos, he is also extremely mentally stable. It seems that as long as Ash is around, they're at ease. So, instead, it will make them more and more dependent on Ash's existence. In short, judging by the results, things all worked out smoothly. Don't worry, because later, there won't be any more cases where I'm left alone. Deal? I am your bodyguard. It has always been from the moment I was released from prison to the present. Please don't leave me behind, especially if you're traveling to dangerous places. You can't leave alone. I know. How about the other team members? Are they all right? Everyone is safe. However, Damien may be due to overuse of his eyes. The eye was bleeding. He said he was fine. He is currently being treated at the temple. Then love is speculation, probably because of the last shot. So he decided to wait until the treatment was over. Go visit de Milan. After everything is taken care of. Ace came to the back garden of the Lord's mansion. Maybe it's spring coming. The weather was very warm. Ace sat in his chair. Sleepiness kept coming over him. Why don't you go back to the house and sleep? If you sit there and sleep, you'll catch a cold. Why do you treat me like an old grandfather? Are you showing off your youth? I didn't expect to be alive to meet the early morning. What a surprise. I thought I would never see the sun again. On the day you finally decided to leave. But I let you go through this. I'm really sorry. After receiving treatment, I slowly recuperated. Wait until you've had enough rest before heading out. I'm not leaving. I thought about it all night yesterday. I'm going to take over as frontier boss. Ross House. The inheritance of the clan has always been the most hated thing for girls. Maybe, in a class of Jalen, when holding a weapon that symbolizes inheritance. Or maybe it's when he realizes it. Mom and Dad left themselves forever. A class of Jalen suddenly wanted to accept this inheritance. I thought about it all night yesterday. I'm going to take over as frontier boss. Do you know what that means? Your dad wants you to get out of this place. He wants you to live the life you want. Live freely. That's why I'm staying. Because of the violation of the last word. It was the last unfilial thing I could do. I'm a stubborn person. Senior. Actually, I want to try to understand my father. because I still don't know Dad's mood and thoughts at that time, and what he did. If I'm in the same position as my dad, then I should be able to understand a little bit the inner thoughts of the stupid and upright old man. So I'm sorry. I went back on my word. I want to take the Cross family, a veritable succession to the title. Take back ownership of the territory. The senior wants to bear people's complaints and responsibilities alone. We have to bear it together, although it is not appropriate to always sell oneself and boast. But I'm the head of the college. I'm good at fighting, and I'll grow taller in the future. It becomes more imposing. Generally, old age is as kind as a child. It's a picture of what your future will look like. I will be stronger than I am now, both as a knight and as a person. So please say something to me. I am invited to fight alongside you in the future. In that case, I will assist the seniors to protect the city, the most powerful tank character in the game. I am taking the initiative to join Ace's team. In the world, no player would be stupid enough to refuse such a request. I'm sorry I declined. Okay, please take care of your seniors. What did you say? I said I refused. The city is already mine. I can't return it. But if you are very eager to do so, and if you advocate exercising your right of inheritance, then become one of my knights. Help me guard this front line. The average Jalen apparently didn't think of it. Ace could make such a scoundrel request. You have to make sure, as you grow up, and strong enough to be responsible for the city. I'll try to help me. If by that time your mind has not changed, I will take the position of border keeper and the position of lord. Return to you together. 3 years. Another 3 years. No, another 2.5 years. I grew up. At that time, I will definitely be recognized by my seniors. Put the title and the city, and everything else that belongs to me to take it back. Then I'll see. A class of Jalen. In fact, the strategy period of this game is only 3 years. After that, whether the city is returned or not has nothing to do with the teacher. Senior, can I ask you one more thing? What happened when I was little? Mom once said that to me. He knew that if he stayed in the city, marry my dad, and give birth to my words, sad and painful things happen. But even so, he still chose this path. He said it was because of the continuation of things. What is the continuation of things? What the hell is magic? Well, let the mother know the result. Still chose to stay in the city and live. Although he said that he would know when I grew up. But I still haven't figured it out. I see, said. Ace's brain bombarded on the head of a class of Jalen. I saw Ace stretch out his hand and point to a class of Jalen. You asked me what is the continuation of things. Isn't this the path your parents intended to continue? Welcome back from the monster front. Have a good rest today. I'll do it well in the future. Calling you the sunshine. The weather was wonderful. Spring is finally coming. A class of Jalen can vaguely understand what his mother meant. Mom had been mentally prepared for a long time. Even if you know that the deeper the love, the more painful it is when you lose. Even knew that he would die tragically because of this. But he still chose to marry Borderbow. Gave birth to a general age, facing the Borderbow's show of love. He also gave his love unreservedly, in order to connect the roads between people, in order to pass on the things that have been passed on to the next generation. This may be the reason why human beings are not afraid of danger. The only reason to fight monsters. All the people of the city, all live with the same determination. Spring has arrived. New shoots sprout on the frozen ground in winter, even though the trunk of the tree bears fruit when it grows up. But the flowers that have experienced frost will eventually wither. Fallen leaves can also rot under the frozen soil. Then spring will definitely come again. The seedlings will also rebloom on the accumulated soil. Although people will eventually die, but there will certainly be something left to continue. Left behind by the Cross family. It's not just death and dust, albeit only a little, but Evangeline seemed to understand, although the injury caused body aches. But at the moment, his heart was extremely comfortable. Spring, a city that is shrouded in fear all the time. Spring is finally here. located in the southernmost part of the world, Crossrod, far to the north, located in the center of the continent. It can also be called the Ebo Brie of the center of the world. Cantera, the capital of the empire. The city. It has a huge port connected to the inland sea of the mainland. It is the center of trade and logistics around the world. People flock to the city day and night all year round. There is also located in one of the most prosperous and magnificent places in the world, the royal palace in the heart of the city. Because there are rows of black minarets here. Therefore, it is also called the economic public. In Eberblay, the administrative office of the empire, there was a big event happening that affected Crossroad. Your Highness, your brother has asked for reinforcements to be sent to him again. The man was the Minister of Administration of the Eberblay Empire. Is also Ace's second brother Fernandez. Do you say Ace? Yes, it's the invasion of the monsters of the Southern Front. Meet the Violet. We need help forming reinforcements right away. This was the first time he had applied for reinforcements. It's the third time. Ignore it, but Your Highness. The situation on the Southern Front seems to be really dire. According to the report of the intelligence officer, this time the monsters are invading. It hasn't been seen in decades. Didn't you understand me, the Waterman? I said ignorance. Western Front. Not working on it. In the war with the Duchy of Bryn. We don't have the forces to send to the Southern Front. The crusade against the Principality is the first priority. Even if there are real problems on the Southern Front after that. When the time comes, the situation can be saved. That guy loves to pretend. But he always did. Let's talk about what is the situation on the Western Front of the Duchy of Brynl. Heard. The First Legion was personally attacking the capital of the Principality. Expected within this week. The news of the successful siege will come. My eldest brother. He was at the forefront of the front. I've told him a few times to get him to change that habit. The Emperor's eldest son, Lard. He is the commander-in-chief who holds the military power of the Empire. All knights and soldiers under the command of the Empire obey his commands. But Lard, who was born with grains, I especially like to go to the front line in person. As the first prince of the Empire plus commander-in-chief, he was supposed to be in command, and not at the forefront of the front. So whether it's this brother or a teacher, it's just go to worry Fernandez. By the way, I would like to ask my father, still in Jeju. I think also the only emperor of the Empire. He has been living there for several years. He will only hide in the deepest part of the palace, occasional handwritten letters, or call someone to the inner palace to give instructions quietly. Therefore, the foreign affairs of the country were handed over to the eldest prince. Domestic affairs are handled by the second prince. As this continues, and even began to appear, is there a change in the emperor? Terrible rumors. This war with the Duchy of Bryn. It must have also been triggered by the absence of the emperor. Your Highness has one more thing for you to decide. Is it an execution? That's right. It's about the great rebels who are imprisoned in underground prisons. The death penalty. Do you want to approve? That's of course. They are all traitors. Towards the time of signing, Fernandez stopped. You just said that AI sure asked for reinforcements. Send it over. Your Highness, do you mean reinforcements? Of course not. It's to send these condemned prisoners to the front line of monsters. Doesn't AI sure just need a meat shield? Anyway, whether it is to be hanged to death, still bitten to death by monsters, it doesn't seem to make a difference. But Your Highness, they are no ordinary murderers. If you send it to the south, you won't necessarily cause any trouble. In that case, Love will watch and deal with it. He seemed to be desperate for troops. It doesn't matter if it's spoiled rice or it's already spoiled. He had to take it all. I will write orders with the authority of the Minister of Administration. The death penalty for 5 great rebels. It will be carried out on the Southern Front. And the third Prince AI sure is responsible for the implementation. Because my brother is hard. So I sent reinforcements to help. I'm such a good and kind brother. You think so too? Ash just passed in Scene 3. Ash became the MVP of this scene. After finishing other things, Ash is ready to check out the rewards for clearing the scene. It was at this time, Ash's necklace from the beginner's tutorial. Finally, there was a reaction. Equip a necklace named Trader. The effect is the open product. It is divided into exclusive stores. Ash didn't know what the name meant, though. But now it's finally time to open the store. Open the point store. What catches your eye is an item called the Dark Event Tracker. Due to the intervention of some kind of force, random events occur in the relevant scene. Adversely affects the player's strategy. See the introduction of this prop. Ehrlich did not hesitate to buy it. See the information in your hand. Ehrlich couldn't believe his eyes. The scenes during this time turned out to be all dark events. Start the scene. 1 is the most difficult Undead Knight Legion to deal with in the early days. Scenario 2 is a hostile NPC that can manipulate monsters. Messy and just cleared. Scenario 3 is the anomalous actions of the Monster Legion. In the previous scenario, the trickiest part that happens, it's all caused by this dark event. Love doesn't understand who is in control of all this, and for what reason. That's why you want to ruin this game. However, there is no clue about these issues for the time being. So, Ash didn't think much of it. Early the next morning, so he went to visit Damien. But no matter how many times you visited someone, Ash just never got used to it. Are your eyes better? I'm sorry for you pushing yourself for me. How can you say that it's because of the prince? It's me who is too strong. The prince has done nothing wrong. You stinky boy. Talking about love poems. Reaching out to soften Damien's hair. Just rest for a few days. The power will be restored. You don't have to worry. I won't be strong anymore in the future. Nevertheless, I'll still call you. But I'm not going to let you do this kind of excessive thing again. Let's pull the hook. I'm a gun in the hands of the prince. As long as it's within my means. You can do whatever you want, when you need to. Call me if I can kill the monsters again. Completely knock them off on things. Then even if the eyes are burned, I'll gladly accept it. So until I die, please call me as much as you like, the prince. After all, that's what I'm doing to stay on the front lines. AI was unable to refuse Damien's request. Because as long as he has clairvoyance, AI will always call him, until his abilities reach their limits. Damien, do you remember the first time I promised you something? I promised you, as long as you need. I can die at your hands at any time. At that time, Damien was in the midst of losing a friend, a state in which there is no desire to survive at all. Love is to force Damien to cheer up, even at the expense of making him hate himself. So hint, I'm curious to see how Damien will feel now. Do you still hate me for killing your friend? I've been since that day. I never thought about it again. The agreement with His Royal Highness the Prince. One day we fought off all the monsters. Here the front line became tranquil. Please ask me about that again. When the time comes, I'll answer the question of whether you still dislike the prince. You can rest assured. The day of tranquility will surely come. Definitely. In the next 3 years. Just go all the way to the end. In whatever form, we'll usher in the end of the game. No matter what kind of answer you give at that time, I'll gladly accept it. Both loyalty and hatred, kindness and resentment, or a player and a cheating character. It doesn't matter what kind of relationship it is. Ace only wants this little boy to help him. One day you can be happy. Either way, he wants both. These are the characters that have been discarded at will. Can be happy. Time is fast. It's the second night after the scene ends. Ace used too much force in the last fight. It causes unbearable pain all over the body. He really wanted to take a good rest regardless of anything. But he needs to understand the exact results of defensive battles in which they did not participate. So Ash started with the city walls, to the artifact storage warehouse, all kinds of production equipment, and the soldiers of the temple. They all made a round, although a celebration banquet was held tonight. But he only finished his greetings and returned, because Ash believed that even if he wasn't there, everyone can have a great time too, especially Pigpit. He is truly a rare talent in this area. Although Ash would love to lie down and sleep now, but still have to do what needs to be done. Lucas at level 35. It's already time to make a job change. After level 35, Lucas has also completed his second job change. These are powerful stats alone. Will allow him to defend him later, play a bigger role, but it's more important. Or the second skill unlocked by Lucas, although this skill is very consuming of blue energy. But next Lucas, you can quickly reach every corner of the battlefield. Now just wait for him to learn the ultimate. Equipped with special equipment, complete the attribute upgrade. At that time, Lucas will really become the god of the battlefield, although it is still a long time before this day. But for now, the team has grown step by step. And the next character to complete the transition. It's Ash, who accidentally crossed into this world. After all, it's a hidden class commander. Ash believed that he would soon be at the end of his suffering. You can see your attributes at the moment. Ash was still stunned. He could only hope for it. You can gain cheating skills yourself. Ash's first skill is the commanding monoculus. This is the 5 years he has been playing this game. Skills that have never been seen before. It turns out that the command's monoculus can be dominated. The consciousness of the person looking at it. The lower the viewer's mana ability, the higher the success rate of the skill. The corresponding duration is also longer. In short, it's a wide area mind control skill. Although it is difficult to keep it for a long time, but just by looking at Ash, you can manipulate those monsters. After all, it's a skill I've never seen before. Ash can only try to be in the actual battle after that. Test it out a bit. Then, Ace opened the reward box for clearing the previous scene. There are 3 gray chests and 1 gold chest. In this golden box, it is the legend that ends with the end of the game. It's hard to collect 10 SI boxes. Ace began to pray. Pray that you will get a practical weapon. It's not just luck. Ace needs to be less variable. And there are no weapons that use thresholds. With a flash of light, Erlich was given a baton. Although all SSR weapons all have unique stats and performance, but the rarest of them are cane-like weapons. The basic performance of the baton is to generate magical blades. Spawn several blades in the air for the player to control. So as long as the amount of ash blue is enough to perform a powerful mid-range attack, Ash can now fight like a mage. But the most special thing about this weapon is, can be used to provide strength by attacking allies. Ash suddenly thought, do you want to use this to beat your own teammates? He had some headaches. Say something good before you do it yourself. What's the solution? It can be accepted by all. I was taught by myself with a cane. The night also changed with Ash's strange distress. Ash immediately began to break the mark for the next defensive battle. The first was to order the restoration of forward positions. The forward position is located in the south, the fortress directly in front of the Black Lake water. It's also teaching, the place where the black spiders are fought in the middle of the journey, because it was badly damaged at the time, so it's been on hold. But now it's time to start working on the restoration. Although this forward position is difficult to keep, but as long as you can put it to good use, you can greatly reduce the attack. Crossroads' monster. Prepare for the next scenario. The 4 loves are. First, he ordered the restoration of forward positions. Then there is the expansion of the artifacts of air combat. This is to deal with the enemies that are pouring in from the sky. There are several patterns to the appearance of the monster legions in this game. Every 5 of them. The one that will appear at least once is the flying monster. So in the next 4 or 5 scenes, there will definitely be a situation where you are engaged with flying monsters. I know. Then I'll have to go and prepare the artifact right away. Since Abangerin joined the team, AI sure actually didn't plan to let Lily anymore go to dangerous places. The days that followed, Ace went to the blacksmith to check on the dismantling of the equipment. With Lucas, Crossroads' future plans were discussed. He slowly prepared what Crossrod needed. 3 days passed in a flash. There is only a week left until the next scene. I don't know if you've had a good rest these days. I'm sorry though. I am a black-hearted leader who calls on you. But now it's time to strike again. But at this time, Ace found a group of Jailens squirming on the side. What happened to you? Is there any dissatisfaction with the first class of Jalen? No, no, no. I'm just a little shy. Ace didn't understand. Why is Jalen so shy? Is it because it has become a team now? It's still the one who sacrificed his life to fight the demons together. Or it's because I talked to AI sure about my parents. What the hell are you shy about? Don't ask, hurry up and explain. After saying that, let's go. Authentic AI sure. I don't understand it at all. The inner thoughts of these little adolescent ones. Actually, I'm a little embarrassed. What are you for? Lamentations are puzzled. Is it because I went to visit him? He didn't understand why these people were like this. It's good to be young. If you have something to say, say it. Nothing about me as an old man. Why mess around with you young people? Don't you mess around every day? What's the matter? It seems that you are the only normal person here. Lucas, of course. The Sovereign serves as a knight of His Highness's bodyguard. I have to be at my best at all times. That's the end of the chatter. It's time to survey the dungeon. This time, the area to go to is the north of the outer city of the third area. We will be on the northern wall of the Lake Kingdom. Go on a straight-line adventure. There is no installation there. The dungeon is also made up of a long and narrow corridor. Just try to fight those monsters. While moving forward, it's not about strength for power. Just fight off the monsters that appear one after another as you advance. We'll be able to clear the level. In all regions. Composition of the third area. It's one of the simplest in the world. It won't take long. Let's make it our goal to return before the night. Do you guys have any questions? Senior, let's go. Now that everyone is ready, then let's go. Said. Ace chose the teleportation location this time. North of the outer city. A flash of light flashed. The figures of Ace and the others also disappeared into the portal. It's too late to rest. Crossrod is about to take on his next challenge. An unquenchable fire dotted in the room. This magnificent kingdom of lakes is revealed to the world. It's the first time I've seen this place. People will still be amazed by his magnificence. Let's go when we're ready. It should be soon. You're about to run into the enemy. The moment Ash stepped down the barrier and stepped onto the city wall. Information about the area of the survey has emerged, compared to the previous dungeons. This time, the composition is fairly simple. But this also shows that the difficulty of the strategy will definitely not be low, although it will vary depending on the monster that appears. Ehrlich is well aware. A bitter battle is inevitable, just as Ehrlich pondered what a monster might be. Lucas noticed something approaching, just as Iklich expected. In this dungeon, they encounter flying monsters. Almost in an instant, the Raider squad is surrounded by monsters that suddenly appear. The first room of the mission. B. Destroy all the rocky drip bills that keep coming. Because before it got in the way, that's what to expect. So he prepared a battle plan early in the morning. We're quick about it. These monsters will keep pounced. If you stretch the battle line, you will only consume your physical strength in vain. Love is the moment of order. 3 people except Damien. They have already defended the area in front of them. In fact, there are only 2 types of flying monsters that can appear in the early days. One is a monster known to players as a wyvern. But they're really just dragons that look close to degeneration. Its own strength and intelligence. Completely incomparable to the dragons. But even so, because they have dragon genes, so magic resistance is particularly high. Plus, you can use fireball attacks. Wyverns aren't that easy to deal with. But that's why. They have low physical defense. Just prepare enough bows and arrows and bed crossbows. It's still enough to deal with these guys. And this time the drip bill beast appeared. It's the exact opposite of wyvern. Their physical defense is high, but magic resistance isn't worth mentioning. Plus, they don't have the ability to attack from a distance. So white-knuckle fighting. It has become the best choice to face them. To deal with them, it is necessary to resist physically at the same time as the troops at the front. The magicians in the rear have to work desperately with the artifacts. In other words, the key figure who dominates the scene will be the only wide-range mage Jupiter on the team. The wizard is indeed the flower of the battlefield and the core of the war. It can be said that the owner of the bounty is the magician. If nothing else, Jupiter can be in the scene again, make a big profit. But that's why Ace is here. The reason why you are willing to spend a lot of money to train magicians. His Royal Highness. What can I do? You don't have to do anything. Let's take our time. Your eyes are not healed yet. My left arm hasn't fully recovered either. Hopefully, today's strategy. We don't need the two of us to play anymore. Members who are currently fighting. 2 SSR level knights, respectively. And an SR wide domain mage. And all 3 of them are, without exception, have completed the second job transfer. Even if it's just a team of them, are sufficient to deal with the reconnaissance of Area 3. So hint at what they need to do. It's just silently waiting for an upgrade. How to get a normal room. Finally, with Jupiter's liveliness. The battle ended perfectly. It's them in the dungeon. Encountered a drop-level beast with very low magic resistance. In this battle, Jupiter has undoubtedly become the most dazzling person, although he is a strange grandmother. But Jupiter's strength is unquestionable. It's just in the way. They walked a long way along the top of the wall. Then they finally reached the north gate. To enter, there will be a way down. This is the explosion room. Make an effort today. Let's end it early. This time, the boss is the golden dripping mouthmon. Same as before. He also has a human name and position, according to the in-game settings. The dripping mouth beast is an ornament for the princes of the Lake Kingdom. Although his ability value is compared to other bosses, there is no difference but the number of dropped items. But it is directly proportional to his extravagant image. Just as Aishi reminded everyone to prepare for battle. The unexpected happened. As the only mage in the team, Pig Pete actually rushed straight towards the golden dripping beast. At this moment, he seemed to be completely blind to the danger in front of him. Pig Pete's eyes only have gold. Be the commander of the entire team. At the moment, Ash was completely unexpected. He was curious. Could it be because of the nature of goldenness? Or maybe Pete has gone mad. Even more unfortunate. The golden drip bill moved at this point. Whether it was 10 years ago or 20 years ago. I'm a centurion. Do you want me to be a centurion for the rest of my life? Rush a few of you. That grandmother must not be allowed to die here. Almost at the moment of EI's order, Lucas and Evangeline took up arms. Rushed up, but the hammer of the golden drip bill has fallen. If you were working in the inner city, I'm sure I've been promoted a long time ago. Ehrlich is well aware. If at the current rate of the two, it's definitely too late. And once Jupiter died here, then the next scene 4 is for them. It will be a fatal test. But even the shadow of the hammer, already shrouded in Jupiter's face, he still didn't feel the danger. Damien quickly knocked out his weapon. At the moment when the hammer fell, Damien fired 3 rounds at once, with the help of SSR and magic guns. The hammer's attack trajectory has been changed. Pigpit is also from the hands of the golden drip bill. Pick up a life. Until this moment, Pigpit finally came out of that crazy state. Come back to your senses. Without waiting for him to react, Lucas grabbed Pete by the collar. It's a bit funny though, but in the way. They managed to save the scene. The most important Pigpit, but the golden dripping mouth, apparently did not mean to let the two go. Moment of truth. A class of Jalen uses his passive ability. The battlefield roars. This is all shield knights. Will use a wide area taunt skill, thanks to their powerful attributes. A class of Jalen successfully blocked the attack of the golden dripping mouth, and the precious time he bought for everyone. It also allowed Jupiter to be saved. Jupiter, I don't have the face to see you. His Highness didn't hurry up and cheer up. The most senior people here, Here's what kind of person is being done. It's just a mage with a weak body, but he rushed over at the sight of the boss. It turns out that this boss is covered in gold. As a result, Jupiter triggered his own trait, Gold Mania. Thankfully, the moment came. Lucas rescued Jupiter. That didn't cost him his life. It's me, an old man who has lost his mind. Everyone is in danger. If only you were aware of that. Ace was actually curious. Obviously in the game, this trait only reacts to chests. But why into reality? It can be activated in ridiculous places. After confirming that Jupiter is safe, Lucas is about to join the fight. Help a class of Jalen relieve stress. I'm going to get rid of that guy right away. As he spoke, Jupiter began to accumulate the magic power in his body. But at this time, a tingling pain interrupted Jupiter's movements. Don't be reckless. Let's recover first. What a shame today. When have you ever paid attention to your face in front of us? His Royal Highness. I'm going to wrap it up. Forget it, you also stand back. Damien finished with clairvoyance, which had not yet recovered. Won 3 in a row, plus the Black Queen's huge recoil. He is now weak. Wait a minute. Your prince. Your Highness is now going to test your new skills. As Ash waved his baton, 3 magical blades appeared above his head. But only Ash knows. These 3 magical blades. Half of his mana had already been consumed. The magic emanated from Ash's body. He felt aches all over his body. After all, this is Ash coming to this world. Consumes mana for the first time. As Ash waved his baton, the 3 magic blades also follow Ash's thoughts. It moved. Every time I see His Highness, you'll all show off new and amazing skills. As you can see, I am indeed a treasure man. That's the end of the training. Now let's put his power to the test. As he spoke, Ace controlled 3 magic blades. Attacked the golden dripstick. Almost at the moment of contact, the golden drip bill's armor was shattered. See how powerful the magic blade is. Ace also showed a satisfied smile. Perform 5 hits through the mana blade, and then exercise. At the moment, it seems its durability is not very high. It was at this time, the golden drip bill spoke again, just because of the wrong team once. As a result, I spent my whole life in the outer city waiting for death. I'm already fighting to my heart's content. Still nagging here. Speaking of which, Evangeline used stored damage. Absorbed the power of the golden dripping beast. After the blow, Evangeline did not hesitate. Damage return was used. If I can also be promoted. If you were cool armor like that bronze statue. On the verge of death. The golden drip bill seemed to remember something. But what? Why is the rain black? Don't wait for him to figure out the answer to his question. Lucas slashed his head with a sword. Maybe I didn't get the answer I was looking for. The golden drip bill still holds its last move. But there was a loud bang. He eventually collapsed. After Jupik went back this time, you're going to write a penance. Although the mages in the party cannot use mana. But hints, in the end, they managed to overcome me without any danger. After Pig went back this time, you are to write a letter of repentance. There's also a week's worth of payback from your annual salary. Then put it into the Urban Development Fund. Your Highness would have gone too far. I also think it's the right thing to do. I'll do what you say. Jupik, though I don't know. Why do you see something shining? The whole person will go crazy. But don't forget, before you became a mercenary who valued money as his life, but a glorious soldier of the Igbo Bree Empire. I want you to be blinded by immediate interest before you are blinded. I can first remember the sense of honor that remains in my heart. In the ranks of energetic young people, not only can I not help as an old man, instead it became a burden for them. That's not going to work. If it happens again in the future, I will apologize for my sin with death. You don't have to joke with your life. Then take responsibility with the money that I regard as my life. So how much are you prepared to pay? About 1 day's daily wage. Mention this awkward topic. Both of them laughed in unison. Although there was a little accident. However, the third area is still fully cleared, although the golden drip bill does not drop equipment items. However, a lot of money-swapping items were dropped, and in the treasure chest of the bursting room, the scream suit also appeared because of the difficulty of the game before. AI is unbelievable. There will be items of the same set in succession, plus the screaming orbs collected earlier. Next time, you can set it as long as you get the glove parts again. She screamed in the suit. Everyone, because I've suffered a lot as an old man. I don't know if I can accept it brazenly. Anyway, the third area has been surveyed. If you go down this staircase, the next safe base will appear. He also appeared during this period. The largest place in the base. That is, the base camp in the mouth of the unknown before. It is one of the few that survives in the dungeon. A place where people often gather. There are facilities such as shops and blacksmiths. But our task today is to find new members. As long as there are people who are friendly to us and have good abilities. Just do whatever it takes to take it away. In fact, that's why Ace was in a hurry to survey this time. Meet friendly NPCs, then pull into your own ranks. Although in the future, when the city is developed, the mercenary guild will also be lively. But for now, when you're at the beginning of the game, the difficulty of recruiting heroes is an inevitable problem. That's why the previous players will say, it's a game that's not just about combat. City management is also very important. All in all, you have to watch it carefully too. See if there are any nice guys. In this eerie underground cavern, will there be such decent people? Or is there really a human presence here? It doesn't matter if some of them don't meet the standards. After all, the implication is clear. In this game, allies don't have to be just humans. After a short break, they descended the stairs. And so it went for a while. They finally reached the earth. This is the main entrance to the north of the Lake Kingdom. That is, when you first enter the bottom of the lake. The gate that I saw, a month and a half later, AI Sure and the others finally saw the gate of the Lake Kingdom. Because this door is closed. So they're in. After going through 3 scenes, I finally got around. Both in and now. We all have the same way to open it. So, how do you open this door? This door from the beginning. It can only be opened in one case. When was that? When those guys started attacking. That is the monster invasion army. When the war is against the human world. Don't think about it so much now. Let's go in first. The safe base is just around the corner. Complete today's mission. We'll be able to go back, hinting at them from the north side of the main entrance. Walk along the main road into the city. It didn't take long for a huge square to appear. Why are these guys here? They will be in the next defensive battle. Invasion of Crossrod. Guys are neatly piled up here like this. When the time comes, we'll fly to Crossrod at the same time. Then let's kill them now. Take a closer look. How could we possibly annihilate them all? At this moment, other drop-level beasts flying around the city. They are also returning to the team one by one. This is the core stronghold of these guys. And there were only 5 of us. Now there is only one way to fight them. Let's do what we can do now. In this way, they left the mainland. After entering the alley, I walked for more than 5 minutes. Then we finally arrived at our destination. This place is the base camp, because it will also be surveyed in the future. So this will act as a springboard. Before, AI's group. Stay in a dark place without a little light. Now suddenly into a brightly lit place. They are relieved and relaxed at the same time. But the Lord, didn't you say that someone lives here? That's right. But why didn't I see it alone? Until Lucas's words were heard. Ash suddenly came back to his senses. According to the experience of the game, there are at least 4 to 5 NPCs here as well. The current situation does not bode well. It was at this time, a group of masked men appeared, bows and arrows. There was no preparation. Ace. They were ambushed in a safe place. Ace was curious about who these people were. He seemed to have some impression of such a dress, just by the equipment they hold in their hands. Their rank is not low. And not only bows and arrows and crossbows. The men even prepared artillery. Until this moment, Ace began to regret what he had just done. He always subconsciously thinks of this place as a game, but it's a real world. Those rules in the game do not apply here. But, although Ash didn't have any ideas in his head to get out of trouble, but he remained calm. Your way of welcoming is a little too enthusiastic, although I appreciate you doing so. But if anyone could shed some light on the current situation, I appreciate it even more. He is an adventurer who has just entered the dungeon not long ago. It's a lovely newcomer who needs your help and guidance. But there was not the slightest hostility in Ash's words. Those people still had cold eyes. Look this way. Or rather, you want to use the priest to rectify the discipline of the newcomers. In today's society, I didn't expect that there would be such a bad habit in other places. I think it's a good tradition. Relying too much on your own gaming experience. AI sure once again suffered a loss in the base camp. And this should not have been able to use weapons. Safe base area. They were surrounded by a group of masked men. It was at this time, a deep voice came from not far away. Dismount the newcomers. Wits and human history are equally long. This is the respect and etiquette that will be given to the seniors. A process engraved in the bones. It's so good. In the future, we should protect and develop it. What kind of culture is that kind of tradition breaking? Our adventurer predecessors. It really has an old and stubborn temperament. You're right. I hear this all the time. But what can be done? A person lives a long time, always clinging to things from the past. The man playing the flute. That's what you call me. The man who plays the flute is an interesting nickname, though. But let me introduce myself. I am in the land of this great lake kingdom, the great rebel who wanders. It is also this place that has survived. The last court musician, and court jester, and court magicians. You can call me the Crown. It's a pleasure to see you here. The last player. Hear the Crown call himself a player. Love as the whole person is stunned. This NPC named Crown. He wasn't that great in the original game, even if you occasionally break into the battlefield. He's just in charge of commanding the monsters, or cast a simple spell on the player. And where he should have been, it is in the first room of the final boss dungeon. At that time, the player's team was already strong. Just a few random stabs with a knife can be defeated instantly. However, this NPC was supposed to appear in the final scene. Now he has appeared in the base camp, and these masked men behind him. It was also the guy who appeared together at that time. And more importantly, just now the Crown refers to Ash as a player. This is not meant to be. This man also understands the faculties of this world. Although there are a lot of questions in Ash's mind at the moment. But none of that matters anymore. The immediate priority is to get out of the current crisis. Why do you want to be hostile? Can you tell me why? Your party isn't just going to travel all over the city? Uncover the kingdoms. You don't know the secret. What a terrible darkness slumbered in there. So I'm just trying to stop you guys from doing that. We are the ultimate defense force to protect the kingdom. It is the surviving remnant of the Lake Kingdom. Of course, you can also call us Nightcrawlers. We will annihilate the dark people who want to touch the city. You're just one of them. As he spoke, the Crown slowly raised his right hand. Ash is clear. Once his hand is down, the attack will be in full swing. These are the enemies that will only appear in the last scene. Ash's current team is no match for them at all. Now, they're not only surrounded, and also in terms of rank and equipment. There is a big gap between them and each other. If you deal with their cavalry team, someone is going to die. Even the worst outcome is annihilation. Ash had no time to think about a solution. He could only use all his hands now. I saw a glimmer of light flash from Ash's eyes. Ash meets the Crown and his troops at the base camp. As a last resort, Ash can only use the skills he just acquired. The command's magic eye. At the moment when the skill is activated, Ash felt like time was slowing down around him. There are a total of 12 objects captured by the skill. If the instruction is too complicated, there is a high chance that the skill will fail. Ash gave the simplest of instructions. You all turn around. Since this instruction is extremely simple, so a total of 7 goals were affected. But even if it's just such a simple action, Ace after finishing his skills, it's still a lot of backlash. Take advantage of this opportunity. We're going to use the portal to escape. Almost at the moment when Ace pointed the way, Lucas moved. With Lucas opening the way, the remaining 4 people hurriedly ran towards the location of the portal. Is it spiritual domination? What an interesting party. Law shoot, don't let those guys run away. Generally, Jalen easily blocked the first round of swords. But because of the commander's magic eye, the time has come. The scale of the sword feathers in the second round was much larger than before. Leave it to me this time. As he spoke, Jay Ling leaped into the air, with the help of exclusive gear. The sword feather of the second round was also easily blocked by the general gelling. It was at this time, the troops of the crown lit the cannons. His Royal Highness Prince Damien. Leave it to me. I saw only the bullets of the Black Queen fly straight at the incoming cannonballs. Although before the battle, it also has a little effect on Damien, but it's still easy to just intercept shells, now implying that they just need to run to the portal, not after a safe evacuation. Prepare for the next counterattack. Want to run? We've been preparing for so long. You can't be allowed to run away easily. I saw 2 magicians among the enemies, already saved up and honed, and if the 2 attributes of wind and fire are combined, will be more destructive. Once hit, it will be incomparable to the power of cannonballs. Raise the area to the ground, and according to the current situation of the team, there was simply no one to resist the mage's attack. If nothing else, suggest that they may have to give an account here. But at this time, Jupiter stepped forward. How dare you be so arrogant? He relied on his thunder and lightning magic, forcibly blocked the magic attacks of the 2 attributes. But I also know by looking at Jupiter's appearance, blocking these offensives is not simple. I won't be able to last long, Your Highness. Run. In this case, Ehrlich also knew there was no better way than now. He had to keep up with Lucas and flee, because here is the only one who can open the portal. Ace is the only one. Fortunately, in the end, Damien will still be. The wounded Jupiter brought it back. Fortunately, Jupiter did not lose his life here. He can still be in the next defensive battle. Make a difference. The Crown's forces also knew they couldn't stop Ace, so they didn't continue to attack. Just stood there and watched Ace quietly. I don't know. What was the face under the crown mask thinking? I just feel the smiling face engraved on the mask. It's very unpleasant. We'll see. Dog stuff playing flute. I'll definitely come back and beat you up. Jupiter sacrificed his life to protect him. The group finally escaped to the location of the portal. Evening after returning from the free survey, Erish came to the Temple of Crossrod. After all these battles, Ehrlich's mentality is different now. He began to hesitate. Do you have to fight with humans in the future? When playing the game before, he didn't think about it in the slightest. So at the time when the crown first appeared, he didn't hesitate to let Damien shoot. Maybe it's because I've experienced too many deaths and funerals. He began to change his mind. These people are no longer simple data. They all have their own experiences and stories. At least in this world, they are all living people. They are all working hard for their goals. Now love. It was the same problem as Damien at that time. If it's for survival and clearing levels, he's still the same as before. Don't hesitate to get rid of the enemy team's humans. It was at this time, the leftover woman walked out after the treatment. Fortunately, everyone's lives are not in danger. However, there is one caveat. Lord Jupiter for overusing magic. Left behind sequelae. At present, it is in a state of runaway magic. The magic is out of control. Isn't that an extremely dangerous situation? Yes, the magic is out of control. It is damaging the caster's body. A little careless. There is a chance that he will not be able to use magic for the rest of his life. He had to recuperate for a while. To know, Pigpit is the core combat power in this scene. After losing him, the difficulty of this defensive battle will be greatly increased. Can I go and visit him? No, Master Pigpit is in critical condition right now. Pigpit Gold had a frenzy before. Ashify was very mean to him, and now it's happening again. Ace's heart was very uncomfortable. Several others have also completed treatment. They should have gone out first. Thank you, Holy Maiden. As he spoke, Ace left a bag of gold coins in the temple. Thank you for your hard work. How are you in health? We're fine. What about Pig Chin? He was badly wounded. I won't be able to return to the front for a while. Is it so serious? It should be thankful. Only one member of the team was seriously injured. If we weren't careful, we'd all die there. Although Ace tried his best to comfort them. But it's still hard to see them by looking at their faces. Let me tell you about it first. I'm going to give those guys some color and see. I heard Aishi say this. The three of them finally cheered up, since they are so daring. Provoke the love of the Empire. The Prince and his Praetorian Guard. Naturally, that comes at a price. But we're not going now. We need to be prepared. And so on to successfully clear this scene. We're going to get rid of those guys. Sharpen the knife sensibly and thoughtfully. Guns and bullets ready. And then annihilate them in one fell swoop. So let's rest today. Stop thinking nonsense. Got it. But that being said, Ace was still struggling with this defensive battle. Although Lily is also a magician. But he wasn't a wide-area magician like Jupiter. It was at this time, I'd scurried out of nowhere. Maybe it's for the sake of retribution. Repeat this, game leader. The hint reached out and stirred him a little. You damn responsible. I haven't been looking much lately. What did you do? Are you working well? Absolutely. Now there are more important things than dealing with city administration. This scene, quite possibly the worst we've ever had. Our prisoners. They fled. What are you talking about? Are there any prisoners in Crossroads? It wasn't Crossroad, it was sent by the Empire. Those on death row. It's too late to worry about the absent magician. Soon ushered in new troubles. The players they sent out finally got a response. But the Empire did not send reinforcements. Rather, 5 condemned prisoners was transferred to Crossroad. 5 heinous murderers overturned the carriage in which they were being held. All of them fled, and it happened at noon today. But until now, the prisoners have not been caught. You damn responsible. Why didn't it happen before this happened? Just stop me. He said that he had no power in this world. There's no way to predict the future. But I can give you information about these 5 people. I've already recorded their profiles into the system in advance. Then you didn't say it earlier. With that, Ace opened the system panel to check the information. At the moment of seeing the introduction, Ace was stunned. They asked the capital for reinforcements. The guy who was sent. If the Lord takes care of them, maybe they'll be useful reinforcements. Of course, it's going to be wrapped. No matter what you do, I'm going to bring in these guys, even if they are from the Empire. Murderers compared to ghosts and zombies. Death row prisoners are definitely better. The most critical thing is their stats. Much taller than the people in Ehrlich's current team. So incompetent person in charge of this. Where did they flee? You don't have a clue. According to the reports received, I speculate that they should be in the barren mountains north of the city. Although the distance is not far. But it's a bit of a remote place. Nothing to hesitate about. Lead the way right away. Since there are also those who were expelled from the capital. Then take this opportunity to talk to them. North of Crossroad. Everywhere, there are barren mountains that have not yet been cultivated. On the land north of the front line, all the land where crops can be grown has been cleared, although not as fertile as south of the front. But in order to survive, even the smallest piece of land has to be dug out. And in such a cruel situation, the land has still not been fully cultivated. This means that the mountains are extremely steep. As the only normal person in the team, Naturally, the obstacle is not so good physical strength. Your lord, are you all right? Do you need me to carry you to your destination? Can it really be? Normally, Jalen looks like it's getting in the way. Some are speechless. Tell me what kind of eyes you have. Nothing you envy. Do you want me to carry you? Senior, do you want to carry me? That's right. And then Lucas came to carry me. Well, I think a good idea. What kind of backing is that? I don't want it. Absolutely not. My back can only carry the main army. I'm really sorry. It's all because of our dereliction of duty. It's okay. I can just get some exercise. It's my old waist. Your Highness's villain deserves death. But I hope you'll spare my life. The senior didn't do this kind of thing in the capital before. It's a lot of success. After all, before being possessed. AI sure is not an easy person to deal with. So this escort captain from the Empire. It's natural to be scared. In short, the few death row prisoners who escaped. It was to this barren mountain. Right, that's right. As you can see, the trail of those guys extends to this mountain. 5 condemned prisoners escorted by the Reich escaped. But the mourner was curious. Why did they flee into the barren mountains? The barren mountain area north of Crossroad is inhabited by bandits. It's been a hassle since a long time ago. The first time I met my seniors, I thought it was a bandit who had entered the city and taken over my home. Traces left by broken weapons and wheels nearby. It really shows that people come and go here. Could it be that the condemned prisoners are running here? Is it also related to nearby bandits? Who knows? If they escape from prison in order to be the king of the mountain belt. It seems like a good starting point. That being said, but there are still too many doubts about the whole thing. What you report should be true. Of course. How dare I lie to your highness? After that, AI sure led the team. I walked in the barren mountains for about 10 minutes. Finally, we arrived at the cottage presumed to be the base of the bandits. The enemies might be inside. I'll check first. Just confirm. Don't be pushy. This time, a class of Jalen also drilled out. I'm going too. Although Love is worried during the proximity to the cottage. You'll see arrows flying at them. But the cottage is inexplicably quiet. But the closer you get here, the more you can smell a strong smell of blood. You ready? Wait until I count to 3. Let's break in together. You can enter the cottage at the moment. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. The whole cottage corpse is strewn all over the field. Here's what's going on. It was at this time, Lucas spotted the survivors hiding on the sidelines. Look at him like this. Obviously very stimulated. Calm down, little bandit. We are champions. Although depending on the degree of the crime, you may be sentenced to death by hanging. It may also put you in jail. But at least here you won't die. Please get me out of here. We didn't do anything. Just robbed one. Horse-drawn carriage only. What do you mean? You said you robbed a wagon. That's right, because the carriage came from the capital. So we thought it must be full of valuables. But open the stolen carriage and take a look. There were only prisoners inside. And then those guys will kill you back. That's probably the case. Captain of the escort team. What you told us happened. It seems to be a little different from what this friend said. I know. After all, it was a prisoner from the Imperial City. If the escort team is said to have been robbed by the border bandits, it's a shame for sure. I can forgive you for your mistakes. But it is unforgivable to deliberately distort the facts because of mistakes. Let's start with that. You will be punished as you deserve. Love is very incomprehensible. Why tell such a lie that will be debunked immediately? But when I think of what this prince has done before, AI sure suddenly understood. Now the only problem is, where are the 5 condemned prisoners? It was at this time, a class of Jalen seemed to have discovered something. Senior, come over for a moment. Look over there. What's going on here? Welcome, His Royal Highness and all of you from Crossroad. We, the 5 condemned prisoners, have been waiting for you. Obviously, I finally had a chance to escape. But the prisoners put themselves in chains. We don't have the slightest idea of escaping or escaping. Rather, I hope that you will implement the criminal law as soon as possible and report to superiors. This time, Axe saw the prisoner's light green hair. In this game, the only people with this hair color are the elves. Please, everybody, please carry out the death penalty against us as soon as possible. If you find it troublesome, it is also possible to cut off our heads directly here. Please get rid of us. Got a chance. Death row prisoners who can escape. But he took the initiative to handcuff himself with iron chains. Even, Ace was also asked to cut off their heads as soon as possible. Ace speculated that there might be something else going on here, and he also needs death row prisoners to serve as combat force, in order not to let the content of the next conversation to be disseminated. Ace cleared all the soldiers around him. Your name is the Hand of God. Yes, yes. That's right, where it belongs. Team 8 of the Elder Guards. Lucas and Evangeline who heard this. He looked very surprised. But that's understandable. Take full charge of all the dirty things of the Empire. A Black Ops project directly under the royal family. The shadow of royalty. The Emperor's Hound. These are all used to describe the Aegisti force. It doesn't seem like yours is the Inquisitive Hand. The members of this task force do not have their real names. The code name is our name. I heard that you have rebelled. Are these true? His Royal Highness. With all due respect. We were already in the Imperial City 3 months ago. He was tried before a military court, and the verdict was made. All the punishments have been determined. I don't understand the use of you asking us about this. Please execute us as soon as possible. You're dying anyway. Answer a few questions that the prince wants to know. It can still be done. I think I still have that level of authority. I'll just take you as you agree. Let me now ask a few questions. Where you and your party were last sent. It's the Duchy of Bryn, right? How would you know this? If you think I live in a remote part of the south. So if you don't have eyeliner outside, that's going to be hard. After all, as a player's love teacher, can be done from the system. Learn some official information about these roles, so you can clearly understand their previous tasks. A year ago, your team has been sent to the Duchy of Bryn, and the ambassadors of our Eberblay Empire. It was 9 months ago in Brynl, after the assassination of the Principality. Diplomacy between the two countries gradually deteriorated. Finally, war broke out half a year ago. It is still at war until now. The main specialty of the Egon Stirs is to infiltrate the rear. Just sabotage the work. There are also assassination key figures, right? The silence after you. I will assume that I am acquiescing to what I say. Anyway, I made a hypothesis. The big shots of our empire wants to annex the Duchy of Bryn, but there was no suitable reason for belly. But if our diplomats were assassinated in the Principality, this can be blamed on the Principality. It would also be a good casus belli. Your predictions are too much. 3 months ago, after your team returns to the Empire after completing their mission, he was immediately arrested. He was sentenced to death for treason without any defense. In order to prevent leakage, the enforcement team was eliminated. It's really like a platform in the shadows. Isn't it, Your Highness? If that's exactly what you say, we who have completed our mission but have been abandoned. It should be a very unjust situation. There's no reason why we'd wait to die like this. At the very least, defend yourself or run away. Because there are hostages. For your kindred have been taken into slavery. If you complete your mission and die obediently, it should be good for your kind. That's right in the setting of Guardian Empire. Races such as elves or dwarves were slave classes. In the war with humanity 100 years ago, all the nations of the clan are in decline. The survivors became slaves to humanity. And in this race war, the Eberblite Empire that led the people to victory seized the hegemony of the continent. There are not many people left of the entire Elven race, and they are also locked up in the so-called Elven Autonomous Region. Painful life. The elves who have been treated internally. But he worked in the Empire's secret service, and all 5 of them were willing to wait for death. The only reason. That's them. It was coerced by the Empire with the lives of its own people. The Elven Queen who appeared 3 years later. It is also for similar reasons. Sacrifice to protect his kindred. Really touching. This is a noble spirit of sacrifice, but at the same time stupid. Even His Highness's speculation is correct. It doesn't change anything. We have been sentenced to death. His Royal Highness also received the official letter. I do not know. You are to us the condemned prisoners. The purpose of saying these words. Are you mocking us? If this is not the case, so is this just a game of royalty? Hand of God. You know what? Although the official document says that the death penalty will be carried out, but it is not written down how it will be carried out. Other words, it doesn't matter if it's a dagger, a decapitation, or a burning. Your lives are at my disposal. This is the monster front. It's 3 days and 2 ends. There are monsters like disasters coming. Other words, I'll put you on the front lines, then report to your superiors. The death penalty has been carried out against you. I can do that. Until then, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you want to live? If it does not implicate your kindred, are you still willing to live a long life? What can we do in life? Anything can be done. Just stay alive. Anything can be done in the end. Please don't give us unnecessary hope, Your Highness. Whipped with a whip. You can cut it with a knife. Please break us to pieces. Chop off your head and feed it to the dogs. It doesn't matter what you do with us. But don't give us hope. Hope makes us miserable more than anything else. Some people are used to surviving in despair. Because if you have expectations, if you imagine the future, instead, it will be a big disappointment. Make no mistake, I don't want to give you something that dazzling. In a city of despair, hopefully it's okay for everyone. An unattainable existence. I just wanted to give you a chance not to end this life. Why you should save us? Don't ask such a rightful question. I'm doing this, of course, because you're needed. At present, the monster front line is in a state of shortage of talent. There is an urgent need for capable combatants. If you're willing to help. The monsters are attacking with increasing intensity. If the place is lost, your own autonomous regions are also in danger. Although I said a lot, but the final choice is yours. But I still want to ask you, and not only to prolong your own lives. Ultimately, it's also about protecting your kind. And give a hand. Your Highness, you guessed right. We got a commitment from the Secret Service. As long as 5 of us successfully complete the task, and was quietly disposed of, our race will be able to get a year's worth of food. They are actually living sacrifices, but they accepted the order. We certainly don't want to die, but the state of our race has become so bad that it is. We had to give up our lives, even to the extent of scrambling to die. I would like to have the courage to say a word to Your Highness. If you would not be liable to us, let's get rid of us here. But if you still insist on taking us in, you are responsible for the end. I'll be responsible to the end. I take the 3rd Prince Ashbonct. The blood of Eberbele swears. So from now on, the 8th team of the Edister Service will swear allegiance to the Prince of the AI family. His Highness said, the hand of God unshackled all the team members. We are but an arrow. 1 bullet. It's just a gust of wind. Please be sure to call me without hesitation. Then discard mercilessly. Here it is. The mission of our 8th Ghost Service team. That's it. AC ended up with a good team of substitutes. Crossroads. After that, AI sure fiercely scared the escort team, and then drove them out of the city. Although the escort captain has always asked, confirmed that the execution is completed before leaving. But AI sure used the reason that those who lied to the royal family could not enter the city. Chase him away. As for the 8th team of the Ekensters, Ace temporarily settled in Cross, in the vacant room of the Rhodes Mansion. Although with Ace's permission, it's easy to take them with you. But in order to take into account the feelings of others, Ace didn't do that. After all, the people of this world. The battle with the aliens had just ended 100 years ago. Their hatred and ambivalence of aliens. It has long been ingrained. So Ash was distressed. Leave them were to stay after that. And how to summon them? Unconsciously, Ash had already reached the door of the room for the 5 of them. It's a message of mourning. We haven't stayed in such a nice place in a long time. It's so soft. It's super comfortable, and the food here is delicious. Yes, I've never eaten anything so good. Do you think he'll give us dessert? I've never eaten anything like that. It was at this time. Several people finally found the lions standing at the door. They immediately put away the look they had just made. The child star became the ghost stirs. It's too late for you to pretend to be arguing now. I don't understand what you're saying. We are the elder soldiers. It's an emotionless, ruthless slaughtering machine. Let's not talk about that. Do you want to eat supper? Almost the moment you see the food. A few people who just returned to a serious book. All eyes lit up. Maybe it's because of the previous training. They eat almost exactly the same frequency. You don't have to be so restrained. Let's eat comfortably. You're thinking too much. Your Highness, we are very comfortable now. Before going back to Crossrod, the hand of God is like love is the power that introduces all people. The hand of God is the captain. He was an Iron Man. As long as it is a metal that contains iron, anything can be rehearsed into the form he wants. There is also a baby fat female elf on her cheeks. His code name was Badaber. Badebo's ability is a telekinesis. Heavy loads can be lifted with ease. It can also make people move in the air or throw weapons. Next is the youngest of the 5 people. He is a close-range shooter specializer, codename Ajo. As an expert in human warfare, his weapon is a double stone bow, and it is said that he has a lot of experience in hunting monsters. Next, it is a teenager with 3 deep scars on his face. He is the only N-rank character among the 5. Skel is a long-range shooter, and there is also the skill of hiding noise. The last one is the person in charge of firepower in the team. His code name is Manhwa. Unlike others, only he still had a sealer. Splash's weapons are tailor-made for him. Setup type intrusion. But he doesn't have a good control over his abilities at the moment. But as long as he can grow well, he will be useful in the future. Actually, if you look at it this way, they're just ordinary people. Have pity on them. Such children have to give their lives in order to keep the entire race alive. This shows that the elves are not in a good situation. Let the members of the Egn Stern open their hearts. AI sure brought food to prepare and chat with them. But until all the food is eaten, they're still on guard against AI sure. Anyway, there are 5 of you. When did the team start to be formed? Our 8 teams have only been established for about a year and a half. But as a candidate for the special service team, it was a quilt together at that time. Management, so we have known each other since childhood. Management of candidates for the special forces. We lost the country and the land. The only resources left for the elves are ourselves. So, ethnicity sells human resources in a variety of ways. Children who are good at fighting. From a very young age. It's about to start as a member of the Reserve Secret Service. Get trained, and then according to the battle plan specified by the superiors. Pick people with the right skills to form a team. In order to complete this operation, we have to form teams to train. After being put into operation, regardless of success or failure, you will all be abandoned. Yes, in fact, from the standpoint of the human empire, this way is very effective, even a very dangerous operation. You can also, without the use of precious human lives, perform tasks, and there are very few risks to take. Success is a good thing. If you fail, you can also get rid of the relationship. There will be no loss whatsoever, because this is the greatest enemy of mankind ever. A one-legged elf did it. Both politically and practically, all are almost risk-free, and can easily make a profit. What an easy way to do it. But what a cruel thing it is. Who is the commander of the Egon Stirs? That's it. There's nothing I can't tell your highness. After all, you knew it all from the beginning. Just wanted to confirm from me. Commander of the Egner Force. It has always been the head of the interior of the imperial family in successive generations. served. Now it is His Royal Highness Fernandez, the second prince. He was the Minister of Administration in charge of the interior affairs of the empire. It was also the eighth pair that was sent to heirs, his older brother. He is also the culprit who put the shackles on these elves. Erlich couldn't help but remember, when the hand of God gives it to himself. If you say so, please accept this. This is an oath of loyalty on behalf of us. About the collar. Press the button. The bomb necklace will activate while we were captured alive by the enemy, a tool that allows us to self-end remotely. The moment he heard Fernandez's name, the expressions of the other members of the Secret Service team also changed. They're even sacrificing their own lives. A member of the Secret Service who doesn't flinch. But the second prince made them fearful. Ash couldn't help but be curious. What kind of person is his second brother? Maybe it's because the topic is mentioned. The atmosphere in the room became very dull. In order to lighten the atmosphere, Ash changed the subject. Are you still satisfied with the room? We were a few months before. He has been kept in a prison dedicated to death row inmates. For the past 7 days, he has been tied to a carriage again. Escorted here. So this room is a paradise. To be honest with you, we don't want to leave here even a single step. That's not going to work. Is the meal okay? It took a bit of thought for me to prepare. Because elves cannot eat meat. Therefore, Aishi also specially instructed the head chef. A vegetarian-based menu has been developed. Eat and beg for food all the time. Suddenly, I ate this delicacy. We were very happy. In particular, the other team members are still at an age when they are still growing up. Thank you so much for taking care of yourself. We don't pick and choose. It's just going to be obedient, live according to what you give. So please treat us like objects, as a small citizen of a country in another world. Ash clearly couldn't accept such a relationship. After that, Ash talked to them a little more. Things about life later in life. Things like dress and range of motion. Anyway, let's discuss it slowly in the future. Thank you very much again. Good dreams. When I saw Olgo waving, Ace subconsciously raised his hand for some reason. His Royal Highness the Third Prince is a good human being. Are you a good person? Seems to be a good person. He even sent us supper. Hopefully he'll be able to bring us supper. Ace suddenly felt. You'll have to let them move in later. Inside the room with better soundproofing. But Ace still didn't ask the question in his mind. Did they really pull the trigger on the war? After visiting Emus. After the Special Forces. Ace finds Lucas hiding in the corner. He wondered why Lucas was hiding here. His Highness had just gone in alone. So I'm on standby. If something happens, I'll rush in right away, no matter how you say it. There are also death row inmates suspected of treason. I think there is a need for monitoring. But I have this thing in my hands, so it shouldn't be a big problem. But after all, there will still be surprises. So even if it's for Lucas, AI decided to send someone to spy on them. Right now, there are only 5 days left until the start of Scene 4. AI has to devote himself to the next defensive battle. So early the next morning. So Ash went to the blacksmith shop in the city. The face of the blacksmith leader was full of confidence. Your Highness, I have been waiting for you. This is the product of the disassembly of the equipment you commissioned last time. So saying, the blacksmith opened the box in his hand. Inside, it's a standard super magic box. In fact, AI sure didn't expect it in her heart. It really succeeded in decomposing. The last time Elsie took a class of Jalen's 4 SSR weapons, it was handed over to the blacksmith to dismantle. Although, after polishing 4 pieces of equipment, it seems like a loss to build something. However, the disassembly of equipment varies according to the degree of damage. The probability of recycling a mana box will also be greatly reduced. So being able to decompose it successfully is already very profitable. The 3 magic guns you asked for earlier. We've already made it. This is a mana box with 3 Nezumi fighters. 3 second-level magic spears crafted. All 3 guns were made in the same form. So I named them the 3-headed dogs of hell. That's a good name. So far, AI sure asked him to make a total of 6 magic guns. After hearing that these magic guns are to be used by the same person, the head of the blacksmith said, consideration is given to the burden on the user's body. He made this magic gun very small. This makes it small and lightweight. It should be good when fighting in close quarters. I'm sorry though, but I've got to ask you right now. Craft your next piece of gear. Said, AI sure took out the magic box of the golden dripping beak. There are also 5 pieces of gold armor. I'm going to commission you with the violence gear I want to make this time. First time hearing about such equipment. The blacksmith in charge also had a serious face. The so-called boss equipment. It's after getting rid of the boss monster. A dedicated mana box that has a high chance of dropping. This magic box can be used to craft equipment or artifacts. You can use it when you need it. But if it's equipment that the boss monster has used before, that's a must. Dropped by bosses other than mana boxes. The performance of these devices is very good. So as long as the conditions and circumstances are met, it will be more advantageous to make it. And Love has never started to make it before. Cause. It's because the previous equipment is not very adaptable. Like what? The great sword used by the undead knight in Scene 1. Because there are no characters on the team who use the great sword. So there was no production. And after that, it's the elite monsters who appear instead. Or even if there is a boss, there are also no drop-specific mana boxes. This situation, it lasted until the last dungeon. The Golden Drip Bill encounter. That's why AI sure had the opportunity to make this guy. Boss equipment. Gold armor. Please make it as light as possible. Do not overweight your shoes. Be sure to make it easy to move. But in that case, defense also seems to decrease in proportion. It doesn't matter as long as it's easy to move, because AI sure wants to make it. Its actual performance is closer to that of a magician. Of special dresses. After taking care of the affairs of the blacksmith shop, the next place Ace goes to is Alchemist Factory. Repair work on artifacts of air combat. It is also coming to an end smoothly. But Ace didn't come for them this time, because Lily has been working here. Looks like I'm going to have to play in this defensive battle. That being said, but in fact every defensive battle, Lily is fighting on the front lines. What's the solution? I can only blame myself for being born a magician. Seeing Lily crying, AI sure was also a little flustered, but she still had to stand on the front lines and fight. Your Highness, I have something to ask for. If there are a lot of new mages coming in later, be sure to let each of them come and say hello to me. Although I often show off that I am a magician, but in fact my ability is average. Not to mention being educated in an ivory tower. I didn't even practice with a decent teacher. There will definitely be a lot of good magicians to join in after that. Then I can be fixed as an office worker. I don't want to be there, despised by excellent talented newcomers. Please let me be a senior magician. Even if I can't walk, just an office clerk. The qualifications of the magicians are not very good. I know. No one will look down on you. Even if there are guys like that. I will also take responsibility. Teach them a hard lesson. Is it such a thing? I can't help it yet. Do it for our most senior magicians. Well, don't worry. I'm not going to run away. Just call me. I'll join the team right away. Ash knows it too. Gotta get the magicians of the Ghost Guards as soon as possible. Come and say hello to him. At the end of the day, Ash finally got into the carriage back to the mansion. Though, as the main player, Pigpit is currently in a state of serious injury. But Ash also got a bench. All he had to think about now was how to arrange it in order to win this defensive battle with maximum efficiency. And here it is. Then the trader's necklace lit up. This means that a new dark event has emerged. Somebody wants to ruin this game. The dark room was deliberately arranged with a hellish test. And in the dark events of this scene, the number of boss monsters will increase. Suppressing, Ash couldn't believe it. The guy hiding behind the scenes, even the boss of the scene, can be copied. To know after losing Pigpit. This time, The difficulty of the scene has been greatly increased. But on the bright side, this time you can get double the experience and items. And this is also a common occurrence in the mid to late game. Ash just needs to make a good strategy. Convince yourself. After Ash began to look forward to the dark events, bring yourself even more powerful enemies, so he could kill them all. Then gain a lot of experience. Draw awesome power-ups. Upgrade your magic equipment. Finally, occupy their base. He wants to make the people behind the scenes regret sparing his life, and the use of trials to make oneself stronger. Scene 4 is accompanied by the smell of drizzle, striding towards the dark room. But what Ace didn't expect was this. Preparations for a defensive battle still ran into big problems. And this is something Ace never imagined. There is no way to start the problem. Lee, the only offensive mage on the team, got into a big problem. Lily wanted to be a mage in the past. Ellie deliberately brought the hand of God with her. But Lily was extremely flustered. This is still Ellie's time since the tutorial scene. The first time I've seen Lily like this. In order not to let the hand of God hear his own words, Lily grabbed Ellie and walked a long way. The substitute team members you're talking about aren't sprites. You'll recognize it as an elf right away. That's right, for a moment. Lily's expression became extremely complicated. You know, I got it. Let's get the opportunity of the spark skin characteristics. Of course I do. Isn't it because of the goblins that broke into the village? In order not to be hurt by their will. That's when the trait awakened. You're right. You think, though, who lured the goblin hordes to the village? It's the elf family who used to be our house slaves. My parents felt slave. The elves that the hunters were chasing were pitiful, and he took them in, let their family stay in our mansion, and leave it alone. During the year, they were hired as domestic slaves. My parents took good care of them, let them have no worries about food and clothing. But one day a year later, they suddenly say that humanity cannot be forgiven. After that, the protective wall of the village was opened. The goblins were lured in by them. Villages were also burned down. My parents were hacked to death with knives. I'm the only one left. No matter how much kindness we have in our hearts, they all still hate humanity. And one day, he will betray His Highness. I say this for the sake of His Highness. As she spoke, Lily glanced at her hand. Whatever your reason for letting the elves join, please don't trust them. They opened the protective wall of our village as well. Maybe destroy the front line here too. Lily, do you hate elves? I hate them as much as I fear them, even if they are not the parties to the crime. We hate races that are different from ourselves. It's something that can't be avoided. And they are the same. As a human being from another world, love is not enough to know this land, as well as a long history, the deep and long hatred that arises. So he didn't know how to comfort Lee. I don't know how to fix this. It was at this time, the hand of God took the initiative to come over. Excuse me, both of you. First of all, I want to ask for your forgiveness. Originally loved, I work as a newspaper reporter even if I don't want to hear it. I overheard it too. We just said that. You hear it all. Yes, I'm very sorry. At the moment when the hand of God approached, Lily's face turned even paler. The elves were in her memory. It has caused indelible damage to her. Miss Lily, I want to say one thing to you. First of all, I don't want to ask for your forgiveness. Because of this thing, it's not that I apologize. To negate the damage you take. And the resentment you have against our race will not be extinguished. Miss Lily, though, we now have to deal with the coming war. Before my country did not perish. Also, humans and elves have teamed up to fight the monster invasion. We face a common enemy. I think it's time to let go of personal feelings. Fighting together according to the will of His Royal Highness the Prince. No, I won't trust the elves anymore. Aren't you like me? You're also disgusted with humans. You don't hate to let your country perish. Do we call the elves as slaves? Fought against humanity for thousands of years. He was a slave for another 100 years. Between two races, it can only be a relationship of mutual hatred and suspicion. And this relationship lasts until one of them disappears completely. Other soldiers will also appear because of the presence of elves on the front line and feel uneasy. Your Highness, your decision to appoint them is simply ill-sighted. I hope you will reconsider. Lily, if she doesn't let them join, then you may have to go to the front later. I'd rather be like that. Instead of letting me fight with the elves, it's better to be on the front line every time. Lily, who had been eager to leave office no matter what. He actually said such a thing. Plus Lucas's previous reaction. Ash thinks probably most of the soldiers were more inclined to Lily. Let's be honest with you. Miss Lily, as you say, we don't like humans as a race. But what's the point? My country is gone. Our race lives under the control of humans. That's just the way it is. The power of life and death of our entire race. All in the hands of the Empire. At the same time, it is also under the control of His Royal Highness the Prince. Our race is now without imperial relief. Even if it is a fatal death, it is not surprising that it is an ant-like existence. Even if we have bad intentions, it's just a person who dies for His Highness. I just hope the people of the same clan in their homeland were able to live one more day. And I hope my team members can be happier. That's all. Miss Lily, it should be the same, despite your physical inconvenience. Everyone sticks to the front line of the monsters. Isn't it just to protect those precious people? I'm convinced. It is impossible for elves and humans to have a friendly relationship. But we now face a common enemy. It serves the same purpose. That is to fight for those who are precious. Case. Do you need more reasons to fight together? Fight alongside the monsters once. It's still acceptable. But even so, I can't forgive you either. Absolutely not. It doesn't matter, I'm used to it. Your Highness is limited to this defensive battle. I will fight with them in this defensive battle. But if after the war, their team is still here, I'm going to leave this front line. I have to go back and rest. Goodbye, Lily, who people know is very kind, but thoughtful. Be considerate of others, compared to their own safety. He paid more attention to dedicating himself to the cause. But that's how Lily is. Still does not shy away from showing hatred. A feud between humans and elves. Deeper than love is imagined. Just like the history of this world. The grievances are also very deep. I called you to say hello to him. And it will hurt you. It's time to rebuke. It doesn't matter. I'm really commonplace. Miss Lily's reaction. On the contrary, it can be regarded as polite. Seemingly, people are more sensitive to this issue than I thought. Your Highness makes me feel amazing, despite being a human being who is good to us. It is also inevitable that prejudice will be felt from their sight. There was a sense of vigilance in his eyes that could not be hidden. But His Highness didn't look like that. So, I think it's amazing. Thank you very much. In fact, it goes back to the roots. Or is it because Ash is from another world? In that world, he was also a very narrow citizen. So even if others are wary or despise us, don't worry too much about it, either. We will do our best in this defensive battle. Prove your worth. Ashman hopes. The main team and the substitute team are able to get along. But judging by the experience of these 2 days alone, Ash was a little worried. But this is also the responsibility of the frontline commander. On the afternoon of the penultimate day of the defensive battle, Eth and Lucas arrive at the elf's room again. The 5 of you will wear this dress from now on. It's new clothes. His Royal Highness. It will really take care of our daily life. This is to be given to the monsters here. A sample of the military uniform worn by the frontline soldiers. In order to increase the sense of belonging of the army, Ike specially designed a new military uniform. And that's what he's always been saying. Military uniforms must be handsome. In this way, everyone will feel proud when they wear it. But I want to wear this dress. You have to join the army. For this reason, AI sure also went to consult Ide. There is also a group of Jalen from the capital. I think you'll have to keep your identities hidden. So, I put a hood on my uniform. Looks good. It's a good fit for you. From now on, you're no longer Team 8 of the Egansterstry. All the members of that team have died. From now on, you are the Special Forces directly under the 3rd Prince AI Division. Shadow Troops, listen up to the members of the Shadow Force. Let's go monster hunting. 3 days later, on the morning of the day of the defensive battle, monsters flying towards the castle stain the sky black. Tomorrow morning's defensive battle. Ace and the team had a detailed combat meeting, accompanied by the sound of war drums. The monsters arrived as expected. A dripping mouthpiece flying in the sky stained the sky of crossrod black. Damn monsters. I've been waiting for you for a long time. It looks like it's going to rain. Not sure about this weather. What variables will it bring to the battle? It doesn't seem to be going to be of great help to us. But there is no way. It doesn't matter if it's rain or snow. We're all going to do the same thing. Get rid of monsters. Protecting humanity. That's the goal of the Monster Front. It is also the meaning of Crossroads' existence. Listen to all of you. I'll cut it short. I hope you can get rid of all the monsters. We had a full meal in the evening. Then sleep peacefully. It was unusually quiet on the walls at the moment. Only the sound of the barrel moving could be heard. Everyone is waiting. Wait for the moment when Ash gives the order to fire. The whole army is ready for launch. A loud bang awakens the sleeping monster. Frontline launches. Carry out a fire net attack. Moment. Cannonballs and bed crossbows rain down on monsters in the air. A splendid fireworks display. The curtain was raised for the defensive battle of the Long Neck Temple. After the end of the first round of shelling, everyone stared intently at the smoke in front of them. People want good news. Hopefully, this defensive battle won't be so hard to fight. The wings of the dripping beak are constantly stirring. The smoke that filled the air was dispersed. Our attacks did not work. The monsters flew over. It doesn't matter, don't care if it's played or not. Just focus on shooting constantly. The launch continues to be launched. The shelling must not be interrupted. Everything that's happening so far. It was all expected by Ace. This time, the monster flew from the sky. Protective walls or barricades. This kind of thing can't stop those guys at all. This means that there is no way to form a kill zone on the ground. So it is implied that they intend to accomplish this in heaven. A net of fire was formed by constantly firing cannons and bed crossbows. Build a wall of cannonballs and arrows in the sky. Those dripping mouths. It is a magical creature made of rock or steel. They will definitely show off their ignorant physical defenses. Even if it is a fire net attack, it's hard to get rid of them all. But we can constrain the path of the monsters. Deliberately weaken the fire net attack in the center of the defensive line. Think of this as a storage place for those guys' corpses. That is the slash zone. You just have to focus on keeping the fire net alive. Continue to launch. Though, the soldiers did not lose their lives to the enemy. I felt panicked, but they quickly regained their calm. As long as Ace reminds them of what they want to achieve at the moment, the soldiers will not get out of control. All they have to do is launch. That's it. Under the constant sweep of gunpowder and metal storms, the monsters gradually stopped marching. And this is the moment Ace was waiting for. Ace didn't care if it would hurt them. It's just a simple desire to use mass and physical power. Fight off those guys. As damage continues to accumulate, then he finally managed to kill the first drip bill. Under the fierce offensive of artillery, the first dripping beak was dealt with. This means high defense, not invincible, although it will be reduced. But the damage itself is accumulating, although not a few were eliminated. But it is not fearless. This attack is definitely effective. The drip bill was repelled by artillery fire. The morale of the soldiers was greatly boosted. It's good to continue the fire net attack to maintain the firepower. Originally, It was a horizontal formation that spread out left and right. Approaching troops of dripping beasts. Changed the formation to columns. They began to work together towards the relative. Flying from the center of the city wall, where the fire net was relatively weak. This is where AIS deliberately opened the way for them. That's what I'm here for. Stupid monsters. Come and die. Ace's plan went well. But now there is a very serious problem. Because of Jupiter's absence, there is a lack of mages in the team who can take down these monsters. But as the only player in the world who has cleared this game, Ace found a solution. Here, I would like to ask you a question. Do you know how the drip-bill beast flies into the sky? Isn't it with wings? So, heavy body. It is impossible to take off with the power of wings alone. Is that magic? That's right, they have wind magic attached to their wings. So let me ask the next question. If two spells with the same stats conflict, what will happen? Senior Magician, you will answer. The higher level side will engulf the lower level side. Answer correctly. Well, what we do to those guys? Cast a higher level of wind magic. What will happen? This is in the absence of a magician. The only way to win. Now is the time. Lily is your highness. The Tempest artifact is activated. Under Lily's command, the alchemist unleashed the artifact as a second-class artifact. Actually, there is no great effect, although it is only used to attack the target with wind magic. But that's enough. The wind magic on the monster's wings was engulfed. Their wings will also be lost. Life to know. These guys are all made of rock or steel. Very heavy guys fall to the ground from a great height. There is no way to be unharmed. If you are deploying a formation, will be violently attacked by the fire net. If you want to break through a point from the head, will fall. Love is curious about how they will respond. If this bunch of guys really is a monster, then the established pattern of action will definitely be followed. Use the shortest route to get rid of the closest human to yourself. This group of guys before losing the victory. Based on the propulsion of a bullet. Start impacting with your body. Here's the difference between victory and defeat. It must not be crushed. Lily, how much is left of the Tempest artifact's duration? The first artifact has 20 seconds left. There can't be a second of slotting, as long as the first one ends. Immediately launch the second artifact. Minutes and seconds passed. The second Tempest artifact is also activated. Thanks to the combination of the first artifacts of the wind, the Tempest artifact released an even greater wind in an instant. Though, most of the drip bills fall because they are stopped by a wall of wind. But in the end, it came one after another. Guys arriving at the city walls. And once these monsters reach the city walls, that means hand-to-hand combat with them. Almost at the moment when the drip bills stood firm, Lucas and Evangelin's attack arrived. A class of Miss Jaylene. You are responsible for the right. Even if I intercept the monsters on both sides. No problem. All the soldiers to whom Crossrod belongs. They were all mobilized to generate a fire net. Hence this inevitable white-knuckle fight. It will be the main team led by ACE. We climbed the city walls. Now it's time for the main team to come into play. They had fought the drip bill before, so it's relatively easy to deal with. The first army has been completely annihilated. Don't let up, because it's just getting started. The monsters are roughly divided into 6 units. The ones that are being solved now are only the 100 that are leading the way. It's too late to rest. Lucas was also in charge of commanding the other soldiers. Get ready, everybody. The second army formation came. Same as before. Quite a few dripping beasts have already broken through the slash zone. Although there is a lack of mages in the battlefield. But the magic blade of Aishi, it still played a big role. In order to cope with the next battle, Ash has been practicing hard these days. Although, because of the profession, Ash's proficiency is hard to improve. But this time is a time of practice day and night. Ash was finally able to fight in real combat. Pretty precise control. If you look at it according to the current situation, this defensive battle should be easily won. Your Highness's second Tempest artifact is coming to an end. This is something that Ash did not envision. Time flies so fast. Keep your time under control. When it ends, immediately open the third one, because time and materials are limited. Only 3 Tempest artifacts are deployed on the walls. The operating time for each artifact is 5 minutes. The charging time takes 15 minutes. The only missing part of this battle plan is the time difference for artifacts. The first artifact blocked a 5-minute air battle. Even if you charge him right away, it takes about 15 minutes. Even the next 2 artifacts blocked for us for 5 minutes each. The end of charging from the first artifact. There are still 5 minutes left. That means in 5 minutes, there will be a lack of air strikes in the center of the walls. And those guys will take the opportunity to rush over. Your Highness, there is only 1 minute left before the Tempest artifact is terminated. Look at the dripping beaks that are constantly flocking to the walls. Shiraishi was a little apprehensive in his heart. He didn't know in those 5 minutes. Can you do it yourself? Stop the attacks of these monsters. It was at this time, the same sound appeared on the city walls. The monsters are coming this way. Run. As time goes by, more and more monsters began to arrive at the walls. Ace knew he had to pull himself together. As the commander-in-chief of the front, he shouldn't have thought that way. Ace needs to find a way to keep everyone going. That's what he's standing here for. In the last 1 minute, Ace called all the members of the main team. After the cessation of the artifacts of the Chu army, the monsters will rush towards the center like a tidal wave. It is better to turn the fire net to defend the center. How not? And so it goes. The nets of fire on both sides will change. Those guys could hack in from both sides. Cannons and bed crossbows are completely incapable of dealing with white-knuckle combat. It's better to draw the enemy's attention to this side. Cheer up. The next 5 minutes are the real battle. I believe those of you who have been trained through combat during this time, I can definitely hold on. However, the actual battle is full of variables. Not sure what will happen. So before the decisive battle, let's start again. Walk through the 5 minutes where the artifact cannot be used. Ace decided to play each of the main members of the prototype. This is a special skill of the baton. Attack to inflict a random stick on your opponent. Previously, Ace had been wondering how to explain it to the players, but he eventually gave up. Am I doing something wrong? I can gladly accept your corporal punishment, but you're going to tell me where I'm wrong. That's a lot to talk about. You'll know the reason after the fight. The buff Lucas receives allows him to have his consumption of blue in 3 minutes. Sovereign, please hit me often when you have nothing to do in the future. I don't know what kind of perverted conversation it was, though, but in short, it's to hit with that. Something good will happen. The senior girl deserves to be the head of the college. Your response was quick. The buff that Jillian gets in general allows him to defend against the boost anomaly for 3 minutes. The effect is really good, but don't slap your hands again next time. Change to other places that don't affect the battle. So, where am I going to hit next? Why do you ask me about that kind of thing? It's up to the seniors to decide. When it was Damien's turn, his hands were shaking. Please be lighter. Ace suddenly thought. Damien grew up in an orphanage as a child. He said it was a terrible place. Perhaps corporal punishment left a bad memory for Damien. But for the next battle, Ace had to apply a buff to Damien. The buff gained by Damien. It allows him to have unlimited energy in 3 minutes. His Royal Highness. I feel like I can do anything now, although the time is only 3 minutes. But this time, the combat effectiveness of the frontline personnel will be greatly enhanced. Dear Miss Lily, do you want to take a handboard too? It's not that you don't have to be afraid of that. I don't mean to hit you. His Royal Highness. It's artifact time. After losing the help of the Tempest artifact, one by one, the monsters climbed the walls. Love is something that the 5 of them need to face. It's the dripping beasts of the Third Army. They have half the guys. The walls have been knocked down by artifacts. It's going to be a 5-on-50 battle in the defensive RBG. This amount is nothing at all, although Ace's left arm has not fully recovered. But he still untied the bandages on his hands. Listen up, everyone. The next 5 minutes are the crucial 5 minutes. Let's go. Let's have a fun with His Royal Highness, the dripping beak of the Third Army. There are about 50 of them, from the quantity unit and before. The guys who fly in intermittently are different. Ash reassured himself that it was nothing to worry about. The team members are already in the state of receiving the buff. If the situation is not good, Ash also intends to do the same as the previous scene. Unleash some hidden tricks to lead the game yourself. Damn monsters. This is not a land that you can touch at will. Are you ready to die? Ace was just about to get started. Lucas suddenly appeared in front of him. At the moment, it seems Ace can take those things. It's left for the next defensive battle, because it is given to the boss. The 3 members are the real monsters on the walls. It's time to get ready to go into battle and murder monsters in person. Lucas showed up just in time. Kill the drip-billed beast in front of you. Your lord, are you all right? The guy who broke through the fire net on the left appeared. As he spoke, Lucas activated 2 skills. A persistent step rushed over. This is a very blue-consuming skill, but because of the buff blessing, so Lucas was very easy to use. He turned into a flash of yellow, constantly shuttling between the walls of the city wall. Lucas now looks a lot like a dodge tank. It's exactly the same as Ace has seen in the game. Udragon monsters. I'm here. One of Jalen uses the wide area taunt skill, but the attack of the dripping mouth. He easily blocked it with his shield, plus his 2 skills return damage. Those monsters were no match for him at all. The first class of Jalen was originally very strong. Gain a buff hole. It's almost like an impregnable wall. And then during the period when they pinned down the monsters, magic bullets rained down like a drizzle. Although the magic spear is powerful, but use your body to resist the recoil of each shot. When you make a burst, it's too reluctant. This is also a sniper from Damien, although the ability is strong, but it's hard to cope with the multitude. Causes of the enemy. Thanks to the boss blessing, he can withstand the recoil at the same time. I performed a burst without any burden, because of the buff. Fills in the deficiencies of Damien's frailty. That's why this barbaric human weapon was created. Look ahead. Damien, who uses the magic gun as if it were a machine gun. AI couldn't help but fall silent. In the original game, these buffs only last for 1 turn, and it's random, so Itzer didn't think he was that strong. Even if the game becomes a reality, initially he only thought, he's just a normal prop that lasts 3 minutes. But he didn't expect that the winner would be decided in just 3 minutes. Ace realized, everything has to be used in real combat to know his true effect. Now it's just a matter of taking out the rest of the guys. The third formation of the drip-billed beast is coming to an end. Without the slightest hesitation, Ace manipulated the magic blade into the battlefield. Lucas lured the monsters to this side. It's time for Lily to get back to business. I'm still wondering why you didn't call me. It turns out that you were ready. Then give a hand of love before you breathe fire. Despite Lily's reluctance. But the baton eventually fell on his head. The Lord did as you commanded. The monsters are coming. Well done, Lucas. Lily fired in that direction. Lily's expression was unhappy. It's clear that she doesn't like this kind of work. It's all your fault. I can't step down. Lily's expression was super scary suggestive. I can't help but wonder what bug she gets. Give me all the death. As she spoke, Lily unleashed one of her skill cannons. Almost instantly, the drip bill was reduced to ashes in the flames. This is the Flame Mage. Cast 1 skill at a time. All the magic is exhausted. But the power is really not to be underestimated. After the mystery buff, Lily uses only 1 skill. Killed a lot of monsters. However, he also used up all his magic as a result. Temporarily withdrew from the battlefield. After that, the remnants of the dripping beaks left around. They are attracted by a class of Jalen with his provocative skills. The rest of the shrimp soldiers and crabs will. Come here, and let my sister play with you. A class of Miss Jalen. Raise your shield, please. The magic spear in the hands of Damien. Woodpeckers are fired only once. Will deplete all the remnants of the bullets. But with the blessing of this trait of clairvoyance. Woodpecker. Instead, it became a powerful artifact. ACE was a little incredulous. Damien actually even bullets rebounded in the track. It's all calculated. This can be taken into account the aiming strength that Damien has shown before. It must have been his precise launch. There is one last one left. It's up to Miss Ben to solve it herself. That's it, the last dripping beast of the Third Army. It was also eradicated. Mr. Sniper, our cooperation just now is super handsome. We'll do it again later. You're more than you think. Annihilated the Third Army formation with greater ease. Worthy of my elite. I was praised by my teacher. 3 people behaved like little children. His Royal Highness the Prince. The artifactic cooling ends. Coco is activated. Lily looked tired, but what she delivered was hopeful. Activate the Tempest artifact. Is a startup artifact. There are not many fishballs left. His Royal Highness. Then it's time to get started. The Fourth Army has already begun to attack. Although very glad, the Third Army formation was handled more easily than expected. But in the end, there was still attrition. Retribution for the Black Queen and the Hunter. Ammunition has been depleted. There were not many bullets left for the woodpeckers. Lucas's arrows were all worn out. Jalen's shield was also in tatters. As for the only magical strength, not from there at the moment, came back to his senses in a state, although Erlix does have a backup plan. But to this extent, it should be said that the main team has done everything they can. Now it's time for a reorganization. Shadow troops. Moment. The hand of God led the team in front of AI. Please order. Start the handoff. Do what our main team does. Stop the monsters. If the situation is not good, I will join as well. Please rest in peace, Your Highness. We'll try not to let you join. I can finally see it with my own eyes. The strength of the Egon stewards. Unlike the average Jalen, Lucas's expression was a little complicated. And to say the person who hates the Ager Stern the most, or at the moment in charge of the power of the craft. The memories that the elves brought to him were too painful. His body trembled unconsciously. Damien seemed to be aware of it too. The subtle atmosphere between the two teams. Things between them. It doesn't matter if I don't know. Of course, you're likely to see this kind of scene more often in the future. After all, Ace needs to keep bringing in new substitute teams. An eye-to-eye battle between the old and new teams. It's a matter of course. If there is no such process, the two teams became close to each other immediately. And if you are harmonious, it's going to be even weirder. The monsters climbed the walls. The shadow forces are also ready. Ace began to look forward to the fight between them, in order for the other team members to accept their existence. The shadow force must show everyone what they are capable of. Before the war, the hand of God on the corpse of the dripping beak. Iron smelting was used. The shadow force obeys orders. Fight in a formation against monster warfare. The composition of the shadow forces is extreme. 2 mages and 3 archers. This is Aishi in the game. Definitely will not try to put together a combination, because it's very extreme, with a tendency to attack with fire. In the absence of tanks and healers. Once exposed, it will be eradicated by the enemy. Of combinations, but if neither of these 2 mages are outputs, and if it has protection and auxiliary functions, this combination is possible. Plus, dual mages increase the team's magic attack by 20%. Triple Archer increases critical hits by 30% for the entire team, as long as the team works well. Suppressing the enemy with fire is not a problem at all. Badibo, you are in charge of blocking enemies and locking on targets in central Vietnam. The remaining 3 are output with maximum firepower. the moment the hand of God ordered. The three of them moved. The bowstring in Skull's hand rattled. Ajo's double bow is also ready to be fired. The preparation and the most eye-catching. Or the waves and his filmed bed dance. Behind the monsters climbed the walls. 3 iron walls that instantly spawned towards the hand of God. Rushed over. Swordsmen rained down. But the drip-bill didn't take any damage. Skills are allowed. Skell is in charge of loyalty. Odgo is in charge of entering the city. The waves carried out a wide range of strikes. Understood, confirmed. Skills are allowed. In charge of the loyal skill. His swordsman had an extra touch of emerald green. The swordsman went around the iron wall in front of him at great speed. Accurately hit the head of the drip-bill. Odego, who was in charge of entering the city, even jumped directly into the group of monsters. See this? The drip-bill beast subconsciously wants to kill the enemy in front of it. Odgo had a sliding shovel. Glide through the monster's hammer. Once you've made sure you're safe, he jumped immediately. Turn around and aim at the monster. Crossbow arrows with a double stone bow. Keep shooting at the drip-bill beast in front of you, although it has been beaten out of a lot of cracks. But the monster did not fall. You are very strong. There shouldn't be any more arrows this time. No way to spray. Worship the rest. I've got you covered, and the crossbow is ready. I'll lay down for a moment. Arrows with red glow. Raining down on monsters. This is Splash's passive ability. Adds blast magic to the projectile it fires. This skill, it is also the reason why Ace paid attention to the waves from the beginning. However, there are still 2 monsters that were not affected by the explosion. Rushed to the shovel. But at this time, a dripping beast floated up without warning. It's been a good time to get here. I'm sorry though. It's full. As he spoke, Bedibo used telekinesis. Throw the drip-bill off the wall. But in the end, a dripping beast managed to break into formation. And the target he chose was the hand of God as the captain. But the moment the hand of God touched him, the monster's body began to crumble. To the hand of God, these monsters are just ordinary pieces of iron. That's at the dripping beasts of the 4th Army. It was wiped out in an instant. Is this how real archers fight? If I also learn about sniping skills, it should be able to help His Highness even more. In terms of eradicating monsters, there is no truth or falsehood. It's all about doing your best in the way you're good at. Because Ash is well aware. As a priest, Damien, no matter how hard he tries, none of them can learn the skills of an archer. This unit, it shows the strength of the Ghost Stewards for everyone. They made up for the lacks in the squad with a perfect combination, both as an auxiliary or as a commander. The Hand of God is doing an excellent job. Ash hasn't joined the fray yet. No buff is applied to them either. The dripping beasts of the 4th Army were all wiped out. The shadow troops are more than Ichsir imagined. Defensive battles were better completed. At the time of the 3rd Tempest artifact activation, the 5th Army of the Dripping Beak Beast also fell. The trap has gone well so far. The members of the main team were also given ample rest. Now it's just a matter of dealing with the enemy in the 6th Army formation. Defeat 2 more bosses. Scenario will end without a hitch. But at this time, a new prompt has appeared in the system again. There are 2 bosses, but Ace already knew, so he didn't find it strange. But the only thing he was curious about was, why can it never be on the battlefield? See the figure of the boss. Whether it's according to the game or previous experience, bosses only appear on the battlefield. The system will prompt. Ace seemed to have thought of something. He jerked his head up. Damn it. It is also strange on the top. The boss is coming from above. Get ready, everybody. The drip-bill chooses where to land. Exactly where the 3 archers were. Although with the reminder of love poems. 3 archers were not mortally wounded, but closer to Skull and the waves. It is no longer possible to join the next battle. 3 archers. The only one that is still capable of fighting. Only Odgo, who is the weakest, was left. But Ajo is, after all, a specialized person in human warfare. He had never seen such a terrible enemy. Be careful, everyone. This is the leader of the Drip Bills. Ajo, who is already frightened. Subconsciously shoot the crossbow arrow in your hand. But even a normal Drip Bill can block an attack. And how could it be effective against the leader of the Dripping Beak? There were no surprises. The hammer in the boss's hand hits Ajo's body. So far, the 3 archers of the Shadow Army, all incapacitated. The main army, we will go to their aid at once. Wait, don't act rashly. There is another one. This time the Dark Event is a 2-handed collar. This means that there is one hidden nearby, and where the other Drip Bill leader was aiming. It's an artifact. Location. Lily, quick. Get out of there quickly. Lily, who has been focusing on counting artifact time. I don't even know what's going on at the moment. But without waiting for him to react, the leader of the Dripping Beak has landed. The artifacts were destroyed. Lily's wheelchair was also affected. In addition to playing spark characteristics, use your body to help Aishi resist the spider's outing. This was the second time Lily had felt hopeless. But he had no chance to escape. Lily could only watch the monster in front of her. Raise the hammer in your hand. There are no surprises. The hammer in the hands of the Drip Bill fell. Lily's wheelchair was smashed to pieces. Smashed to pieces along with the wheelchair. And the stopwatch that Lily kept in her hand all the time. Several members of the Shadow Force were worried. The other boss landed straight in the artifact area, facing Lily, who has no way to fight back. The leader of the Drip Bill raised the hammer in his hand. Moment of truth. Lily's trait Spark Skin helped her make her immune to this damage. It was at this time, a red glow appeared on the hammer in the boss's hand. She attaches magic to her weapons. Lily's trait is not immune to magical attacks. Butterbur immediately saves Lily. After receiving Ash's orders, Badibo didn't hesitate to activate the telekinesis. Finally there before the hammer falls, moved Lily out of attack range. The hand of God hastened to catch him. Act now. Without any hesitation, the hand of the god rushed towards Lily, who was floating in the air. This girl who hates elves the most, carried in the arms of an elf. Miss Lily, are you okay? However, Lily still has a lot of precautions against the elves. She still subconsciously distanced herself from the hand of God. I'm okay, Buddy Bo. The entire team of your troops. After getting the order, Badibo began to use the members. Psychic to a safe place. The main team is again in the fight. All hands ready for battle. Monster bosses and normal monsters have different logics. They are more evil and wiser. Prioritizes attacks on more important parts of the enemy team. So the archer camp in the team. And artifacts will be the first to suffer, even if you are standing on the city wall at the moment. Compared to the tanks, they prefer to prioritize attacking the output in the team, and being the core commander of the team, and the lowest level of love teacher. Solving the 2 monster bosses is the key. But the remaining dripping mouths are also a headache. Appears with the boss. There is also the 6th army formation of the Drip Bill Beast that is responsible for the finish. Because the Tempest artifact used for defense has been destroyed. So, they are naturally able to come out unscathed. Climb the city walls. Leave the 6th army formation of the Drip Bill Beast Legion to me. I have a way to deal with them. It was Chu Junjike who agreed. There was not the slightest suspicion. This proves that Lucas has a lot of trust in His Highness Ash. I brought Miss Lily back. Thank you for your hard work. Lily Hannagod, although you will be in a bit of a trance right now. But work still needs to be done. Is it possible to start other artifacts right away? It can be because it is ordered by His Highness in advance. Place them away from the city walls, so it can be used, just in case. Ash will have no scope for artifacts. Set elsewhere. Thanks to this, these artifacts will survive the raid. You go over and activate them right now. Aim the mana booster. I understand, but I can't act. So, I don't know how to get by. The hand of God asks you to take Lily to the artifact. Let me be with this man again. Lily is not the time to consider your likes and dislikes. We are fighting. Action should be divided between public and private. Ming is sorry. His Royal Highness. I'm not going to say that again. No time. Hand of God. You immediately set off with Lily, Lucas, and a class of Jalen. You are responsible for stalling for time until the manual frequency control is started. Already with the hand of God to activate the mana amplifier. Lucas and Evangeline. Two leopards need to be dragged during this time. The leader of the dripping beak is a monster to be reckoned with. He and the guys he had dealt with before. Not at all the same level. Do not take it lightly. You can't attack rashly. Just defend with composure. How many bullets are left in the Damien's magic gun? The Hellhounds have 6 rounds left in each hand. A total of 18 rounds. Do you think you can hit him? At the moment of looking at the enemy, Damien's clairvoyance trait activates. This means he can hit with ease. The problem is with the armor and helmet of the Drip Bill. They seem to have a lot of magical defense. You're right. The Drip Bill itself has extremely high physical defense. And their chief, he also wears armor with high magical defense. So hint, they must first destroy the armor with physical attacks, then attack him with a magic attack. These are easy to say though, but it takes a long time to implement. Plus those blizzards won't stand still and be beaten. And the 3-headed dog of hell serves as a shotgun. His damage works. The firing range is shorter. But AI couldn't let Damien go into battle. All that remains to be done now is to reorganize the fire units. Badebo, how are your players doing? Everyone was injured to varying degrees. And the weapons have also been damaged. Damien, you first give first aid to the members of the Shadow Force. Badebo during treatment at Damien. You go and sort out the gear you can use. I desperately need your firepower right now. Over time, the rain that had been standing up for a long time arrived as scheduled. The Battle of Long Neck 4 is also gradually coming to an end. 2 Drip Bill leader started running towards this side at the same time. Every step those 2 guys take, the entire wall will shake with it. And Lucas and Evangeline are the 2 of them. These 2 horrible monsters need to be fended off. Eris was a little curious if they could do it. However, Ehrlich quickly dismissed the idea. He was going to believe in them as Lucas believed in himself. Ehrlich could not doubt them. And they have to do it too. The hammer of the leader of the Drip Bill beast slammed down. Lucas and Evangeline could only grit their teeth and persevere. This is a huge force. Let the bodies of the 2 knights fly upside down. Their attacks are so heavy. My shields are all deformed. In fact, it is normal to feel strained. After all, a boss is the current difficulty. Now it has been reproduced as 2 teams of the same level. But it can still hold on. Lucas and Evangeline. All are the ultimate tanks in this game. His Royal Highness. The mana booster is ready. Get started now. Is to activate the mana amplifier. Mana amplifier doubles the magic effect for a character. And that target character is Ash. He inexplicably has a sense of omnipotent self-confidence. That's how it feels as a non-mage class. But the reason for the increase in magic power, it's because Ash wants to activate the magic eye of the command. There's only one captured object, and Ash gave the order. It's to get rid of your own companions. The moment the command succeeds, blood gushed from Ace's mouth and nose. He lost all his magic in an instant. Based on previous judgments, the Drip Bill has very low resistance to magic. That's why Ace dared to use the help of a mana amplifier. Activate skills. That's it. That's the game. You goddamn monsters. Go for the boss and slash the monsters to your heart's content. It is through the magic eye of the command. Succeeded in getting the 2 bosses to fight each other. For a time, Evangeline and Lucas. I don't know what's going on. You have to know that it's better to attack humans. The monsters hate betrayal even more. The two leaders of the dripping beaks looked at each other. They swung their hammers at each other. Every blow is comparable to engineering weapons and power. These attacks smashed into each other mercilessly. Theoretically, the two bosses will eventually die together. But it's a pity. It's not a game, even if they're the same kind of monster. However, there are still many differences between different individuals. A boss that is implied to control was thrown to the landing site of the 6th Army formation. Originally, Ace was still wondering how to lure them in. This can be done in this way. It also saved Ace a lot of trouble. His original purpose. That's it. Let the boss drag down the monsters of the 6th Army. They began to kill each other. These drip bills, in order to get rid of each other, are fighting to the death. A clear-headed leader of the dripping beaks. Look at the chaotic scene. Although I really want to help my subordinates. But Lucas and Evangeline, already standing in front of him, their mission was to stop him. So, Scene 4 finally becomes him. The original difficulty. Now only one boss needs to be solved to end the fight. How about it is now becoming easy? Combat is twice as easy. At the same time, I got 4 times more happiness. Opponents to deal with. After changing from 2 to 1, defending immediately became much easier than before. But 2 nights. It still hasn't been easy to switch from defense to offense. Now the guy has to be forced to take off his armor. Barely let the 2 Vanguard Knights turn into attackers. As a result, there was a counteroffensive. That's trouble. Just when AI sure was worried, he heard the voice of the Hand of God. The Shadow Force has returned to the front lines. How's the body? Is the injury better? Master Damien, the restoration spell has been cast for us. It's perfectly fine to join the battle. What about your equipment? Can it still be used? I fixed them temporarily. As long as you order. Shadow units can be used for firepower at any time. Attack now. At the moment when Ace ordered, arrows rained down. All members of the Shadow Force are outputting to the maximum. Badib doesn't need our help right now. We're joining the fray too. 2 support mages, also doing their best to attack the buff. The 2 knights in the battlefield were responsible for dragging the treasure. Also destroy the armor with the physical attacks of the shadow troops. Wait until all the armor is destroyed. Can be finished with a magic attack. The plan is always so perfect. But reality always goes the other way. In order to get out of the woods, the drip bill swung its hammer again. I'm here to block it. As he spoke, he rushed forward. But because of the rain, the characteristics of the first class of Jalen are full of loopholes. Hammering is within reach. But the first class of Jalen fell at this time. There are no surprises. The hammer struck straight into Jalen's body. The moment Jalen shouted this sentence, Ace only felt dizzy. The moment the boss hammer fell, one class of Jalen fell due to his own characteristics. Maybe it's because of the depletion of mana. Ace only felt dizzy. Luckily, Evangeline blocked the attack with her shield. But because the city wall has been damaged, Evangeline fell without accident. Moment of truth. Lucas grabbed Evangeline's cape. What a worrisome little kid. See a scene like this. Ace didn't know it. Breathe a sigh of relief. But now is not the time to relax. Previously responsible for stopping the monster boss. The tank camp is gone. This guy. Begin to run towards the unsuspecting output camp. Shoot now. That guy had to be repulsed. But the Hand of God forgot. Swordsman alone. How is it possible to repel a monster of this level? Damn it. I've never seen anything like this bulldozer. His Royal Highness. I'm here to stall for time. At the moment when the hammer fell, the Hand of God uses its own skills. Touch the boss's foot. The toes of the leader of the drip bill are melted, glued to the ground. This is exactly how the metallurgy fights. But in the end, this all-powerful image of the soft auxiliary magician. In the face of pure and absolute power. It doesn't make sense. Although the Hand of God struggles to exhaust all means. Procrastination. But the leader of the dripping beaks didn't care about him at all. He just kept running this way, hell-bent on getting rid of AI Sure and the output camp. Whether it's the sword of the shadow troops, or Damien's magic bullet, can't stop the momentum of this guy who is charging. If you can't stop him, apprentice to them and they will be wiped out. So the apprentice must hurry up and come up with a solution. At this distance, dizzy because of the depletion of mana. And how can there be time to find a solution? It was at this time, Lily, the only exporting mage on the city walls, unleashed one of his own skill monsters again. Listen to me. I'm the forerunner of the monster front here. The magician said, Lily will have one of her skill cannons. Throw it straight at the leader of the dripping beast in front of him. Wait for the flames to dissipate. The armor of the drip-bill leader is gone. Monster boss. He looked like he had died. Not yet alive yet. But the leader of the drip-bill. There is no longer an attack on the output camp. He will attack the target. Transform into an opponent who inflicts the most damage on yourself. I saw the monster rushing towards me. Lily was scared to tears. Lily, get out of the way, get out of the way. AI sure seems to have forgotten. Lily couldn't dodge, and it also doesn't have a blue amount of activation. Lily could only watch. Oncoming monsters. Same as before. The leader of the drip-bill beast headed towards Lily again. Wielded the hammer in his hand. It's different from the previous ones. Lily can no longer activate the perk. She could only close her eyes. Silently accept this inescapable fate. Miss Lily, it's dangerous here. The moment Lily opened her eyes, only one back was seen, and a touch of emerald hair. Lily couldn't imagine. His most hated elves will stand in his way. She didn't have time to ask the question on her mind. The hammer has fallen on the hand of God. The elves who killed their parents. Lily has always been prejudiced against these culprits. But Lily didn't expect that. The hand of God will risk his life to save himself. The hammer that should have fallen on Lily. At this moment, he is held by the hand of God. Even though blood kept pouring out of his body, the hand of God didn't take a step back. Under the influence of alchemy, the body of the leader of the dripping beak beast is gradually dissipating. Finally, the boss Lingy was revealed. Can you launch it again? Lily didn't answer. A blazing flame appeared in his right hand. At the moment when the hand of God dodged, the fireball hit the drip-bill beast spirit river. Until this moment, the monster boss finally stopped attacking. Damien helps the hand of God deal with the emergency. Captain, the rest of the shadow force followed. Elf, why did you save me just now? Miss Lily, you don't have to worry about it. I just made the best judgment. Here, the only boss that has a pair of monsters. The person who inflicted the fatal blow fire. You alone are the reason why I saved you. That's all. It was at this time. A class of Jalen and Lucas also came over. Sorry for making this mistake. I don't have the face to see the Lord. Please terminate us. Forget it. Just put your head up. Although some losses were caused. But both monster bosses have been solved. A boss controlled by the commanded Monoculus. Bear this result of betrayal. At last, there are about 40 of the remaining dripping mouths. Now just get rid of them. This scene is over. But everyone is already in a state of exhaustion. Two knights who continue to fend off monsters on the front line. They don't have the strength to fight these monsters anymore. Damien's magic bullets have all been used. The force is also on the verge of running out of mana. The same goes for the shadow troops. But don't know in this case. Will I still be safe? Deal with these monsters. That's when it happened. A familiar voice was heard not far away. Aim to launch. Under the command of the Twilight Corps, the soldiers methodically fired their artillery. They aimed their artillery fire at the remaining monsters on the walls. There are no monsters coming on the south side. We don't need to maintain the fire net anymore. Your lordship, we're not going to do anything useless. Won't do. It's super good, and Ehrlich can finally put his mind at ease. Over time, the sun gradually pierced through the thick clouds. At the moment when the last drop of rain fell, the last drip bill also fell. I don't see any dripping mouse approaching any longer. We won. The main army looked at the clouds that were gradually dispersing. He was a little puzzled. Why does it only rain during battles? Aishi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This rain is really random. After coming to his senses, AIS discovered all the soldiers stood there and watched themselves. Although, after the victory, it's going to be a bit old-fashioned. But what needs to be said still has to be said. Take the wounded to the temple. Report damage to equipment and walls. A detailed record of today's battle. With the last drop of rain falling, scene for also leaves with this shower. Crossroads. As the Lord here, AI is needed after the victory. Say something uplifting, but he seemed to be admonishing himself. If any of you, what mistakes were made while fighting today? Be sure to learn the lesson and use it as a negative lesson for the next battle. That's how you will grow. Ace remembered his time in this defensive battle. Those mistakes made, the problems that can be improved have been reviewed. He must take the crisis he has experienced to heart. That's the only way. The strategy can be more and more perfect. After each scene, the number of additional tombstones can be less and less. It's like you're growing every day. For better soldiers, it's also becoming a more difficult front line to conquer. In the face of such a suspicion, I'm also on my way to becoming a capable commander. You are the ones who make me perfect. Thank you so much for going and preparing the wine and meat. We don't get drunk tonight. In the joy of soaking up the victory, elated crowds, AI saw the hand of God who was going to lie on the stretcher. The scene of an emergency delivery to the temple, as well as sitting on the ground. Lily's back, staring blankly at this scene. In the cheers of the soldiers. This is how another defensive battle ended. Although the hand of God was sent to the temple in the first place. But he was all shattered under his elbow. It's already serious. The degree to which it cannot be healed even with regeneration magic. What you mean by this is that he needs to be intercepted. I will amputate the patient's lower arm below the elbow. It has been agreed by him personally. You said he agreed. Outside the temple, there are 4 standing. The little guy who is waiting for the results of the captain's surgery. The teacher told them about the condition of the hand of God. The cute poem gets an unexpected story. The hand of God was actually in battle 2 years ago. I lost both hands. After changing to a prosthesis, he used the code name Hand of God. Rest assured, it's going to be fine this time. Just replace the lost arm with metal. He can still fight like he did before. Aishi was a little curious. Why didn't the saint tell herself about it? You can see these little guys in front of you. Ace felt very uncomfortable. After all, people are not machines, even if it's because of damage to a part of the body, and replace with a new one. Even if you can use it as before, nor can it be completely ignored. Profound pain will remain in the soul. It can never be recovered. You can look at the appearance of these little guys in front of you. They seem to be afraid of the hand of God because they can't fight, and abandoned by Ace. If you guys are uncomfortable somewhere, be sure to speak up. I'll help you with the treatment. Available as every time. Commanders who want to push them to the front. AI sure suddenly felt that these words were a little ridiculous. Let's go. There will be a celebration banquet tonight. Although it is a pity that the hand of God was unable to attend. But eat well and rest well. We don't have to do it. Your Highness, we are here to wait for the captain's operation to end. Then you can rest here today. I'll send someone to bring you that food and drink. Although it is not possible to celebrate the victory together. But remember, you've all done a great job today. The members of the Shadow Force are still young after all. After hearing the praise of the teacher, they were a little shy. His Royal Highness, can you send us more food? There are also drinks and juices. I love juice. Before leaving, Odgo also waved his hand deliberately. After nightfall, a square in the middle of the city, the bonfire of peace was lit again. You guys, the Lord hadn't even finished speaking. You're on your own. His Royal Highness. Here comes the Lord, the best commander in the South, a man born to eradicate monsters. Then I'll just say a few words. I said the Southern Front. People say live in the moment. Southern Front. Live in the moment. People who live in the city above the grave. In this way, you are motivating yourself to move forward. The assistant officer will help me run errands. Of course, that's fine. Tell me what thou hast, thou shalt me. Whatever you need, you can do it. If you want to listen to songs, I can sing a song for you too. Not necessarily. You can help me bring some food and drink to the temple. You stinky boy seems to be very dissatisfied. Food. It was given to the priests and wounded of the temple to eat. Don't bother him. Let me deliver it. Lily, are you going? Love is unimaginable. Lily, who has always hated elves. But they offered to go to the temple and bring food to them. Won't this bunch of guys drink alcohol? Everybody poured me full of wine. He is worthy of being the #1 drunkard in the empire. His Royal Highness, the Third Prince. We are today. Can you finally witness that legend with your own eyes? I'll show you. Let them all come. Today we are not drunk and do not return. Border Bow once said, if you have been stuck in a mood of sadness and mourning, cities will cease to function. It is also necessary to create some relative joy while taking care of the wounded. It is the duty of the Lord to remember the dead, but drink and make noise with the survivors. Having a good time is also what a lord should do. Everyone was clinking glasses noisily. Laugh. Ash did his best to liven up the atmosphere. In the midst of the laughter of the people, the holy war was waged. The night was getting deeper, and somewhere in Crossroad, the hand of God has finally woken up from its nightmare. He lifted his hand and looked at the empty forearm. There was a constant stinging pain. You woke up in the hand of God during this time of coma. Lily has been working in the hospital room. Miss Lily, how are you here? I heard that the surgery went well. You will have a persistent high fever for a while. It can also be painful. The saint said, the next healing spell will take place at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Although the lower part of the elbow has been removed, but the joint part is still waiting. After attaching the armor, you can continue to move as usual. The other team members played noisily for a while after eating. I didn't fall asleep until just now. Aren't you hungry? I left you something to eat because a lot of blood was shed, so you have to eat well. Why do you want to take care of me? Didn't Mademoiselle hate us? Because I have something to ask. That's why I'm here waiting for you to wake up. No matter what I think. I can't understand why you saved me at that time. Didn't I tell you at the time? In that case, protecting Miss Lily is the best judgment. Don't talk nonsense. Don't think your argument is reasonable. When taking into account the overall combat effectiveness of the front, you may be right. But from a personal point of view, you have no reason to suffer such a serious injury in order to save me. After all, the Shadow Force has only just been incorporated. Crossrod is now loyal. It's too early. Personnel who have just been put to the front line. Give your arms to achieve strategic goals. This is counterintuitive. Even if he judged it right at the time, the more I thought about it, the more strange I felt. There must have been other reasons for him to do that. Lily sensed this. That's why I came here to ask about the hand of God. Even if you get the answer in the end, it's really about protecting yourself. He also wanted to figure it out. Anyway, I'm your savior. Are you too apathetic? No. It's more burdensome than unclear kindness. Let's be honest. Why are you saving me? Can I tell the truth? Of course, because if you are dishonest, I won't forgive you. After hesitating for a long time, the hand of God spoke. Not a great reason. It's just that. The moment the boss of the drip bill suddenly attacks you. I thought of my mother. My mother was also paralyzed in both legs like you. When the slave hunters caught her, broke her hamstring. So she spent her whole life in a wheelchair, obviously unable to stand. But it was still when the masters of the human race wanted to teach me a lesson. Hold me in your arms. Shielded me from the damage with my body. I don't know why. It occurred to me at the time. I'm on the young lady facing the leader of the dripping beaks. I saw the shadow of my mother. What do you mean now? Because of these legs. Connecting me to your mother makes you unhappy. It's not very happy. But these are two different things. That's what you're doing. Let yourself lose 2 arms. Rationally, it's the strategic reasons I said earlier. And then emotionally, it's because I think of my mother. I think that's enough to answer your question. I thought you were the more rational type. I thought Miss Lily was the more emotional type. Even if someone else risked their lives to save themselves. But she was still the first to suspect the intentions behind it. Lily is a calmer person than she thinks. Miss Lily, we can't understand each other. Because of the harm our race inflicted on each other. It's already so serious that it can't be repaired. But even incomprehensible, we should still be able to celebrate together. Let's survive the battlefield this time. Follow God's. The gaze of the hand looks. People in the square. A hard-won victory is being celebrated. Cheerful singing ran down the cracks in the windows. Snuck in. It was a completely different atmosphere from the room. I hate you. To one for the sake of protecting you. And the one who lost both arms. This sentence is too hurtful. Forget it, you can eat something. Everyone else is enjoying the feast. It's going to be hard for you to be hungry alone. Is it just white water for me? Otherwise, someone who just had an amputation today. Are you still planning to have a drink? Today is the day I lost my arm. It shouldn't be okay to have a drink. I didn't expect you to be so good at joking. It was a surprise. Let's toast first. I don't have arms, so I can't clink glasses with you. I can do this for you. The sound of glass colliding. Looks a little bald in a quiet room. A cup with white water. It was handed to the mouth of the hand of God. Although Lily's expression was still cold. But it's a little less guarded. There was some silence in the room. Both of them could hear each other swallowing. It's a funny scene. A human woman who has lost her legs. And a male elf who has lost both arms. Banquets are not available. Shabby stay in the hospital room to celebrate. But this image will always remain in my mind. If it is an ordinary banquet, it's easy to forget. But today's sight will be remembered for a long time. Although it's a bit ridiculous to say such things now. But I still want to say, could you please take care of me in the future? Miss Lily. Suddenly, I heard the hand of God say this. Lily looked a little overwhelmed. So she chose to gag the mouth of the hand of God. You better take care of your body first. Only you are in good health. I can hate you with peace of mind. Looks like I'm not going to get better for a while. You don't use that delicate face. Say that kind of ridiculous thing. After that, the two did not speak. Lily feeds it one bite at a time. The hand of the god eats the vegetable dish that has been cooled. The hand of God is eaten obediently without saying a word. Distance. The drunken military songs of the soldiers were constantly heard. The night of jihad is getting deeper. Early the next morning. Harsh sunlight. Woke up Aishi from a hangover all night. You've hit my head. That's when Elsie found out. There is actually another person next to me. He suddenly thought of being in the TV series. The classic scenes that the protagonist encounters. Wake up drunk. Lying beside her was a woman she had met for the first time. His Royal Highness. You're awake. The sheets slowly slip off. A head of silver-white hair was revealed. But the moment the person inside lifted the sheet, Elsie was completely stupefied. He looked around. I found that the other beds were almost the same. Is this hell? Did I go to hell? It's us. Twilight Core. Your Highness, are you all right? You drank a lot yesterday. I'm fine. Can I ask a question, though? Why did everyone strip naked and lie in bed? Didn't you order us to do this, Your Highness? On that night, love is commanding them to get rid of hypocrisy. Freedom initiatives in a man-to-man manner. Love is impossible to imagine that this is something that you do. He concluded, this must be the horror of this body. His Royal Highness was really busy yesterday. I'll never forget. Precious memories of last night. It was the first time in my life that I had experienced this kind of drinking game. Your lord, you have finally woken up. Lucas's voice was heard. Ehrlich thought, he will save himself from hell. It could be moved down with the gaze. Itches, however, found that Lucas had even taken off his pants. Why did you even take off your pants? For the Lord said. The main team members had to take off their pants together. Aishi hurriedly opened it. Sheets, he found that his pants were also off. They didn't find out. Damien was huddled in a corner of the room at the moment. In a public bathroom. It was enough to see the men naked. Why is this happening here too? I was just about to tell you about it. Let's go. Where does the Lord go? Didn't you just say that? There is a public bath right next to our accommodation. AI sure obviously didn't expect it. In this world that is so backward, there is still such an existence. Sugwa is certainly a virtue. Lucas's proposal. Ike went with him to the public bath. Originally, it was intended for military use only. As the size of the city continues to expand, it has become a space that can be used by ordinary people. But when Aishi saw the moment of the public bath, still a little amazed at the scale of the place, because it's just too big here. After the two walked up the steps, only to find that AI sure was still standing motionless. They were a little curious. What's wrong with the usual unfazed obstacles? Places like public baths. There will probably be an event with female characters. It's a pity, though. Those who travel through the play. The treatment of the protagonist never seems to have happened to Ehrlich. The facilities here are very well repaired. Not at all like the remote cities of the southern region, because there have been too many floods before. Therefore, efforts have been made to use water resources. This aspect of Crossroad is second to none in the world. Then this. I'd like to ask you if you don't like it. Anytime, anywhere, and all shall guard by the side of the Lord. That's what it takes to be a guard. Even if it's a nice word. It's annoying to listen to it for a long time. Don't stand. Wash yourself, too. Then I'll take a bath next to you. In fact, Ace felt it in the morning, but I only found out after watching it up close. Lucas's body was covered in wounds, and they're like summing up the pain this guy has suffered in this life. Lucas, you suffered. You're serious. The Sovereign is different from the two. Damien was lying in the bath floating in the water. Damien, are you feeling better? Of course, His Royal Highness. I'm fine now. What the hell happened yesterday? It's better not to mention yesterday's events. It was at this time. Suddenly, the crowd poured into the public bath. They are the men of the Twilight Corps. Old guys, let's take a shower and go. See these unruly old men. The spirit that got in the way was a little trance. He had planned to sneak away with Lucas and Damien. Unexpectedly, it was discovered by the people of the Twilight Corps. It was the first time that Elsie had felt shy about the soldier's salute. Ashaf felt compelled to tell them, don't bow to yourself in public baths anymore, until you come to the restroom of the public bath. Ash felt like he was finally alive. But Ash didn't expect to be in such a world. There are such advanced facilities. He felt that he might be taking the fantasy world too lightly. It was at this time, a class of Jalen pushed Lily over. It's a senior. How did you end up here? I grew up here. Naturally, there are also frequent visitors to public baths. Your Highness, why are you here? I should ask you that. Did you two come together? I came to take a bath with Sister Lily. When did you get so close? Are already people who have experienced life and death together. Of course, it's a good relationship. But in AI Sure's eyes, this is clearly a group of gelling unilaterally in the set. However, there are girls in the team who are about the same age as a group of Jalen. And only Lily. So Ash is actually understandable. Naturally, Elsie could understand the reason for Lily's reluctance. Because Lily wanted to leave the team. And Evangeline is the heir to the throne of the border country. We're going to go first. Senior, we're going to talk about some topics among girls. Don't wait for AI Sure to speak. A group of Jays pushed Lily and fled as quickly as possible. What a surprise. I didn't expect the royal family to come to this kind of place. You are an Ayamala Harita ace. Only then did I know that the woman in front of me was a saint. Maybe it's because I've only seen her wear priestly clothes all day. So Ash didn't recognize her at first sight. Will the saint also come to the public bath? Is there a rule that says that priests are not allowed to bathe? I didn't mean that, because I had a major surgery yesterday, so I want to wash myself clean. Did the surgery go well? Your Highness, yesterday was not during the banquet. Several of them were sent to inquire about the operation. Ash was a little embarrassed. He had no memory of yesterday's events at all. The surgery went well. She is recovering smoothly. I came to the bathhouse after I had done a healing spell on him in the morning. I just didn't expect so many people, because there was a whole night of banquets, so it's normal to have a lot of people today. You must have had a hard time doing the surgery. I'm so sorry. My soldiers have prevented the Holy Maiden from resting. Not really, although war is an extremely cruel thing. But I think the battle here is sacred, because we're guarding humanity. It is also valuable to wash away the blood and sweat stained by jihad. If you can get involved. This is also a happy thing, of course. This is a conformity for priesthood, and the answer full of human touch. I had to go with the other priests. I went first. You have a good rest. His Royal Highness is also a little different from what AI sure thinks. It turns out that everyone who lives here is kind and ordinary people. After coming to his senses, Ace discovers that Lucas and Damien have not returned, because it is in a similar environment to a steam room. Ace suddenly misses sweet rice stew and baked eggs. Whenever this happens, Ace will miss his old life very much. That's just at this time. Lucas and Damien are finally back. What are you doing? Why did you come so late? We didn't do anything bad. This is a boiled egg. We bought it from a black merchant at a public bath. Although I don't know what a black merchant is. But Este is happy to see these things. Your Highness, you see that there is this. This is cool honey water. You seem to have brought something good. It is said that we should share in happiness. That's the kind of good stuff. Shouldn't we give a bite to the main team's gang of 5? The 5 of them fought for the first time in a long time. Lucas, on the other hand, took the opportunity to stuff eggs into his mouth frantically. After a bit of slapstick, the mood of several people was obviously much better. Lucas seemed to be a little busy, though. I'll leave the finishing touches to me. I'll take care of it. Then please. After Lucas finished his leisure time, Ace opened the status window. Start preparing for the next defensive battle. Next up is Scenario 5. This is one of the hardest scenes in the first half of the game. Scenes in multiples of 5. Known as a boss scenario in this game. It can be said that those previous scenes are incomparable to the existence at all. Therefore, this game gives players plenty of time to prepare. You have to be prepared for anything in the way. As long as you can successfully conquer this scene, then it's going to be a lot easier. See you here. Your Highness, who are you? I'm Dion. Dion Egut heard the name. I just remembered when it got in the way. The boy in front of him is one of the N-rank heroes he introduced. N-tier heroes are a bit stronger than the average soldier, but most of them are more frequent. So Ashdek used to play the game when it was done. It's hard to remember every character. Strictly speaking, Dion's squad actually predates the Shadow Troops. Became Ace's substitute team. But because of the strength, it does not come in handy. Dion, do you have anything to do with me? Your Highness, I have an opinion. The 5 of us have been running in for almost a month. But except for the rear end of the defensive front, you did not give us any orders. The monsters hadn't even been to that place. But Your Highness, we are mercenaries. It is a profession that survives by meritorious service. Dion, though arrogant, but it's very unscrupulous. He was pitching his ideas as a mercenary. I don't care. You think we're young. If you are inexperienced, you will underestimate us. But I don't like that I haven't had decent experience. It is in this state of stalking. Please let us go to the front line and fight. We will also do our best to prove our worth to you. Look at the look of this group of little guys. A smile appeared at the corner of the obstructive mouth. What lord would hate a soldier who takes the initiative to ask for battle? Even if the stats are mediocre, the skills are also very average. But there was a ruthlessness in the eyes of the Dion team, especially Dion, who is the captain. It can be seen that he is a very ambitious guy. You are so presumptuous to ask me to fight. Looks confident. How do you show it? I request a cue. Let's take a game against His Highness's guards. That should be enough proof of charity. Apparently did not expect Dion to propose such a way. It's really arrogant. It's sure to be fun. When do we compare? I like your attitude of taking on a positive challenge. However, I can decide where and when to practice. Of course, His Highness didn't need to wait long when he thought. Right now, it will be conducted at the nearest venue. Recruits compete against the Lord's Guard. The news soon spread in Crossroad. Everyone wants to grab a good spot. Take a look at this competition. It's okay if we don't help. I think it's better for them to fight. You ready? Miss, I still want to ask you. The uncle is different from the two. The Dion team was seriously discussing the next battle plan. Soon they entered the competition venue under the leadership of Dion. It looks like everyone is ready. I don't know what kind of battle plan you have in place, but I'll solve it in one blow. Your sister will try not to hurt you. The conditions for winning are simple. Just subdue the other side completely, such as not being able to use weapons or being knocked out of the circle and surrendering. It can be judged that the opponent has been subdued. Uphold the principle of safety first. Attacks that could cause serious injury are prohibited in this contest. Or skills. The moment the competition begins, Dion rushed to Lucas alone, and the remaining four chose to besiege a group of Jialing knights. Please let me see. I've only heard of the prowess of rumors. Please rest assured, even if it's just a wooden sword, I won't show mercy to my knights. Turns out to dodge your attacks. It's not as difficult as you think. Less bluffing here. I'll beat you. Then Lucas. A class of Jalen's side is particularly relaxed. You're very discerning. Sure enough, it seems to you. I'm 4 times more dangerous than that uncle. Then I'll show you. Why am I the 375th issue of the college? Let's be a first-class student who will graduate early. But the first class of Jalen hadn't finished speaking. The 3 knights of Dion's squad raised their shields and crashed into them. It's just moving forward together now. It turned out that they had planned to squeeze a group of knots out of the circle from the beginning. Wait, no. I've said it all. No. Hessa could not have imagined. Generally, Jalen's strength is actually greater than the 3 of them combined. It was at this time, Acela from Dion's squad makes a move. I'm really sorry. Miss, we need this victory. A band Jalen subconsciously dodged Esla's attack. Can lose the center of gravity. As soon as Jalen was powerless, he was no longer able to resist the advance of the 3 of them. Team Dion's plan succeeded. A class of Jalen was pushed out of the circle and eliminated. Wait a minute, you guys are fouled. Isn't that a foul? Of course not. You're out of the loop. Judged to be subdued. Although it is 2 against 5. But the difference between the 2 teams is worlds apart. And the Dion team gathered the attention of the personnel in an instant. And the tactics of raiding out of the circle. This disadvantage was overcome. In AI Sure's opinion, this is indeed a good battle plan. And they're doing it well too. Let's go and support Dion now. Just subdue the knight. Ezra wasn't done yet. I saw Dion, who was held in Lucas's hand. I'm so sorry. Buddies, this Knight Sama is too powerful. Tell me which of you is next. As Lucas approached step by step, Team Dion is feeling the pressure like never before. The final result was exactly as Ace had expected. In the end, it is the members of the main team who win. Although the existence of a power gap is one of the reasons, but mainly because the level gap between the 2 sides is very large. Lucas' rating is 37, and the Dion squad is only level 16 at the highest. This duel was actually untenable from the beginning, although I had long expected the result. but I didn't expect that we were not opponents at all. That's right. That's right. But you done a good job. A tactical plan developed against the opponent. And the decisiveness to put it into practice. The most commendable thing is, even in the face of enemies stronger than yourself, neither will you flinch, and the kind of will that is capable of attacking. This is the first character that a warrior must have to deal with monsters. I want to defeat the strong with the weak. When you face an enemy that is stronger than yourself, no flinching. Fight bravely. It's also an excellent talent. Rise up, everybody. I would like to apologize to all of you. I'm so sorry. I have been despising and not appointing you properly. And then I have to apologize to you beforehand, because you've proven yourself to be useful. So from now on, I'm going to make the most of you, although there was no expectation at all. But these were originally free-range personnel. In this way, it unexpectedly became the combat power in the hands of AI. Sure. Your Highness, that's exactly what we're looking for, both in the game and here. They were both the weakest teams in the combinations Elsie had ever used. If we want to hide in a corner and survive, I won't be a mercenary from the beginning. That's it. The Dion Mercenary Regiment was requisitioned as the first army formation. So in the afternoon of the next day, they were mobilized. Automatic coin farming system. This system is called autonomous probing. You can send a substitute team to an area that has already been cleared. The substitute team will be promoted independently, and according to a certain probability to recover the props. Players often refer to it as quartermaster, because this is the first time they have entered the dungeon. AIs also intimately sent a class of gelling. Walk with them as a guide. He also intends to tackle the emptiness of the scene in the future. Careful deployment of military quarters. Is it really okay for you to do this, my lord? Aren't there still enemies in the dungeons of the lake? Elsie knew that Lucas's enemies weren't meant by monsters. It's talking about the hostile NPC forces. The Nightkin is a troop led by the Crown. In case the team members meet those guys, I'm afraid I won't be able to return safely. I'll go along with it. You don't have to worry about that. Those guys won't come to the area in front of the base camp. Why? It turned out that Ace had died at the time, and Ede replied yes. Areas 1 to 3 of the Lake Kingdom dungeon. It is not possible to perform PvP mode. Originally, there was no such setting, but in the past, hostile forces always attacked at the beginning. That's why we use this rule as a newbie protector, because at that time, Jupiter had lost its main combat power. Elsie can't wait to kill this. The game director who speaks only half of every time. If you try to do PvP, will be punished direly. And all the NPCs in the Lake Kingdom know about it. In short, start with the 4th area. It's better to be careful. Those guys aren't going to get out of base camp anyway. I don't know why. Maybe we're afraid we'll take advantage of their absence. Reasonable. He is worthy of being a lord. You're very insightful. Aisha was a little speechless, but Lucas did believe the reason he had made up casually. In fact, I felt it from the last time. Lucas has discovered something. I don't know why. He still chooses to think of himself as AI sure. It was at this time. Damien hurried in. Damien, didn't I give you a good rest for a few days? Find me something. Just look at the appearance of Damien. The little one must be exhausted. Then the pig Pete Ching regained consciousness. Jupiter, the only wide area mage on the team, after missing a scene, finally woke up. At the same time, at the north gate of Crossrod, a mysterious woman with a cigarette stick in her hand appears. However, the smoke wafting from the cigarette stick has a faint pink tinge. This is Crossrod. This is the front line where Grandma is currently working. Pig Pete woke up. Ehrlich rushed to the ward as soon as he heard the news. It's been a long time. Your Highness, how long have I been asleep? Almost 10 days. Pig Pete, you look fine. It's just wonderful. How about the body? Although I would like to say very good. But to be honest, it's not in good shape. About half of the mana circuits were burned, although it is currently in a state of slow recovery. Can it still be cured? Okay, it's just going to take some time. And even if it's restored, it's also uncertain if it will be able to achieve the previous output. It turned out to be like this because of resisting a few spells. I'm still old. Eat on time. Rest well. Get well as soon as possible. The lightning mage is missing from the team. We suffered a lot in the last defensive battle. Before the next defensive battle, you got to get better. Needless to say, after all, can't you earn another week's salary? What's more, I can't retire at the moment, because there's a lot of stuff waiting for me to do. Are you going to make some more money? And then build a city? How do you know my old man's mind? You're right. As he spoke, Jupiter looked out the window. Into a city. That's a good idea. Cities are not necessarily built, but I'll be in Crossrod after a while. Build a premium hotel. When the time comes you move in, I'll count you cheap. After all, it's my direct team. This benefit can still be given. Then I gladly accept it. And so it goes. Am I going to be the #1 tenant? Tenant number 1 is, of course, me. But I can make you number 2. Panoramic views of the city from the hotel suites. Drink a glass of whiskey. Order another cigar. For mercenaries, what could be a more luxurious life? Although they have nothing in their hands. The hotel has not yet started. Suites also do not exist. But the two still chatted happily. Maybe by this mirage-like dream, survive every day strongly. This is how the humans of this land live. In short, there is still a long way to go before the next defensive battle. You just have to rest. Just concentrate on recovery. But Your Highness, you come to visit the patient, but you didn't bring a gift? This is Pigpit, a mercenary who is obsessed with money. For the temple came. Therefore, love things also go to visit by the way. Forget the hand of God. And he did not leave the temple until he had seen the holy maiden Malhalada. Malhalada said, Pigpit's internal injuries were very severe. It is impossible to recover within 4 weeks. So Jupiter is in his current state. It's tantamount to being judged to be the early stage of quitting the game. Just work hard to recover. In future scenes, there are also ways to put him in handy. But for now, it seems, not only was he unable to participate in the most difficult scene dance at this stage, I had to quit the base camp. Recapture plan. So for the current situation, Ace decides to hire a new partner with Lucas. Once again, they came to the mercenary union. Elsie prays for a new recruit who will come in handy. Now Elsie can only leave everything to her own luck. As soon as I entered the door, Ash saw a burst of dazzling golden light. This represents the emergence of SSR-class characters. At this moment, Aisher can no longer care about any decency. First impressions don't matter at all. He ran to the man like crazy. Are you a mercenary? I'm sorry, sir. I'm not a mercenary. This person is the woman who just entered the city yesterday. Not a mercenary. Why did you go to the mercenary union? I'm looking for someone. I heard that my grandma lives here. So I came to her. But I didn't even see a single figure. Mention the grandmother who lives in the mercenary union, Aishi. Only one person can come to mind. Your grandmother's surname is Jupit. My grandmother's surname is Junior. Master Jupiter can call me Pig Ace. Somewhat curious, the Juniel in front of him is a character he has never seen before in the game. But his rank is as high as SS2. And Junior really seems to be Jupiter's granddaughter. Even the goldenrod has been passed down. What's more, Junior's profession turned out to be an elementalmancer. This is a type of mage that can manipulate all attribute magic. Although each attribute can manipulate the level, it varies depending on the role. However, the elemental warlock is still the highest ranking class among mages. Jupiter barely told me anything about you, did he? My grandmother didn't talk about me. But Jupiter actually mentions it. But without exception, it is a simple brushstroke. It's so sad. She has such a lovely granddaughter. You shouldn't be showing off, right? At first glance, you can tell that it is noble. Who are you? You ask my name. Can I also ask for the adult's first name? Of course, my name is Ash Eshgang Hut Eberborough. He is currently serving as the commander of the monster front here. Sorry I didn't recognize your Royal Highness, because I didn't expect to meet you in this kind of place at all. That's why I salute His Highness now. I hope you will forgive me for being an ignorant girl. You're serious. It's a matter of course that you don't recognize it. Lift your head up. Junior. Jupiter. I'll get straight to the point. Do you want to join me? There is a desperate need for talented magicians like you here on the front lines. Now that you're here, just give your part. Of course, I promise to provide you with the highest treatment. It's a magician on any front line on the continent. All you get is good top treatment. Thank you for your kindness. But I came to this city to meet my grandmother. By the way, you're here to meet Pete. So wait until I meet my grandma. Consider your highness's proposal again. May I? Of course. Just do as you say. Then your highness. Do you know where my grandma is? Jupiter is currently being treated at the temple. She was injured not long ago. It turned out to be in the temple. I know. Thank you. It's okay, it's okay. Let's go see your grandmother. Consider my proposal. Yes, your highness. Then I'll quit first, until after Juniel is gone. Lucas only began to speak. It's amazing. Pigpit's granddaughter. She and Jupiter Ching don't look like each other at all. But the two are very similar. The two are completely different in appearance. But they all have the same temperament. They all have a kind of money flavor with them. One more point. I think it's an amazing place. Although it is a bit rude. But Pigpiter really has a child. That's shocking. To be honest, I was also taken aback. Earlier, he said he was going to introduce his granddaughter to me. I thought he was joking with me. Although it's not good to gossip behind people's backs. But no matter how you look at it, Pigpite Green gives me the feeling that I have been single all my life. But I didn't expect her to have a child. I even met her granddaughter today. True, it was a surprise. What kind of person do you say her husband is? I'm also curious. It's privacy, though, so it doesn't seem good to ask her. In short, I hope Jupiter can have a good chat with his granddaughter. Meanwhile, in this temple full of light, Jupiter felt a darkness he had never felt before. It's finally coming to an end. Jupiter already felt it. His career as a soldier and mercenary, as well as a magician. It's coming to an end. He suddenly discovered. It turned out that he missed the opportunity to retire a long time ago. In order to be able to work for a few more days, Pigpit had struggled desperately regardless of his image. In order to be able to earn an extra penny, he has tried all types of work. He also experienced resignation from the Legion blame, which he had worked all his life. He was abandoned by the mercenary group that poached him. In this way, he was driven away again and again, live a life of wandering. Never stayed on any front for more than 3 months. Think about it this way. There is nothing in this world that is worthy of Jupiter's nostalgia. But those days are coming to an end. There was a tingling pain in Pigpit's left eye. He was a little curious. Can I really rest? Do you really have this qualification? It was at this time. The door was opened. Grandma, so you're here. I've been looking for you for a long time. The moment I saw Junior, Jupiter's face was full of panic. Junior, how did you end up here? Because I haven't been able to contact you. So I found it myself. I didn't even know you were in this barren southern place. It's been so long. I saw how my granddaughter showed that expression. It's like seeing a bad thing. Really? Why do you sit there stiffly? Can I still eat you? Pig Pete. In fact, often because of the feeling. The little guy who has inherited his name will eat himself. And I feel scared. Juniel held out her hand to the old man who was sick in bed. Granny Money, you really are? What can I come all the way for? Obviously, with a smiling face. Give me the money. Granny Money. Junior traveled all the way to Crossrod. But it was to ask Jupit, who was sick in bed, for money. Is that all there is to it? We have a lot of mouthfuls. I'm so sorry. Kid, because I was hurt. He has been in a coma for several days. Isn't there any windfall on this front? Windfall, I asked Grandma, is there anything like you did in the Imperial military? A windfall caught behind the scenes. Grandma, you're good at finding that kind of money. Didn't you secretly swallow something? Do not think that this is the front line of border defense. Just despise this place. The situation is tense, and there are many people. There simply aren't that many chances. The most terrifying thing is the three princes who are the commanders. His actual appearance is completely different from his reputation in the capital. It's not just about being well-informed. He's like he's got some kind of foreknowledge, isn't he? It's the first time I've heard Grandma. Such a high opinion of a commander. That guy seems to have a lot of secrets that no one knows. Rather than suffering by being caught playing tricks, it would be more advantageous to earn an annual salary honestly. After all, he was paid a high salary. There's no way around it. Then I'll have to work here for a while. I have already met His Royal Highness. He personally asked me if I had any ideas for working here. No, not that way. Junior, didn't you promise me not to use magic again? Do you just remember to care about me now? Isn't it a little too late? As she spoke, Juniel ruffled her hair. The terrifying scars hidden within are revealed. Grandma, let's recuperate. You look badly hurt, don't you? Wait a minute, Junior. Let's talk about it again. Isn't Grandma all her life hard to earn money by doing dirty work? Now replace me. Junior came back to his senses at the door. Smile brightly. The door was slammed shut. Jupiter sat on the bed without saying a word. There was a tingling pain in his left eye. Jupiter remembered the fire again. All this is my own doing. All this is my retribution. Meanwhile, AI sure is rushing back to the mansion after a day's work. 8 hours have passed. Free exploration is also over. Under the leadership of a class of Jalen, the level of Dion's team has increased a bit. But at this time, AI saw a strange thing in the prop. He couldn't imagine that the legion he had to face in Scenario 5 turned out to be the Bloodline. The Bloods are the vampires and their entire forces. They also appear in the second half of the game, the highest level of the monster race. Ace doesn't know why they're in Scene 5. Could it be that this is another dark event at work? Your lord, are you all right? Is it an emergency? Has the headache recurred? I'm fine. Lucas, let's go back to the mansion. Aisha was curious. If the opponent in the next round of defensive battles is really Bloodline, is it really possible to win with the current team composition? In fact, AI sure is very clear. It's impossible. He must expand his forces at all costs. It was at this time I saw a junior walking on the side of the road. Lucas, stop quickly. You kneel Jupiter. You now only have 2 options. Or be forcibly requisitioned. Either voluntarily accept my employment. Tell me what your options are. The girl smiled like a fox. She glanced inside the carriage. Your Highness, can I sit next to you first? Of course. The carriage began to move forward again. The closer you get to the dust-shrouded mansion, AI sure can really feel it. Hell isn't just a hell to describe difficulty. Rather, the real hell is closing in on the monster front here. Meanwhile, a man playing the flute woke up the sleeping crown. He had just dreamed of Ash. Looks like I took a nap. The crown has no memory of the last time he fell asleep. He even gave up counting the fact that he was wearing this not ridiculous dress. The time spent playing the clown. The man playing the flute. There is also such a fable in the former Lake Kingdom. Legend has it that a certain village is infested with rats. The villagers hired bards in order to keep the rats away. The bard manipulated those rats by playing the flute. They jumped into the lake and drowned. But the villagers who were not willing to spend money. The bard was not paid as agreed. The bard was in a fit of rage. Blow the flute again, manipulating the skulls of children in the village. Ended his life. The crown tried to touch his tired face with his hand. But soon he discovers that he is wearing a funny mask on his face. This prophecy is all too accurate. The Legion commanders under the Crown Demon King have been summoned. There seems to be a meeting of the Imperial Council today. Imperial Council. The Crown's mouth twists under the mask. Would you like to participate this time? Of course. The crown slowly stood up. After all, I'm the spokesperson of this lake kingdom. Although it has become a colony of demons, the crown staggered out of the base camp, walked towards the heart of the lake kingdom. Members of the Nightkin reminded him, "Please be careful. If only something happened, that if you were not careful, you would die." It didn't take long. The crown came to the heart of the lake kingdom. It was once the most prosperous and beautiful place in the lake kingdom. Now it was shrouded in wet darkness. The crown calmly walked into the darkened palace. "It's the clown. It's that shameless fool." The demons kept laughing at her. But the crown doesn't care. Walk down the corridor for a while. A wide hall appeared in front of him. This is where the subjects met the king, except for 2 empty seats. The rest of the seats are already full. "You're late." The crown is a lowly human being. Dare to be late for a meeting convened by the Demon King. Don't you humans have shame? The werewolf vented the anger in his heart. He looked down on this human from the bottom of his heart. The crown sat down in the last seat. "I'm just a lowly human being, but you're just scum born out of a human nightmare. It's ridiculous. Forget it, you megalomaniacal guy. Isn't the crown a clown?" A deep voice rang out from the throne. "She's a clown." Naturally exhibited mocking and witty. Satirize. Humorous and funny look. That's his job. And the crown isn't entirely wrong. You are indeed from the fragments of human nightmares that have been gathered. Refined. But let the humans here dream of immortality. And the people who help them achieve their dreams. It's me. You're right. The Crown Demon King's voice grew heavier and heavier. The crown felt an invisible force, pressing himself to death. Don't forget the crown. The humans of the Lake Kingdom are all domestic animals of our army. You need to be provided for nightmares outside. It is no different from cattle or pigs raised by humans. I can get such a domestic animal to attend the meeting. You have to be grateful all the time. Do you understand? After the Demon King finished speaking, the crown was almost entirely on the table. I understand. Surrender to the power of the Demon King, and not to shame the crown, compared to the great humiliation suffered in the long years of the past. This kind of trivial thing can no longer hit him. Okay, that's all for you. Everyone should know that. I'm calling you Legion commanders over today. It's because the flood is coming. So I need a Legion commander to lead an invasion of the people. Because it's still in its infancy. So it's up to the low-ranked werewolf group. Your Majesty, please let me go. The man who spoke was none other than the Nightmare Legion, the 5th-ranked inanimate king. Serendian, a vampire known as an undead zombie. You even took the initiative to ask for help. It was a surprise to me. Don't you hate to show your head? Because the humans on Earth killed Orop. So, I want revenge. Please also ask for your permission. Serendian is a pale-skinned, a teenage girl with dark blue hair. At this moment, she was staring at the Demon King on the throne with those blood-red pupils. Worn by Spider Queen Olop, he was the 6th-ranked powerhouse among the Legion commanders. It's ironic. He was killed by a mere cannon, and it happened during reconnaissance operations. His death is ridiculous. And suddenly, even the king did not expect it. Those guys killed a herd of livestock in the Olop district. They're just a bunch of people who don't have a name. It's just a waste that has long since perished. Calm down, everybody. Anyway, Orlop will come back to life next time. Hear this? The crowd looked a little surprised. Of course, this is not a concept that you can understand. All in all, I am satisfied. What's more, it seems like it's going to be fun. Serendian, I give you permission to fight. Let's start attacking in 4 weeks, based on the time on the ground. Serendian stood up. Politely salute the Demon King. Obey the order, and the matter will be settled. Next is a nightmare for the entire kingdom. Supply and demand issues. But at this time, the demon guarding the door hurriedly ran in. Big things are not good. The nameless man broke in. Hearing this, the crown couldn't help but widen his eyes. Single-handedly. Yes, definitely. After all, this is his usual style. That's it for the meeting. It would be better to close the door of the palace today. But the devil wasn't done yet, and was cut in half. One by one, the legion commanders stood up and were presumptuous. You, an irreverent person, have to come to the Jade Palace. Good evening, monsters. Walking into the palace was a woman in a tattered robe. Silver-white hair dragged on the ground. You still getting tired of it? It's a pointless battle. Nameless, yes. After all, it's my job to get rid of you, no matter how you clean up. We'll accumulate dust again. No fuss. I have come to kill you. How long have you been using that sword? 100 years. 500 years or thousands of years. Because I forgot everything. So it's not clear. No matter how hard you try, none of them will save your kingdom. You're just wandering in this hell forever. The sword in Nameless' hands slowly radiated light. Then I'll fight desperately forever. If that's my mission, I'll do it. The atmosphere is getting tense. It was as if the two sides could clash at any moment. But the crown left his seat at this point. He rubbed shoulders with Nameless. But neither of them looked at each other. The Demon King, who saw this scene, burst out laughing. Is this the subservient and the rebellious? I like them all. Either of you will make for good nightmare fodder. That's just senseless resistance. The nightmare never ends. Even so, someone should also light the lights. A spark can start a prairie fire. Nameless aimed his sword at the monster in front of him. He thought of the darkness that was meant to illuminate the kingdom. And countless people have fallen. And Aishi, which is undergoing a new round of challenges. A group of people, because someone who came in with the light of the tree. New lights can be lit. Nameless raised his sword and rushed towards the monster in front of him. There have been countless duels in the hell beneath the Lake Kingdom. Now it's repeated. The crown calmly walked to the base camp. No one knew what the expression of the face under the mask was. Meanwhile, returned to the mansion of AIs, seeing that the Freedom Survey team has returned. All right, little ones, I already know that Jalen is doing really well. So what is the monster that appeared this time? Don't be frightened by what the seniors hear. Actually, it's the first time I've seen it. The monster that appears this time is a pack of ghouls. This moment, AI sure confirmed. How do you know that you are hiding your strength? Any magician. Not even my grandmother noticed that Junior's voice was shaking. For the first time, she felt the presence of Ash's terror system. Don't let anyone know what's in the way. A decent reason must be found. I have a strong instinct in that area. Reveal all your strengths. Junior, that's how I'll pay you accordingly. Don't you want to make more money? Ashkiss smiled and looked at Junior. But Juniel felt an invisible pressure. In the end, he disclosed all his abilities. Junior has actually reached level 35. Possessed two skills, Elemental Explosion and Elemental Fusion. But Ace always felt that Junior was hiding something. But until this happens, Junior didn't say it explicitly. Ash didn't want to ask anymore. The 4-week internship will be paid on a weekly basis. After the end of the internship period, the remaining 11 months' salary will be paid in a lump sum. I guess I understood it correctly. Your Highness is accurate. Until the last moment, Junior is trying to get an extra penny. It feels like the Jupit family seems to have an inexplicable attachment to money. In this way, the contract is all signed. I still have a question for you, though. Have you ever attacked someone with magic? What does this mean, Your Highness? I'm not trying to pursue your past, although this is the monster front. But this time the enemy to fight is humans. That's why I asked about love. It's the enemy they're about to face. It is the Crown Party who occupies the base camp. They have to fight humans in a PvP way. No, Your Highness, I didn't mean that. Isn't magic generally used to attack humans? Swords and guns, and bows and arrows. Weapons of humanity. Most of them are made to deal with their own kind. You asked me if I ever use magic to attack people. Of course, because magic and weapons serve the same purpose. Although the first mission on the monster front turned out to be to kill humans. It's kind of ironic, but let's be honest. I am confident that I will complete the task. Until this time, AI Shirkai suddenly realized this is not the world he once lived in. Rather, it is a complete succession of wars and deaths which are very different from the Earth. Another world of brutality, because there are so many deaths, and Damien's fearful eyes at the time. So love to give, even in such a world. Nor can anyone be willing to kill their own kind. But if it's really necessary, Aishi will definitely do it. It's not just for the humans who protect this world. It is also to clear the real ending. For their own desires. Even if you want to kill someone, that guy has to be conquered too. Make a way for yourself. Maybe killing isn't the first option, but if it's justified defense, there is no reason to hesitate. The time to come. Aishi introduces Junior to the Nightkin combat ability. You'd better be nervous. It was their magician who caused your grandmother to be seriously injured. That's so sad. If I had been there, it's definitely going to turn things around. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will definitely eradicate those guys for my grandmother's sake. Then I'll see. It's not because of the status of an SSR class mage. Rather, it is because Junior is Jupiter's granddaughter. So Aishi chose to believe. The next day, Aishi brought all the members with him except the Hand of God. Came to the Lake Kingdom. This is the third area that is carried out for multiple purposes. In the survey, one of the purposes was to test Junior's combat prowess. As an SSR class character, Junior's performance was perfect. He just waved the cigarette stick in his hand slightly. You can easily deal with the monsters in the dungeon. Ghouls who rush out along the northern part of the Lake Kingdom. And so it was turned into pieces in magic. What do you think? Is Your Highness qualified for this level of ability? Enough is enough. It is fully capable of magic attack with one finger, although the destructive power is slightly inferior to Jupiter. But Junior can adjust the attack range, and the attributes are also more diverse. The first purpose has been achieved, and the second purpose is to master the types of ghouls. Who is the boss of the next scene determines the characteristics of ghouls, and the only boss among vampires that has a frozen attribute. There was only Serendian, the king of vampires. Although the next scenario will be very difficult. But it's better to know this now than to have no intelligence at all. Your Highness, I have probably mastered the topography of this area. What do you think? Will you be able to follow my instructions? I think it's totally fine. Let's go back first. So far, the three purposes of this free survey have been achieved, because the base camp is not available yet. So they can only retreat back to the entrance of the third area. When walking back along the north wall, Ace suddenly looked down. The city square was shrouded in darkness. But Ace knew there was an alley there. I also know that the base camp is there. It's just that now it's being taken by the Nightkin troops, and the crown of the man who played the flute was occupied. However, Ashmi will soon retake the base camp. He will give back to those people all the hardships he has endured. The group slowly walked through the portal. A class of Jalen was still thinking about what he would eat when he returned. Junior, who was walking at the back of the line, suddenly stopped. He didn't go back with everyone. It seems to have been predicted. Juniel covered her mouth and began to cough wildly. When he took his hand away, a stain of bright red blood appeared in the palm of his hand. Junior looked silently at his left hand. Then he clenched his fists tightly. It's like nothing happened. Juniel walked through the portal. After the end of the free survey, another 5 days passed. Ash, and they came to the alchemist's workshop. The mechanical arm of the Hand of God began to work. Makes a very smooth sound. It's amazing. So realistic. It's just like a real hand, compared to the prosthetic leg I used before. Lighter and more comfortable. Of course, in the magic metal that can be crafted in this factory. It's the most expensive. Thank you very much, Miss Lily. The cost of the prosthesis is not required. You saved my life. How can I still collect money? Originally, I felt that I owed you a favor and was reluctant to go. Without waiting for the hand of God to answer, Lily pushed her wheelchair into the house. The door was closed. Ash suddenly felt that the two of them looked a little cute. While Ash was still thinking, the hand of God came over. My body has recovered, so it's time to return to the team. Your Highness, in the last battle, the hand of God lost its younger brother. Although AI sure would love to let him take a break, but time now does not allow for the shadow forces to be summoned. All the staff will arrive at the Lord's mansion at 9 o'clock tonight. We're going tonight, because it was a late-night battle, so you give the players a little rest during the day. Hand of God, after glancing at the direction of the alchemist's attack and defense again, turned and walked towards the temple. After that, Elsie took the rookie mage junior with her. Go and say hello to Lily, the senior magician. Miss Piggy, if your Highness summons you endlessly, please be sure to tell me. We magicians need to unite and help each other. Junior was also very cooperative. Lily would. Let's do it together. Your Highness has a time of need. Please feel free to call me to the front. I'm mentally prepared. AI sure hesitated for a moment. He hadn't told Lily yet. This time the defense will be fought by the Vampire King himself, although it is still very far from Lily's retirement life. But one day the front here will stabilize. Lily will also only work in the office. Elsie suddenly began to look forward to it. That day can come as soon as possible. All right, let's do it too. Prepare for the evening expedition. There are still 3 weeks to go until the next defensive battle. They must retake the base camp as soon as possible. On the way back, AI and the two of them briefly explained their plans for tonight. When arriving at the mansion, Ash saw an unexpected person. Pete, aren't you not healed yet? You don't take a break anymore. What are you doing here? Jupiter stood there alone. It's like I've been waiting for a long time. Her face was pale. Outside the hospital gown was still the old-fashioned military coat that had been washed and somewhat whitened. I heard that His Highness is going on a campaign tonight. Please take me with you. Please don't take my granddaughter Ace to look back at Junior. His expression was extraordinarily cold. Ace was suddenly a little curious about the story between the two. Please don't bring my granddaughter Junior. They were the guys who made me what I am now. So please give me a chance to take revenge. Jupiter's voice trembled. He staggered closer to Ash. Jupiter grabbed Ace's clothes with all his might. Please. His Highness can't let him go through war anymore. Jupiter's voice was something Elsie had never heard before. Desperate tone. Grandma is really too. Obviously, they can't stand on their feet. What else can I say about such a physical condition? I'm going to survey the dungeon. Grandma Junior, please quit now, okay? You don't know very well. I'm trying to keep you and you from breaking into this kind of place. How much effort has it taken? Until today, even though my life is a mess. The reason why she is still insisting is that Juniel sighed softly. Then he grabbed Jupiter's hand tightly. Grandma, I have already signed a mercenary contract with your Highness. Today is the day to take action. That moment, Eris saw Pete's pupils tremble. If Grandma is messing around here, your Highness will be embarrassed. I'm going to be embarrassed too. You go back to the temple today to recuperate. In the future, we will be in your Highness. If I'm okay, and words stronger than granddaughters, you'll take me straight to the dungeon. And I couldn't help but frown. What do you want to say? Pig pick. I would like to request to play against my granddaughter. For a moment, AI was stunned. In AI's opinion, this is a competition without suspense. He couldn't understand why this gray-haired old man was so stubborn. Grandma, do you have to do this? I had to do it. I can't just let me. If your strength is weaker than mine, naturally, there is no need to receive a salary here. Mercenaries pay attention to strength. Only strength is the first benchmark. Junior sighed again. Then I'll give you a try. Junior pointed his cigarette stick at Jupiter. I finally had the opportunity to show what I learned behind my grandmother's back. Don't be too arrogant. Is it because your talent is extraordinary? I thought I could match the experience I had accumulated in my life. There was a thunderclap in the sky. A flash of yellow lightning shot out from Jupiter's hand. Meanwhile, a blue thunderbolt erupted from Jupiter's outstretched cigarette stick. My grandma is a lot older, Eth heard Junior mutter. The blue thunder instantly swallowed the thunder and lightning in Jupiter's hand. The ground was burned to pitch black. The duel was decided almost instantaneously. The elderly Pig Pete knelt on the ground. The trail left by the thunder was right next to his knee. Blood was dripping slowly. Isn't that why Junior can't do that? Can't you end it with revenge on me? Jupiter ignored the blood in his mouth and nose. Gasping for breath, he asked. Junior, who had been silent, spoke. His voice was unusually cold. Of course not. Grandma, you better go back to the temple and rest. I'll go back as soon as I go. Junior didn't look any further. Jupiter walked straight into the mansion. Love is incapable of intervening. Quarrels between Jupiter's family. You can only go over and pick up Jupiter after it's over. Are you okay? Your Highness, my granddaughter, please leave it to you. He's very talented, but experience is still scarce. Please don't ask him to do too much. Jupiter stumbled out of the mansion, started walking towards the city. The physical condition is obviously very bad, but he still insisted on preventing his granddaughter from fighting. What happened between the two? There is no way to know about the world. I didn't have time to listen to them, because the expedition must be carried out as scheduled. Although there was no small riot, but it was as Ash had originally envisioned. The three teams gathered to participate in the battle. They're the main teams, including Aishi. Led by the hand of God, the former ghost forced spy targets. The bullet didn't hit the magician who was working his magic. But that's enough. In the moment when he was distracted and used defensive magic, the winner of this magical battle has already been decided. Mr. Sniper, thank you for the auxiliary shots. Damien smiled and scratched his head. In response, after a fierce defensive battle between the two sides, both camps fell silent with great subtlety. Since the end of the last battle, obviously not much has passed. In such a short period of time, it was so well prepared. It really exceeded my expectations. How many times have players told you in the end? My name is AI Sure. Good Prince Aishi. When I was doing this at the bottom of this hell, I met a lot of outstanding and talented people like you. Every time that happens, I get very sad. Here's why. Because I'll think, if not the enemy, it's what happens when you encounter other relationships. Drink together. Ask them something about the outside world. Tell them stories from the past. It should be all achievable. If you say now that the head is small, it is no longer our enemy, then I'm willing to help you make it happen. Hearing this, the crown couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you a bard? I have the drinks. All you need to do is chant a song. The crown silently pulled out the flute on his waist. Unfortunately, that's not possible, because we also have our own position. I need to stop you guys from digging up this city. Dark players. AI Sure waved the baton in his hand. 3 magic swords then appeared behind him. What a shame. Then there is no way. Let's keep fighting. The final player just needs to get rid of your hell. You can fall into darkness forever. As he spoke, he slowly raised the flute to the left. That moment, numerous small red dots appear out of thin air on the map. Each dot represents the enemy that AI Sure needs to kill. Aishi raised the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly. I'm so sorry. I'm afraid it won't be as you wish, because I don't like this kind of dark hell. So prepare to transform it into a fire hell. Just when the crown was still wondering, nearly 100 stray arrows with flaming light appeared above their heads. Why are their attacks? Emerge from the rear. The crown quickly calmed down, stopped them, and unfurled their shields. But it was too late. Arrows with explosive properties fall into the crowd. The members of the Night Can are wailing. The base camp turned into a veritable hell. And those who send out those attacks. It was the first shadow troops to enter the lake dungeon. The shadow forces have converged. Your Highness, please give the next order. The crown was puzzled. Did you break through the third sector? Did you get here by land? Congratulations, you got it right. But I didn't perceive it at all. Something suspicious in the third area. How could such a thing happen? Because the last time I just entered the base camp, I was ambushed. So, Ash guessed they might have some kind of method. Know where you move in the dungeon. But what the Shadow Force does best is to conduct covert operations. Badebo can also use magic to float his team members in the air. This was the third purpose of the last dungeon. However, Ash naturally will not tell these things and discuss. I'm not a person who can explain everything to you one by one. So what to do now? You are already in a situation where you are surrounded by a total surroundment. Most of the members of the Nightkin have fallen. The rest were also incapable of continuing to resist. Your cheek should not be kind. Only now have I come to ask for the extent of my mercy. Do you have any last words? Please tell me. The crown slowly raised his hands. It's so good. Prince Aishi, you've managed to bring me to a dead end. Put it this way, you've accepted defeat. Accepted, but I'll tell you something. You can't kill me. Aishi stared coldly at the crown, didn't he? I don't think so. Almost at the moment when Ash finished speaking, members of the Shadow Force shoot arrows and iron spears at the same time. Arrows and iron spears filled the crown's body. Blood kept spitting out of his mouth. The iron spear that pierced through the crown's body slowly rolled to Ace's feet. There was still blood stains of the crown on it. Ash walked slowly over to the crown. And now you still think I can't kill you? The crown smiled wryly and nodded. Yes, please take a look around. Elsie, the Prince of Love, looked up at the Nightkin members around her. That moment, he couldn't believe his eyes. The bodies of the dead Nightkin members are gradually dissipating, finally melt into the darkness completely. That moment, Ash's eyes were completely occupied by horror. The rest of the team was also confused. The darkness of this lake kingdom is deeper than you think. The crown let out a self-deprecating laugh. Humans living in this country, even death is not allowed. Hear this. Ash was in a hurry. Death is not allowed. What exactly does that mean? It's literal. The ultimate player. This stupid country that once saw curses as a blessing. The end is to become the hell it is now. Aishi grabbed the crown by the collar. Damn it, make it clear for me. I'll admit it to you, though. Maybe you can really touch the deepest darkness of this hell. Don't give me any more nonsense. You give me a good explanation before you breathe. Crown, if we meet again next time, let's talk a little bit more then. The crown's body was dissipating. A smile appeared on the face underneath the mask. Then let's say goodbye in deeper darkness. The crown dissipated completely. Not even a drop of blood was shed. Things are starting to get out of Ash's control. Ehrlich couldn't help but wonder. What the hell is this dungeon hiding? And somewhere in the base camp. A figure bears witness to everything that happens here. This is the enemy they have managed to defeat with great difficulty. Actually dissipated into the darkness in front of them. This is a very frightening and disappointing result. This situation is likely to reduce the morale of the players. What the hell are you guys doing? Why did you come so late? Do you know how long the camp has been occupied by the bandits? You bastards should have come and chased them away sooner. Those damn guys put out all the fires in my blacksmith shop. You don't see my precious little metals. Do you all shiver from the cold? The old man is a resident NPC in the base camp. Kelly Bay, the blacksmith of the original old dwarf race. 50 years ago, in search of scarce ores. After entering the dungeon, I've been here ever since. He is an absolutely friendly NPC to the player, no matter what the player does. Reliable allies who will all be on the same side as them. You unvirtuous rice bucket stinky adventurers. Didn't you hear me? Hurry up and light up the camp. Are you the children of darkness? Does the Lord need me to deal with this rude old man? Although his mouth is a little dirty, But I made this camp according to the old man's words first. We will continue to be our base. Light up this place according to his words first. Then restore the place destroyed by the enemy to its original state. It turns out that there is a promising rice bucket among you. What is your name? Mr. Craftsman. My name is AI Sure. If you don't feel rude, I would like to ask for the first name of the gentleman. Although I have only spoken about me before to trusted comrades in arms. But you guy looks very promising. I can make an exception to tell you. My name is Kelly Bay, the world's strongest weaponsmith. Although generally claiming to be the strongest in the world will make people feel arrogant. But this old man does have that qualification, because only he can craft a special weapon for SSR-level characters. A special kind of magic weapon. He is the only one who can create a strategy scene. If you don't have the equipment you need, you have to rely on it. At a time when Jalen and Lucas were still secretly competing, Ace was trying his best to curry favor with Kelly Bay. You are so flattering to me. I guess there was some intention. You're right. I need a novel weapon. At the moment when Ace suddenly said that he needed the highest rank equipment, Kelly Bay was frightened. That's a bit of a hassle to make. How much do you need? 15 handfuls. There's also a need for more. Are you crazy? You asked me to help you craft 15-star silver weapons. Can't you do that? It looks like you're the strongest in the world. What the words of a legendary figure. Actually, it's all bragging. The Star Spirit weapon is a top-notch exorcism item, even if it's an all-out cast. It takes a lot of effort. I don't know what you're going to do with it, though. But the Vampire King, the inanimate king of Serendian, is about to descend. I asked for those weapons to deal with that guy. Kelly Bay's words were choked. His pupils couldn't help but tremble. Although vampires are generally dealt with silver weapons. But if for the highest level vampire individuals, silver weapons will not be as effective as they should be. Hence the birth. A novel weapon designed to deal with those of the highest rank. It is possible to ignore the armor. An item that deals real damage to vampires. And new weapons can only be minted here. This was supposed to be in the middle and late stages of the game. We'll start crafting weapons. But the Vampire King is going to appear in Ace in Scene 5. Kelly Bay sighed deeply. Then he looked at the fire that had just been lit. Bub, do you know, when I first arrived in this dungeon, I came with my 2 brothers. We continue to discover rare minerals here that are unheard of outside. That's why I'm excited. So in order to find rarer minerals, we ventured into the depths of the dungeon. Then we met the damn bunch. Who are those guys? It is the highest level of vampire individuals. And it's the Vampire King of Serendian. Kelly Bay sighed deeply. Then he began to slide the match in his hand. We were wrong not to covet the minerals in the depths of the dungeon. We meet those guys in the depths of the dungeon. When they find out that they are no match at all, it's too late. In the end, the brothers sacrifice themselves in exchange for my chance to escape. After that, I've never been to the depths of the dungeon again. Kelly Bay's voice trembled. He took a puff of his pipe. Try to calm yourself down. You know why the brothers sacrificed themselves. Choose to save me. Days later, the blacksmith sent samples of silver weapons. How about letting 2 of his knights try out these weapons? The sense of balance is good. I feel pretty good. Then I'll let them make it according to the standard. You can treat it as a consumable. It's okay to hit hard, but they look expensive. Does that really matter? That being said, but in general, Jalen is not ambiguous at all. Ace and Lucas clapped on the sidelines when they saw this. You've really said it all. There is no need to respond to everything. Ace, the reason why they are like this. It's because the appearance of a class of Jalen who is praised is cute. Although not a cavalry gun, but you're still good at it. That's nature. After all, the basic principle is the same. I'm in all the weapons aptitude tests at the academy. The one who got the Tiga. It is estimated that even the long sword can be as good as the one used by that uncle. Do you mean the same as me? Do you want me to prove it to you? Let's find time to practice later. Now let's go get the gear first. Isn't that right? It's time for us to head to the next area of the dungeon. This time it's a free survey. Ash decided to bring only members of the main team, because they are the main force against the Serendian. This is done to speed up the leveling up by accumulating experience points. It would be nice if you could learn the ultimate. However, the ultimate was developed during the 3rd class change at level 50. And now the 2 highest ranking members of the team. It's still a long way off, so it's worth looking forward to. Open the next skill to the person. Instead, after Ace and Damien reached level 35, they will be able to make a second transfer and learn the second skill. My children, are you here to play again? How do you feel like you're thinner than the last time we met? Grandma has to give you something to eat. No, it really doesn't matter. We just came over after dinner. Speech. Speaking of Kelly Bay, did you say that dwarf old man? It seems that I went to the area in front of the dungeon to find some materials. In the game, Kelly Bay is a full-time NPC who has been here all along. But in reality, it doesn't seem to be like that. However, Kelly Bay is of a higher rank than Ash and his party are now. And the strength is also stronger, so there should be no danger. Coco, Grandma, I have other things. Please, what's the matter? Would you like to eat some gummies? No. Ash stood next to something that looked like a manhole cover. Please help me break this seal. Can you do it? The passage below is the infamous path of the Overlord. You are likely to be traumatized when you pass through. Never mind. It's not going to happen. If you don't dominate the last fierce battle, you can't return. This trip will become a no-go return. Does it really matter? Because I'm going to win. Kelly Bay said. The newcomers this time are very good. He was right. Then go ahead. Saying that, Coco injected magic into the manhole cover. I will wait for your triumphant return. This path is known in the game as the Overlord's Path, although it sounds domineering, but it's actually a secret passage. This is the 4th area that can be skipped, directly from the underground 3 areas. The base camp arrives in the hidden passages of Area 5, because starting with the next area, the monsters are of a higher level and difficulty. So even if you go directly to Aishi, you don't know how to clear the customs. But whether it's from the dungeon device or the monster fort, the 5th area is the easiest place to clear the level. Before coming here, AI Sure has also explained the situation to the team members in general, so you shouldn't worry too much. After entering the passage of the Overlord's Path, all skills will be sealed. If you do not pass the corresponding lot, this road will be destroyed forever. A distinctive bug-gnawing sound in the dark. It's a little hairy. Are you all ready? Let's go down now. It was clear that people didn't want to go. Even Lucas was the same, but it's a physiological problem, after all. So there are excusable circumstances. Elsie threw the unquenchable torch into the darkness. The blue firelight illuminated the darkness. There is a ladder in the passage that leads to the bottom. It didn't take long, and the torches fell to the ground. What do you think? It's not too deep, actually. Let me, His Royal Highness, take the lead. The prince asked me not to do it first. AI Sure had already entered the passage first. An idea popped into Ace's mind. if there is some kind of will in the darkness. So what exactly is he doing? The sound of insects gnawing kept ringing in Ace's ears. He even felt the darkness gnawing at his ears. As Ash walked slowly down, the roar of darkness also turned into intermittent words. Ash always felt something in the dark staring at him. But when he looked back, only to find nothing. This is the fear that comes from the deepest part of the heart. Aishi was so frightened that he couldn't move a single step. But he had to overcome. If this is the only way to clear the customs, then whether it's dark or lava, he had to jump without hesitation. I don't know how long it has been in the dark. Ash's feet finally touched the ground. At the moment when Ash landed, the sound of darkness also disappeared without a trace. Ace picked up the blue torch on the ground and held it up. This is the road of the hegemon. All players who are looking for speed running to protect the Empire. All of them conquered the 5th region through this route, just when it's in the way of thinking. Lucas also climbed down the ladder. Lucas, are you okay? Can the Lord take a break before leaving? Lucas's face turned pale. It doesn't look good. Of course. Let's wait here for all the members to come down. Ace didn't ask Lucas. See what you hear. After all, Ash's passivity. The indomitable commander will also be sealed here. He just wants everyone to overcome this test. The third to come down was Damien. He even fell straight off the ladder. I was wrong. Please, don't hit me anymore. Sorry for the spots. I'm sorry. I was the only one who survived. Eris hurriedly went over to help Damien up. Damien, you sober up? I'm right there with you. It's over. His Royal Highness Prince Damien. Can you please hold my hand? And Lucas Ching. Please. Followed by. Junior also came down, but he looked particularly relaxed. A curse that turned out to be working in this way. Isn't it interesting? Interesting, because it's the old way 500 years ago, so it's a bit old-fashioned. But it's funny. But, Junior, your legs seem to be shaking. I thought it was an earthquake. That's because magicians aren't good at manual work. It's not that I'm afraid. I know. Do you want to come along? The last one to come down was a class of Jalen. His athletic posture, exactly like the leader of Crossroads. I was in a cold sweat. Here's what's going on. Am I afraid? When Jalen came back to his senses, I found the 4 people sitting together. I'm going to join in too. As he spoke, Jalen threw aside his shield and gun. After some time, Damien was the first to speak. I seem to be fine now. Damien, you don't have to pretend to be strong. Just stay like that for a while. Fear of a curse is not a shameful thing. The Lord was right. Damien, we will accompany you to overcome your inner fears. That's it. They used Damien as an excuse to dispel each other's fears. Although I don't know what terrible things everyone has experienced, and how deep the damage is. But everybody loves the world here. I hope it's like hunting monsters together. Everyone can also erase all the memories of each other's pain. After an hour's rest at the entrance, they began to move along the wall. Because it's a long way from the 5th zone, so he had plenty of time to explain it to the players. Tactics this time. I don't know how many hours I walked through this long passage. The group finally reached the end of the hallway, and the one that appeared in front of them. Another ladder with no end in sight. There shouldn't be a curse like the one just now. Ash relaxed. Make a relaxed gesture. All right, let's get ready to go up. It didn't take long. Several people had already climbed to the end of the ladder. But Ash was a little puzzled. Why did Lucas, who was the first to come up, look so serious? Lucas looked around. Looked at Ash with nervous eyes. Sovereign, it seems to be the enemy camp here. How is this possible? With that, Ash pulled up the group of Jalen behind him to celebrate. This is the first time it has been a long time since the challenger arrived. The moment the sound appeared, dazzling light poured in from all directions. The place where several people are located. It's the 5th zone, the Colosseum with sparks. Senior, you didn't say that. We're out of the Colosseum? That's because I don't know. Although in the game there is also a battle that will take place immediately But Elsie really couldn't figure it out. Why, there is a concept in the middle of the Colosseum. Several brilliant fireworks burst over the Colosseum. I don't even remember. When was the last time we greeted a guest? But it wasn't in vain, so I stuck to business. I've been waiting for this heart. Aishi stared angrily at the man in the stands. He is the boss of the 5th region, the Gladiator King Gacker. Everybody has been waiting for a long time. You've been eager to fight for a long time. Let's omit those unnecessary procedures. Are you ready? Celebrate the reopening of the Colosseum in Gacker. Today's first match. It's an expedition of waste that came out of nowhere. What the hell is this presumptuous guy talking about? Senior, I'm going to screw his dog's head off. Their opponents are talking nonstop. I've really been waiting for today to arrive. It seems that he is already hungry to the point of coma. This sentence. The Colosseum's adorable foodie chimera. Who will survive in the end? Eat each other. Let's wait and see. The system window has been updated with match information. The odds of winning are 1.01 to 100. At the moment of seeing this number, AI sure couldn't help but be taken aback, because he has never seen such exaggerated odds in the game. AI sure explained it on the way here. There is one that can only be found in the Colosseum, a special system called stakes. In the audience sat 100 goblins. Each goblin has one vote in each hand. They will vote for the side they think will win. The results of the votes are then used to determine the percentage of victory distribution. A 99 to 1 victory distribution is 1.0. A pair of 100, because the result of 100 to 0 is not entered into the system. So that's actually the maximum. The goblins thought they had no chance of winning. Such blatant disregard for us. It's a little unpleasant. These damn guys. I'll teach you a lesson later. The Chimera was already rushing straight at a few people at the moment. But Ace is still very calm. Damien, borrow your Black Queen. Another rule of the Colosseum. It's a duel. The first blow from both sides. Attack is increased according to the respective distribution ratio. Other words, the Chimera's first attack was almost the same as usual. However, Ace's team's first attack will be 100 times more powerful than usual. That's what Elsie had in mind. A little trick to dominate the Colosseum. Look, everybody. Now the Waste team is dealing with Ms. Chimera, who is targeting food. Pulled out something that resembled a toothpick. But that's what to do. Ms. Chimera's body hardens better than the Frost Giant. The skin should also be firm, if it's with that kind of toothpick. Even if you get a 100x stake multiplier, it is impossible to hurt Miss Chimera. Ace slowly pulled the trigger on the Chimera, who pounced. The bullets from the magic spear did not penetrate his body. Instead, the Chimera was directly blasted to pieces. Gacker, who was busy commenting on the duel, finally quieted down. When Ace was playing a game, I can't stand his broken thoughts. It's a great feeling. Ash swallowed the experience points of the high-level boss monster alone. Mr. Gaykar. I'm curious about what the second match will be. The system prompts again. The opponent in the second game is the Frost Giant General. The victory distribution rate has also been reduced to 1 point. 1 to 10. The second match began. I personally invited it from the 7 underground regions of the Devil Donheim. Leader of the Frost Giants. Frost Giant General Chelum. Let's wait and see. What kind of anger will Chelum show today? But Gacker's commentary wasn't finished. Chelum was shattered in the head by the magic spear. He didn't show anything at all. The prediction for a victory in this one is 90 to 10. Therefore, the power of the magic gun has been slightly reduced. Familiar system prompts sound. This time, the opponent is the daughter of the Black Dragon. The victory distribution rate has also been reduced to 1.2. 5 to 5. Now it's the third match. It's coming soon. The biological daughter of the Black Dragon, who almost wiped out the world. She has 4 pairs of wings, 12 legs. Originally, it had 5 tails, although one was cut off. But even so, he's also very powerful. He was Kalishan, the daughter of the Black Dragon. Will he be able to surpass his father? Let's wait and see. Don't say it's a father who surpasses himself. Collision didn't even manage to dodge a magic bullet ace. They soon had their fourth matchup. Their opponent is the Goblin God. The victory distribution ratio has been reduced to 1.43 to 3.33. The fourth showdown began. I wasn't going to send this friend on the field. He's the god of war for our goblin cuties. He is the ruthless god of killing, Carlia howled. He will use the 8 weapons in his hand to slash his enemies in an instant. Carrie wanted to use all his weapons to block the magic bullet shot by Ace. But those weapons were all melted. The magic bullet passed directly through his body. The goblins in the stands burst into tears. There were even quite a few goblins fainting. In the fifth matchup, the victory distribution ratio has dropped to 1.66 to 2.5. The bloodline has finally appeared. Now it's the fifth matchup, because there is really no opponent left. So I just went around and caught a few fresh seasonal monsters. Ready for battle? Let's have the monster bloodline of the season. They are even the most murderous of the bloodline. Fallen Blood. Fallen Blood stops in the game. Those down-and-out vampires. Vampires who haven't sucked human blood for a long time will slowly degenerate. Loss of language and sanity. Eventually, it becomes a species similar to a beast. Fallen Blood. Ace didn't hesitate. Immediately aimed at one of them and pulled the trigger. But Ace's marksmanship was not as good as that of Damien. The bullet flew past the head of the Fallen Blood. But what AI sure didn't expect was, the bullet still exploded next to the Fallen Blood. That's the power of the 2.5x multiplier. That's all for the cleverness. The guy who was left was used as a victim of our combat training. How to be in the bloodlines that have been fought so far. The highest level is a group of ghouls, and a monster of a higher rank than him. Fallen Blood would be a great helper for learning. Lord, we have been waiting for your order. The seniors just had a lot of fun. Now it's our turn. The Fallen Blood level is level 49. Far exceeds the average of key team members. But the enemy they are about to face is the Inanimate King. His strength is far from being comparable to these guys. However, the battle disappointed Ash a bit, because victory came so easily. It simply does not achieve the purpose of training. It shouldn't be like this. He should be strong. Is it because he is the blood of the fallen? The action is too simple. Maybe it's because they only have a thirst for blood, an instinctive pre-vampire. No matter how fast it is, no matter how strong it is, the route and the actions are obvious. AI sure looked up at the center of the stands. Isn't there anyone stronger than them? You hateful creatures dare to underestimate me. Looks like it's time to send out the freshest of the season's monsters caught this time. The most energetic guys. The system beep sounds again. This time the enemy is a level 50 vampire. AI couldn't help but be a little excited. He's finally going to take on real vampires. Now it's the sixth showdown. We have never seen such a vampire to date. They call themselves nobles. But in my opinion, it's just a bunch of water quality. I've been bored with introductions. Get out and fight yourself. Then go die. The next opponent is the vampire Bernardo, who has fallen behind. Damn, Gacker. Do you think you'll be safe like this? The reason why you can play in this arena. It's all because the Legion commanders have acquiesced in your presence. But I'm a great vampire. He is a member of the family of King Celendian. You're Cerendian's men. Now I know it's too late. How dare you make me a gladiator? Lord Celendian will definitely judge you. Bernardo was about to say something, but he suddenly lost both of his arms. Shut your rusty, foul mouth. You filthy water quality. You think you're Cerendian's henchman. Am I going to be scared? Now that you've been caught here by me. Then you guys just a consumable in the Colosseum. It doesn't matter whose subordinate you are. For whom? I don't care. If you dare to be arrogant next time, I'll just cut off your head. If you understand, get out of the way and fight. If you don't want me to stuff your mouth with mashed garlic, just do it. Do you understand? Bernardo knows he's no match for Gatter. He could only attach his own arm. Take your anger out on AI Sure and her party. I don't want you to stuff your mouth with mashed garlic. Just get out of here and fight. Bernardo trembled with anger. But he knows he's no match for Gacker. Blood flowed between the arms and bodies on the ground. The arm spontaneously flew into the air. It was finally attached to Bernardo's body. I don't know where you guys come from. I haven't been able to confirm your ancestry. Now I don't even have an appetite. But I must get rid of you. If you don't resist, I'll make your death a little more painful. That's so much appreciated. I also said it in advance. We'll get rid of you. It's the first time we've fought a vampire, so it's natural to accumulate some experience. Bernardo didn't understand Ash's words. After all, in the eyes of vampires, humans are nothing more than a herd of animals that have not been kept in captivity. Little ones, before you guys deal with that guy, let's make a prototype after a long absence. Your Highness, what are you doing here? I don't like corporal punishment. However, Juniel did not escape the baton in Ace's hands. But the ensuing buff was a little confusing for Junior. He could clearly feel that his strength had become stronger. When Junior looked up, only to find that there were 3 main team members left, he was looking at himself with a smile on his face. You can only do this once a day, so don't always think about being beaten by me. Although this is to avoid the players from relying on Zheng Yi. But more importantly, Elsie felt that this behavior was a bit perverted. Are you guys crazy? Ignoring the vampire in front of him, he was laughing to himself. Looks like you're trying to die a painful death. Although I don't know if your blood is pure. But I'll have to suck your blood dry. This is the first time we've dealt with a vampire. Everyone was nervous. Vampires are broadly divided into 2 ways of fighting. The first is blood magic. That is, in their own blood, and the ability to use blood ingested from others as a basis. The second is the body. They possess a powerful regenerative power beyond common sense, and clearly stronger than the human body. Most vampires will be new to both abilities. First, as long as one has reached a certain realm, it will become a monster that can unleash its devastating power. It's a pity, though, Bernardo, whether it's blood, magic, or physical exercise, it seems that they are all negligent in cultivation. The entire Colosseum was covered in his blood. In this way, it seems that Ace and they have the upper hand easily. But this is not the case. Vampires of this species, it has an innate and strong ability to regenerate. So AI sure must think of a companion who can completely kill the vampire. Damien, you still can't see his soul. Yes, His Royal Highness. The vampires seem to be made of blood all over his body. There is no fixed zero-sum. It's just that the process of assembling and crushing is repeated all the time. This is the dilemma that Aishi is facing at this stage. Fight vampires in the game. Generally, after the middle term, players usually start with a variety of fillings, artifacts that reduce their healing power, then use a new weapon to break them into pieces. But it's the early days of the game. Mugwort is an artifact of their ability to heal without diminishing. The astral spirit weapon hasn't been crafted yet, so Aishi had to think about it. One can rely on the various materials available at this stage to take out the vampires on a large scale. It was at this time, Ace noticed that Bernardo in front of him had been staring at him. Let me partake of your blood. All right. With that, Bernardo rushed towards Ash in front of him. In the main team, Ace's rank is the lowest, so naturally, he became the first target of the enemy. Bernardo's mouth gaped closer and closer to Eshi. Sharp fangs gleamed with menace. But so much fanfare. I'm going to suck blood now. Naturally, the players who got in the way would not let him succeed. Dare to attack a weak senior. Damn the guys. I will never let you touch a single hair of the Lord. Lucas's silver sword was stuck in Bernardo's abdomen. A class of Jalen's silver fur was stuck in his back. When Ace saw this scene, a thought crossed his mind. Do not retract the weapon. Get away from that guy immediately. At the moment when Ace ordered, the 2 of them carried it out immediately. He even made his men retreat. I just went through that kind of thing. Still don't get it? You shouldn't think it's an attack of this magnitude. You'll be able to inflict fatal wounds on vampires. How so? You're a vampire. Juniel let out a thunderclap. Junior burst out laughing. I see what you mean. The next second, blue lightning slashes down silver weapons. Works with lightning magic. Corroded Bernado's body from the inside. There was a gleam in Damien's eyes. Now I can see the crossbow coming out of Damien's hand. Pierce Bernado's heart with precision. A small red bead is also attached to the tip of the arrow. Love was their first successful vampire hunt. Although the strength of this vampire is weak. But Ace seems to have some clues. Attack with a combination of silver weapons and magic. After letting the spirit river appear. Then Damien will snipe. This is the basic tactic that Elsie has put together against vampires. Although it is not realistic to want to use it in large quantities on the battlefield. But just keep moving forward like this. What a good group of challengers. You have proven your qualifications. With that, Gacker jumped down from the stands. Congratulations. You have earned the right place to fight Gacker, the Gladiator King. The level of the Gladiator King Gacker is as high as level 75. It's the strongest enemy they've ever encountered. This was the last battle in the 5th region. The victory distribution rate is also the same as in the game. Cancelled. Yet, Ash didn't understand why the victory distribution rate was gone. He didn't know until this moment. It turned out that all the goblins in the audience were dead. This showdown must be completely mine. So I got rid of all the useless audiences. It's been a long time since I've stepped onto this familiar stage. Let me see your fighting spirit. Let me feel how powerful you are. The obstruction is clear. Now fighting with Gacker is certain to death. But even if you know these AIs, sure, you still have to come here. It's because he has a guy who can make Gacker. Ways to lose force value. Gacker Eberborough has not forgotten you. Gacker's pupil shrank suddenly. He finally stopped in front of Ace. What did you just say? I said that Eberborough has not forgotten you. Gacker's real identity is decades ago. Special dignitaries sent by the Eberborough Empire. It was on the way to survey the dungeon. Encountered the kidnapping of the Colosseum. The misfortune of spending a long time here alone. The character in the game only needs to give him the relics of the Prince of the World. It can make Gacker mistakenly think that Lucas is royalty. So it doesn't hurt them. Gatter trembled all over. You say that the Eberbs have not forgotten. I dare to ask the noble person's name. My name is Aishi. Help hurt Eberborough, the 3rd prince of the Eberborough Empire. When I saw the black jade card in Aishi's hand, Gacker threw away his dagger. I thought I had been wasting my time. Has been forgotten. I think the Empire has forgotten about me. So I tried to forget the Empire. Gacker, even if you forget the name of Eberborough, the Empire has never forgotten you. Even if one day the Empire really forgets. But I will promise you, the 3 princes of the Empire will always remember your contribution to the Empire. Thank you. Thank you really. It turns out that the time I spent here was not wasted. Seeing the sad and joyful Gacker, he felt a little guilty. But so what? It would be nice to memorize Gacker seriously from now on.